In an era where spiritual energy has revived, ferocious beasts roam freely, and those endowed with extraordinary abilities become the pillars of humanity. High school senior Lin Fan awakens to dual SSS-level powers amidst catastrophe. With his left hand commanding the dominion of space, and his right hand wielding the flames of the celestial inferno. While other prodigies toil relentlessly, his system has already established a connection to myriad realms. Inheritance 1. The Stellar Sea Blade Technique from the High Martial Universe. Inheritance 2. The Essence of Flame Enlightenment from the Magical Civilization. Inheritance 3. The Dimensional Slashing Theory from the Interstellar Battlefield. Years later, as deities from beyond the realm descend, the very existence of human civilization hangs in the balance. Lin Fan unleashes a fiery strike, and countless phenomena manifest behind him. He stands in the void, his voice resonating across the heavens. My skills derive from the myriad realms, and you merely serve as the testing stone for the next inheritance. Chapter 1. The night market's fireworks and the blare of alarms. At 6 in the evening, the Jiangxing night market bustles with life. The mingling aromas of frying oil and cumin create the most enchanting scent of the city. Howsy, your F-level rapid hemostasis is scarcely worthy of being used as a band-aid for a nosebleed. Lin Fan's wrist flicks with finesse, causing the skewers on the grill to dance like a flock of lively sprites, as grease drips onto the coals, igniting with a resounding hiss of white smoke. Clad in a bleached apron, beads of sweat forming at his brow, his movements exhibit an exquisite precision akin to a master butcher. 3 skewers of lamb, 2 skewers of chives, and a handful of enoki mushrooms, with seasoning evenly sprinkled from his fingertips, each grain falling perfectly. Lu Hao, engrossed in a battle with a chicken wing, mumbles in response, "Fangu, don't look down on people. Last week in gym class, old Zhang's nosebleed would have ruined his uniform if it weren't for me." The two 18-year-olds, one sweating behind the barbecue stall, the other indulging in delectable feasts. The night market teems with vibrancy, the laughter of patrons, the clang of spatulas in the kitchen, and the rattling of cups at the milk tea stall converge into a cacophony of earthly delights. In the distance, the iconic city defense barrier tower of Jiangcheng glows with a soft blue halo in the twilight, resembling a silent giant safeguarding the myriad lights behind it. In the 62nd year of the spiritual energy revival era, the global wave of spiritual energy transformed the world. Flora and fauna mutated, humanity awakened, and the old order struggled to reconstruct itself from the ruins. The current society precariously maintains a fragile balance between ability users and ordinary people. Those like Lu Hao, who have awakened low-tier abilities, are deemed to have one foot in the threshold of the extraordinary. Yet Lin Fan remains the ordinary individual who still attends school, assists with work, and calculates next month's rent. Honestly, Fangu, Lu Hao suddenly lowers his voice, setting down the half-eaten chicken wing. I heard the Eastern District defense line was breached again a few days ago. The Spirit Control Division fought all night. Lin Fan packages the grilled skewers, handing them to the waiting customer without lifting his gaze, while laying out a fresh batch of squid tentacles. The news reported that 3 Awaken-level Iron Claw Mountain Cats were dealt with by the 3rd Squad in 10 minutes, with Captain Zhou Wu personally leading the team. His tone remains as calm as discussing the price of vegetables, his hands moving without hesitation. Flipping, oiling, and sprinkling his secret chili powder, each action has become instinctive. That's mastery of the realm. Lu Hao's eyes betray an unmistakable envy and yearning. If only I could possess a sea-level ability, perhaps. Give a rest. Lin Fan finally chuckles, shaking his head. Last time during the 1,000-meter test, you almost gassed your lungs out. If your physical abilities can't keep up, even an S-level ability would be a waste. Though casual, Lin Fan is acutely aware of his circumstances. He raises his gaze to the gray building at the end of the night market, the Jiangcheng Spirit Control Division branch. He has seen those ability users clad in black uniforms, some bandaged, others weary, yet sharp-eyed as blades. The tranquility of this city is secured by their lives, sacrificed beyond the city walls. Lin Fan has also harbored dreams, imagining himself awakening, summoning meteors with a wave, freezing vast expanses with a snap of his fingers. Yet dreams cannot fill one's stomach. The barbecue stall at home requires manpower, and his parents' hair has grown grayer, with next month's rent still lacking 1,000 yuan. Ordinary people have their ordinary ways of living. Auntie, your 10 skewers of lamb are 15 yuan. Lin Fan collects the payment, casually retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the freezer, tossing one to Lu Hao while he opens his own, taking a generous gulp. The icy liquid, with its effervescent tang, washes down the day's exhaustion, leaving him feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Fangu, Lu Hao wipes his mouth, his expression turning serious. Are you really not going to the talent assessment next month? What if I undergo a genetic mutation and possess extraordinary talent? Lin Fan interrupts him, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile. Stop joking. My parents are both ordinary people, and for 3 generations, there hasn't been a star in our genes that could be ignited. The star he refers to as the foundation of the ability theory in this era, the ability star map. Deep within each person's genes lies a dormant star map. An awakening, it means that spiritual energy has activated one of its stars. Yet Lin Fan's star map has remained silent for 18 years. As night deepens and crowds swell, Lin Fan busies himself like a spinning top, collecting payments, giving change, shouting for orders, all while attentively monitoring the grill where dozens of skewers sizzle. His father, Lin Jiangwo, threads skewers in the kitchen, while his mother, Zhang Xiulan, manages the cash register and packaging, working in seamless harmony as a family of 3. This is his life, ordinary, trivial, grounded in the scent of cooking oil. Lin Fan wipes his sweat and habitually scans the crowd, glancing over weary or joyful faces until his gaze settles on the barrier tower, emitting a blue glow. It is the sword of Damocles hanging over all of Jiangcheng, a guardian spirit. Just as he prepares to open another bottle of soda, his movements suddenly freeze. The distant barrier tower's blue light flickers with an altered frequency, no longer a steady breath, but a frantic, intense flashing. The next moment, a piercing alarm shatters the night sky. Wail, wail, wail. The harrowing wails echo from every corner of the city, signaling Jiangcheng's highest-level spiritual disaster warning, unprecedented in 30 years within the urban area. The night market's clamor falls into an immediate silence. A second later, chaos erupts like a volcanic explosion. Alarm! It's ferocious beasts. They breach the defense line. Run! To the shelter. Tables and chairs lay overturned. Children wept inconsolably, while vendors frantically attempted to salvage their wares, only to be swept away by the tide of panicked individuals. Dad! Mom! Get inside! Lock the door! Lin Fan shouted with all his might, tossing aside the skewers. Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Xiulan appeared ashen, yet the ingrained lessons of spiritual disasters instilled in them left no room for hesitation. They immediately grasped the cash box and freezer, retreating back into the store and pulling down the shutter. Above, a pale blue light curtain rose ominously from the edge of the city, resembling an inverted giant bowl, swiftly converging towards the center. It was the city's primary barrier. Each activation signified an immeasurable consumption of spiritual energy, and it also meant the defense line had been breached. Lin Fan's phone screen illuminated automatically, and a blood-red warning box seared into his eyes. D-Class Spiritual Disaster Alert. The Eastern District defense line has been breached by a ghost-faced spider swarm, averaging awaken levels, with the leader suspected to be of low-tier extraordinary rank. Citizens are urged to proceed to the nearest shelter. The Spirit Control Division has been dispatched. Ghost-faced spiders. The repulsive images from the textbook flashed through his mind. About the size of a basin, their carapaces adorned with grotesque human facial patterns, capable of spewing corrosive acid, leaving desolation in their wake. Fan go. We must go. Lu Hao grasped his arm, his face ashen. Just as Lin Fan prepared to step forward, something tugged at his pant leg. He looked down to find a 6- or 7-year-old girl, her cheeks stained with tears, clutching his trousers with her small hand. Brother. My little brother. He's still inside. Her tiny finger pointed towards an old 5-story residential building on the eastern side of the night market. From a second-floor window, thick smoke billowed outward. At the moment the alarm sounded, that household had been cooking, accidentally toppling the stove in their panic. The flames, fueled by the wind, rapidly spread. The black column of smoke, illuminated by the barrier's blue light, resembled a monstrous entity, preying on the unsuspecting. Where are your parents? Lin Fan crouched down, his words spilling forth rapidly like a rapid-fire barrage. Mom, she want to find someone. Told me to wait here. The little girl cried, nearly fainting, but my brother hasn't come out. He's scared, hiding under the bed. Lin Fan abruptly raised his head. Flames had transformed into fiery tongues, erupting from the window. He was all too familiar with that building. An old structure with narrow hallways. Once the stairs were engulfed in flames, those inside would have no escape. In the distance, the Spirit Control Division's hovering vehicle approached with a sharp wail, its red and blue lights flashing urgently amidst the chaotic night. It was still too far. The hovering vehicle would take at least another minute to arrive. The children trapped in the fire could not wait even 10 seconds. Owsy! Lin Fan sprang to his feet, his voice resolute. Take my parents to the shelter, quickly. Fango, you're insane. That's a fire scene. Wait for the Spirit Control Division. There isn't time. Lin Fan tore off his apron and flung it to the ground. Like a leopard swimming against the current, he charged towards the burning residential building. Lu Hao's shouts were drowned out by the cacophony of frantic voices and alarms behind him. He navigated through the overturned tables and chairs, stepping over the chaos strewn across the ground, plunging into the darkness of the unit door. A wave of scorching air struck him head-on, like an invisible hammer, weighing heavily upon his chest. The acrid smoke stung his eyes, causing tears to flow, blurring his vision. Crackle! Amidst the explosive sounds of flames, A faint, nearly imperceptible cry mingled with the noise. It was his voice. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, following the sound up the staircase. Meanwhile, the Spirit Control Division's hovering vehicle finally arrived above the night market, the hatch sliding open as several figures clad in black uniforms descended from the sky. The leading member, as soon as he touched down, was fixated on the burning residential building. He pressed down on his earpiece, speaking urgently. Report. Fire in the eastern residential building of the night market. Life signals detected within. Civilians have entered. Repeat, civilians have entered. A series of commands crackled through his earpiece. Water-based ability users, suppress the flames. Everyone else, evacuate. But at that very moment, the team member's movements froze. His pupils constricted in shock at the astonishing scene before him. The second-floor window, from which flames were spewing. That violent fire, capable of melting steel, inexplicably twisted and parted, as if parting the sea as Moses did, revealing a path. Within the passage, a young boy's silhouette became distinctly visible. He was bending down, reaching towards the depths of the flames, towards the bed. The tongues of fire roared and rolled beside his arm, yet dared not make contact, as if he were not flesh and blood, but a being that instilled fear even in the flames themselves. A deity. The boy showed no sign of retreat, pulling out a trembling, tiny figure from beneath the bed. The Spirit Control Division member downstairs swallowed hard, struggling to suppress his astonishment. What had he witnessed? This was no ordinary act of fire evasion. It was a regal dominion. The flames bowed down to that young boy, surrendering. Chapter 2. Golden flames in the left hand, space in the right. The moment the acrid smoke invaded Lin Fan's throat, he realized his impulsiveness had led him astray. Without any protective gear, he had plunged headlong into the chaos. The corridor on the second floor had transformed into a hellish inferno, thick, black smoke swirling and seeping through every crevice of the doors, suffused with a stifling scent of sulfur. His vision became a hazy blur. The visibility reduced to less than half a meter. A scorching wave of heat enveloped him, the skin on his body searing with intense pain. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fan choked violently, nearly bending over in agony. The crackling sound of flames erupted from room 203 on the right side, the epicenter of the blaze. Yet, the sound of a child's cries resonated from deeper within. Forcing himself to shut his eyes, Lin Fan rapidly reconstructed the building's layout in his mind. He had assisted his classmate Wang Hao in moving last year. If his memory served him correctly, at the end of the corridor lay room 205. With windows facing the night market, the very place where the smoke billowed most fiercely moments ago. Lin Fan reopened his eyes, pressing himself against the wall, inching forward. The wall radiated heat, his palm meeting a searing pain. The smoke choked him, tears streaming down his face, obscuring his vision entirely. He had to rely on his memory, mentally counting his steps. 1 step, 2 steps. To the left was the public restroom, and ahead was room 204. Mama. The faint cry ahead sounded as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Fan's heart tightened abruptly, and he hastened his pace recklessly. The door to room 205 stood ajar, the smoke seeping through the gap noticeably diminished. This was not a good omen. It indicated the oxygen inside was nearly depleted. Lin Fan kicked the door open with a forceful thrust. A thick cloud of smoke surged forth to engulf him. Is anyone there? No response met his call. Only the intermittent cries floated in the oppressive silence. In the living room, the sofa had been reduced to a charred skeleton, flames voraciously licking the curtains. Lin Fan held his breath and dashed into the bedroom, illuminated by the ethereal blue light cast by the protective barrier outside. There he spotted it. Crouched beneath the corner bed was a minuscule figure, a boy of about 5 years, his face streaked with tears and soot, clutching a tattered stuffed bear tightly. Don't be afraid. Lin Fan sprang forward, reaching under the bed to pull the child out. I'll take you outside. The boy, terrified beyond measure, could only cry incessantly. Lin Fan had no time to soothe him. He clutched the boy tightly in his right arm, protecting the back of his head with his left hand, turning to dash outside. Yet, in that instant, he heard another sound. Crack, 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 crisp and rapid. As if some arthropod were striking the floor. Lin Fan's feet froze in place, slowly turning his head. In the shadowy passage from the living room to the kitchen, 3 spiders the size of basins emerged from the charred ventilation duct. Their bodies glimmered a dark purple, grotesque human faces etched into their exoskeletons, while 8 crimson compound eyes glinted with an inhuman coldness in the firelight. Ghost-faced spiders. The images from textbooks now transformed into a lethal reality. These ferocious beasts typically resided in the abandoned industrial zones of the East District, feeding on carrion and small creatures, their saliva containing highly corrosive acid. One of the hallmark creatures of D-class spiritual disasters. For a moment, Lin Fan's breath hitched. 3 of them, judging by the sheen of their shells and their size. Each was at the pinnacle of the awakened level. Classroom knowledge flashed through his mind. Such a level of ghost-faced spider possessed a shell hardness comparable to 5mm steel plates, instantaneous speeds of up to 8 meters per second, and their acid could corrode through a steel door in under a minute. And he, cradling a child in his arms, was trapped in this inferno, utterly defenseless. A dead end. The foremost ghost-faced spider lifted its forelimbs, its mandibles opening wide. A drop of dark green slime dripping onto the floor. Sizzle. The floor corroded, creating a small pit as a pungent white smoke billowed up. Run. The only thought remaining in Lin Fan's mind was that one word. He tightened his grip on the child and charged towards the only escape route. But the spiders were faster. The first ghost-faced spider propelled itself forward, its body launching like a cannonball, 8 long legs spreading wide, transforming into a net of death. Aimed directly at his back. There was no evading it. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan could only act on instinct. He whirled around, pressing the child tightly against his chest, bracing his back to meet the deadly assault. Simultaneously, his left hand, driven by a dormant ancestral instinct that had slumbered for 18 years, swung back with ferocity. It was neither a block nor a push, but a release from confinement. Boom. A blazing golden flame erupted from Lin Fan's palm. The purity of the flame was unparalleled, akin to molten gold flowing with regal authority and fervor. As the flames swept through the air, the atmosphere warped dramatically due to the extreme heat. The ghost-faced spider barreled into the golden inferno, not even emitting a cry. Its hardened shell carbonizing and disintegrating into a pile of smoldering embers that crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He looked down at his left hand, where a flicker of golden flame still danced quietly, like a spirited entity. His skin bore no trace of burning, nor could he feel any heat. This flame did not harm its master. Yet the crisis was far from averted. The second and third ghost-faced spiders, enraged by their companion's demise, opened their mandibles wide, unleashing 2 streams of dark green acid like arrows, converging towards him from either side, sealing off all possible escape routes. There was no dodging. The child in his arms could not withstand even a single drop of splash. This time, Lin Fan's right hand moved instinctively. He hadn't contemplated what to do, merely raising his right hand, positioning it protectively in front of himself and the child. Then he perceived it, not with his eyes, but through a deeper, more profound awareness. In front of his right hand, an invisible ripple expanded outward. The 2 deadly streams of acid entered this ripple, vanishing without impact or explosion. In the next instant, on the adjacent intact wall, 2 rapidly expanding corrosive pits appeared, accompanied by hissing sounds as white smoke billowed up. Spatial displacement? Dual abilities? This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. There was no time for astonishment. The third ghost-faced spider had already reached his feet, its barbed mandibles lunging for Lin Fan's calf. Roll. Lin Fan barked, his left hand pressing down. The golden flame in his palm transforming into a living whip that lashed downward. This time, he wielded a vague sense of control. The flames coalesced into a bundle, accurately ensnaring the spider's head. The intense heat instantly melted through its shell, causing the ghost-faced spider to convulse violently before becoming utterly paralyzed. Silence enveloped the corridor. Only the crackling of burning would remaining. Lin Fan gasped for air, looking down at the boy in his arms. The child appeared stunned, his round, wide eyes fixated on the flickering golden flame in Lin Fan's hand, neither crying nor protesting. We must get out. Immediately. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, clumsily attempting to harness the 2 newly awakened powers. His left hand spread wide, the golden flame spewing forth, forming a moving wall of fire that forcefully pushed aside the encroaching smoke and embers ahead. The method was rudimentary, yet effective. His right hand sought to envelop the child. He concentrated, envisioning an invisible membrane surrounding the boy, shielding him from all harm. After 2 failed attempts, on the 3rd try, he finally sensed the space around the child solidify for a moment, an invisible barrier isolating all smoke and heat outside. Success. Lin Fan embraced the child, charging through the living room, which was engulfed in the fiercest flames, like a completely unhinged bull. The golden flame forged a path, space providing protection. Lin Fan forcefully pushed open the half-collapsed door frame and dashed into the corridor, racing toward the staircase. The descent was akin to a nightmarish contest with death. The stairwell was shrouded in smoke as thick as ink, rendering visibility non-existent. Relying solely on instinct, Lin Fan plummeted downward, with the golden flame in his left hand serving as his solitary beacon, illuminating a mere 2 to 3 meters ahead. On 2 occasions, he nearly stumbled, but his right hand instinctively exerted force into the surrounding space, miraculously anchoring his body and stabilizing his balance. The price for this was a series of sharp, needle-like pains piercing through his brain. At long last, the unit door on the 1st floor emerged at the end of the golden firelight. With the last remnants of his strength, Lin Fan crashed through the iron door, flinging himself into the cold embrace of the night. Fresh air surged into his lungs, triggering a violent bout of coughing. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees. The boy in his arms was jolted awake by the commotion, letting out a loud wail. Almost simultaneously, the piercing sound of hovering engine brakes exploded in his ears. 3 pitch-black hover cars hovered in a standard tactical formation above the street. The doors slid open, and 6 team members clad in black uniforms poured out in succession. The leader, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut, possessed an intense gaze that exuded an aura of authority. On his right arm, a tactical terminal flickered with a series of intricate energy readings. Captain Zhou Wu of Team 3, a master of the Ninth Realm. Ranked among the top 20 in the Jiangxing combat strength list. His eyes immediately fixated on Lin Fan, or more precisely, on the flickering golden flame in his left hand and the spatial ripples that had yet to settle around his right hand. His sharp pupils suddenly constricted. Dual elements of golden fire and spatial manipulation. Zhou Wu's voice was low, yet it could not conceal his overwhelming astonishment. This level of energy potential must be at least S-class? His team members reacted swiftly. 2 approached to assess the boy's condition, while 3 maintained a vigilant stance. And the last was about to assist Lin Fan. Do not touch him, Zhou Wu commanded, raising his hand to halt his team. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the kneeling youth, who was now staring down at his hands. The palm of his left hand was charred black, a consequence of the backlash from his powers awakening. His right hand was bloodied, the skin torn and raw, blood oozing between his fingers from the overexertion of his spatial abilities. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old boy nestled in Lin Fan's arms, aside from being frightened and slightly stained with soot, was unscathed. Zhou Wu pressed the emergency communication button on his tactical terminal forcefully, his voice trembling with excitement. Headquarters, this is Zhou Wu of Team 3. At the East District Night Market fire scene, I've discovered a newly awakened individual. Preliminary assessment indicates a dual element capability, fire and space, with a potential rating of at least S-class. I repeat, at least S-class. He paused, observing the boy who, despite appearing utterly exhausted, instinctively shielded the child in his arms. And added, additionally, he has just rescued a child from the fire and the beast. On the other end of the communication channel, there was a 3-second silence. Subsequently, a voice laced with astonishment responded, received. Implement the highest level protection protocol on site, awaiting further instructions. An S-class potential individual? This matter must be reported to the branch immediately and directly synchronized with Long Yuan headquarters. Zhou Wu severed the communication and strode toward Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan's consciousness was rapidly sinking. The excruciating pain in his hands, the exhaustion of his strength, and the sensation of his mind tearing apart overwhelmed him like a flood breaking through a dam. The last image burned into his vision was Zhou Wu's serious yet complex expression, alongside the flickering azure glow of the city's protective barrier tower in the distant night. Then, darkness descended abruptly. He knelt in the disheveled street, one hand charred, the other bleeding, while the boy in his arms gradually ceased crying, unharmed. Chapter 3, The Weight of S-Class Potential. When Lin Fan awoke, he found himself lying in the back seat of a vehicle, not just any vehicle, but the mobile command car of the Spirit Control Bureau. The interior was spacious, with operational screens flickering with a ghostly blue light along the walls. And the air was infused with the sense of disinfectants and a unique sweetness left by residual energy. Ah, you're awake? A voice emanated from his left. Lin Fan turned to see Zhou Wu seated on a folding chair, holding a tablet. The captain of the Spirit Control Bureau had changed into casual attire, but his eyes remained sharp enough to pierce through one's soul. Lin Fan attempted to sit up, but as soon as he exerted his arms, a wave of pain surged, causing him to gasp involuntarily. Looking down, he saw both hands wrapped in thick, white bandages, resembling mummies, extending from his palms to his forearms. The boy Lin Fan's throat felt parched, as if it might crack, yet his first inquiry was about the child. He was taken to the hospital. He has minor injuries, merely frightened, Zhou Wu replied, handing him the tablet. First, check your own condition. On the screen was a complex energy waveform chart, accompanied by a plethora of dense data. Lin Fan couldn't comprehend the technical jargon, but he understood the blood-red conclusion at the bottom. Subject, Lin Fan, 18 years old. Ability type, dual elements, fire, space. Energy purity, fire element 973, space element 968. Star map potential, both elements exhibit high-tier expansion forms. Comprehensive potential assessment, S-class, tentative. Note, the detection device overloaded twice. It is advised to retest using a high-grade spiritual energy tower. S-class. Lin Fan stared at the glaring letter, his mind momentarily blank. Each year, approximately 500,000 newly awakened individuals emerge nationwide. Zhou Wu retrieved the tablet, his tone as flat, as if discussing the price of groceries. Out of those, fewer than 500 achieve an A-class rating, and S-class individuals never exceed 20 annually. At this point, Zhou Wu leaned slightly forward, his gaze locking onto Lin Fan. Do you know who the last S-class potential individual was? Lin Fan shook his head. 3 years ago, the Ice Phoenix, Su Qingxue, from the northern region. When she awakened, she was rated SS class, absolute 0. Now, she stands at the pinnacle of the Ninth Realm, the youngest squad leader in the history of the Spirit Control Bureau. Zhou Wu's finger lightly swiped across the tablet, pulling up another document. And you are the first S-class in Jiangxing in nearly a decade. A dual element. Lin Fan remained silent, looking down at his bandaged hands, the burning pain beneath still throbbing relentlessly. So what now? He inquired directly, a sense of urgency in his voice. Good question, Zhou Wu smiled, his expression revealing unmasked admiration. S-class potential implies that as long as you do not falter along the way, your future achievements will, at the very least, place you at the monarch level. An absolute powerhouse capable of facing hundreds, commanding tremendous authority. It also signifies that from this moment forth, all factions will direct their attention toward you. Zhou Wu rose from his seat, retrieving 2 bottles of ice water from a nearby mini-fridge and tossing one to Lin Fan. Before you lie 2 paths. The first, Jiangqing Ability Academy. He twisted off the cap and took a long swig. A formal educational system, for years long. Systematic learning of ability theory, practical skills, and beast identification. Safe, stable, and methodical. Upon graduation, you may choose to join the Spirit Control Bureau, join civilian exploration teams, or continue your studies. Lin Fan nodded. Sounds good. For an ordinary genius, it is a broad avenue. Zhou Wu's tone shifted abruptly, but for someone of your caliber, this path is far too slow, crawling like a tortoise. He emphatically tapped the tablet. A holographic projection burst forth, illuminating the interior of the vehicle with a striking image. Chapter 1. The muddy training ground was filled with individuals drenched in blood and mire, engaged in a frenzied battle, their eyes glinting with ferocity akin to that of wild beasts. Chapter 2. One of the trainees had his calf grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet he gritted his teeth fiercely, dragging his body across the ground with both hands. Chapter 3. Within the unfathomable depths of a pitch-black cavern, several pairs of crimson, beastly eyes suddenly illuminated, instilling the most primal sense of dread. The second path. Zhou Wu's voice grew somber as he gestured towards the image displayed on the wall, directly under the Spirit Suppression Division, the Lonyuan camp. There are only 3 special training bases in the entire nation. There are no semesters, no holidays. Only 2 states exist, elimination or survival. The training cycle varies from 3 to 12 months. And the sole criterion for graduation is to advance to the Mastery Realm and independently complete a Class C Spirit Disaster Suppression mission. Lin Fan's breath hitched. The mortality rate stands at 32%. Zhou Wu's gaze sliced through Lin Fan's every expression like a surgeon's scalpel. This statistic reflects the average over the past decade. Last year, of the 120 entrants, only 64 graduated alive. 28 perished, while the remainder were left maimed, mentally shattered, or voluntarily withdrew. 32%. This figure felt like a bucket of ice water pouring over Lin Fan's head, rendering him icy to the core. Why? Lin Fan's voice was hoarse. Why do people still choose to go? Because those who emerge alive from the Lonyuan camp have a 70% chance of breaking through to the Lord Realm within 3 years. Zhou Wu switched off the projection, plunging the vehicle into a dim light, the atmosphere becoming palpably oppressive. For there, the finest instructors, the most rigorous training, and the most authentic battlegrounds await. More importantly, only the Lonyuan camp can transform S-class potential into genuine power in the shortest amount of time. Zhou Wu resumed his seat, leaning forward. His voice lowered to a near whisper. Lin Fan, the ghost-faced spider you killed today, is merely the detritus at the bottom of the food chain. Beyond the city's outskirts lie sovereign-level beasts capable of unleashing landslides, and venerable-level entities that can incite natural disasters. Each year, the casualty list of our Spirit Suppression Division continues to grow. You performed admirably today, you saved a child. But have you considered what would have happened if, instead of 3 awakened-level creatures, a single extraordinary beast had charged into the community? What if there were more than one child in that inferno? Lin Fan fell silent, his gaze fixated on his bandaged hands, pain subtly pulsating deep within his palms. The feeling of exerting every ounce of strength in the face of the flames, yet remaining helpless, the panic that surged instinctively when confronting the ghost-faced spider, left a profound imprint upon his heart. I need time to contemplate, Lin Fan declared. I shall grant you one night, Zhou Wu replied without pressing. Provide me with your answer by noon tomorrow. If you choose the academy, I will personally assist with your enrollment. If you opt for Lonyuan, he paused momentarily, I will personally write you a letter of recommendation. At that moment, the door of the command vehicle slid open silently. Xiao Fan, his mother, Zhang Xiulan, nearly fell into the vehicle, her eyes swollen and red, enveloping Lin Fan in a tight embrace, her entire being trembling. His father, Lin Jiangwo, followed closely behind. This typically taciturn man who spent his days revolving around the barbecue stand, now stood silently by the door, his gaze fixed intently upon his son's bandaged hands. Mom. I'm fine, Lin Fan reassured, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her. Zhou Wu, sensing the moment, discreetly stepped aside to grant the family some privacy. Zhang Xiulan grasped Lin Fan's arm, inspecting it anxiously, her tears cascading anew. Fine. Is this what you call fine? Your hands are in such a state. Lin Fan did not respond to his mother's concerns, but instead pointed to Zhou Wu, introducing him. This is Captain Zhou from the Spirit Suppression Division. He saved me. Zhou Wu inclined his head slightly, refraining from taking credit, merely explaining the situation to Lin Fan's parents. He astutely omitted any mention of the Lonyuan camp's horrifying mortality rate, only stating that there were 2 distinct paths for further study available. Lin Jiangwo remained silent, listening quietly. Only after Zhou Wu finished did he speak. His voice gravelly and husky. Whichever you choose, Xiao Fan, it is your decision. Your mother and I can still support your education. The inclination in his words was unmistakable. He hoped for his son to take a safer route. Yet Lin Fan detected a fleeting, complex glimmer deep within his father's eyes. One not typically possessed by an ordinary father. It resembled a weighty expectation long suppressed. As night deepened, Zhou Wu arranged for a vehicle to take Lin Fan's family home. Inside the black SUV of the Spirit Suppression Division, the atmosphere was stifling. No one spoke. Outside the window, the nightscape of Jiangqing receded. The blue glow cast by the city's barrier tower gently enveloping the metropolis. On the streets, the night market had resumed setting up stalls. The small-scale spirit disaster from a few hours prior seemingly erased from memory. Ordinary people are always like this. They hide when calamity strikes and resume living once it has passed. Leaning against the cold glass of the car window, Lin Fan's reflection revealed his bandaged face, disheveled hair, and a gaze that held something profound, something that was transforming within him. The vehicle came to a halt beneath their apartment building. The old residential structure had its third-floor window aglow with a warm light, his home. His mother exited the car first, but his father paused beside the vehicle. Turning to look at Lin Fan. Go home, he uttered, a mere 3 words. The tone was calm, yet Lin Fan sensed an unusual gravity underlying his father's words. He followed upstairs, entering the familiar living room. His mother headed to the kitchen to boil water while his father walked straight to his bedroom. Lin Fan settled on the sofa, hearing the sounds of rummaging coming from the bedroom. Minutes later, Lin Jiangwo emerged, cradling a dark red rectangular wooden box. Its corners worn and pale, exuding a strong sense of age. He placed the box on the coffee table, but did not open it immediately. Sitting across from Lin Fan, he lit a cigarette, its smoke curling around his weathered face. Yet all of Lin Fan's attention was captivated by the wooden box. At the moment his father set it down, he felt it, not through sound or sight, but through a newly awakened spatial perception. A clear warning and resonance emanated. The contents of the box were linked to his power, as if an ancient being, long dormant, was slowly awakening due to his proximity. Chapter 4. The Black Blade's Silent Flame. The living room was dimly lit. Zhang Xiulan emerged from the kitchen for the 3rd time. Bending down to examine the bandages on her son's hands once more, her voice repeating anxiously. How could you be so careless? Do you think the fire scene is something you can just rush into? What if something had gone wrong? Mom, I'm really fine, see? All in one piece. Lin Fan softly reassured, yet his gaze remained affixed to the dark red wooden box on the coffee table. Lin Jiangwo extinguished the cigarette, but forcefully in the ashtray. The glowing ember extinguished and turned to his wife. Xiulan, you should go to bed. I need to have a few words with Xiao Fan. What words can I hear? Zhang Xiulan's brow furrowed in concern. Man's words. Lin Jiangwo's tone was unyielding yet measured, carrying an air of authority that brooked no argument. Zhang Xiulan glanced between her husband and son, ultimately sighing and retreating to the bedroom. Just before the door closed, she cast one last look back. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan understood. It was worry, along with something heavier, something he could not fully comprehend at the time. The door closed, and the living room fell into complete silence, save for the faint chirping of insects outside and the silent presence of the box on the coffee table. Lin Jiangwo did not immediately open the wooden box. He walked to the window, turning his back to Lin Fan, gazing out into the nocturnal cityscape. The distant blue glow from the barrier tower cast shifting shadows across his face. Your grandfather's name was Lin Zhan. Lin Jiangwo suddenly began, his voice deep and hoarse, resonating as though it emerged directly from his chest. Lin Fan's mind exploded with a sudden realization. Lin Zhan, one of the founders of the Spirit Control Division in Jiangqing. A pioneer of the Qi revival era. A hero documented in the history textbooks with merely 2 cold lines of text. In the 17th year of the new calendar, he led a team deep into the wilderness to establish the Eastern District Defense Line, only to go missing in the 22nd year, presumed dead. Beside those 2 lines of text was a blurry black and white photograph of a man whose face was indistinguishable. Wasn't Grandpa missing? Lin Fan's throat tightened instantly. No. Lin Jiangwo turned around, emotions swirling in his eyes. He left on his own accord, leaving behind this knife before he departed. His hand rested on a dark red wooden box. It was an unremarkable box, its red lacquer chipped, and its copper clasp rusted. Yet Lin Fan felt a faint yet distinct resonance, akin to a heartbeat, responding to him through the wood. Lin Jiangwo's fingers unlatched the copper clasp. Click. The lid opened. There was no chill, no strange phenomena, yet the atmosphere in the living room suddenly turned solemn and heavy. It was as if a ferocious beast that had slept for too long was awakening at this moment. Inside the box, on deep blue velvet, lay a knife. Entirely black. Without a sheath. The blade was long, nearly a meter in length, its handle wrapped in smooth, polished black leather, simple to the point of being austere. However, the moment Lin Fan's gaze touched the blade, he could not look away. The blade bore patterns, not carved by hand, but naturally formed, as if the metal had absorbed a piece of the starry sky during its forging. Those intricate dark patterns were nearly invisible under the light, yet when Lin Fan focused, he discovered they were moving ever so slowly. "It is called Yinji," Lin Jingwo stated. He did not touch the knife, merely gazing at it as one would at a long-lost friend. "Your grandfather wielded it, slaying for 7 years in the wilderness. The Eastern District defense line was carved out with this knife, one slash at a time, from the waves of beasts." Lin Fan extended his hand, his fingertips hovering an inch above the blade. The resonance suddenly intensified. He could distinctly sense a pure, unadulterated will sleeping within the blade. "Your grandfather said before he left, this knife chooses its wielder." Lin Jingwo's gaze fell upon Lin Fan's bandaged hand. "In the hands of an ordinary person, it is merely a piece of scrap metal. Only a true awakened can awaken it. That's why I never gave it to you. I thought, if you never awaken and live a normal life, that would be fine too." Lin Fan's fingers gently descended. The moment they touched the handle, a bone-chilling cold pierced through his fingertips, but only for a second. The cold dissipated, transforming into warmth. The dark patterns on the blade glimmered faintly, like the most distant stars in the night sky. The resonance surged up his arm straight to his heart. In the next moment, the golden flame that had just awakened in Lin Fan's palm leapt. Almost simultaneously, the faint golden hue began to emerge from the patterns on the blade. Lin Jingwo's fingers, which were pinching a cigarette, suddenly tensed. Lin Fan himself was stunned. He attempted to channel a barely perceptible trace of golden flame energy into the handle with his fingertip. The blade emitted a deep, resonant sound, not reaching the ears but striking the soul directly. The golden light within the dark patterns flared intensely, causing the temperature of the entire knife to rise, shifting from warm to hot, as if a dormant heart had begun to beat. Indeed, Lin Jingwo exhaled a long plume of smoke, his shoulders relaxing significantly. Your grandfather was not mistaken. This knife was waiting for its new master. He stepped forward and pushed the wooden box entirely in front of Lin Fan. "Now it is yours." Lin Fan grasped the handle. The moment his palm touched the leather beneath the bandages, the resonance erupted, reaching a pinnacle. In an instant, Lin Fan's mind seemed to envision an ancient star map. It was entirely different from the ability star map within him, more vast and profound. Several stars within it resonated with the lines he infused with golden flame, twinkling with faint light. What realm had Grandpa reached back then? Lin Fan's voice was somewhat ethereal. Lin Jingwo remained silent for a long time, returning to the window, lighting another cigarette, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, he uttered 3 words. "Monarch realm. Monarch realm." These 3 words struck Lin Fan's heart like 3 heavy hammers. That was the realm of absolute power, capable of manifesting a complete domain and ruling a territory. In all of Jiangxing, there were barely a handful of monarch realm experts in plain sight. Then why did he leave? Lin Fan pressed on. "I don't know." Lin Jingwo shook his head. He left abruptly, leaving only this knife and a saying. He said this knife would reveal everything the next master needed to know. As for how and when it would reveal it, he did not say. Lin Fan withdrew the knife from the box. It was surprisingly light, almost weightless in his hand. But when he attempted to swing it in the air, swish, a dull, sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed. Lin Fan distinctly felt that where the blade passed, the air parted like a curtain opened by an invisible hand, smooth and without any resistance. He focused his thoughts, activating the newly awakened spatial ability to touch the knife. His consciousness spread like mercury, enveloping the blade. Then, Lin Fan witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. The space surrounding the blade was actively retreating, not being cut, not being distorted, but as if obedient subjects were welcoming their king, parting naturally to the sides. What does this signify? It signifies that this knife can theoretically disregard the vast majority of physical defenses. It could even cleave through spatial barriers and spatial defenses directly. Lin Fan's blood surged to his head. The only sound in his ears was the violent pounding of his heart. He looked up at his father, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Dad, you wish to go to Longyuan, don't you?" Lin Jingwo interrupted him directly. Lin Fan nodded emphatically, tightening his grip on the handle, the warm sensation calming him immensely. "Earlier today at the fire scene, I saved a child, but I almost failed. If I hadn't awakened at the last moment, we both would have perished inside." His voice was calm, yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turbulence within. "I do not wish to experience that sense of helplessness again. I do not want to entrust my life to mere luck." Lin Jingwo looked at him for a long time. This middle-aged man, whose edges had been worn down by life, bore a gaze filled with worry and reluctance, which ultimately transformed into a deep sigh. "Go." Lin Jingwo approached, his large hand like a fan, firmly patting Lin Fan's shoulder with astonishing strength. "Since you've awakened, and since this knife acknowledges you, do not squander this gift. But remember, you must return alive. Your mother is still waiting for you at home." "I will," Lin Fan replied earnestly. Late at night, Lin Fan returned to his room. He did not turn on the light, sitting by the bed with Yinji resting across his knees. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a gentle glow upon the black blade, the starry patterns appearing faintly in the moonlight. His fingertips brushed across the blade, feeling its cold smoothness. Upon touching those dark patterns, he could distinctly sense the energy contained within, like a dormant volcano. The golden flame in the palm of his left hand flickered once more. Lin Fan no longer suppressed it, allowing a thread of flame, condensed like golden silk, to flow from his fingertips and gradually infuse into the dark patterns of the blade. The blade trembled lightly. The dark patterns ignited instantly, the golden streams spreading wildly along intricate paths, as if this steel body were being infused with boiling blood. The warmth from the handle intensified, ultimately transforming into a sense of kinship, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. A deeper resonance surged forth. Lin Fan closed his eyes. In the profound depths of resonance, he discerned indistinct fragments of thought, not sounds, nor images, but the sheer instinct for battle, the essence of strikes, and the tenets of slaughter. Within his mind, two primary stars, symbolizing space and flame, were slowly revolving. At that moment, the ancient star chart within the flame silence blade resonated with a faint golden connection to one of the countless dormant potential points in the periphery of his own star chart. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and gazed out the window. The myriad lights of Jiang City appeared unprecedentedly clear to him. He gripped the flame silence blade, feeling its warm response. Long Yuan. Lin Fan rose, grasping the sword, and approached the window. Under the moonlight, his shadow merged seamlessly with that of the blade. Chapter 5. The Legacy System of Arts Across Realms. At 3 a.m, the moonlight poured into Lin Fan's bedroom like liquid mercury. He lay on his bed, his eyes fixed intently on the ceiling, devoid of any inclination to sleep. In his mind, images played in a frenzied rewind, intense heat and smoke from the fire scene. The cold, multifaceted eyes of a giant spider, the golden flames leaping from his palm, and the pitch-black battle knife handed to him by his father. Each frame was vividly clear. Lin Fan suddenly sat up, extending his hands beneath the moonlight. The bandages had long been removed, and the burns and lacerations on his palms had healed significantly due to the powerful self-healing ability of an awakened, leaving only faint red marks. He reached for the flame silence blade at the bedside, laying it horizontally across his legs. His fingers brushed over the blade's surface, feeling its chill. The starry patterns etched upon the blade seemed to emit a faint, rhythmic glimmer in the darkness. Something must be done. Merely indulging in idle thoughts would resolve nothing. Lin Fan settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes, attempting to delve into his own body. This was his first genuine introspection since awakening. According to the fragmented knowledge learned in class, each awakened individual could perceive the extraordinary star chart rooted deep within their genes. That was the blueprint and source of their supernatural power. As his consciousness sank, it was initially engulfed in boundless darkness. In the next instant, amidst the nocturnal veil of his awareness, the first star suddenly emerged, a pure silver brilliance. Soon after, the second star awakened, radiating a golden light, more intense and domineering than silver, exuding an air of incinerating all. The 2 points of light slowly circled within the universe of his consciousness, resonating with each other, forming the most fundamental dual star image. This was his star chart. Newly ignited, it was pitifully simplistic. Silver represented space, gold represented flame. Between the 2 primary stars, an invisible flow of energy circulated, creating a slender bond. In the surrounding depths of darkness, countless dim points of light lay dormant, infinite stars awaiting their gradual illumination. One star in the awakening realm. Lin Fan mused to himself. He could distinctly sense that the brilliance of the 2 primary stars was still feeble, like a flickering candle in the wind. The entire star chart occupied merely a small portion of his consciousness field of vision. Textbooks stated that from awakening to mastery, and then to the extraordinary Lord and Monarch cultivators, their star charts would continuously expand, their stars would grow ever more resplendent, and the connections of their star paths would become increasingly intricate. Each major realm was divided into 9 minor star ranks. With each star gained, the brightness, scale, and energy circulation efficiency of the star chart would undergo a qualitative transformation. The threshold for breaking through a major realm was to ignite a brand new primary star outside the star chart at the pinnacle of 9 stars, connecting it to the existing star chart via a star bridge. Failure to ignite would not diminish one's realm, allowing for infinite attempts. Yet, each failure would geometrically increase the difficulty of the next breakthrough. Hence, true prodigy succeeded only once. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the flame silence blade resting on his legs. He rolled out of bed, moving to the center of the room, gripping the sword with both hands and adopting a fundamental hacking stance. There was no technique, only instinct. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint shriek. Lin Fan felt as if an invisible force parted the space ahead, creating a subtle ripple. This was the spatial characteristic inherent to the flame silence blade. However, that was far from sufficient. Such a level of wielding was merely a waste of energy. How could the dual abilities be harmonized? How should swordsmanship integrate with these extraordinary powers? The instinctive explosion he experienced in the fire was a miracle born of desperation, and he could not rely on it time and again. He needed a set of effective methods. He needed a legacy. The instant this thought arose, A dormant presence deep within Lin Fan's consciousness was violently stirred. Detected host's intense desire to control power and seek methods. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice erupted directly within his mental realm. The voice bypassed his eardrum, yet was clearer than any sound, every bite seeming to be imprinted directly upon his soul. Lin Fan's muscles tensed instantly, his arm holding the sword freezing midair. Detected host has activated the dual rules of space and flame origin. Potential assessment. SSS-level, legendary. Meets the conditions for legacy. Binding of the arts across realms legacy system in progress. In an instant, the world before Lin Fan began to disintegrate. The walls of his bedroom, the moonlight, the furniture, everything faded and dissipated, replaced by a pure, boundless white light. This void had no up or down, no near or far boundaries. There was nothing beneath his feet, yet his body did not fall. Lin Fan found himself standing in this pure white expanse. The flame silence blade still firmly in his grip, though his body had transformed into a translucent specter. Binding progress, 105099. Binding complete. Host, Lin Fan. Age, 18. Current realm, Awakening Realm 1 star, dual system. Abilities, Mastery of Space, SSS level. Fiery Flame, SSS level. Weapon, Flame Silence. Growth type Spiritual Weapon, Resonance 12. Lines of luminous text arranged themselves in the void, forming an inscription. Lin Fan opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. A system? Arts across realms? This scenario was all too familiar to him. In the web novels he stayed up late reading. 8 out of 10 protagonists had such systems. Yet, when this phenomenon surged into his mind, the only lingering sensation was one of trepidation. What are you? Lin Fan questioned within his consciousness. This system is a legacy of interdimensional civilization, designated GX000. Core function, to collect pure arts from the multiverse and bestow them upon qualified inheritors. The mechanical voice's explanation was clear and cold. Note, this system does not provide attribute points, does not directly elevate realms, nor bestow additional abilities. All legacies consist of swordsmanship techniques, flame manipulation insights, space folding skills, tactical thinking, and more. Mastery level depends on the host's learning ability and training intensity. Currently available legacy. 1. As the words fell, a sphere of light coalesced in the void, within which the spectral image of an ancient book flickered into view. Its cover emblazoned with 4 robust characters. Star C Swordsmanship. Beginner's Gift. Star C Swordsmanship Basics. Source. High Martial Universe GX 735. Entry-level sword path technique. Lin Fan extended his hand, his fingertip making contact with the sphere of light. Buzz. The sphere shattered silently, transforming into countless specks of light that surged into his consciousness in a frenzied rush. There was no pain, only an ineffable sensation of infusion. The fundamental grip of the sword, the most exquisite techniques of force application, the 9 styles with 27 basic variations. The perfect synergy of breath and blade intent, alongside some deeper, more profound rhythms of swordsmanship. Countless unfamiliar, yet familiar images erupted in his mind, depicting a person from another world, traversing the entire process from grasping a blade to wielding it, and ultimately comprehending its essence. Those muscle memories, those instinctual responses in combat, were forcibly imprinted into his body at this moment. Lin Fan closed his eyes, enduring the overwhelming torrent of skills. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more, beginning to complete the puzzle of this world for him. The following is an information supplement to assist the host in understanding the current world order. Training system, evolutionary theory of extraordinary star maps. Spiritual energy activates the extraordinary star map hidden deep within the genes, with each star representing a form of extraordinary potential. Cultivation is the process of illuminating, connecting, and transcending the stars. Division of 10 realms, awakening, mastery, transcendence, lord, monarch, overlord, venerable, saint, emperor, sovereign. Global powers, the Spirit Regulation Bureau of Huaxia, the North American Genetic Alliance, the European Holy See and the Round Table Knights dominate 70 of the land, where fierce beasts roam freely, and human cities stand as isolated islands of civilization. Fierce beast system, local biological mutations, and the infiltration of creatures from other realms correspond to the 10 realms of humanity. Special note, host potential is SSS level. Currently concealed, externally displayed as S level. It is recommended that the host hide a portion of their strength to avoid unnecessary attention and hostility prematurely. The Flame Silence Blade is a growth-type spiritual weapon and can evolve with the host's cultivation level. It is advised to nurture it with one's own spiritual energy over an extended period. The flow of information finally ceased. Lin Fan reopened his eyes, finding himself still standing in the center of his bedroom. The moonlight outside remained unchanged, as if only a few seconds had passed. Yet the knowledge that filled his mind was terrifyingly real. The fundamentals of stellar sea blade techniques had seamlessly fused with his instincts, as if he had trained for a decade to master it. Additionally, the truths about the world SSS level, sovereign realm potential, That was the pinnacle of the star map cultivation system, a supreme existence where one's words became law, and one's very being embodied the rules. Throughout the extraordinary history of Earth, whether a sovereign had ever emerged remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Lin Fan lowered his gaze, fixating on the flame-silence blade in his hand. The starry patterns etched on the blade shimmered faintly under the moonlight. He attempted to grip the hilt once more, applying the power techniques from Stellar Sea blade techniques. This time, the sensation was drastically different. The blade was no longer merely a blade. It became an extension of his arm, a tactile manifestation of his will. The weight, the center of gravity. The most exquisite trajectory of the slash. All data crystallized in his consciousness. Lin Fan swung the blade effortlessly. The arc traced by the blade cutting through the air bore a hint of the rhythm described in Stellar Sea blade techniques, one that could cleave through the stars. Would you like to accept the novice gift pack and enter the inheritance space for your first training session? The system's prompt resounded again. The time flow rate in the inheritance space is 721, 1 hour outside equals 3 days inside. Injuries or death during training will incur real pain, and mental fatigue will fully reflect in reality. Would you like to proceed? Lin Fan did not respond immediately. He walked to the window and gazed outside. The city of Jiang under the night sky was tranquil and serene, with the distant city defense barrier tower radiating a soft blue light, gently safeguarding the city where he had lived for 18 years. Then, Lin Fan tightened his grip on the hilt inch by inch, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. From the moment he took up this blade, from the instant he realized the SSS-level talent hidden within him, the path of ordinariness had been irrevocably severed. Ahead lay a path paved with corpses and blood, fraught with relentless beasts and foes, a treacherous road of survival. But he had no choice, nor did he wish for another. Enter. Lin Fan uttered a single word with unwavering resolve. In the moment his voice fell, a pure white light erupted from the edge of his vision, engulfing the entire world. Just before his consciousness was stripped away, the last sound he heard was a clear, prolonged hum from the flame-silenced blade in his hand, resonating with tremors and longing. Chapter 6. Swing the blade 1,000 times, all for the promise of returning alive. Pure white. An overwhelming expanse of white. This was Lin Fan's sole sensation upon entering the inheritance space. There were no walls, no ground, no ceiling, only an infinite realm of pure white extending in every direction. He floated in the void, with nothing beneath his feet. Yet his form remained as steady as a rock. Gravity lost all significance here. The flame-silence blade in his hand felt subtly altered. It became lighter, more responsive, as if it were actively adapting to the contours of his palm. Inheritance space has been activated. Current time flow rate, 172, 1 hour outside equals 3 days inside. Energy supply, unlimited, for training consumption only. Pain simulation, 100. Death simulation, allowed, with consequences of mental shock. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in the realm of pure white, each word resonating clearly, as if imprinting the rules. Lin Fan raised his hand. The patterns on his palm distinct. Even the minute barbs along the edges of his nails were indistinguishable from reality. The details of this space were rendered with an eerie fidelity that was almost heart-stopping. 10 meters ahead, light and shadow coalesced. A blurred humanoid figure emerged, its features and attire indiscernible, save for its sharply defined outline. In the figure's hand was a phantom blade, identical in form to the flame-silence blade. Demonstration of the fundamentals of Stellar Sea blade techniques begins. The figure moved. It performed the simplest of actions, raising the blade overhead and then cleaving downward. Just that one stroke. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. That strike, in his eyes, was not merely a blade. It was a silver river cascading from the heavens. Power surged from his feet, twisting at the waist, piercing through the back, and culminating in a cataclysmic explosion at the blade's tip. The entire trajectory was flawlessly fluid, resembling not a mere cut, but the destined passage of stars traversing the night sky, imbued with an absolute sharpness capable of severing all things. Slice, chop, flick, hang, thrust, sweep, intercept, push, parry. The figure executed the 9 foundational techniques with measured grace, each swing of the blade trailing a faint silver streak through the air, lingering long after the motion ceased. That was not merely a visual effect. It was the physical phenomenon resulting from power being condensed to its utmost. With a trajectory so perfect it reached the pinnacle of execution, the efficiency of power transmission approached 100%. The fundamentals of Stellar Sea blade techniques encompass 9 styles and 27 variations. Source: High Martial Universe GX 735, Introductory Techniques of Blade Civilization. Achieving perfection allows one to sever energy defenses of the same tier and penetrate lower-tier protective spiritual energy. The figure demonstrated the techniques 3 times before dissipating. The pure white space reverted to solitude. Only Lin Fan remained, along with the indelible imprint of the 9 blade techniques in his mind. Please begin training. First stage objective: complete 1,000 basic chopping movements, achieving a standard of over 80. The system will correct errors in real time. Lin Fan gripped the hilt tightly. positioning his body into the starting stance demonstrated by the figure. He replicated the power application method in his mind, adjusting his breath before suddenly swinging the blade. The blade sliced through the air. No, the motion was completely distorted. The flawless trajectory he had rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind betrayed him in reality. The memory of his arm, the angles of his joints, the rhythm of his breath, all fell to disarray. This strike possessed only its form, lacking its essence. Error, power application point deviated by 23, hips did not contribute to transmission, breathing rhythm disrupted. The cold prompt sounded. In an instant, a sharp pain erupted from his right elbow. It was not a genuine injury, but a warning simulated by the system. Continue this way, and your joints will be ruined. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and readjusted. The second strike. Error, center of gravity excessively forward, lower body unstable. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his left ankle as if it were being forcibly twisted. The third strike. Error, wrist rigid, blade trajectory deformed. The sensation of tendons tearing within his wrist made him groan involuntarily. The fourth strike, and a tingling sensation shot through his lower back, as if pierced by an iron needle. The fifth strike came, breath hitching as if an invisible hand had seized his lungs in a vice-like grip. Pain, pain, pain. With each misstep, the system delivered a punishment with the utmost precision, inflicting the most authentic sensations of agony upon the flawed parts of his body, though unmarked by wounds. The pain was so palpable it sent shivers down his spine. This pristine white space had transformed into a chamber of torment. Yet Lin Fan pressed on. The helplessness in the inferno, Zhou Wu's words about S-class potential, the look in his father's eyes when he brandished the Yinji blade, all these scenes surged through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a fierce determination that propelled him to continue wielding the blade. The 100th strike. At last, he heard a different prompt. Current action standard, 31. A meager figure, yet it was no longer the despair of absolute zero. Lin Fan gasped violently, beads of sweat trickling from his brow, dissolving into glimmers against the stark whiteness. He gazed at his hands, the ache and tremor unmistakably akin to the sensations in the real world. Time flowed at a rate of 172. Here, 3 days of training equated to merely 1 hour in the outside world. The cost was the mental fatigue and physical suffering, compressed and doubled within that hour. Lin Fan grinned through the pain, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. Continue. The 200th strike. The 300th strike. The 500th strike. The motions of wielding the blade gradually became fluid amidst the ceaseless agony and corrections. He slowly discovered a rhythm, the synchrony of breath and movement, the trajectory of power transmission, the optimal angle at which the blade sliced through the air. The stinging feedback from errors grew fewer. By the 700th strike, the system prompted. Current action standard, 65. Preliminary muscle memory established. Lin Fan's breath was heavy as a battered bellows, his arms so fatigued they felt nearly immovable. Yet he did not relent. For the next prompt ignited a flame in his eyes. Reality synchronization rate, 12. Note, muscle memory established within the inheritance space will proportionally synchronize with the physical body in reality. Lin Fan's spirit surged. Every drop of sweat shed here, every moment of pain endured, was undeniably real. Continue. He roared low, his willpower forcibly suppressing the cries of his arms as he calmed his erratic breathing. Closing his eyes, he ceased to focus on the blade and instead sought to feel the surge of power, the trajectory of the blade, the intent to sever all. The 800th strike. The 900th strike. Upon reaching the 1000th strike, he paused. He quietly savored the flowing grace witnessed during the demonstration, that seamless rhythm of the blade in harmony with breath. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon the Yinji in his hands. The starry dark patterns of the blade glimmered faintly against the pure white backdrop. The silver trail left in its wake. It was not merely about strength. It was about animating that strength. Once more, Lin Fan closed his eyes. He relinquished deliberate control over each muscle, envisioning himself as the descending river of stars. His feet were the stellar core, his waist the spiral of the galaxy, his arms the orbits of the stars, and the blade the radiance of the cosmos. Breathing slowed to meld with this singular rhythm. Then, the 1000th strike was executed silently. Without conscious exertion, power surged forth like a river breaching its dam, flowing of its own accord. As the blade passed through the air, a sound, faint yet remarkably clear, resonated, a gentle hum. First phase of training completed. Chopping action standard, 78. Muscle memory established, complete. Reality synchronization rate, 15. As the system's prompt faded, Lin Fan could no longer sustain himself, collapsing into the void. He gasped for air, his arms heavy as lead, lifting even a single finger, now a distant hope. Yet within the depths of his soul, a profound satisfaction, forged from the marrow of his bones, arose. He had succeeded. His blade wielding had stabilized. 1000 strikes. A standard of 78, still far from perfection. But this was merely the beginning. Do you wish to exit the inheritance space? Lin Fan summoned all his strength for a deep breath, mentally responding, exit. The white light engulfed everything. When he opened his eyes once more, Lin Fan found himself back in his bedroom. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft golden patches upon the floor. An hour had passed. Lin Fan propped himself up on the bed, the soreness in his arms so tangible it made him want to curse. It felt akin to having run a marathon, then being forced to lift iron weights all night long. Staggering out of bed, he made his way to the center of the room and grasped the Yinji blade resting against the wall. The moment he gripped the blade, the sensation was entirely transformed. There was no need for recollection, no need for adjustment. His body's muscles instinctively fell into the familiar stance practiced over 1,000 times. With a deliberate sinking of his wrist, the blade fell in accordance with gravity. Swoosh! A clean, crisp sound sliced through the air. The trajectory was straight, the power smooth. Though it could not compare to the celestial elegance of the previous demonstration, the difference from last night's erratic swings was nothing short of astronomical. The 15 synchronization rate was undeniably real. Knock, knock. The bedroom door was gently tapped. Xiao Fan. It was his father, Lin Jangwo, his voice low and measured. Lin Fan set down the blade and approached the door. Lin Jangwo stood outside, clad in a faded work jacket, a cigarette unlit between his fingers. His gaze fell squarely upon Lin Fan's fatigued yet potent hands. Have you made your decision? Lin Jangwo asked, devoid of preamble or embellishment, his tone heavy. Lin Fan nodded. Go to Longyuan. Lin Jangwo fell silent, the air in the corridor seemingly crystallizing, so quiet that one could hear the heartbeats of both father and son. His eyes were deep, as if peering through Lin Fan to some distant shadow. Then, he extended his hand, firmly placing it upon Lin Fan's shoulder. The weight was immense, causing Lin Fan to instinctively lean in. That hand was rough, warm, the knuckles whitened from exertion. Come back alive. These 4 words lingered, but this time, they bore not a tone of admonition, but rather an undeniable command. He withdrew his hand and added, your mother is still waiting for you at home. With that, Lin Jangwo turned, straightening the back that had long been bent by the burdens of life, and made his way toward the living room. The morning light stretched his shadow long and far. Lin Fan stood at the doorway, watching that retreating figure. The heat and fatigue that had risen within him moments ago instantly settled, transforming into something more solid than steel. He turned and closed the door, once again grasping the hilt of the Yinji. The chilling touch surged through him, and the starry patterns upon the blade seemed to respond, shimmering faintly. Outside, Jiangqing awakened. The blue light of the city's protective barrier tower faded into the dawn, heralding the commencement of a new day. And his journey began anew. From that 1,000 strikes and his father's command to return alive. A true beginning. Chapter 7. The tempered steel and the warmth of pancakes. The morning sunlight finally poured into the Lin family's living room. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Zhang Xiaolan had prepared nearly every dish she could muster. Golden fried eggs, steaming white congee, and the grilled skewers set aside from last night, now reheated. A plate of homemade pickled vegetables completed the spread. Clad in an apron, she flitted between the kitchen and the dining table, seemingly intent on compensating for any future hardships her son might face with this breakfast. Mom, are you trying to empty the kitchen? Lin Fan chuckled, gazing at the mountain of food before him, bemused. Eat more, Zhang Xiaolan insisted, placing down the final dish of pickles. She wiped her hands on her apron and sat down across from Lin Fan, her eyes never leaving his face. Once you go off to that camp, you might not have home-cooked meals anymore. Lin Jangwo emerged from the bedroom, holding a bank card. He did not sit down, but instead approached Lin Fan, placing the card on the table and sliding it towards him. It was an ordinary savings card, its edges worn, a clear testament to years of use. There's 30,000 in there, he stated. Lin Jangwo's voice was serene. This is what your grandfather left behind, supplemented by the savings your mother and I have gathered. Go to Longyuan and purchase some decent equipment. Lin Fan gazed at the card, his fingers curling slightly, but ultimately refraining from reaching for it. 30,000. For a family running a barbecue stall, this was no trifling sum. It represented the hard-earned money, gathered through countless hours of toil and smoke, as well as the last vestiges of his grandfather's legacy. Dad, the Spirit Control Division provides meals and lodging. Basic equipment will be allocated as well. Lin Fan gently pushed the card back. You should keep this money. The stall needs funds to operate, and Mom's freezer is making noises. It needs replacing. Take it. Just take it. Lin Jangwo's tone grew stern, his brow furrowing deeply. The outside world is nothing like home. Everything incurs expenses. The freezer can be repaired, but we cannot afford to lose out on our well-being. The two of them exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Finally, it was Zhang Xiaolan who extended her hand. She took the card and placed it into Lin Fan's palm. Xiao Fan, take this. Your father is right. When you venture out, you must have some money on you. Lin Fan fell silent for a few seconds. Ultimately, he accepted the card, yet he was acutely aware that he would not touch this money. His journey to Longyuan was about becoming stronger, not indulging in comforts. If he could not endure the most basic hardships, what right did he have to speak of protection? Breakfast was consumed in a quiet, weighty atmosphere. After clearing the tableware, Lin Fan returned to his room. He did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness delving inward. The star chart emerged in the darkness, with two main stars, one silver and one gold, appearing slightly brighter than the day before. The speed of their rotation had also quickened ever so slightly. Among the dim surrounding points of light, two seemed to be drawn closer, beginning to emit faint glimmers. This was the natural accumulation of energy. Though less than a day had passed since his awakening, Lin Fan could sense the gradual increase of his spiritual energy. According to textbook standards, he should have reached the threshold of the second star in the awakening realm. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Lin Fan opened his eyes and grasped the Yinji blade resting by the bed. System, enter the inheritance space. A pure white radiance enveloped him once more. This time, Lin Fan did not immediately commence training. He stood in the boundless expanse of pure white void and issued a command to the system. Display the second and third forms of the star sea blade technique, the lift and hanging techniques. The light and shadow coalesced once more, initiating the demonstration. The lift technique slashed from bottom to top, its trajectory resembling a crescent moon piercing through dark clouds, embodying the intent to break through all obstacles. The hanging technique drew the blade diagonally, akin to willow branches caressing water, seemingly gentle, yet concealing a clever power of unbalancing and drawing. Each of the two movements possessed 9 variations. The light and shadow demonstrated them 3 times, each instance holding Lin Fan's rapt attention. He could sense that these fundamental forms contained a deeper principle, serving as the foundation for all advanced sword techniques. Shall training commence? Begin. Lin Fan exhaled, gripping the Yinji tightly. His objective, to complete 1,000 standard movements of both the lift and hanging techniques. The first lift was executed. Error, insufficient wrist rotation angle, force direction deviated. Pain shot through his elbow. The second lift. Error, hip rotation disconnected from arm movement. The third lift, his breathing became erratic, his chest tightening. Error, breathing rhythm mismatched with blade momentum. The fourth lift, his wrist angle faltered. The blade's trajectory veered, resembling a drunken man scrawling symbols. Pain, soreness, numbness. In the pure white space, time lost all meaning once again. Lin Fan was engulfed in the rhythm of swinging the blade, making mistakes, feeling pain, adjusting, and swinging again. Each error brought sensory feedback of pain. Each adjustment was reshaping his muscle memory. On the 500th lift, the system provided a prompt. Current action standard, 45. Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, his breathing labored. Yet he did not pause, for he understood that every drop of sweat in this space could translate into a drop less blood in the real world. On the 800th hanging, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Fan hastily concluded a hanging movement, resulting in a deviation in the angle of the blade's return. The illusion of the Yinji did not halt as anticipated, but instead continued on a sweeping arc, ultimately striking Lin Fan's own back. Agonizing pain surged through him, not simulated pain, but the genuine, visceral sensation of a blade slicing through flesh. Lin Fan let out a muffled groan, his body pitching forward. He felt warm blood gushing from his back, aware that life was swiftly draining from the wound. Death simulation, host injured by own blade, spinal fracture, severe blood loss. Simulation complete. Mental impact, mild. The pure white space flickered. Lin Fan resurrected at the same spot. The wound on his back vanished, yet the chilling sensation of death lingered deep within his consciousness. Like a cold needle pricking his mind, Lin Fan's grip on the blade trembled violently. Continue. He managed to squeeze out 2 words from his throat. The 900th lift. The 1000th lift. By the time he completed the second form, he had experienced death twice. Once from the recoil of the blade shattering his internal organs, and another from excessive force leading to muscle tears and blood loss. Each death bore a tangible psychological impact, as if someone were hammering at Lin Fan's very soul. Yet, after every revival, Lin Fan grasped the blade without hesitation once more, for he knew that dying in the inheritance space was far preferable to dying in reality. When the final form of the hanging was completed, the system's prompt finally resounded. Training of lift and hanging completed. Lift standard, 71. Hanging standard, 68. Real-world synchronization rate increased to 35. Current mastery of the star sea blade technique. Basic, 3 forms. Average standard, 72. Exhaustion seeped from his bones, but within Lin Fan's heart. A surge of heat coursed through him. He could feel his body transforming. Muscle memory, instinctive force application, and coordination between blade and body were synchronizing with his physical form in reality. Recommend exiting the space for rest. Lin Fan did not indulge in bravado. He confirmed his exit within his consciousness. The white light flashed once more, and he returned to his room, now bathed in the evening light. The setting sun cast its rays into the room, dust particles dancing in the beams. He sat up from the bed and instinctively reached for the Yinji blade. Without a moment's thought, he executed a lift motion. The blade ascended, carving a clean and crisp silver arc through the air, the sound of slicing through the void sharp and resonant. Although he was still far from the realm of a crescent moon rising, the contrast to his previous clumsy attempts was like night and day. A 35 synchronization rate yielded remarkable results. Lin Fan set down the blade and stretched his arms. The soreness remained. Yet the familiarity with the blade had indelibly etched itself into his muscles. He turned his attention inward to the star chart and noticed an increase in brightness among the two main stars. The two light points that had been drawn closer now glimmered more brightly. Awakening realm, third star, Lin Fan murmured to himself. In less than 24 hours since his awakening, he had ascended 2 stars consecutively, a pace that would be deemed genius level in any textbook. Yet, Lin Fan knew this was merely the beginning. In Longyuan camp, talent was abundant. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhou Wu calling. Lin Fan, have you made your decision? Zhou Wu's voice was straightforward. I've made my decision, Lin Fan replied. I will go to Longyuan. Are you certain? Let me remind you one last time. Longyuan is not a school. People genuinely die there. I am certain. Lin Fan interrupted him. Team leader Zhou, please write me a letter of recommendation. The phone line fell silent for 2 seconds before Zhou Wu's laughter echoed through. Good lad. I've already prepared your recommendation letter, and the electronic notice has been sent to your email. At 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, there will be a special train departing from Jiangxing train station to take you to the camp. Thank you, Captain Zhou. There's no need for thanks. Zhou Wu's tone shifted to a more serious note. Once you enter Longyuan, everything will depend on you. Remember, survive and grow stronger. That is the entirety of the rules there. The call ended. Lin Fan opened his email, where he found a message waiting for him. The sender was the Longyuan Special Training Camp of the Spirit Control Bureau, and the subject line was blood red. Admission notification and life and death clause. As he opened it and scrolled down, a line of bold black text leapt out. Based on historical data, the average mortality rate during training is 32. His finger hovered over the screen for a few seconds before he clicked to confirm acceptance. Next came the task of packing. Lin Fan retrieved a few of his most durable clothes from the wardrobe, old, faded t-shirts and trousers. Then he picked up a small photo frame containing a picture from last year of his family at a barbecue stall. His parents stood in the center. With him beside them, all three wore somewhat stiff smiles, yet the happiness in their eyes was genuine. Finally, there was Yinji. He dragged an old canvas bag from under the bed, once used by his father for fishing rods. Carefully wrapping the blade of a knife in layers of thick cotton cloth until its shape was entirely obscured, he gently tucked it inside and secured the zipper. As evening fell, Zhang Xiulan knocked on the door. She held a bulging cloth bag, tied shut with twine, still emanating a faint warmth. Mom's pancakes, she said, stuffing the bag into Lin Fan's arms, its weight substantial. For the journey, nothing beats home-cooked. Lin Fan accepted the bag, feeling its heaviness. Knowing there were at least a dozen pancakes inside, he could imagine his mother spending the entire afternoon in the kitchen, kneading dough, rolling out skins, and cooking pancake after pancake, as if determined to prepare enough for the next 6 months. Mom, that's enough, truly, Lin Fan's voice caught in his throat. Not enough. Zhang Xiulan shook her head, her eyes reddening again as she blinked fiercely to hold back tears. When you get there, make sure to eat well and sleep well. No matter how tough the training gets, take care of your health. Zhang Xiulan seemed to want to say more. She opened her mouth, but ultimately reached out, gently stroking Lin Fan's head. Her rough, yet warm palm carried the comforting scent of oil and flour. Then she turned and closed the door behind her, her footsteps gradually fading away. Lin Fan stood in his room for a while, clutching the warm bag of pancakes. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The evening breeze rushed in, carrying the familiar aroma of the night market that had just begun to rise. In the distance, the blue light of the city's protective barrier tower flickered on, gently enveloping the twilight over the city. He took out Yinji from the canvas bag and unwrapped the thick cloth. The blade was pitch black, with dark star patterns that glimmered faintly in the dimming light. Gripping the hilt tightly, he stood still, watching as the lights of countless homes ignited one by one. Deep within his consciousness, a star map slowly revolved. The luminescence of the two main stars stable and resolute, brighter than ever before. Awakening realm, 3 stars. The spiritual energy within his body surged tumultuously. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lin Fan's grip on the knife remained steady as a mountain, his gaze embodying the youthful innocence of a boy from a barbecue stall. Tempered through the flames of a single day and night, through simulations of death and the gaze of his family, thoroughly refined. Forged like steel. Only then could he become an unparalleled blade. He stowed Yinji away, rewrapping it carefully and placing it back into the backpack. Longyuan. He was on his way. Chapter 8. The ticket to Longyuan. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Zhou Wu knocked on the Lin family's door. He was not clad in the Spirit Control Bureau's black combat uniform today, but wore a crisp gray uniform instead. The 3 silver stars on his epaulettes glimmering softly in the morning light, the mark of a peak realm controller. He held a deep blue hard folder in his hand, its cover emblazoned with the Spirit Control Bureau's emblem, a shield, a sword, and the stars. Captain Zhou, Lin Fan greeted as he opened the door. Stepping aside to allow him in, Zhou Wu nodded and entered the living room. His gaze swept over this ordinary household, the simple furniture, the family portrait on the wall, and the lingering scent of barbecue oil in the air. Then, his eyes landed on Lin Fan, lingering for 2 seconds. Are you ready? Zhou Wu asked. Ready. Lin Fan replied, his voice calm. Zhou Wu said no more, handing over the folder. Lin Fan took it, feeling its weight. Opening it, he found 3 documents inside. The top one bore a bright red steel seal. Spirit Control Bureau Longyuan Special Training Camp Admission Notification. Candidate, Lin Fan. Age, 18. Potential rating, S-level, provisional. Admission number, LN2047003. Reporting time, new calendar year 62, July 15th, 8 o'clock a.m. Reporting location, Jiangxing Train Station West Square, special train platform. Important notes. 1. Bring this notification and your ID. 2. Personal weapons allowed, must be reported in advance. 3. Electronic devices and prohibited items are forbidden. 4. Camp assessments will commence immediately upon arrival. 5. The final interpretation rights belong to the Spirit Control Bureau. At the bottom of the notification, the steel seal of the Spirit Control Bureau and the electronic signature of Longyuan Camp's commander, Longya, were affixed. Lin Fan's finger paused over the line, stating that the camp assessments would commence immediately upon arrival. He flipped to the second page, where a dense list of terms awaited him. Informed consent form for Longyuan Special Training Camp candidates. Read carefully. Zhou seated himself beside him, lighting a cigarette. Especially the bolded sections. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the terms. Candidates must fully comply with camp discipline during training. Training includes, but is not limited to, high-intensity physical training, combat drills, wilderness survival, and spirit disaster suppression simulations. There are risks of death during training, including, but not limited to, beast attacks, training accidents, and power surges. The average graduation rate of Longyuan Camp over the past 10 years is 58, with an average mortality rate of 19. Candidates voluntarily assume all risks, and family members have no right to hold the camp accountable. At the bottom of the last clause, signatures from both the candidate and their immediate relatives were required. Last year's cohort, Zhou Wu's voice emerged from behind a cloud of smoke, gravelly with a hint of tobacco. Of the 120 who entered the camp, 64 graduated alive. 28 died, 12 were left injured, and the rest voluntarily withdrew. Lin Fan looked up at him. Do you know why the mortality rate is so high? Zhou Wu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Because training at Longyuan is a true battlefield simulation. It's not child's play or rehearsals. The beasts you will face are live specimens captured from outside the city, and the spirit disasters you will suppress are genuine calamities. He paused, his tone growing heavier. This year's situation is even more special. Lin Fan closed the folder. Captain Zhou, just say it plainly. This year's camp commander is Longya. Zhou Wu locked eyes with Lin Fan, enunciating each word carefully. He led a cohort 2 years ago. That year, of the 120 who entered, only 52 graduated, with 49 fatalities. The mortality rate was 41%. That figure was devoid of warmth, yet it chilled the air in the entire living room. Longya was a veteran of the Spirit Control Bureau, at the peak of the monarch realm, a mere step away from the sovereign realm. Zhou Wu continued. His training style is quite direct. He believes that if cadets cannot survive the training within the camp, they will surely perish on the true battlefield. Therefore, his training has historically had the highest mortality rate. A profound silence enveloped the living room. The distant sounds of vendors from the morning market, the television from a neighbor's house, and the bustling traffic outside faded into the background. The vibrant tapestry of daily life stands in stark contrast to the cold, lifeless digits nestled within the confines of a folder, creating two disparate realms. Captain Zhou imparted this wisdom to me, and it was Lin Fan who, breaking the silence, queried, "Do you wish for me to retreat?" "No," Zhou shook his head. "I wish for you to understand the path you have chosen. The S-level potential is indeed rare, yet every year there are prodigies who perish within the training camp. Should you decide to shift your course towards the academy now, no one would mock you. Survival outweighs all else." Lin Fan cast his gaze down upon the notification letter in his hands, crafted from special parchment, its texture coarse and substantial. The steel seal of the spirit ward glinted with a dark red hue under the sunlight, the color reminiscent of desiccated blood. Each character bore testament to the perils that lay ahead. Yet, memories of the child curled in the corner of the burning building flickered in his mind. He recalled the weight of life he held as he burst through the unit door, and his father's solemn words when he produced the Yanji knife. This must not be bestowed upon non-awakened. "Thank you, Captain Zhou." Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes calm and resolute. "But I still wish to go." Zhou regarded him for a long moment before breaking into a smile, one that mingled relief with an ineffable gravity. He extinguished his cigarette and rose. "The third page of your notification letter contains your special recruitment qualification. With it, you may collect a set of basic combat gear, a tactical backpack, and a first aid kit from the Spirit Ward's equipment department. Although they are not the finest of items, they are certainly more professional than what you could assemble on your own. Additionally," he continued as he approached the door, glancing back, "I have already completed the weapon registration for you. I checked the records for the Yanji knife. There is no documentation in the archives, but its energy signature is quite unique, so the camp should permit you to carry it." "Thank you. There's no need to thank me." Zhou Wu waved his hand dismissively. "Once you enter Longyuan, everything will depend on you. Remember to survive, and then grow stronger. That is all." With that, he departed. Lin Fan remained in the living room, clutching the deep blue folder. His mother peered from the kitchen, her eyes filled with concern, her lips moving without sound. His father sat at the dining table, taking drag after drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around him. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was Lu Hao. "Fangirl, I heard you're heading to Longyuan." The voice on the other end was a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Is it true?" "Indeed." Lin Fan moved towards the window. "I leave the day after tomorrow." Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds. Lu Hao's voice lowered, trembling. "Fangirl, I did some digging. Last year in Longyuan camp, an A-level potential genius from the north died. It was said that during training, their powers went haywire, and they couldn't even recover the body. You truly intend to go? S-level potential can make a name for itself at the academy. There's no need." "Howsy?" Lin Fan interrupted. "If I do not go, who will?" Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. "Someone has to." Lin Fan gazed out the window, where the city's barrier tower rose proudly in the morning light. Outside the city lurked ferocious beasts, while within, ordinary people lived their lives. If all awakened beings only sought safety, this wall would inevitably crumble. A profound silence lingered on the line. Finally, Lu Hao's voice broke, tinged with emotion. "Then, Fangirl, take care. You must come back alive. When you do, I'll treat you to barbecue, all you can eat." "All right," Lin Fan smiled. "It's a promise." Ending the call, Lin Fan retreated to his room. He opened his wardrobe, meticulously checking his packed belongings once more. A few articles of clothing, a family photograph, his mother's handmade pancakes, and the bank card from his father. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew the card and pressed it beneath the frame on his bedside table. He had no intention of taking the money with him. Then, he moved to the bedside, picking up the canvas bag that held the Yenji knife, wrapped tightly in thick cloth. The moment Lin Fan's fingers brushed against it, an unusual sensation coursed through him. It was not a vibration or a tremor, but an exceedingly subtle, heartbeat-like pulsation, even through 3 layers of thick fabric. That pulse distinctly resonated in his palm, spreading up his arm. It was a yearning, a resonance, a long-dormant weapon, stirred with anticipation of the impending slaughter. Lin Fan unwrapped the canvas bag and drew forth the Yenji knife. The obsidian blade absorbed the morning light, its star-like patterns more vivid than the day before, as if they were slowly flowing. Upon grasping the hilt, the pulse surged, flooding into him through his palm. This rhythm gradually synchronized with the rotation frequency of the star map within him, deep within his consciousness. The silver-white central star and the golden flame star shone brighter than the previous day. The third star awakening realm solidified completely, catalyzed by his determination. Lin Fan carefully re-wrapped the knife and returned it to the canvas bag. He took the notification letter once more, flipping it open and focusing on the registration date. July 15th, 62nd year of the new calendar, at 8:00 a.m., just 2 days away. He tucked the notification letter into the innermost compartment of his backpack and zipped it closed. The backpack rested beside his bed, the Yenji knife leaning against it. Everything was prepared. Outside the window, the day in Jiangxing commenced. The blue light of the city's barrier tower became translucent under the sun, melding with the sky. Streets bustled with vehicles, people hustling for their livelihoods. Lin Fan stood before the window, observing it all. He understood that in 2 days, he would depart from this city he had called home for 18 years, venturing towards a place with a 41 mortality rate. To gamble with his life, to grow stronger, to traverse a path from which he may never return. Yet, his hands remained steady, his gaze tranquil. For some paths, someone must tread. Within the canvas bag, the pulsation of the Yenji knife gradually subsided. A beast that had slumbered for far too long awaited the call to arms. Chapter 9. To Longyuan. The wilderness's initial challenge. The morning at Jiangxing train station was suffused with the bittersweet scent of farewell. The West Plaza had been temporarily cleared, a lengthy security line erected. A dozen personnel clad in the black uniforms of the Spirit Ward stood sentinel outside, clutching lists and detection devices, their expressions stern. Within the security line, dozens of youths, laden with their belongings, stood scattered, each exhibiting a myriad of emotions. Some bore fervent gazes, brimming with combat spirit. Others clenched their fists nervously, scanning their surroundings. A few, evidently from the same city, gathered together, whispering their final shared moments. Lin Fan stood at the entrance, his entire world behind him, his parents and his steadfast friend, Lu Hao. Zhang Xiaolan clutched her son tightly, her grip so fierce that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes were swollen, betraying a night devoid of sleep. Her lips parted several times. Yet all her unspoken words coalesced into a single phrase. "Once you arrive, call home to let us know you've settled in. The camp should allow you to contact your family at least once a month, right?" "Mom, I know," Lin Fan replied softly, squeezing his mother's icy hand in return. Lin Zhangwo stood silently beside them. This man, who spent his days revolving around a barbecue stall, always infused with the scent of smoke, had donned a clean shirt that had lain at the bottom of a box for ages, his hair slicked back with meticulous care. He gazed at his son for a long time. Then, he stepped forward and enveloped Lin Fan in a firm embrace. Those arms, accustomed to the rhythm of grilling skewers, now unleashed a surprising strength, pressing Lin Fan's shoulders painfully. This silent father poured all his unexpressed worries, reluctance, and pride into that heavy embrace. The knife is with you. And so are you. Those 4 words emerged from his throat, deep and hoarse. 3 seconds later, Lin Jiangwo released his grip, stepping back to revert to his taciturn demeanor. Yet, in the moment he turned away, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of the tears shimmering in his father's reddened eyes, forcefully held back. Fangu. Lu Hao squeezed through from the side, a bulging plastic bag in hand, making a rustling sound. Eat on the way. It is said that the special train to Lonyuan takes over 10 hours, and there is no food on board. Lin Fan received a heavy bag, filled with potato chips, chocolate, beef jerky, and even 2 cans of chilled cola. He glanced at Lu Hao, whose eyes were similarly red. Yet he wore a grin that was more painful than a frown. Thanks, Howsy, Lin Fan said. Thanks for what? Lu Hao playfully thumped his shoulder, his voice betraying a quivering emotion. Brother Fan, remember, if we ever achieve wealth and prosperity, let us not forget each other. By the time you return from Lonyuan, you'll surely be a powerful figure in the realm. I'll boast to everyone that my brother is the pillar of the Spirit Regulation Bureau, huh? Lin Fan chuckled in response. All right, I'll hold you to that. At that moment, within the secured area, a staff member from the Spirit Regulation Bureau raised a loudspeaker. All trainees, please present your notification letters and identification for security checks. Family members, please stop here. The moment of farewell had arrived. Lin Fan cast one last glance at his parents and Lu Hao. His chest heaved for a moment, and then he resolutely turned away, heading towards the security checkpoint. He carried a military backpack containing a few changes of clothes and the pancakes his mother had baked overnight. In his left hand, he held a canvas bag, where the Yinji blade lay quietly asleep. Lin Fan, ID number LN2047003, confirmed without error. Weapon registration, Yinji, growth type spirit weapon, recorded. You may pass. Lin Fan proceeded through the security check and stepped into the secured area, not daring to look back. He feared that a glance could reveal his mother's tears, which would shatter the resolve he had just built. The special train halted at the most remote west platform. It was not the imposing steel beast he had imagined, but rather an old green train. The deep green paint was chipped and peeling, the body adorned with streaks of brown rust resembling tear stains. The windows were clouded with dust, as if they had accumulated half a century's worth of grime. Only the emblem of the Spirit Regulation Bureau's special train hung at the front, signifying its extraordinary nature. At the entrance of the carriage stood 2 fully armed soldiers, their bodies as solid as mountains beneath their combat gear, their sharp gazes scanning each trainee boarding the train. The energy they exuded was dense and weighty, at least of the control realm, and they were undoubtedly seasoned combatants who had emerged from a sea of corpses. Lin Fan ascended the creaking iron steps and entered the carriage. Inside, it appeared more spacious than from the outside, yet still rather rudimentary. The hard seats were covered in deep green leather, worn down to reveal the yellow foam beneath. The luggage racks were rusted. About 20 to 30 people were already seated, all around his age, but the aura they emanated was starkly different from his classmates at school. It was a dangerous blend of sharpness, vitality, and vigilance. Some individuals had imperceptible arcs of electricity dancing at their fingertips. Others had flames seemingly igniting within their eyes. Some simply sat in silence, their breaths thickening the air around them. Awakening Realm 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. Lin Fan's spiritual perception swept through the carriage, noting that the weakest presence was at least 4-star in the Awakening Realm. In contrast, his own 3-star awakening energy felt like a husky among wolves. Several scrutinizing glances fell upon him, tinged with assessment and a hint of disdain. Maintaining a neutral expression, Lin Fan clutched his bag and walked straight towards the rear of the carriage. He found an empty seat by the window. Opposite him sat a stern-looking youth clad in black sportswear, eyes closed in meditation. Yet Lin Fan could sense the subtle electric currents dancing across his body, an explosive energy of the lightning element. Next to him sat a burly boy, towering over Lin Fan, with shoulders as broad as a wall, diligently munching on a compressed biscuit. Upon noticing Lin Fan's presence, he looked up and greeted him with a hearty smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Hello. Lin Fan nodded in response. Hello. The burly boy swallowed his biscuit and introduced himself. I'm Qin Shan, from Iron Wall Fortress. Lin Fan, from Jiang City. After this brief exchange, silence enveloped them once more. Lin Fan tucked his backpack under his feet, placing the canvas bag across his lap. The atmosphere in the carriage was oppressively tense, punctuated only by the sounds of new arrivals boarding and the dull thud of luggage hitting the racks. Here, there were no classmates, only competitors. Among the 120 specially recruited individuals nationwide, each was a prodigy who had fought their way out of a simulated battlefield of corpses. In this realm, the title of genius was the most inexpensive label. At exactly 8 o'clock, the train emitted a long, sonorous whistle. The body began to vibrate gently as the wheels commenced their rhythmic symphony against the tracks, producing a series of crackling sounds. The platform outside slid backward. The figures of his parents and Lu Hao quickly diminished, becoming indistinct, ultimately severed by the cold edges of the buildings. They were gone, never to be seen again. Jiang City receded swiftly outside the window. Familiar streets, familiar buildings. Even the towering city guard barrier tower that had protected the city for 18 years slowly faded from view, merging into a vast, indistinct horizon. Lin Fan gazed at the city he had called home for 18 years, his heart a tumult of emotions. There was reluctance, nostalgia, but more than that, a determination to burn bridges behind him. As the train ventured beyond the urban landscape, it plunged into the boundless wilderness. The scenery outside transformed abruptly. Skyscrapers vanished, replaced by low houses and fields. Soon, even the fields disappeared. They had entered true wilderness. There were no roads, no fields, only tangled thickets, rolling hills, and ruins scattered across the land. These were remnants of towns devastated by ferocious beasts during the initial resurgence of spiritual energy 62 years ago. Thick vines crawled over the crumbling walls, as nature arrogantly reclaimed the land that once belonged to it. The carriage grew increasingly quiet. Almost everyone was captivated by the sights outside, their expressions grave. Just then, a massive shadow abruptly surged from the horizon. Initially, it was merely a vague dark spot. As the train sped along, the silhouette rapidly sharpened into focus. It was a colossal beast resembling a mountain, with its limbs planted firmly on the ground. Its back was encased in heavy, menacing bone armor. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth. The creature was brazenly traversing a forest, toppling ancient trees as if they were mere stalks of wheat. The ironclad earth dragon. A voice whispered this name in the carriage, dry and strained. At this size, it must be at least mid-tier among the Lord level. Lord level, corresponding to humanity as fourth realm, the Lord realm. A terrifying existence capable of initially manifesting the embryonic form of its domain and standing against thousands. In Jiang City, it would require the full might of the Spirit Regulation Bureau, incurring tremendous costs to suppress such a disaster. Yet here, it ambled leisurely as if it were a cow grazing in its own pasture. The train passed over elevated tracks, a few kilometers away from the beast. The ironclad earth dragon seemed to sense the iron worm crawling above it. It slowly lifted its massive head, turning towards the train. Those two dark yellow eyes, akin to dim searchlights, cast a glance at the tiny toy train from a great distance, rendering the talented youths inside the carriage breathless. The train did not slow down or change tracks. The gigantic creature observed the diminutive train for a few seconds. It exhaled 2 jets of hot, sulfurous steam from its nostrils, akin to a disgruntled yawn. Then, it appeared to lose interest entirely, lazily turning its head back to continue its earth-shaking stride. Yet those thundering footsteps, even from several kilometers away, still reverberated through the carriage, sending chills down spines. Inside the carriage, an eerie silence reigned. What moments ago had been whispers in the corners now felt as palpable as a needle dropping. Everyone gazed out at the receding shadow of the colossal beast. Their eyes filled with awe, fear, and a spark of ignited fervor. This was the world they were about to conquer. The train continued its westward journey, delving deeper into the primal wilderness. Outside the window, luminescent vines entwined with towering ancient trees and grotesque mutated plants swayed in the wind, emanating an eerie phosphorescence. Lin Fan averted his gaze and lowered his head. His hand rested on the canvas bag upon his lap. Beneath the thick fabric, the blade of Yenji remained icy cold, yet a familiar, subtle pulsation resonated through the material, thumping rhythmically. Steady and powerful, it resembled a heart awakening from slumber. It responded to the bloodthirsty wilderness outside, yearning for battle and bloodshed. Lin Fan closed his eyes, turning inward to the star map within. The silver and gold primary stars slowly revolved, their radiance brighter than the day before. The bottleneck at the third star of the awakening realm seemed to show signs of loosening under the immense pressure emanating from a lord-level beast. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed out the window once more. In the distance, a flying beast with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters soared past, casting a shadow over the sprawling forest. The train sped along the tracks, barreling towards the southwestern mountains, towards the journey's destination, Longyuan. Lin Fan's hand silently tightened around the hilt inside the canvas bag. That cold, hard sensation, that weighty presence, brought him immense reassurance. To the rapidly retreating wilderness beyond the window, and to the star map within him that had just ignited, he softly uttered a phrase. It begins. Chapter 10. The killing assessment commenced the moment he boarded the train. 2 hours into the train's swift passage through the wilderness, the profound silence of the carriage began to be punctuated by subtle sounds. Someone retrieved a water bottle from their backpack, tilting their head back to gulp down a generous mouthful. Others engaged in hushed conversations, their voices barely above whispers, as if sharing secrets. Many leaned back in their seats, eyes closed in repose, yet their bodies remained taut, poised to respond to any sudden changes. Lin Fan sensed a delicate atmosphere permeating the carriage, akin to the calm before a storm, with each individual strung tightly like a bowstring. He turned his head to observe his neighbor, Qin Shan. The burly youth had finished his ration of compressed biscuits and was carefully folding the wrapper into a small piece to stow away in the side pocket of his backpack. His movements were slow but steady, The Iron Wall Fortress is to the north, right? Lin Fan broke the silence between them. Qinshan looked up, a hearty smile gracing his features. Yes, about 300 kilometers north, adjacent to the Changbai mountain range. His voice was deep and resonant, tinged with a hint of a northern accent. It gets particularly cold there in winter, often plunging to minus 30 or 40 degrees. I've heard that beast attacks are quite frequent, Lin Fan remarked. The smile on Qinshan's face faded slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the strap of his backpack. Yes, there are small-scale beast tides every month. My father used to be the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Iron Wall Fortress Spirit Division. Qinshan paused, his fingertips tracing the strap. 5 years ago, during a medium-sized beast tide, he led a team to seal a breach and never returned. His remains were never found. Lin Fan fell silent for a few seconds before murmuring, "I'm sorry." "It's nothing." Qinshan shook his head, his hearty smile resurfacing, though it now bore a hint of something else, like a thin layer of frost. "That's why I must come to Longyuan. My father once told me that if he didn't return, I should carry on his legacy. I made a promise." The words were delivered with a calmness that belied their heavy significance. Lin Fan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. His gaze shifted to the stern-looking youth across from him. Lei Hao still had his eyes closed, but Lin Fan noticed his fingers occasionally twitching. Each movement was accompanied by faint, barely perceptible sparks of electricity dancing at his fingertips. This was not a loss of control, it was control itself, an almost pathological precision. As a 5-star Awakening Realm lightning ability user, he could regulate the current within such a confined space to an almost undetectable degree. This level of control surpassed that of most peers. "My name is Lin Fan." He introduced himself to Lei Hao. The stoic youth opened his eyes. They were sharp, with a fleeting glimmer of purple lightning flickering deep within his pupils. He regarded Lin Fan for a full 3 seconds before uttering 2 words, "Lei Hao." The words were cold and succinct. After speaking, he closed his eyes once more. Lin Fan took no offense. He sensed that Lei Hao was not arrogant, but simply disinterested in conversation. Such individuals were either reclusive by nature or burdened with too many thoughts to engage in social niceties. "He is a lightning ability user." Qinshan leaned closer, lowering his voice, a hint of envy in his eyes. "I saw the readings when he boarded. The detection device indicated a 5-star Awakening Realm." Lin Fan nodded. Currently, he was at the 3-star Awakening Realm, the lowest tier in the carriage. Yet, with the inheritance of the Star Sea Blade technique and the potential of dual SSS-level abilities, he believed it would not be long before he caught up with these individuals. The question remained, however, would Longyuan grant him the time to do so? Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the middle of the carriage, causing everyone to turn their heads. 2 youths were locked in confrontation. One was tall and lanky, clad in a red tracksuit, his fists clenched, encircled by flickering crimson flames. The other was shorter and stockier, with a rocky gray-brown texture appearing on his skin, glaring furiously at his opponent. A small table between them had been overturned, sending cups tumbling to the floor. "I had my eye on this spot first. Are you deaf?" shouted the lanky one, his voice shrill, flames leaping higher. "First come, first served," the stocky youth replied, his voice deep and gravelly as his rock-like fist slammed into the back of the seat, cracking the hard shell. "Want to sit? Pay with your fists." The atmosphere in the carriage grew tense. Lin Fan squinted, sensing the energy fluctuations surrounding the two. The lanky youth was a 4-star Awakening Realm Fire ability user, while the stocky one was a 5-star Awakening Realm Earth ability user. In terms of rank, the latter held the advantage. Yet the fire ability's aggressive nature made the outcome uncertain. "It's about to escalate," Qinshan murmured, leaning slightly forward, as if ready to intervene. However, before their fists could truly collide, a shadow of deep gray flashed silently between them. It was a man in his 30s, dressed in a dark gray officer's uniform of the Spirit Division, adorned with 2 silver stars on his epaulets. He abruptly appeared between the 2 youths, extending both hands, one pressing on the shoulder of the fire user, the other gripping the wrist of the earth user. With a soft pop, the fiery aura around the lanky youth's fist extinguished instantaneously, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. The rocky texture on the stocky youth's skin swiftly receded, returning to its normal hue. Both boys turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if pressed down by an invisible force, rendering even their breaths labored. The officer withdrew his hands and turned, his gaze icy, capable of cutting through anything, slowly scanning every face in the carriage. Those caught in his gaze involuntarily straightened their backs. "Fighting is prohibited in this carriage," the officer stated, his voice low. Yet each word felt like a nail driving into the ears of those present. "If you continue to cause trouble, you will forfeit your qualification for enlistment and be sent back at the next stop." He paused, adding without a hint of emotion, "Let me remind you, novices, that the moment you boarded this train, the enlistment assessment had already begun. Conserve your strength and manage your wits. Wasting energy on such childish antics is akin to throwing away your own opportunity." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, resembling a cold smirk. "This year, 120 will be recruited, but no more than 70 will leave Longyuan on their feet. Consider that." With that, he turned and strode toward the carriage's connection, the door shutting behind him. The carriage was engulfed in an eerie silence. The hushed conversations that had previously filled the air ceased abruptly, leaving a palpable tension hanging among the passengers. The officer's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of excitement and restlessness that had ignited within many. The assessment had commenced. From the moment they boarded, every utterance, every gesture, even the earlier curiosity, could be scrutinized and recorded. Lin Fan and Qin Shan exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. Across from them, Lei Hao had unknowingly opened his eyes again. His gaze was fixed not on Lin Fan and the others, but rather on the two pale-faced youths in the middle of the carriage, lingering there for a couple of seconds before he closed his eyes once more. This time, Lin Fan distinctly noted a change in the rhythm of his breathing, slower, deeper, and more prolonged, akin to a prelude before entering a state of battle. The train continued its journey westward, plunging deeper into the encroaching darkness of the night. The wild night descended abruptly and fiercely as the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness surged like a tidal wave, instantaneously engulfing the world. Outside the window, only an impenetrable expanse of inky blackness remained, occasionally punctuated by fleeting glimmers of eerie green and crimson lights, eyes of ferocious beasts. Distant roars of creatures echoed, low and resonant, drifting through the night breeze and sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the train surged into a tunnel, and absolute darkness swallowed the carriage windows in an instant. The dim, yellowish light within the carriage appeared all the more insignificant. The thunderous clatter of the tracks reverberated off the tunnel walls, amplifying into a cacophony that shook the very eardrums of the passengers, reminiscent of a steel behemoth's frantic heartbeat within a constricted chamber. Lin Fan leaned against the cold back of his seat, his hand gently resting on the canvas bag on his lap. In the darkness, the pulsing energy from the Yinji blade became even more pronounced. Lin Fan closed his eyes, delving into the star map within. Deep within his consciousness, the star map hovered serenely. The two primary stars, one silver and one gold, shone steadily, their energy ripples appearing more substantial than during the day. The foundation of his awakening at the third star level seemed to have been solidified further by the sudden conflict and the officer's chilling warning. He opened his eyes, only to find his own blurred reflection on the glass. The youth in the reflection appeared calm, yet deep within his pupils. Two faint lights quietly and stubbornly burned in the boundless darkness of the tunnel. The train pressed onward, unyielding. He understood that this metallic box was dragging him toward an entirely unfamiliar world, one governed by rules etched in blood and fire. His journey had truly begun from this carriage, steeped in sweat, vigilance, and hidden undercurrents. Chapter 11. Welcome to the hunting ground. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the train came to a jarring halt, abrupt and unexpected. Outside the window, there was neither platform nor illumination, only a patch of black wasteland that had been hastily leveled. The carriage door slid open, and a chilling night breeze rushed in, carrying the unique scent of decaying leaves and damp earth from the wilderness. Everyone disembarked and lined up. The officer stood at the door, holding a list, his voice cutting through the night like shards of ice. Lin Fan grabbed his backpack and canvas bag, flowing with the crowd as they descended from the train. The ground beneath their feet was soft, a mix of mud, gravel, and broken branches, making their steps uneven. The surroundings were pitch black, with the only source of light being the two massive beams emitted by the train engine, illuminating a small patch of ground ahead. In the distance, the silhouettes of mountains loomed, casting vast and silent shadows against the night sky. 120 trainees lined up in the clearing, silence reigning as the only sounds were suppressed breaths and the squelching of mud beneath their feet. The early morning chill seeped through their thin clothing, causing some to tremble uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from anxiety. Suddenly, the beams from the train's headlights swung sharply, illuminating a figure stepping out of the darkness. Clad in camouflage combat attire, his collar unbuttoned, revealing a grotesque scar resembling a centipede coiling across his chest. Most chilling of all was his face. A jagged scar slashed diagonally from his left temple, piercing through his left eye and reaching his jaw. That eye, gray and murky, lacked focus. It was the eye of a dead thing. He walked into the center of the light, his remaining eye sweeping over the line of trainees. His gaze bore an oppressive weight, scraping against the skin of each individual, raising the hair on their arms. Lin Fan sensed that this man's aura was tenfold more terrifying than that of the officer on the train, heavy as a mountain, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. I am the mountain demon. The man spoke, his voice a rough, metallic rasp. One of the instructors at the Longyuan special training camp. From this moment until your graduation or demise, I may very well be your mentor. He paused, his solitary eye slowly scanning the crowd. The rules are simple. The mountain demon raised 3 fingers. First, the forest before you stretches 50 kilometers deep. On the other side lies the Longyuan camp. Second, you have 24 hours, from now until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Those who arrive will remain. Those who fail will be eliminated. Third, you may employ any means necessary during your journey. Fighting is permitted, but lethal force and causing permanent injury are prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and handed over to the Spirit Suppression Bureau's military tribunal. A wave of suppressed murmurs rippled through the group. 24 hours to traverse 50 kilometers of mountainous terrain? It seemed daunting, yet not entirely implausible. But this was the wilderness, the domain of ferocious beasts. "Instructor," called out a voice from the crowd, trembling and belonging to the slender, fiery-haired individual from the train. "Will there be ferocious beasts along the way?" The mountain demon's solitary eye shifted towards him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, and quite a few. This forest serves as the outer training zone of Long Yuan, and we have deliberately released a batch of low-tier ferocious beasts, from the awakening level to the extraordinary level. We have them all. If you're lucky, you may not encounter a single one. If you're unlucky." He left the sentence hanging. But the malice in his smile sent chills down everyone's spine. Additionally, the mountain demon added, "Only the final 30% of those who arrive will be retained, regardless of whether they meet the time limit." In other words, out of 120 participants, at most only 84 spots are available. Lin Fan felt a weight settle in his chest. A forced elimination of 30%. This meant that even if one fought desperately to reach the finish line, should they fall within the last 36, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. The competition had already commenced the moment they stepped off the train, naked, unadorned. The stark law of the jungle. "Any questions?" the mountain demon inquired. Silence enveloped the air, no one daring to respond. "Then what are you waiting for?" He raised his wrist, glancing at his tactical terminal. The time is now 4:09 a.m., July 16th, year 62 of the new era. The countdown begins. At the moment the word begin resonated, the crowd erupted. A figure darted into the darkness, a speed enhancement user. Several groups quickly huddled together, eagerly discussing their plans. Many others stood frozen, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, both assessing one another and fearfully eyeing the dark entrance of the forest. Lin Fan turned to Lei Hao and Qin Shan. Lei Hao had opened his eyes at some point, his gaze scanning the forest ahead like a radar. His right index finger unconsciously tapping his thigh, a thin strand of purple lightning flickering at his fingertip before extinguishing. Qin Shan crouched down, scooping a handful of dirt to sniff, then looked up to observe the direction of the trees. "We should head east," Lei Hao suddenly suggested. His voice low yet crystal clear. "The main route will be crowded, leading to inevitable conflicts. The paths may be arduous, but they will be quieter." "Agreed," Lin Fan nodded. Qin Shan also rose, brushing off the dirt from his hands, pointing to an inconspicuous depression on the ground. "There are claw marks here, fresh ones, from iron-clawed mountain cats." "At least 3. Lin Fan followed the gaze, and indeed, there were several shallow paw prints resembling plum blossoms on the muddy ground. Deeper at the front and shallower at the back, indicating the tracks of a feline creature. "Can we avoid them?" he inquired. "We could take a detour, which would add at least 5 kilometers, Qin Shan replied in a low voice, "and there's no assurance that other directions lack further complications." Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Hao stepped forward. "Let's proceed directly. A few awakened mountain cats cannot impede us." The three exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. Without a shred of doubt, they opted for the relatively secluded path to the east, plunging into the forest. Behind them, other students began to set off in succession, their footsteps, hushed whispers, and the sound of abilities slicing through the air intertwining into a chaotic overture within the night. The forest was darker than anticipated. The canopy shrouded the sky, blocking out the light completely. Only the faintest fragments of moonlight struggled to break through the gaps, casting pale spots on the ground akin to the phosphorescence of the deceased. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, soft and yielding, muffling their steps with a dull sound. The air was thick with the humid scent of humus, accompanied by a subtle, sweetish odor that infiltrated their nostrils and clung to their throats. The three advanced in a triangular formation. Qin Shan led, his robust physique and gravitational ability serving as the finest shield, capable of withstanding any unforeseen circumstances at a moment's notice. Lei Hao positioned himself in the middle, his lightning ability serving as perfect mid-range control and support. Lin Fan brought up the rear, his dual abilities allowing him to adeptly handle both close combat and contingencies. For the first 10 minutes, all was calm. Only the wind whispered through the treetops, resembling the wails of wandering souls in the woods. In the distance, unknown insects chirped, their calls alternating in a manner that stirred unease within. Yet Lin Fan's senses were on high alert. He could distinctly feel that in the darkness, more than a pair of eyes were fixated upon them. Cold, greedy, and assessing, predatory gazes silently approached from all directions. "Wait," Qin Shan suddenly raised his hand, clenching his fingers into a fist. The trio froze in unison. Qin Shan crouched down, gently brushing aside a layer of fallen leaves. Beneath, the damp mud bore more chaotic paw prints, fresh with mud, indicating recent activity. He lifted his head, his voice lowered to a whisper. "They're very close. At least 3, possibly more." Before he could finish, the bushes to the left erupted violently. 3 shadowy figures tore through the air, lunging with lightning speed. Iron-clawed mountain cats, nearly a meter in length, their gray-brown fur rendered them nearly indistinguishable from the forest. In the instant of their assault, their front claws shot out, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Qin Shan reacted swiftly, a guttural roar escaping his throat as his muscular arms tensed and pressed downwards. A hum. An invisible, crushing pressure descended abruptly, centered on him. The air within a 10-meter radius instantly thickened like glue. The foremost mountain cat momentarily faltered. As if seized by an invisible hand, its speed drastically reduced. Lin Fan did not draw his sword. The rules of the mountain monkeys were strict, and he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Yet he moved faster than the blade. In the instant he lunged forward, he gripped the sword sheath tightly. His arm exerting force, the sheath striking with a dull whoosh toward the head of the mountain cat, slowed by gravity. Bang! The sound of bone meeting hard wood resonated. The mountain cat had no time to utter a cry, as it was sent flying by the immense force, crashing against a stout tree trunk and collapsing to the ground. Lifeless. At the same moment, Lei Hao made his move. There was no exaggerated display of thunder and lightning. Instead, he merely positioned his index and middle fingers together and flicked them delicately in two different directions. Zizz. Zizz. Two strands of purple electricity, as fine as a hair, flickered and vanished, precisely piercing the necks of the other two mountain cats. As the electricity coursed through them, both mountain cats trembled violently, their limbs going limp as they crumpled to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, completely incapacitated. From the moment of the attack to its conclusion, less than 5 seconds had elapsed. The three awakened iron-clawed mountain cats had not even brushed against the hems of the trio's garments. Qin Shan exhaled heavily, retracting his ability, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The full power of the gravitational field had taken a significant toll on him. Lei Hao, however, remained expressionless. As if he had merely swatted away 2 mosquitoes, the flickering electricity at his fingertips already extinguished. Lin Fan approached, glancing at the mountain cat he had knocked unconscious. Its breath still lingered, though it was thoroughly dazed. The other two were merely temporarily paralyzed. They were neither dead nor severely injured. Let's go, Lei Hao uttered tersely. Turning to leave, the three wasted no time, swiftly vacating the area. Mountain cats were pack hunters, and the commotion would soon attract more of their kind. In this forest of death, any lingering was foolish. Lin Fan turned back for a final glance. Under the mottled moonlight, the bodies of the 3 fallen mountain cats still heaved slightly. This was merely an appetizer, a lowly prey in this vast hunting ground. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sword sheath. Through the thick fabric, the dormant blade pulsed with a warm and steady rhythm, as if urging, yearning. Turning, he hastened to follow the 2 silhouettes that had slipped into the darkness ahead. Deeper within the forest, the darkness was impenetrable, like an insatiable maw. In the far distance, a faint line of dawn struggled to emerge, barely discernible. The 24-hour countdown to death ticked away with each rustle of their feet upon the decaying leaves, coldly advancing second by second. Chapter 12, Spatial Perception. As night fell, the temperature in the forest plummeted to a chilling degree. The 3 found a crevice in the rocks that barely accommodated them. Rather than a cave, it was more accurately described as the angle created by 2 massive boulders that had collapsed. The deepest part measured less than 3 meters, with a width sufficient for only 2 people to stand side by side. However, it offered some protection from the wind, and the elevated terrain provided a relatively expansive view. We will take turns keeping watch, Lei Hao stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I will take the first shift, Qin Shan the second, and Lin Fan the third. Each of us will watch for 2 hours. I'll take the first shift, Lin Fan replied. He had already adjusted his breathing during their earlier rest and felt fit for duty. Lei Hao glanced at him and nodded. If anything happens, wake us immediately. Qin Shan had already leaned against the cold rock wall, sliding down to sit. Hardly had his backside touched the ground when heavy snores echoed through the crevice. The exhaustion from the excessive consumption of his gravitational abilities left him in dire need of recovery. Lei Hao settled into a corner, closing his eyes to recuperate. His body, however, remained poised with a readiness for action. Lin Fan sat at the entrance of the crevice, the flame's silent blade resting across his lap. The night in the forest was anything but quiet. In the distance, the chorus of insects rose and fell. Nearby, the wind rustled through the treetops, emitting a low, mournful howl. Further still, the occasional distant beastly roar sent shivers down the spine. It was uncertain whether fierce creatures were battling, or if some unfortunate students had caught the attention of predators. Lin Fan closed his eyes. He attempted to practice a technique mentioned in the system's inheritance, spatial perception. His consciousness sank inward. The silver-white primary star of space began to revolve slowly. Lin Fan endeavored to extend his awareness outward, not through sight, nor through sound, but by sensing everything through the very fabric of space itself. According to the system's description, space was akin to the surface of water, where the movement of any object would disturb the ripples. With sufficient perceptive strength, one could gauge an object's position, speed, and even size through these disturbances. Initially, he felt nothing, only a chaotic darkness and the faint glow of the star map within him. Lin Fan remained patient, adjusting his breathing to concentrate all his focus at his brow. His thoughts spread outward like an invisible tide, attempting to touch and comprehend everything around him. Once, twice, thrice. Gradually, he began to detect an anomaly. Within a 20-meter radius centered on Lin Fan, the surrounding space exhibited a subtle texture. The contours of the rocks appeared as heavy, solidified ripples. The wind stirred the branches and leaves, creating delicate ripples. In the distance, small creatures darted among the fallen leaves, leaving behind fleeting and subtle disturbances. The world, in his eyes, suddenly acquired an additional dimension. It was no longer a mere act of seeing and hearing, but rather a novel, direct perception. Lin Fan continued to expand his field of awareness, 25 meters, 30 meters. When his range extended to around 40 meters, he detected an anomaly. In the shadows of the thicket, over 30 meters to the left of the rock crevice, two heavy, peculiar ripples were silently writhing. This was not the rhythmic oscillation of wind stirring the leaves. Instead, it indicated the careful movement of some creature. The motions were slight, almost soundless. However, the feedback from the space was undeniable. What sent chills down his spine was the sheer weight of these two ripples, significantly heavier than the iron-clawed mountain cat he had previously encountered. It was a pure and instinctual embodiment of ultimate danger. Lin Fan's breath hitched. He abruptly opened his eyes, his hand gripping the hilt of the flame blade. Almost simultaneously, he turned and hissed into the rock crevice. There's something. 30 meters to the left, two of them. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the two shadows erupted forth. Two dark figures shot out from the thicket with such speed that they left blurred afterimages in the night. Their target was terrifyingly clear, straight for the innermost part of the rock crevice, where the unsuspecting Qin Shan lay snoring. Qin Shan. Lin Fan's voice shifted in pitch. Qin Shan instinctively sprang up, startled from his slumber. This burly youth, jolted awake, reacted instinctively due to his long training. He pressed both hands downward, and the gravitational field instantly unfolded. A low hum resonated as an invisible force enveloped the area within 10 meters ahead. The two shadowy figures visibly faltered in their advance. Yet, despite this, they lunged towards Qin Shan, bathed in the meager moonlight outside the rock crevice. Lin Fan finally discerned the true identity of the attackers, two beasts of a size comparable to adult wolfhounds. Their fur was an inky black, blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, rendering their outlines indistinguishable. For eyes glowed a sinister crimson in the darkness. One of them bore a sunken scar where its left eye once was, now reduced to a single, menacing eye. Shadow wolves, first star of the transcendent realm. Stealthy hunters adept at night ambushes, their claws capable of tearing through ordinary alloys. Qin Shan's gravitational field exerted double the gravity, imposing a significant suppression on awakened beasts. However, for the transcendent shadow wolves, this merely slowed their movements, insufficient to halt them completely. Their claws, imbued with the chill of death, reached for Qin Shan's throat and heart. Leihao. Lin Fan unsheathed his blade and charged forth. In that very instant, Leihao sprang into action. He launched himself off the ground, bringing his hands together at his chest. Dazzling purple lightning erupted from his palms. Without any preparation or build-up, it was a raw, life-or-death burst of energy. Thunderstrike. Two bolts of lightning, as thick as a thumb, shot forth, striking the back of the left shadow wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The electric discharge erupted. The shadow wolf howled in agony, its body convulsing violently. Its pounce transformed into a disoriented crash against the rock wall, temporarily incapacitating it. Yet, the other one-eyed shadow wolf's claws were already upon Qin Shan. Roaring in fury, Qin Shan lifted his left arm to defend himself. But the shadow wolf's claws were swifter and sharper than he had anticipated. The talons sliced through his arm, spraying a cascade of crimson. A wound deep enough to reveal bone opened instantly. Had it not been for the gravitational field's deceleration, that strike would have severed his arm. At that moment, Lin Fan's blade arrived. The flame blade, enveloped in a faint golden flame, descended upon the shadow wolf's neck. With all his might, he swung. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and piercing. Yet, the shadow wolf reacted with astonishing speed. It twisted midair, using the thickest and hardest part of its shoulder blade to meet the blade. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, sending shockwaves that numbed the ears. The blade penetrated flesh and bone, but only a couple of inches before it was lodged. A howl of pain erupted from the shadow wolf. Its paw swept horizontally in retaliation. Lin Fan barely managed to evade, but the strike grazed him. A searing pain ignited along the outer side of his left arm. A long gash tearing from elbow to forearm. Flesh rolled back, blood gushing forth, streaming down his arm and dripping onto the fallen leaves beneath. The intense agony caused Lin Fan's vision to darken, threatening to topple him. He clenched his jaw, using the wolf's sweeping force to leap back unsteadily, joining Qin Shan, who was clutching his arm, and Leihao, who was breathing heavily, back to back. The three of them formed a precarious triangle. Qin Shan's left arm bled profusely. The gravitational field still maintained, but now shrunk to 5 meters. His complexion was pale as a ghost. Leihao's hands crackled with flickering lightning, his breath quickened. The earlier burst had taken a toll on him. Lin Fan's left arm bore a deep wound, blood gushing. soaking half his sleeve and sticking to his skin. His grip on the blade trembled uncontrollably from pain. Meanwhile, their adversary, the one-eyed shadow wolf, bled from the shoulder where it had been struck, yet it was unfazed. Circling them slowly, its scarlet eye fixated on them, exuding a blend of cold cruelty and a mocking playfulness, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. It emitted a low, guttural growl, reveling in the fear and despair of its prey. On the other side, the shadow wolf struck by lightning staggered to its feet, albeit unsteady and swaying. Yet, it bared its teeth and joined the encirclement. 2 against 3. Yet the disparity in their realms loomed like an insurmountable chasm. 2 first-star transcendent shadow wolves, even wounded, were not easily vanquished by the 3 of them, even with Lei Hao's 5th-star prowess. Qin Shan's gravitational field was on the verge of collapse. His body trembled. Lei Hao required time to channel his strength for another threatening thunderstrike. Yet the shadow wolves would not grant him that opportunity. Lin Fan's left arm lost more blood, his vision beginning to blur. They were truly in a suffocating deadlock. Lin Fan's gaze remained locked on the one-eyed shadow wolf, fixated on its mocking, icy red eyes. Those eyes regarded him as one would a piece of meat on a chopping board, or a mouse trapped in a cage. The pain in his left arm was excruciating, a searing heat coursing through him. Yet, clearer than the pain were the countless death simulations echoing in his mind from the system's inheritance space. The anguish from those simulations. The reflections after each failure, the struggles to find a way out in dire straits. Space. He still possessed spatial abilities. In the fire, he had clumsily maneuvered corrosive liquid. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of the shadow wolves. Could he not now use space to do something? Not to attack, not to defend, but to interfere? To ensnare? Or perhaps? Lin Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, inhaling the cold, blood-scented air. What he exhaled was a determination akin to burning bridges behind him. He concentrated on recalling the sensation of space flowing like water, rippling. Then, he directed all his intent, all his unwillingness, all his struggle, forcefully and recklessly, towards the space before him. Pressing against the area surrounding the one-eyed shadow wolf, he attempted to make that flowing, formless water come to a halt. To solidify. Chapter 13. Life on the line, strike. Desperation can unearth a multitude of things, fear, despair, or perhaps a sudden flash of inspiration. Lin Fan fixated on the crimson pupil of the single-eyed shadow wolf, and in his mind, a vivid image erupted. It was not the monotonous training of the inheritance space, nor the fleeting moments of life and death amidst flames. Instead, it was the instinctive rhythm of controlling the fire while deftly flipping dozens of skewers at a night market barbecue stall. Although it appeared chaotic, everything was under control. Qin Shan, control the situation. Lei Hao, focus on offense. I shall break the deadlock. Lin Fan's roar shattered the stagnant air, each word seemingly forced out through clenched teeth, tinged with a metallic taste of blood. Qin Shan heard him. This stout and honest giant hesitated not for a moment. He didn't even ponder why Lin Fan was commanding him. He merely clenched his jaw, his cheeks bulging with the strain. Buzz. The gravity field expanded within a 10-meter radius, suddenly compressing inward. 5 meters. That suffocating weight doubled in an instant. 2-fold, 3-fold. The air thickened like molasses. The 2 shadow wolves, prowling to the left and right, froze simultaneously, their limbs feeling as though they were encased in lead, struggling to lift them. The injured single-eyed wolf felt the gravity tugging at its shoulder wound, blood bursting forth once more, its movements visibly slowing. On the other side, Lei Hao acted with even greater decisiveness. He abandoned the need for a charged attack. His fingers splayed wide, and dozens of violet lightning arrows, akin to an agitated swarm of bees, shot forth, not targeting the vital points, merely seeking to harass. Crackling sounds erupted. Tiny electric sparks detonated across the shadow wolf's dark fur. The damage was minimal, yet the sharp, tingling pain made the 2 beasts growl in irritation. Instinctively, they recoiled. A fleeting gap appeared in the ironclad encirclement. Now was the moment. Lin Fan bore the excruciating pain in his left arm, pouring every ounce of thought into the silvery white core of his spatial star. The theories of spatial marking from the inheritance space flashed frantically in his mind. By attaching a sliver of spatial energy to a target, one could lock onto it, even guide it. The theory was deceptively simple, yet the practical application felt insurmountable. He attempted to affix a wisp of weak spatial energy to one of Lei Hao's lightning arrows. The arrow flew forth, striking the shadow wolf's hind leg. In that instant of contact, the energy dissipated. The impact was too forceful, his control was still too feeble. Failure. Once more. He shifted his focus to his singed wolf hair. Success. But the next moment, the shadow wolf shook its body, causing the hair to fall away, and the mark was rendered ineffective. Lin Fan's throat felt parched, and his temples throbbed violently. Time was running out. A third attempt. He wagered everything, his attention, his luck, his very audacity. His gaze locked onto a lightning arrow aimed with precision at the corner of the single-eyed wolf's eye. Just as the arrow was about to graze past the shadow wolf's eye, he concentrated, twisting a thread of spatial energy into a fine line and wrapping it around. Success. The arrow brushed past the eye socket, exploding into a burst of electric sparks, while the thread of spatial energy firmly adhered to the charred flesh, remaining intact. In that moment, a silvery point of light ignited deep within Lin Fan's consciousness. Position, distance. Even the slightest tremor of the target's muscles were relayed back with crystal clarity. The spatial marking was accomplished. Leihao, keep firing at it. Lin Fan bellowed. Raising his left hand, flames surged from his palm, coalescing into a fireball the size of a fist. This time, he did not hurl it directly. He closed his eyes, gripping the silvery point of light with his mind, envisioning an invisible thread connecting him to the creature's life. Then, he swung his arm in a wide arc, launching the golden fireball with all his might. The fireball soared, tracing an odd arc through the air, circumventing the densest core of Qin Shan's gravity field. Weaving around a gnarled tree, guided by an unseen hand, erratic yet unwavering in its aim. But a deviation occurred. The fireball failed to strike the head, instead crashing heavily onto the shadow wolf's back. Boom. The golden flames erupted. A vast patch of fur was instantaneously reduced to charcoal, the acrid scent of burning flesh permeating the air. A howl of anguish escaped the shadow wolf, piercing and despairing. The damage inflicted by this strike eclipsed all previous attempts, as the golden flames seemed alive, fervently burrowing into its flesh, causing excruciating agony. It whirled around, the ferocity in its single eye replaced by sheer madness. No more testing the waters. With 3 legs propelling it forcefully from the ground, it launched itself towards Lin Fan, disregarding the constraints of the gravity field. Qin Shan. Lin Fan's pupils shrank to pinpricks as he shouted fiercely. Stop it. Qin Shan's face contorted, bloodshot eyes filled with fury, and a primal roar erupted from his throat. He pressed his hands down with all his strength. The gravity field contracted rapidly from 5 meters to 3. The gravitational force surged from 3 times to an astonishing 5 times. This was the theoretical limit of a 4-star awakened state, achieved in the throes of desperation. Qin Shan trembled violently, blood seeping from his nostrils and mouth, yet he held firm, like a stake driven into the earth. The single-eyed shadow wolf, leaping midair, felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hand from the heavens, plummeting from a great height. Thud. The sound was muffled as its entire body crashed to the ground, its joints creaking under the unbearable strain. It howled and struggled, but 5 times the gravity was an insurmountable mountain, pinning it down mercilessly. Eyes. Leihao's voice sliced through the chaos, devoid of any tremor, swift and unhesitating. A bolt of purple lightning, thicker and more solid than all previous arrows combined, coalesced in his palm. No buildup, no preparation. This was the instantaneous release of every drop of spiritual energy within him. Whoosh. The lightning shot forth, striking with a precision that was almost unfathomable, aimed directly at the wolf's remaining eye. Under the oppressive weight of gravity, the shadow wolf desperately turned its head. The lightning grazed past its eye socket, sizzling as it exploded into a charred, gaping wound that exposed bone. The excruciating pain pushed the shadow wolf's struggles to a crescendo. The 5-fold gravity field began to ripple violently, flickering. Qin Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body slackening, hanging on by sheer willpower. An opportunity. Lin Fan sprang into action. There was no finesse, no technique. Gripping the Yin Ji Dao tightly, he channeled every last ounce of strength within him. Along with the sharp pain from his wounded arm and the dizziness from blood loss, all the ferocity born from the brink of despair surged forth. The golden flames on the blade flared one last time, illuminating his blood-spattered visage. He stepped forward, charging ahead. Flash. The blade sliced through the shadow wolf's feebly extended paw, encountering no resistance, as though cutting through warm butter. Crack. Bones shattered under the force. In the next instant, the blade plunged deep into the wolf's chest. Sizzle. The ear-piercing sound of searing flesh accompanied a charred gash that stretched from shoulder to abdomen. A paw, still attached to fur, severed at the wrist, fell onto the fallen leaves, its fingers twitching involuntarily. The shadow wolf's howl transformed into a wheezing gasp. It staggered, desperately attempting to retreat on 3 legs, and for the first time, fear was vividly reflected in its single eye. Blood gushed from the severed paw like a fountain. And the chest wound was even more horrific, with golden flames dancing mischievously at the edges of the injury, no longer daring to linger. It turned, and with its last ounce of strength, it plunged into the deeper darkness, its retreating figure vanishing swiftly. The gravity field dissipated. Qin Shan collapsed forward, caught swiftly by Leihao's quick reflexes. His face was as pale as parchment, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. His breath so faint it seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, desperately propping himself up with the Yinji blade, preventing himself from collapsing entirely. The wound on his left arm had torn open from the reckless strike moments ago, blood gushing forth anew, soaking half of his body. A wave of darkness washed over his vision, and a buzzing filled his ears. He paid no heed to these sensations, his gaze fixated on another shadow wolf. The beast, having just recovered from being struck by lightning, stood unsteadily, its crimson eyes slowly scanning before finally locking onto Lin Fan, the most grievously injured among the trio, swaying precariously. A low, menacing growl, rife with hatred, rumbled from its throat. The stench of blood, the acrid scent of charred flesh, and an overwhelming sense of impending death once again enveloped the narrow crevice. 3 individuals, one on the brink of death, reduced to a mere breath, another, drained of blood, limbs trembling, and the last, devoid of spiritual energy, teetering on the edge of collapse. Opposing them was a shadow wolf in relatively pristine condition, its companion severely wounded. Its thirst for vengeance blazing fiercely. Lin Fan steadied himself with the blade, inching his way back up from the ground. He cast a glance at Qin Shan's ashen face, and then at Lei Hao's top profile. Turning back, he gripped the cold hilt of his blade with renewed determination. The golden flames on the blade had long extinguished, leaving only mottled stains of blood. The obsidian blade, under the dim light of the moon, still glimmered with a trace of unyielding, icy light. The battle was far from over. Chapter 14, Pursuit of the Flame Explosion. The standoff lasted merely 3 seconds. The shadow wolf, now recovered, did not immediately launch an attack. Infuriated by the fate of its companion, its crimson pupils burned with vengeance. Yet its movements exuded an unsettling calm. It slowly retreated, its form blending deeper into the shadows of the trees. In the darkness, 2 flickering crimson lights danced erratically, like coals being stealthily stirred, scrutinizing the 3 hunters before it. It was observing, assessing, searching for that fatal flaw. Lin Fan propped himself up with the Yenji blade, forcing himself to regulate his chaotic breathing. Each inhalation brought a searing pain to his chest. The wound on his left arm had grown numb, but the blood that continued to ooze away stole his warmth, a grim reminder of the gravity of his injuries. Black spots began to blur the edges of his vision, and his limbs felt cold and stiff. He knew he was nearing his limit, yet to fall now would mean certain death. Lei Hao. Lin Fan's voice was a low rasp, almost a whisper squeezed from his throat. How much spiritual energy is left? 30%. Lei Hao's response was as composed as ever, but beneath that calm lay a tension that was close to snapping. At most, they could unleash 3 more of those thunder arrows. Just 3. Merely 3. Qin Shan, supported by Lei Hao, trembled on his legs, his face devoid of color. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely escaping through clenched jaws. The gravity field is unusable. The source is damaged. It will take at least 10 minutes to recover. 10 minutes. In this perilous darkness, faced with a shadow wolf in peak condition, on the brink of frenzy, 10 minutes could afford them 10 or 8 deaths. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his consciousness descending into the realm of the mind. Within the star map, the 2 principal stars representing space and fire, one silver, one gold, flickered dimly, their rotation sluggish. The energy reserve of the 3rd tier awakening had been drained by nearly 80% in the recent bloodbath. They needed a single strike, an attack that could determine their fate. From the depths of the tree shadows, the dark figure moved. It did not choose a direct assault, but instead circled around the rock where the 3 stood, beginning a rapid maneuver. The rustling of its footsteps merged into a singular sound, casting a vague afterimage in the darkness, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. It was using speed and elusive positioning to wear down the trio's already dwindling focus and stamina. Lei Hao raised his hand, a flicker of electricity dancing at his fingertips. A thunder arrow shot forth. With a crack, the lightning exploded several meters away, striking a broken branch, yet it did not even graze the shadow wolf. It was too swift. The wolf, in the moment the arrow was about to connect, executed an impossible maneuver, leaving only a visual remnant in its wake. It was toying with them. A continuous, low whine emanated from its throat, filled with mockery and cruelty. The second thunder arrow. Still a miss. The wolf's speed had surged to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, and it was climbing even higher. The gruesome death of its companion and the scent of blood had driven it into a frenzied state, a final resort of a dying beast or one in a rage, sacrificing its life force for a surge of power. In a brief span, its speed and strength exploded, but afterward, it would fall into a prolonged weakness. But it could not afford to wait. It sought to shred the 3 insects that had wounded its companion right then and there. Damn it! Qin Shan forcibly summoned a sliver of spiritual energy, attempting to activate the gravity field, but just as the field began to expand, the shadow wolf accelerated past, leaving him behind. His gravity field could not keep pace with its movements. Blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan's pupils relentlessly tracked the frenzied shadow, his mind racing with unprecedented clarity amidst the dizziness of blood loss. It was too fast, and attacks could not connect. Then let the attacks pursue it. This thought struck him without warning, piercing through all confusion and despair like a needle. He recalled the successful spatial marking from earlier, the power of the golden flame fireball, and the esoteric theories regarding spatial coordinates and energy guiding found in the inherited knowledge. What if he did not target the shadow wolf directly with the spatial mark, but instead embedded it within the fireball, using the blazing fireball as a vessel? He could encase a miniature spatial coordinate at its core. During the fireball's flight, he could subtly adjust the spatial coordinates position, thereby forcibly altering the trajectory of the fireball. It was akin to pulling an arrow shot forth with an invisible thread. Theoretically feasible, but Lin Fan had never attempted such a feat. Merging two entirely different SSS-grade energies within a space the size of a fist required an uncommonly high level of control. Any slight misstep could lead to an energy conflict, resulting in an explosion or mutual annihilation. But now, he had no opportunity for error. Only one chance remained. The shadow wolf's circling began to tighten. That black noose of death was tightening around their necks. It had caught the scent of their rich blood and the aura of their weakness, preparing to unleash its final lethal strike. Lei Hao, Lin Fan roared. Shoot randomly. No need to hit. Just graze it. Lei Hao did not question why. Trust, at that moment, transcended words. He raised his hand, releasing a thunder arrow much thinner than before, its energy fluctuations minimal, merely to conserve spiritual energy. The arrow did not aim at the shadow wolf, but instead shot toward the trajectory it was moving along. In the fleeting moment when the lightning brushed against the wolf's fur, Lin Fan moved. His consciousness was forcibly split into two streams. One delved into the spatial main star, extracting the last vestiges of power, coalescing into an invisible, yet remarkably stable silver coordinate point. The other plunged into the fire main star, his left palm igniting with golden flames, compressing and shaping into a fist-sized fireball, its internal energy highly unstable. Then came the most crucial and perilous step. He forcefully shoved that silver spatial coordinate point into the core of the fireball. A faint resonance hummed from within the fireball. The golden flames stabilized instantly. And within the seething blaze, a glimmer of silver-white light flickered, barely perceptible. Success. Two extremes of energy, far from being in conflict, have instead achieved a fragile, yet lethal balance. Cover me, Lin Fan rasped, forcing out the last vestiges of sound from his throat. His left hand straining with every ounce of strength to push forward. The fireball slipped from his grasp. Its trajectory was bewilderingly erratic. It did not follow a straight line. The fireball traced an illogical arc through the air, deliberately circumventing the obstructing tree trunk, precisely locking onto the swiftly moving shadow. The shadow wolf instantly sensed the imminent threat. Executing a sharp turn, the fireball followed suit. The shadow wolf shifted again, and the fireball pursued relentlessly, no matter how it twisted and turned. That golden flame clung to it like a parasite, maintaining a mere 2 to 3 meters distance, gradually closing the gap. The air warped from the searing heat, the temperature of death scorching its tail. The shadow wolf panicked. It emitted a chilling, piercing howl, its muscles surging to their limits as it attempted to shake off this bomb that could turn corners. However, the fireball's speed surged in an instant. Lin Fan infused the last remnant of his spiritual energy into it, transforming the fireball into a golden streak of light that ripped through the night with a near-suicidal resolve. Crashing fiercely into the shadow wolf's back. Boom. The explosion's blaze instantaneously engulfed everything in the vicinity. A wailing, hauntingly inhuman cry resonated through the forest, startling countless roosting birds from afar. The entirety of the shadow wolf's back was torn open, flesh and blood in disarray. The golden flames, embodying the essence of apocalyptic fire, morphed into countless tiny fire serpents, ravenously burrowing into its flesh, gnawing at bones, and searing its innards. It rolled frantically on the ground, howling in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the flames consuming it. Yet this fire, once ignited, would only extinguish when the energy was depleted, unless retracted by the caster. Now, Lin Fan shouted hoarsely, his strength waning. Lei Hao had long been poised for action. He clasped his hands before his chest, summoning a bolt of purple lightning thicker than all his previous lightning arrows combined, which coalesced into form within his palms. Down, the lightning spear descended from the heavens, piercing the air with precision, and mercilessly impaled the shadow wolf's already charred skull. The crackle of electricity. The shadow wolf's wail abruptly ceased. Its body convulsed violently a few times before going completely limp. Only the golden flames on its back continued to burn quietly yet cruelly. Qin Shan roared as he charged forward, his right fist harnessing the last vestige of gravity he could muster, striking down like a colossal warhammer upon the shadow wolf's charred head. Crack! The dull thud of shattering skull marked the conclusion of this deadly struggle. The flames gradually began to extinguish. The forest was once again enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the heavy, labored breaths of the three men echoed like a wind instrument, accompanied by the faint crackling of embers. Lin Fan's legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The wound on his left arm, having burst open from the final explosion, gushed blood, pooling into a small puddle on the fallen leaves beneath him. Yet, he paid no heed to it. His gaze fixated on the charred corpse, his mind a blank slate. That move had worked. It truly succeeded. He had created an entirely new skill. Spatial marking, combined with the golden fireball, equaled tracking flame explosion. Though it was merely a prototype, rough around the edges, and with a staggering energy cost, it had come to fruition. Ding! Detected that the host has comprehended and created a new skill prototype during battle, triggering the system reward mechanism. Skill name, Tracking flame explosion, prototype. Composition, spatial marking, area coordinates, heaven-burning flame, compressed fireball. Evaluation, a rough yet exceedingly effective combination technique, possessing immense potential for guaranteed hits and lethality across realms. Reward, flame-shaping insights, from the high-level magical universe GX-112, stored in the inheritance space, available for immediate learning. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Fan's mind, but he lacked the strength to listen closely. The overwhelming dizziness from excessive blood loss crashed over him like a tidal wave, and his vision darkened as his body tipped to one side. A pair of strong hands caught him just in time. It was Qin Shan. This burly youth, unsteady on his feet, nonetheless managed to support Lin Fan, rummaging through his backpack for hemostatic powder, tearing open Lin Fan's sleeve, and vigorously sprinkling the powder onto the gruesome wound. Endure, Qin Shan's voice rasped hoarsely. The moment the powder made contact with the wound, a searing pain erupted like wildfire. Lin Fan's body jerked violently, his teeth grinding audibly, yet he managed to stifle any sound. The bleeding swiftly ceased. Lei Hao approached as well, silently tending to the abrasions on his arm, his movements so practiced they were almost heart-wrenching. The three of them, devoid of strength to converse, leaned against the cold rocks. Slumped on the ground, the night breeze wafted past, carrying distant, indistinct beast roars and the lingering scent of charred flesh. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a mottled glow upon the shadow wolf's corpse and illuminating the three youthful, weary faces etched with the marks of survival. After a prolonged silence, Lei Hao suddenly turned to Lin Fan. In his eyes, typically sharp as blades, there flickered an unfamiliar emotion, a complex blend of inquiry and astonishment. How did you accomplish that move? Lin Fan forced a faint smile, his voice weak, yet each word crystal clear. Intuition. Just 2 words, light as a feather. Yet they plunged Lei Hao and Qin Shan into silence. They gazed at Lin Fan, this boy, a 3-star awakening realm, gravely wounded in his left arm, pallid of face, as if he might collapse at any moment. Then they glanced at the charred remains of the shadow wolf, a 1-star extraordinary realm beast renowned for its speed, now slain by their combined efforts. Some things need not be dissected. Some talents defy conventional understanding. In this wilderness, where life and death reign supreme, surviving is the most unwavering principle, the most resounding answer. Lei Hao regarded him deeply, nodded, and ceased his inquiries. He leaned back against the rock, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing for recovery. Qin Shan also exhaled, a tsunami of fatigue washing over him, rendering his eyelids too heavy to lift. Lin Fan too closed his eyes. In his arms, the flame-encased blade, the Yan Ji Dao, emanated a faint yet persistent warmth. Chapter 15, Surviving is Heroism. The silence following the battle was more exhausting than the clash itself. Lin Fan leaned against the rock, his eyes tightly shut. The pain from his left arm wound throbbed intensely, piercing through to his very bones. Qin Shan's hemostatic powder proved effective. The bleeding had stopped, and a thin scab had formed around the edges of the wound. Yet, the deep injury, exposed to the bone, would not heal in an instant. Each heartbeat tugged at his nerves, delivering sharp pangs of pain. But he was still alive. The three of them were still alive. That alone was sufficient. First, let's deal with the corpse. Lei Hao's voice shattered the silence. He stood up, his movements somewhat stiff, yet steady. The corpse of the extraordinary beast, especially that of the shadow wolf, naturally instilled fear in other beasts. Remaining here would grant them some precious time for safety. Lin Fan opened his eyes, pushing himself up with the support of the rock. Qin Shan also wobbled as he stood. The three approached the charred corpse of the shadow wolf. Upon closer inspection, its demise was even more gruesome. The shadow wolf's back was completely carbonized and inky black. Its twisted spinal column was clearly visible. Its head had been pulverized by Qin Shan's final blow. Brain matter mixed with charred blood pooled around it. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and blood, invading their nostrils and causing nausea. Lei Hao crouched down, drawing a dagger from his boot. The blade glinted in the gradually brightening dawn. He worked with practiced ease, slicing open the shadow wolf's chest, probing around the heart, and extracting an object. A dark gray crystal, the size of a peanut, an irregular polyhedron, its surface shimmering with faint currents of energy. The spirit core. This is the energy core of an extraordinary beast, one of the most crucial resources for human cultivators. The internal energy is tumultuous and rife with impurities, rendering direct absorption impossible. However, it can be purified through special techniques or crafted into potions and equipment. Lei Hao approached another corpse, the one-eyed shadow wolf that had fled after losing its claws, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss beneath a tree several meters away. He likewise opened the chest cavity and extracted the second spiritual core. Two extraordinary spiritual cores now lay quietly in the palm of Lei Hao's hand, their dark gray glow casting a reflection upon his face. According to our contributions, Lei Hao began, his tone calm, Lin Fan. You created the opportunity and triggered the final kill, so you shall receive one core. I executed the finishing blow, thus I claim the other. Qin Shan. I relinquish my claim. Qin Shan immediately shook his head, his simple expression betraying a hint of unease. I nearly lost control at the end and almost shattered the gravity field. If it weren't for both of you, I would have. Take it, Lin Fan interrupted. Reaching out to grasp one of the spiritual cores from Lei Hao's palm, turning to directly place it into Qin Shan's hands. Without your initial control of the battlefield and your desperate exertion to amplify the gravity fivefold at the end, neither Lei Hao nor I would have had the opportunity to strike. You expended the most energy and bear the heaviest injuries. Therefore, this core rightfully belongs to you. Qin Shan stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the cool, crystal-like core in his hand. His mouth opened, but no words emerged, as if his throat had been constricted. Lei Hao glanced at Lin Fan, his lips barely twitching as he flipped his wrist and tossed the remaining core to Qin Shan. He speaks wisely. The consumption of gravity techniques is akin to a black hole. You are in dire need of replenishment. Both extraordinary spiritual cores now rested in Qin Shan's hands. The robust youth from Iron Wall Fortress lowered his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He tightened his grip around the core, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Enough of that. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, turning to head back. We must seize the time to rest. Dawn is still a few hours away, and we have a journey ahead. Qin Shan nodded vigorously, carefully wrapping the spiritual core and stowing it deep within his backpack. He then rummaged through his bag and produced 3 tightly wrapped packages of oiled paper, offering one to both Lin Fan and Lei Hao. I made these myself, he stated, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. A recipe from Iron Wall Fortress, enhanced with beast meat powder and spiritual grain powder for higher energy content, though they are a bit hard. Lin Fan accepted the package and unwrapped the oiled paper. Inside lay deep brown compressed biscuits, square and firm. He took a bite. Goodness, this isn't just a bit hard. It's like gnawing on wood. No, even more substantial. Yet as he chewed, a wave of warm, solid energy began to dissolve in his mouth, sliding down his throat and warming his stomach. The cold fatigue enveloping his body seemed to dissipate, as if this food had infused him with a flicker of warmth. Remarkable, Lin Fan remarked, taking another bite. This is far superior to the military rations issued by the Spirit Regulation Division. Lei Hao remained silent, quietly consuming his share with steady bites, clearly affirming the efficacy of the biscuits through his actions. The trio finished their compressed biscuits by the stream, the icy water washing away the metallic taste from their mouths and alleviating their fatigue slightly. After their meal, exhaustion washed over them once more. Let us take turns resting. Lei Hao proposed again. Qin Shan should rest first, as he is the most drained. Lin Fan will take second watch, and I will guard the first. No one objected. Qin Shan nearly collapsed into slumber, soon snoring loudly. Lin Fan settled down against a relatively flat rock. He closed his eyes but did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he turned his focus inward. The light of the 2 main stars shone brighter than before the battle, their spinning speed having increased as well. Among the dim points of light surrounding them, 2 additional stars emitted faint glimmers. The entire star map seemed to have expanded slightly. He realized he had progressed to the awakening realm for stars. Lin Fan understood that the thrill and pressure of life and death combat could indeed accelerate the growth of the star map. Lei Hao and Qin Shan must have experienced similar advancements. Lei Hao might have reached the 6-star awakening realm, while Qin Shan should be at 5 stars. This is the essence of cultivation. The path to becoming stronger, not through solitary hard work, but through the tempering of power in the crucible of blood and fire. 2 hours later, Lei Hao gently nudged Qin Shan awake to switch shifts. Only then did Lin Fan truly relax and drift into slumber, though it was but a brief 2 hours. The deep sleep acted as the finest restorative, alleviating much of the aches and fatigue within his body. When it was Lin Fan's turn to take the final watch, the eastern horizon had already begun to brighten with the faint blush of dawn. He sat at the mouth of the rock crevice, retrieving the spiritual core given to him by Qin Shan, meticulously examining it in the growing light. The dark gray crystal glimmered with energy flowing within, like a hidden current, occasionally sparking with faint star-like flashes. He divided a portion of his consciousness, cautiously probing inward. Buzz! A surge of violent energy surged forth, striking him instantly. The sensation was akin to thrusting his hand into a furious torrent, the immense pulling force nearly scattering his consciousness. Lin Fan's complexion paled as he hastily withdrew his awareness, a layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Indeed, direct absorption was out of the question. He murmured to himself, fear coursing through his heart. According to the textbooks, spiritual cores below the extraordinary level must be purified using specialized spiritual energy furnaces or crafted into spiritual energy potions by alchemists for safe use. Attempting to absorb them barehanded could lead to meridian damage at best or a catastrophic surge of energy, rendering one incapacitated at worst. Yet Lin Fan could sense the energy contained within this core. If he could extract it all, it would undoubtedly propel him from the 4-star awakening realm to 6 stars or even 7 stars. The disparity of resources was strikingly evident at this moment, akin to a premium item in a game. He secured the spiritual core and stood up to stretch his body. The wound on his left arm still throbbed painfully, but did not impede his basic movements. The energy circulation of his star map had also recovered significantly. Though it was not yet at its peak, he could continue on their journey without hindrance. The sky brightened completely. The morning light, like gold, filtered through the layered leaves, dispelling the chill and shadows accumulated overnight. The sounds of birds began to rise in the forest, and the distant gurgle of the stream became distinctly audible. Everything appeared serene and tranquil, reminiscent of an ordinary refreshing morning in the mountains. Yet Lin Fan understood that it was all an illusion. "Let's go," he called, rousing Lei Hao and Qin Shan from their slumber. The two awoke, quickly washing up and packing their belongings. After a night of rest, Qin Shan's complexion had improved considerably. Although still somewhat pale, he no longer needed assistance to walk. Lei Hao resumed his usual stoic demeanor, his gaze sharp as a blade. The trio set off once more. This time, the distance between them naturally shortened. Qin Shan led the way, with Lei Hao and Lin Fan trailing closely behind. A mere glance or subtle gesture among them sufficed for mutual understanding. The invisible barriers forged by their life and death struggle had dissipated, replaced by a bond of trust that required no words. The forest grew increasingly challenging to traverse. The slopes steepened, the trees thickened, and the tangled vines formed an irritating web that necessitated frequent hacking to forge a path. Yet the trio's pace did not falter. In fact, they moved slightly faster than the previous day. They were acutely aware of the urgency. Time was running short. Less than 12 hours remained until the 24-hour deadline, and they had covered barely 20 kilometers. They needed to accelerate their pace. Just as they crested a small hill, preparing to continue down the valley, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distance. The sound emanated from the west, approximately a kilometer away, short, sharp, and filled with despair, only to abruptly cease. As if severed by an unseen hand, the three halted simultaneously. Qin Shan looked towards the source of the sound, his brows furrowing. "It's other students. Don't concern yourself with them." Lei Hao's voice was icy. "We can scarcely ensure our own safety." Lin Fan remained silent for a few seconds, gazing into the dim forest where the sound had vanished. The morning light there appeared particularly dim. A pang of anguish gripped his heart, yet in the end, he nodded. It was not a matter of insensitivity, it was clarity. Lei Hao was right. In their current state, recklessly charging forward would not be an act of rescue, but rather a march towards certain demise, a perilous gamble that would yield no reward. Moreover, the words of Instructor Shansho echoed ominously in their ears. No fatalities or permanent disabilities are permitted, yet he never promised their safety. This ominous implication suggested that death during the assessment was a tangible threat. Just as they resolved to press on, a hoarse and gravelly voice suddenly resonated through the woods via a loudspeaker. "Did you hear the screams? Are you afraid?" It was the voice of Shansho. "Remember, you are not saviors nor heroes. You are mere trainees, novices. In this wilderness, your sole objective is to survive. Press onward, or become the next meal for a ferocious beast." The voice vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving the forest once again engulfed in silence. Yet the echo of that brief, harrowing scream and Shansho's chilling words hung over them like an oppressive cloud, weighing heavily on each heart. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. The morning air was crisp and cold. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, glancing at Lei Hao, then at Qin Shan. The gravity in their eyes mirrored each other, a flicker of turmoil forcibly suppressed. Then, the three turned away, no words exchanged, as they stepped deeper into the valley. Behind them, the sun fully emerged, its golden rays piercing through the morning mist, arrogantly illuminating this beautiful, serene, yet bloodthirsty wilderness. The road ahead loomed long and burdensome. Chapter 16, My Sister's Life, 500,000 a month. The midday sun blazed fiercely, hot enough to draw oil from stones. The trio traversed mountains and valleys until they finally discovered a resting place, a low-lying hollow encircled by massive stones, resembling a broken bowl, with only a narrow opening for entry. Qin Shan panted as he gathered debris to block most of the entrance, then hastily draped withered branches and leaves to obscure it. After completing this task, he collapsed to the ground, as though his bones had been drained of strength, exhaling a long, weary breath. After hours of extreme exertion and life-and-death struggle, even the awakened bodies of these youths now teetered on the brink of collapse, their bones aching with a sharp, numbing scream. 2 hours passed. Lei Hao removed his backpack, the facade of cold detachment finally shattering to reveal an undeniable weariness. "We'll take turns keeping watch and recuperate," Lin Fan nodded, seeking a flat spot in the hollow center. He refrained from using a flint. Instead, he raised his left hand, conjuring a tiny golden flame that flickered to life in his palm. He meticulously controlled the temperature, allowing the flame to dance upon the dry branches, producing no conspicuous smoke. As the campfire ignited, its warm orange glow dispelled the damp chill of the hollow and provided a fleeting warmth to the three tense youths. Qin Shan rummaged through his pack to produce the last 3 packets of compressed biscuits, distributing 1 to each. He devoured his own in a few hurried bites, then curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, staring vacantly at the flames, lost in thought. "Qin Shan, Lin Fan broke the silence, tearing off a piece of biscuit that felt as dry and hard as gravel against his teeth. He lowered his voice deliberately. What kind of person is your father at the Iron Wall Fortress? Qin Shan's posture stiffened momentarily. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over Lin Fan, and then Lei Hao, who was similarly attentive. His lips moved a few times before he finally spoke. A stubborn mule. His voice was low, as if carried from a distant place. The Iron Wall Fortress, nestled against the Changbai Mountains, is a place where winter winds can strip away a person's ears. Beyond the walls lies the wilderness, where ferocious beasts come crashing through the gates every few days. It's a cursed place. Everyone yearns to be reassigned to the interior. But he won't leave, he continued. He said the first line of defense must be guarded. If everyone retreats, the wall will crumble. A faint crackle from the campfire sent sparks into the air. The shadows danced across Qin Shan's earnest face, rendering his expression inscrutable. 5 years ago, during the Beast Tide, the official announcement classified it as medium scale. Later, the veterans who returned, emboldened by drink, dared to whisper that at least 3 Lord-level beasts had come. He paused, his voice growing hoarse, the final words almost lost to the wind. My father's squad was dispatched to seal a breach. The standing order was to hold for 4 hours until reinforcements arrived. They held for 6 hours. By the time reinforcements arrived, the breach still stood. My father's squad only found a captain's badge. People, equipment, everything was gone, either consumed by beasts or shattered to pieces. The hollow fell into a profound silence, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire consuming the wood. My mother was already in poor health. After that, she deteriorated. Qin Shan continued, his tone flat as though reading a report, yet his hand gripping the packaging trembled, knuckles whitening. My sister was 7 then, she's 12 now. When I left, she tugged at my sleeve and said, "Brother, come back soon." He suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing into Lin Fan and Lei Hao. A seriousness in his eyes that made one's heart constrict. So I must come here. I need to grow stronger, to earn money to extend my mother's life, to ensure my sister can study in peace. And I need to retrieve my father's belongings. I know he must have left something behind. With that, the conversation fell silent. Lei Hao had been fixated on the flames, as if searching for some fateful trajectory within their flickering dance. After a lengthy pause, just as Lin Fan thought he would remain silent, he spoke softly, as if fearing to shatter the moment's tranquility. My sister is 8. She suffers from energy disorder. The doctors say if she doesn't receive the stardust flower extract on time, her body will be consumed by her own energy. She'll only live until 15 at most. Lin Fan's breath hitched for a moment. The energy disorder, a 1 in a million affliction. The only life-prolonging medicine, the stardust flower, only grows in S-class disaster zones. Its price exorbitant, 500,000 for a single dose. A dose a month. Lei Hao's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation, as if reciting a series of inconsequential numbers. My parents are ordinary people. They sold the house, pawned everything they owned, and managed to scrape together enough for 3 doses. And then they were gone. He lifted his gaze, the icy depths of his eyes now reflecting an emotion that was terrifyingly clear, a ruthless resolve forged in the crucible of desperation. So I'll do anything. Underground fights, cleaning up after others, stealing from rival mercenary groups. When the Spirit Control Bureau found me, I had just turned a mercenary leader who tried to betray me into a charred corpse with lightning. Lei Hao's lips curled into a grim smile, devoid of warmth. They said I was a good candidate, and asked if I wanted to walk the righteous path. I replied that as long as I could obtain the medicine, any path would suffice. They provided me with a letter of recommendation for Lonyuan camp, promising that if I could survive here, the Spirit Control Bureau would cover my sister's medicine until she came of age or was cured. The firelight cast shadows that hinted at the ferocity and determination underlying his calm narrative. Lin Fan's throat constricted. The crumbs of compressed biscuits in his mouth felt like gravel choking his esophagus, dry and harsh. He recalled his own barbecue stall, the scent of smoke that clung to him. His father's eyes reddened from the charcoal, and his mother's swollen ankles from years of standing. His modest dream of opening a second stall to ease his parents' burdens paled in comparison to the gaping void that Qin Shan and Lei Hao were attempting to fill with their very lives. Lin Fan, he began, his voice hoarse, my family runs a barbecue stall. Before awakening, I just wanted to earn a bit more money so my parents wouldn't have to guard that stove, exhausting their lives for it. He paused, his gaze falling upon the flames, which flickered like his own unique power. After awakening, I wished for a day when that wouldn't happen again, when danger looms before us. When a sharp blade hangs over my family, I can only watch helplessly, not even possessing the right to reach out. The hollow fell silent for a third time. 3 youths, 3 distinct lives. For the glory and promises of their forebears, for the frail lifeline of a sister, for the desire to protect the ordinary warmth of home. Each was pinned against the wall of life in their own unique manner, struggling against an unforgiving fate. Yet none were prepared to kneel. The fire dwindled. Lin Fan added a dry twig, and the flames surged upwards with a whoosh, casting the shadows of the 3 men upon the stone wall, distorted, elongated, interwoven. Entering the dragon abyss, Lin Fan gazed at the rekindled flames, his voice not loud, but resonant. Let us form a partnership. Qin Shan abruptly lifted his head, nodding emphatically without a trace of hesitation. Indeed. Lei Hao fell silent for a few seconds. He raised his eyes and subtly nodded. This gesture bore more weight than any words could convey. We ought to have a code name, right? Qin Shan scratched his head, revealing a hint of a goofy grin. I've heard from veterans that formidable squads often possess a grand title. Lin Fan surveyed the flickering fire before glancing around at the desolate hollow. How about Ruin's Flame? A fire ignited upon the remnants of a wasteland. No matter how dilapidated the place, as long as there is fire, there is light, there is a path. Ruin's Flame. Qin Shan repeated it twice, breaking into a broad smile. It sounds delightful. Lei Hao remained silent. Yet, from Lin Fan's peripheral vision, he caught a fleeting upward twitch of the corner of Lei Hao's eternally stoic face, so swift it felt like an illusion. The respite was fleeting. The three men meticulously cleared away any trace of the campfire and resumed their journey. The afternoon forest was dappled with light, concealing latent dangers. Qin Shan forged ahead. Lei Hao positioned centrally, and Lin Fan brought up the rear. Their pace had become a seamless rhythm. Unbeknownst to how many ridges they had traversed, Qin Shan, at the forefront, suddenly halted. He raised an arm, pointing into the distance, his voice trembling with excitement. Look. Quickly, Lin Fan and Lei Hao followed his gaze. At the end of the mountain range, nestled within the embrace of a broad valley, the silhouette of grim gray structures came into view. The distance was staggering. At least 20 kilometers away. Yet, under the clear daylight, the outline of high walls, watchtowers, a level parade ground, and a flag fluttering in the breeze was unmistakably vivid. The Dragon Abyss camp. They had sighted it. After 24 hours of a deadly march, the destination was finally within sight. The three stood upon the ridge, allowing the mountain breeze to sweep past them, gazing at the distant camp that appeared as a mere ink blot on the horizon, none uttering a word. The howls of wolves from the previous night, the anguished cries of dawn, the heavy past by the campfire, all the fatigue, pain, and struggle seemed to condense into that tiny yet tangible coordinate in the distance. How far? Lin Fan asked, his voice hoarse. The straight line exceeds 15 kilometers. Lei Hao quickly calculated. The winding mountain path will be at least 20 kilometers. We must reach the foot of the mountain before nightfall. He refrained from voicing the latter part. Yet, all understood. The night forest was a true hunting ground. The three exchanged glances. Beneath their weary eyes burned a shared determination. A fierce resolve that compelled them to crawl if necessary. In the next moment, they stepped forward simultaneously, charging towards the distant camp. Towards that furnace with a 41 mortality rate, towards the futures they had chosen. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of them upon the rugged mountain path. Chapter 17. High Walls and Eliminated Ones. At 3:17 in the afternoon, Lin Fan and his companions burst forth from the last stretch of woods. Before them lay an expansive vista. It was a valley encircled by mountains, approximately 2 kilometers wide from east to west, and 3 kilometers deep from north to south. At the heart of the valley stood a fully militarized fortress, soaring high. The walls loomed ominously. The gray concrete rose to a terrifying height, equivalent to 3 or 4 stories. The surface was rough as sandpaper, marred by scratches and gouges as if clawed by some monstrous beast. On top, barbed wire was wound tightly, the sharp points glinting coldly under the sun. A watchtower stood at regular intervals, with sentinels aiming their dark barrels outward toward the barren land beyond the walls. The main entrance to the camp consisted of 2 heavy alloy doors, each about 5 meters wide and 8 meters high, coated in a dark red anti-corrosive paint. The gates were tightly shut, and before them lay a 50-meter square expanse, strewn with gravel, devoid of any vegetation. Already, a crowd of over 40 individuals occupied the clearing, some seated, others standing, most leaning against their backpacks or supporting one another. Lin Fan's gaze swept over them, his heart sinking gradually. One individual sat on the ground, his left arm completely absent below the elbow. The stump was tightly bound with torn fabric, the blood having congealed into a deep brown. His eyes were closed, his face pale, yet his chest still rose and fell faintly. Still alive, but clearly incapacitated. Another person lay unconscious on the ground, 3 deep claw marks visible on his back, flesh torn. Although he had received rudimentary bandaging, blood continued to seep through, staining the fabric. Nearby, a girl crouched, wiping his forehead with a damp cloth, her eyes red-rimmed. Evidently his companion. Further away, a young boy leaned against the wall, his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he emitted not a sound. Almost everyone bore injuries, from minor cuts and scrapes to severe loss of limbs. Their clothing was tattered, their expressions a mix of relief at surviving and the lingering terror of their ordeal. This was what they termed the ones who made it through. Lin Fan and his companions approached the edge of the clearing, finding a somewhat cleaner corner to sit. Qin Shan plopped down, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Though Lei Hao stood, his hand gripping his backpack trembled slightly. Lin Fan's left arm wound began to ooze blood again, but he paid it no mind. Fixated on the brutal scene before him, the scarred-faced instructor stood before the iron gate, now donned in a clean combat uniform. yet his oppressive aura remained unchanged. He held a tactical tablet in hand, glancing up at each newcomer, recording something on the device. Identification number, LN2047027. A bloodied boy staggered to the edge of the clearing. After reporting his number, he nearly collapsed. The scarred-faced instructor marked something on the tablet, number 46. Off you go. The boy, visibly relieved, slumped to the ground. Next came Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Fan, LN2047003. Lei Hao, LN2047019. Qin Shan, LN2047032. The scarred-faced instructor's single eye scrutinized the three of them, pausing for 2 seconds on Lin Fan's bandaged arm and Qin Shan's pallid face before lowering his head to record. 47, 48, 49. He hesitated, remarking, all accounted for. The tone bore no hint of praise, but felt more like an inventory check. The three moved to the corner, maintaining distance from others. No one spoke. Silence enveloped them, as everyone either tended to their wounds, stared blankly at the iron gate, or gazed towards the woods, awaiting any potential comrades that may yet emerge. Time ticked by, moment by moment. Gradually, more individuals emerged from the forest. Some walked on their own, their steps unsteady, while others were assisted by companions, inching forward. The most unfortunate among them crawled out on hands and knees, both legs shattered and crudely bound. Relying solely on his arms, he dragged himself forward, leaving behind 2 long trails of blood. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, the scarred-faced instructor glanced at the tablet. Number 83. Time, 3:52 in the afternoon. Only 8 minutes remained, but the slots were dwindling. In the final moments, 3 more dashed out. A girl fainted the moment she reached the clearing, her companions dragging her aside. Another boy had a large chunk of flesh bitten from his right shoulder, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, while his companions fumbled desperately to apply pressure. At 4:07, the scarred-faced instructor checked the tactical terminal on his wrist. Time's up. His voice echoed coldly and authoritatively through the clearing. The iron gate remained firmly shut. The forest fell into an eerie silence. The mountain demon lowered his gaze upon the tablet, remaining silent for several seconds before lifting his head, his single eye sweeping across every individual in the clearing. In the year of the new calendar, 62, the entrance examination for the Longyuan Special Training Camp had come to an end. Expected were 120 participants, but in reality, only. He paused momentarily. 86. 86. This figure pierced through each heart like an icicle. 34 had been eliminated. The mountain demon continued, his tone as calm as if he were merely delivering a weather report. Among them, 8 were confirmed dead, and 26 were seriously injured and unable to continue. 8 lives lost. Lin Fan's fingers curled tightly. He recalled the abrupt, blood-curdling scream from the early hours. He remembered the crimson eyes of the shadow wolf. 8 lives were left behind in these mountains, never to return. You all. The mountain demon's gaze sliced through each face like a blade. You have secured your entry tickets. Congratulations. Yet, in his words lay not a trace of genuine congratulations. But remember, this is merely the beginning. He stowed the tablet away and gestured towards the iron gates. A heavy mechanical sound resonated from within. The grinding of gears and the dull clunk of locks sliding open melded together. The 2 massive dark red doors creaked open slowly, emitting a jarring metallic screech that made one's teeth ache. The scene beyond the doors gradually revealed itself. It was a broad passageway, flanked by towering walls. The concrete floor was immaculately clean. At the end of the passage lay an enormous training ground. In the distance, figures could be seen running, striking, and honing their abilities. The cacophony of roars, the clashing of metal, and the explosive sounds of unleashed powers merged into a singular tumult, akin to a colossal beast gasping for breath. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, blood, and rust, mingled with an indescribable, yet palpably haunting aura. It was the residual intent to kill, sedimented after genuine combat. Now, the mountain demon turned slightly, his singular eye fixated intently on everyone. Enter the camp. No one moved. All gazes were transfixed upon the passage, upon the world beyond the gates. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of yearning, fear, eagerness, and profound trepidation. Lin Fan inhaled deeply and rose from the ground. The wound on his left arm throbbed painfully, yet he could endure it. His backpack felt heavy, but he was still capable of carrying it. The flame of silence lay quietly within the canvas bag, yet its subtle pulsation felt remarkably vivid at this moment. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Shan. The large figure had also stood up, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet his gaze was resolute. He then turned to Lei Hao, who had already donned his backpack, calmly staring into the depths of the passage. The three exchanged a glance. No words of agreement were spoken, yet they simultaneously set their legs in motion. They traversed the clearing, moving past those who sat or lay sprawled on the ground, passing by the mountain demon, and approached the open iron gates. Behind them, footsteps began to follow, first erratic, but gradually coalescing into a unified rhythm. The sound of their steps echoed, patter, patter. Lin Fan reached the threshold of the iron gates, pausing for a moment. Beyond lay shadows, the opaque unknown, and a future with a mortality rate soaring to 40%. Outside was the wilderness, the path they had come, the yesterday they could never return to. He tightened his grip on the straps, his left hand instinctively pressing against the canvas bag. Through the thick fabric, he could feel the flame of silence radiating a slight warmth. Then, he lifted his right foot and stepped into the shadows. Behind him, the iron gates began to close slowly, creaking ominously. The last vestiges of daylight were utterly severed. Chapter 18. The divide between novices and butchers. The iron gates slammed shut behind him, cleaving the world in twain. Outside lay the silence and peril of the wilderness. Inside, a different kind of clamor and brutality awaited. Lin Fan stood in the center of the passageway, his gaze sweeping across the unfolding scene. His breath involuntarily halting for several seconds. The interior of the Longyuan camp was far larger and more primal than he had envisioned. Directly ahead was a colossal training ground. Spanning at least 2 football fields, the ground devoid of any modern plastic or turf, only solid earth and gravel soaked with blood and sweat. The training ground was divided into several zones, each conducting distinctly different, yet equally spine-chilling, training exercises. The nearest zone was a vast mud pit, exceeding 30 meters in diameter. The murky, dark sludge exuded a rancid stench of decaying muck mixed with blood. Within the pit, a dozen individuals engaged in indiscriminate combat. Each bore a massive stone estimated to weigh over 500 kilograms, moving with great difficulty while delivering lethal strikes. Their fists and feet, infused with spiritual energy, crashed against their opponents, producing the grotesque sounds of bone and muscle colliding. Some were struck to the point of blood spewing from their mouths and noses. Others were forcefully pushed into the muck, struggling to rise again, yet none ceased their assault. Their eyes gleamed with the ferocity of starving wolves. A wildness honed through countless life and death battles. There at the mastery realm, Qin Shan whispered, his voice laced with astonishment. From the energy fluctuations, the lowest among them is at least a 2-star in the mastery realm. Lin Fan did not respond, merely nodding. He could sense the concentrated and substantial spiritual energy emanating from those seasoned participants, a far cry from what he and the other newly awakened individuals could muster. The chasm between the awakening realm and the mastery realm was unfathomably deep. The former denoted a preliminary grasp of abilities, while the latter represented proficient application, capable of manifesting tangible attacks. Any of those grappling in the mud pit could stand alone as a formidable expert in Jiang City. On the opposite side of the training ground stood a row of specially designed heavy steel walls. In front of the walls stood 7 or 8 individuals, each facing the ferocious jets of water shooting from high-pressure hoses. The force of the water was sufficient to launch a car into the air. Yet these participants stood as steadfast as mountains, their hands forming seals before them or engaging in intricate manipulations. Among them, one individual ignited flames in his hands, not to attack, but to inscribe. Fiery red tendrils extended from his fingertips, trembling under the impact of the water jets, laboriously inching towards the steel wall. The moment the flame touched the steel, a hissing sound of searing echoed. The steel did not melt. Instead, it bore a faint, charred etching upon its surface. He was inscribing the character for kill, the strokes crooked and labored, evidently a strenuous task. Precision manipulation training. Lei Hao's voice was soft. To maintain accurate control amidst such extreme interference, one must be at least a 3-star in the mastery realm. Lin Fan's gaze continued to traverse the scene. Further away, some individuals sprinted with burdens of several hundred kilograms in the mountainous obstacle zone. Others crawled beneath barbed wire laced with sharp spikes, their backs marked with deep, bloody gashes. Yet they remained oblivious to the pain. Some engaged in combat drills, sparks flying from clashing blades and bursts of abilities illuminating the air. The scents in the atmosphere were overwhelmingly complex. The pungent odor of sweat, the metallic tang of blood, the earthy musk, and a peculiar sweetness lingering after the release of spiritual energy. 86 novices followed the mountain demon, traversing the edge of the training ground in solemn silence. As they passed a muddy pit, an older student was struck squarely in the face by an opponent's punch, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily less than 2 meters from Lin Fan's feet. Bloodied and battered, his nose visibly crushed, he merely shook his head, spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 broken teeth, and, as if nothing had transpired, rose again, roaring back into the fray. In his eyes, there was no trace of pain, only an icy, unyielding battle fervor that ignited a fire upon the skin. Lin Fan's fingers tightened imperceptibly around the straps of his backpack. To the east lay the dormitory area, a cluster of lowly iron sheet houses. The walls were mottled and rusted, resembling dried blood. Each room measured no more than 20 square meters, with numbers hastily painted in white on the doors. Lin Fan's dormitory was number 7 in Zone B. Upon entering, a pungent mix of mildew and sweat assaulted his senses. The room was exceedingly rudimentary, 4 sets of bunk beds with rough wooden slats, adorned only with thin, faded military green mattresses. A dilapidated long table and 8 uneven iron lockers completed the sparse furnishings. There was no air conditioning, merely a small window barred with iron. allowing a sliver of dim light to filter in. 5 individuals already occupied the room. Lin Fan glanced around. They were all newcomers, emerging from the woods, bearing varying degrees of injury. 2 sat on the lower bunks, clumsily wrapping their bleeding wounds with yellowed bandages. 1 reclined on the upper bunk, eyes closed, breathing barely audible. The remaining 2 stood by the window like vigilant lone wolves, coldly scrutinizing the trio that had just entered. Silence reigned. No greetings were exchanged. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on every heart. Lin Fan chose the upper bunk by the window, tossing his backpack onto it. Qin Shan opted for the lower bunk beside him, while Lei Hao claimed the upper bunk across from the door, affording him a vantage point to observe any movements beyond. They organized their belongings swiftly, completing the task in under 5 minutes. Lin Fan retrieved a flatbread made by his mother, sharing one with Qin Shan and Lei Hao before taking a hearty bite himself. The bread had long cooled, hard as stone, yet as he chewed, the familiar aroma of the dough mingled with the warmth of home spread through his mouth, allowing his taut shoulders to relax just a fraction. The 2 by the window cast a glance their way, a fleeting flicker of interest glimmering in their eyes before they turned away. The one resting on the upper bunk cracked open his eyelids slightly, his gaze lingering briefly on the flatbread in Lin Fan's hand before he slowly closed his eyes once more. 13 minutes remained. Lei Hao glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. It was a standard issue upon entering the camp, equipped solely with timing and positioning functions, sturdy and resilient. Lin Fan hastily finished the flatbread, carefully wrapping the remainder and placing it back in his bag. He reached into the canvas pack to retrieve the Yinji blade. Unwrapping the thick cloth, the black blade glimmered with a deep, shadowy sheen under the dim light, the star-like patterns etched into its surface appearing even more pronounced than before. As his fingers brushed the hilt, a familiar, subtle pulse reverberated through him once again, though this time it felt different, like a resonance, or perhaps a warning. It was as if the blade itself sensed the pervasive aura of blood and fire surrounding the camp. All personnel, assemble at the central square. The command was repeated. All personnel, immediately gather at the central square. The sharp whistle and the roar of the loudspeaker erupted simultaneously, piercing through the iron sheet walls and causing a ringing in their ears. The 8 occupants of the room sprang to their feet as if startled by a cat having its tail stepped on. Lin Fan seized the Yinji blade, quickly wrapping it in the thick cloth before slinging his bag over his shoulder and bolting out the door, with Qin Shan and Lei Hao close behind. In the corridor, other newcomers emerged from their rooms in a frantic rush, the cacophony of footsteps, collisions, and hurried breaths creating a chaotic symphony. The central square, located at the heart of the camp, was a vast expanse of concrete capable of accommodating thousands. By the time Lin Fan and his companions reached the square, many had already gathered. The newcomers huddled together in disarray, some adjusting their clothing, others engaged in hushed conversations, their formation askew and devoid of discipline. Soon, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to the opposite side. From the direction of the training ground, a cadre of seasoned students entered, running in unison. Their movements were precise and synchronized, each footfall resonating with a rhythmic cadence, as if they were all attuned to the same drumbeat. Over 300 individuals marched in unison, their expressions devoid of emotion, eyes calm yet sharp as the cold ice of an abyss, betraying no hint of sentiment. Their combat uniforms were caked with mud, blood, and even tattered. Yet, the aura they emanated, forged in the crucible of death and carnage, chilled the very air of the square. The seasoned students swiftly formed ranks at one side of the square. There were no commands, no directives. The formation materialized in a breath. Standing tall and straight, they all gazed ahead with unwavering focus. Throughout the entire process, the only sound was the echo of their footsteps, a stark contrast to the chaotic clamor of the newcomers. The difference was palpable and terrifying. Lin Fan silently counted. There were approximately 300 seasoned students. The energy radiating from them was at least that of a first-star mastery. The most potent among them, upon Lin Fan's brief sensing, caused a weight to settle in his chest, as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart. At least those energies belonged to a mastery of 7 stars or higher, perhaps even brushing the threshold of the extraordinary realm. This was Lan Yuan. For the foreseeable future, they would reside, train, and fight for their lives here. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack, the Yinji blade within pulsing with a faint, eager thrum. Chapter 19, Strength Before Death. The central square fell into an eerie silence. The new students and seasoned veterans stood 10 meters apart, delineating 2 worlds, life and death. The newcomers, 86 in number, struggled to form a line, their ranks skewed, some stifling their breaths, others anxiously grinding their heels against the concrete. In stark contrast, the seasoned students stood like sentinels, 300 strong, their breathing synchronized from the first to the last, creating a forest of silent steel. Under the blazing sun, clear shadows of each individual were cast upon the concrete ground. From the direction of the training grounds came muffled roars and the dull thuds of impact. Yet in the square, the silence was so profound that one could hear the rustling of distant trees swayed by the wind. From the direction of the instructor's platform, several figures emerged, Leading the pack was the mountain demon along with several other instructors, garbed in deep gray combat uniforms, their epaulets adorned with shining silver stars. The weakest among them being of the 7-star mastery. These formidable individuals, capable of instilling fear in any city outside, now bowed their heads, trailing behind one man. That man was Longya. Appearing to be in his 40s, with a buzz cut and sharply defined facial features, he seemed as though he had been hewn from stone. Standing around 1.80 meters, he possessed broad shoulders and a robust build, his combat uniform straining against his muscular form, exuding an explosive sense of power. Most fearsome were his eyes, deep black orbs devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he scanned the assembly with a dispassionate gaze. Every individual he met felt a tightening in their throats. Even breathing became a laborious task. He did not exude any oppressive aura. Yet the moment he reached the center of the instructor's platform and turned to face the crowd, the very air of the square thickened and became heavy. Among the newcomers, some could not suppress a step backward, while beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of others. Even the seasoned students, well versed in the face of death, straightened their spines, their gazes becoming increasingly lethal. Longya's gaze slowly swept across the entire assembly, from the tender faces on the left to the stern figures on the right. Each countenance lingered in his eyes for but a moment. His expression was not one of observation, but rather an appraisal, akin to assessing tools or weaponry. 62 years ago, he began to speak. His voice was not loud, even somewhat calm, yet each word pierced the ears of everyone present with precision, resonating directly against their eardrums. The global spiritual tide erupted. In the first year, the population plummeted from 8 billion to 5.2 billion. The second year saw a decline to 4.1 billion. By the third year, it dwindled to 3.2 billion. It took us 62 years to gradually claw our way back to today's 35 billion. Longya paused, his gaze returning to the newcomers. Over these 62 years, humanity reclaimed 7% of the land. The cost was an average of 300,000 lives each year, not from illness or old age, but torn apart and devoured by ferocious beasts, ground into flesh and mud. His tone remained utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were merely reporting an inconsequential piece of news. Yet each figure was steeped in blood. The Lonyuan camp has been established for 40 years, enrolling a total of 5,782 students, with 3,121 graduating, resulting in a mortality rate of 32%. Longya paused again, his abyss-like eyes gazing into the distance as if peering at the souls lost to the passage of time. They are not mere numbers, nor just names on a file. They were your seniors, those who once stood here listening to my admonitions, and the warriors who later perished in the wilderness, fell victim to spiritual disasters, or were devoured by beasts. In the square, even the heartbeat seemed to vanish. The color was swiftly draining from the faces of the newcomers, and some could no longer suppress the tremors in their fingertips. Among the older students, expressions were blank, yet deep within their eyes, magma simmered. You may wonder why? Longya retracted his gaze, scrutinizing the young individuals before him. Knowing full well they might die, why would they still come? With such a high mortality rate, why leap into this meat grinder? He stepped forward, just one step. An invisible aura of terror erupted with a thunderous force. Lin Fan's heart jolted, the air in his chest seemingly evaporating, leaving him gasping for breath. Beside him, Qin Shan's temples bulged with veins, and Lei Hao's fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles cracked with a series of sharp sounds. I will tell you why. Longya's voice remained steady, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking at the hearts of all present. Because outside the city lurk ferocious beasts, while inside dwell your parents, siblings, and friends. Because the powers you have awakened are not toys for flaunting or bullying the weak. They are weapons. They are burdens. They are curses. Your worth is singular. He raised a finger, his voice suddenly rising, sharp enough to tear through the air. Before you die, become stronger. Strong enough to slay a few more beasts. Strong enough to defend an inch more of land. Strong enough to live one more day. As the last word fell, the square reverberated with the chilling echoes of murderous intent. The sun blazed fiercely, yet all felt a chill coursing down their spines, penetrating to their very marrow. Longya's gaze swept over the newcomers once more, lingering longer this time. His eyes pierced through their facades, confronting the fear, hesitation, and the burgeoning ruthlessness that had just begun to sprout from the depths of their despair. Now, Longya began to speak slowly, his tone reverting to its earlier emotionless monotone. I give you one final opportunity to choose. Those who wish to leave, step forward. Once you remain, the death contract you signed will take immediate effect. Should you perish during training, your body will be returned home, and your family will receive a compensation of 500,000. If you become disabled, you will retire and receive a lifetime pension to see you through the latter half of your life. This is the rule. The square fell into a deathly silence. No one moved. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. In the third row of newcomers, a boy began to tremble uncontrollably. He bowed his head, his shoulders heaving violently, tears splattering against the scorching concrete, soaking into dark little circles. His left arm was still bandaged, with dark red stains of blood that had yet to dry. Finally, he lifted his head, his face a canvas of tears and mucus. I withdraw. His voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with heavy sobs, yet in the stillness, it pierced through with clarity. He trembled as he stepped out of the line, his head bowed low, unable to meet anyone's gaze, inching toward the edge of the square. There stood 2 clerks from the Spirit Regulation Bureau. He took the pen and scrawled his name on the document, the handwriting a twisted mess. Then, without looking back, he walked toward the camp's entrance, his back hunched, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years, drained of all vitality. Longya's face remained devoid of expression. After a few more seconds, there was a stir in the line again. A boy and a girl, both similarly bowed, hastily rushed to the clerks, signed their names, and fled as if escaping. 86 newcomers, 3 had departed. The remaining 83 stood frozen in place, no one daring to move. Longya's gaze swept slowly across these 83 youthful faces. Fear, tension, and confusion still lingered, but deeper within, a resolute determination was crystallizing. He nodded slightly. It was not approval, but rather a confirmation. Clever individuals. Longya spoke, a hint of icy mockery surfacing in his voice for the first time. Knowing fear and the instinct to survive is an innate trait of living beings. Those 3 may indeed live longer, perhaps leading a comfortable life as clerks in the rear cities. He paused, his gaze suddenly penetrating, as if cutting through flesh. But you, since you have chosen to stay, you must be prepared for the consequences. Longyuan is neither a school nor an amusement park. Here, there is no sympathy, no preferential treatment. Only training, slaughter, and death. Welcome to hell. The last 5 words were spoken lightly, yet they etched a searing imprint deep within every soul present. With that, he turned and descended from the instructor's platform, striding directly into the depths of the training grounds. The mountain demon and other instructors silently followed behind him, none looking back. In the square, new and old students maintained their confrontational stances. Lin Fan stood rooted in place, instinctively pressing against the backpack on his chest. Through the thick canvas, he could distinctly feel the flame's silence blade within, emitting a subtle yet fervent tremor of desire. Lin Fan raised his head, gazing toward the direction Longya had vanished. There, the struggle in the mire continued, high-pressure water guns still spraying, figures laden with weight running under the blazing sun. This path was one he had chosen for himself. There was no turning back, nor was there any need for a path to return. Chapter 20. Dual Attribute S-Class, the atmosphere suffocating. After Longya's address, the 83 newcomers were led into the heavily charged testing arena. They formed 3 rows, silent as the grave. All eyes were fixed on the 3 towering azure crystal pillars at the center of the arena. The pillars were transparent, with intricate energy circuits swirling within. The Spiritual Energy Potential Detector, standard equipment of the Spirit Regulation Bureau, could accurately measure the purity and total amount of awakened spiritual energy, as well as calculate potential ratings. The mountain demon stood by the control panel, his scarred face rendered fearsome under the blue light. Gripping the tactical tablet, his voice was cold and hard. By number, 3 individuals at a time. Place your palms on the surface, unleash your spiritual energy with all your might, and sustain it for 3 seconds. The first 3 from the front stepped forward. The first, a short-haired girl, awakened at a 5-star level, placed her palm upon the pillar, which ignited with a faint green glow, stopping at the 45 mark. Number LN2047011, Spiritual Energy Purity 76, total rating, C-Class. C rank, a realm of lordly potential. Serves as the terminus for the majority of awakened individuals. The second male participant, also C rank. The third follows suit. The assessments proceed methodically. Most participants find themselves rated between C and B ranks, with a few exceptional cases, AB rank and another B, stirring a modest commotion. The true turning point emerges in the 11th group, with a tall, slender boy at the awakened 8-star level, currently the highest-ranked newcomer. The moment his palm makes contact with the crystal column, deep crimson flames erupt explosively, illuminating the surroundings to a staggering score of 80. The column trembles slightly. Designation LN2047042. With a psychic energy purity of 88, receives an overall ranking of A. The arena is filled with a chorus of gasps for the first time. An A-rank potential signifies the possibility of becoming a formidable sovereign in the future, wielding strategic power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The mountain demon notes this down on a tablet, his single eye betraying no emotion. The team continues. It is now Leihao's turn. He approaches the crystal column calmly, extending his right hand. There is no build-up, no preparation. Boom. A torrent of deep purple lightning surges forth from his palm, condensing like a liquid, instantly filling the entire crystal column. The internal energy circuits flicker wildly, and the purple light ascends with overwhelming force. 50, 70, 80. Ultimately, it is firmly pinned at the position of 85. The column quakes violently, emitting a hum of strain. The technician's voice trembles as he announces, designation LN2047019. With a psychic energy purity of 92, achieving an overall rank of A. Just one step away from S rank. The crowd is in an uproar. Countless gazes are directed at the cool-headed youth, still crackling with residual electric sparks, a fleeting flash of purple lightning visible in the depths of his pupils. The mountain demon scrutinizes Lei Hao for 2 seconds before making a decisive mark on the tablet. The next group, Qin Shan. The burly youth appears somewhat anxious, wiping the sweat from his palms onto his clothes before placing his hand on the column. In the next moment, a dark yellow energy wave radiates outward. This is not light, but a texture, a terrifying pressure so immense that it slightly warps the surrounding space. The wave steadily rises, ultimately settling at 78. Designation LN20470032. With a psychic energy purity of 89, receives an overall rank of B. While this score is indeed commendable, it pales in comparison to Lei Hao SA, rendering it less impressive. Only the technician spares Qin Shan a lingering glance. A rare gravity attribute, with B potential, marks him as a prodigious talent. The testing continues. Lin Fan stands in the middle of the queue, and it is now his turn. Designation LN20470003, Lin Fan, steps forward. Countless eyes instantly converge upon him. Some recall that he was among those who walked alongside Lei Hao and Qin Shan during the camp assessment. What level of power does he possess? Lin Fan approaches the crystal column, refraining from extending his hand immediately, instead closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Deep within his consciousness, the star map within him begins to rotate slowly. Warning: host true potential is SSS rank. It is advised to suppress some energy output to avoid drawing excessive attention. The system's cold prompt resonates in his mind. Understood. Lin Fan mentally acknowledges this, then opens his eyes. He raises his right hand, placing his palm against the cool surface of the crystal. In the first second, a silver-white light erupts, not merely illuminating, but bursting forth. The space warps and folds beneath the brilliance, as the energy circuits within the crystal are instantly activated to their limits. The light ascends frantically. 50, 70, 80, 90. The column begins to tremble violently. Yet, this is not the end. In the second, a strand of resplendent golden flame rises from the same spot in his palm. The flame is fierce, dominant, radiating an aura that incinerates everything in its path, boldly intertwining with the silver-white spatial energy. Two opposing forces collide and merge within the crystal column, emitting a piercing shriek as the protective coating on the surface begins to crack like a spider's web. Ultimately, the brilliance halts at a height that leaves everyone's minds blank. 95. The dual-colored energy slowly rotates within the column, resembling a miniature binary star system. The entire testing arena falls into a deathly silence. All eyes are glued to the near-collapsing crystal column, fixated on the 95 mark and the unprecedented dual-colored energy body. The technician at the control panel gasps, momentarily forgetting to breathe. The mountain demon's single eye remains steadfastly fixed upon Lin Fan. He glances down at the tablet, which displays the evaluation report from Zhou Wu, noting an initial S rank. The mountain demon remains silent for 2 seconds, and when he speaks again, his voice is hoarse. Designation LN20470003, Lin Fan. Psychic energy purity dual system detection, spatial system 94, flame system 93. Comprehensive potential rating. He pauses, each word falling like a heavy stone upon the hearts of the crowd. S rank. S rank. Potential of a saint. Across the entirety of Huaxia. Among hundreds of thousands of newly awakened individuals each year, fewer than 20 ever touch the threshold of S rank. In the Dragon Abyss camp, over the course of 40 years, fewer than 30 S rank prodigies have been recruited, averaging less than 1 per year. And now, here stands one. The silence persists for a full 5 seconds. Then, the emotional dam of the crowd completely collapses. S rank. Did I hear that correctly? And dual system. My C rank purity is only 45. The disparity is greater than that between man and beast. How could spatial and flame attributes coexist within a single individual? Shouldn't they annihilate each other? Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Gasps, doubts, discussions erupt instantaneously. Every gaze is fixated upon Lin Fan, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and an even deeper sense of trepidation. In the observation area, several seasoned veterans, who had remained unfazed until now, also changed their expressions. A bald, scarred giant squints his eyes, resembling a lion catching sight of prey, a predatory grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Another tall, thin youth with glasses suddenly adjusts his lenses, feverishly jotting down notes, his eyes alight with fervor. Silence. The mountain demon raps the control panel with his knuckles, the resounding noise quelling all commotion. Lin Fan withdraws his hand, and the dual-colored radiance within the column gradually dissipates. He turns to return to the queue, his steps steady, back straight, as though the explosive display just witnessed was not his own. As he passes by Lei Hao and Qin Shan, both cast him a glance. Lei Hao's gaze holds scrutiny and combativeness. Qin Shan, on the other hand, breaks into a hearty grin, playfully slapping Lin Fan on the shoulder. External detection complete. Potential rating has been recorded. It is advised for the host to maintain a low profile, The S rank rating is sufficient to attract attention within the camp. Further exposure is unnecessary. New inheritance to be learned. Flame-shaping insights. Magical universe. The System S prompt echoes in his mind, to which Lin Fan silently acknowledges. The testing continues, yet no one cares anymore. Everyone's thoughts linger on the shock of that dual S-rank energy. An hour later, the psychic energy testing concludes. The mountain demon surveys the crowd. Next, we proceed to basic physical abilities. Head to the training ground. The team reassembles and exits the testing arena. The sunlight is blinding. In the training ground, the senior students are still engaged in their grueling regimen. However, as the newcomer team passes, nearly everyone halts their activities. Their gaze is trailing after a particular figure in the line. Those stares weigh heavily upon Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan maintains a stoic expression, gripping the strap of his backpack a little tighter. In the physical testing area, the first event is strength. Qinshan bellows, effortlessly lifting a 500-kilogram barbell overhead. 600 kilograms. Easily done. 700 kilograms. His final score stands at 850 kilograms, ranking first among the newcomers. Lei Hao manages a score of 600 kilograms, placing him in the upper tier. It is Lin Fan's turn. He grips the 500-kilogram barbell, exerting effort to lift it, the process appearing somewhat strenuous. At 600 kilograms, his arms began to tremble, barely managing to complete the lift. Ultimately, his score was set at 620 kilograms. This was considered above average among the 4-star awakened realm. Yet when juxtaposed with his S-rank potential, it appeared exceedingly mediocre. The second assessment was speed. Lei Hao darted across the 100-meter track like a bolt of purple lightning, clocking in at 38 seconds. It was a pure display of physical prowess, devoid of any supernatural abilities. The timing officer raised his eyebrows in surprise. Qinshan finished in 72 seconds. Lin Fan followed closely with 59 seconds, still landing in the above-average range. The third test assessed endurance. Throughout the evaluations, Lin Fan's scores remained consistently in the upper-middle tier. He surpassed most C and B ranks, but paled in comparison to the few A ranks. His S-rank spiritual energy potential contrasted starkly with his C-rank physical performance, creating an absurd and glaring contradiction. Only Lin Fan understood that this was a result of his deliberate control. By the time the physical tests concluded, dusk had begun to settle. The setting sun elongated the shadows of everyone on the training ground. The one-eyed mountain demon gathered all the data and left them with a single remark. Formal training would commence tomorrow. Tonight would be your last peaceful night's rest. The team disbanded, and Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qinshan walked side by side towards the dormitory area. Behind them trailed countless gazes, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and ill intent. Ahead, the Longyuan camp loomed, shrouded in thickening night. A storm was brewing. Chapter 21, S-rank talent? You can't even stand steady. At 5:30 the next morning, the piercing sound of the assembly whistle shattered the tranquility of the camp. Lin Fan sprang from his iron-framed bed, donning his combat uniform in 3 seconds, snatching his backpack and the flame silence blade before dashing out of the dormitory. The corridor thrummed with chaotic footsteps. The newcomers, still bleary-eyed, dared not lag behind. The mountain demon had warned them yesterday, be late once, and face a 20-kilometer armed cross-country run. 5 minutes later, 83 newcomers stood in formation. The mountain demon stood before the ranks, his single eye sweeping over everyone before finally resting on the canvas bag at Lin Fan's feet. Today marks the beginning of basic combat training. The mountain demon's voice was cold in the morning breeze. The first lesson was unarmed combat. Everyone was to leave their weapons behind and head to the fighting arena. A slight stir rippled through the ranks. For many supernatural beings, unarmed combat was the most dreaded subject. It meant relinquishing their greatest reliance and resorting to the most primal form of combat. Lin Fan unfastened his canvas bag and placed it by his feet. The flame silence blade lay quietly within, yet it emitted a faint pulsation, as if urging him to return soon. The fighting arena, situated on the northern side of the training grounds, was a vast, standalone structure. As the door swung open, a potent blend of sweat, leather, and a faint, metallic tang of blood assailed the senses. 3 instructors were already stationed inside the arena. The lead instructor, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and muscular arms marred by numerous scars, stood with his arms crossed, his gaze piercing enough to seem as though it could penetrate bone. The Iron Fist instructor, a 2-star master of combat. The mountain demon's introduction was brief. Today, you will take turns sparring with the Iron Fist instructor for 3 minutes, without the use of supernatural abilities. We will evaluate your combat skills, reactions, and ability to withstand hits. Lin Fan's heart sank. This meant that even without utilizing their supernatural powers, the instructor's physical strength and combat experience were sufficient to overwhelm this group of newcomers. Grouped by numbers, 3 at a time, the Iron Fist instructor's raspy voice cut through the air like sandpaper. First group, step forward. The sparring commenced swiftly and ended even quicker. The first newcomer charged in with a shout, but was evaded with a simple sidestep by the instructor, who delivered a swift chop to the side of the neck. The boy collapsed, eyes rolling back, all within 3 seconds. The second lasted 5 seconds before being slammed onto the mat with a textbook shoulder throw. Unable to rise for quite some time. The third, having learned from his predecessors, opted for defense only, yet the instructor's punches tore through his guard like paper. A knee strike crashing into his abdomen. The boy immediately knelt, his face pale as a sheet. Next, the Iron Fist instructor's expression remained unchanged. One by one, the newcomers faced him, falling in various positions. The longest lasted no more than 30 seconds. Finally, it was Lin Fan's turn. His group included Lei Hao. Lei Hao stepped up first. He did not assume any stance but stood calmly, his arms hanging naturally at his sides. The moment the Iron Fist instructor advanced, Lei Hao moved, not to retreat, nor to block, but to counterattack. He shifted his body to evade a straight punch, his right hand striking out like a snake towards the instructor's throat. The instructor's gaze sharpened, raising his arm to block. Yet, Lei Hao's wrist twisted oddly, transforming his claw into an elbow strike aimed at the instructor's ribs. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The elbow strike was blocked. Yet the force of it caused the Iron Fist instructor to step back half a pace. Gasps of astonishment arose from the surrounding newcomers. He was the first to make the instructor retreat. For the next 20 seconds, Lei Hao displayed a combat style that was starkly different. His movements were devoid of any flourish. Each strike was precise, vicious, targeting vital areas such as the throat, eyes, and groin. The ferocity honed through life and death encounters compelled the Iron Fist instructor to take him seriously. At the 25-second mark, the instructor seized upon a minute opening, delivering a devastating punch to Lei Hao's abdomen. Lei Hao grunted, stumbling back 3 steps. Yet he remained standing, merely momentarily disrupted in his breathing. Stop! The Iron Fist instructor raised his hand. Have you fought in underground matches? Indeed, Lei Hao replied calmly. The instructor nodded, an unmistakable glint of approval in his eyes. Next, Lin Fan. He stepped into the center of the mat, instinctively assuming the initial stance of the Star Sea Blade technique, only to abruptly realize the mismatch. Just as he adjusted, the Iron Fist instructor was already upon him. With a swift step forward, his right hand transformed into a claw, reaching for Lin Fan's shoulder. A fleeting thought of utilizing his spatial abilities crossed Lin Fan's mind, but the rules held him firmly in place. He could only forcefully sidestep and retaliate with a punch. Too slow. The instructor's claw changed mid-attack, clamping down on Lin Fan's wrist like a vice. Then, with a throw, the world spun. Lin Fan felt himself lifted and slammed onto the mat, the air in his lungs expelled in an instant. First time. The instructor's icy voice echoed from above. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and climbed back up, this time adopting a defensive stance. Yet, the instructor's onslaught was relentless, offering no respite. A feint bypassed his guard. Bang! A side kick struck his waist, sending Lin Fan staggering back. Before he could regain his footing, the instructor was upon him like a specter, delivering an elbow strike to his chest. Second time. The instructor's tone remained devoid of emotion. When Lin Fan rose for the third time, his breathing was utterly ragged. He could distinctly feel the gazes around him, some sympathetic, others openly mocking, while whispers of derision floated through the air. Is this what it means to be S-rank? I thought it would be something more impressive. Talent without substance. S-rank potential? In the arena, it was utterly worthless. This time, Lin Fan resolved to take the initiative. He forced himself to recall the footwork of the Star Sea Blade technique, mimicking its unique rhythm. Step forward, charge. His right hand transformed into a blade, slicing through the air towards the instructor's neck. This was an unarmed evolution of the blade technique. For a brief moment, a flicker of surprise flashed in the Iron Fist instructor's eyes, but it lasted only an instant. The instructor sidestepped, his right hand once again clamping down on Lin Fan's wrist, his left hand pressing firmly on his shoulder. Third time throw. This time it was even more forceful, and Lin Fan felt the bones in his back lamenting. He lay on the mat, staring at the high ceiling of the arena. The instructor's final assessment ringing in his ears like a verdict, an S rank in supernatural potential, yet physically, you are but the bottom of a barrel. A leaky barrel cannot hold water, no matter how much you try to fill it, it remains worthless. The Iron Fist instructor lowered his gaze upon him. An expression devoid of disdain, merely a cold declaration of reality. In the wilderness, one's abilities would wither, and spiritual energy would deplete. The only saviors of your life are your body, your fists, and your blade. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the mat. 3 minutes had elapsed. Next was Qin Shan. This robust youth exhibited a rough demeanor, yet possessed an undeniable tenacity. The Iron Fist instructor's initial assault was met with Qin Shan's defiance, as he braced himself with his arm, grimacing in pain, yet refusing to fall. In the second grappling attempt, he astonishingly adjusted his posture mid-air, landing precariously on his feet. The third, fourth, and fifth attempts followed suit. Qin Shan resembled a wild bull, repeatedly thrown aside, yet persistently rising, lacking finesse and riddled with openings. His unyielding spirit captured even the Iron Fist instructor's attention. Ultimately, the instructor executed a fierce shoulder throw. Qin Shan was lifted entirely, yet in mid-air. He clung tightly to the instructor's neck. They both crashed onto the mat. The instructor patted his back. Let go. It's over. Shan, panting heavily, rose with sweat streaming down his face, his eyes gleaming with an astonishing light. Adequate strength, zero technique, commented the Iron Fist instructor, but the fighting spirit is commendable. As evening fell, training concluded. The newcomers bore bruises and aches. The Mountain Demon announced the composite rankings of the top 30, rewarding them with a vial of spiritual energy supplement. Lin Fan's gaze settled on the screen. He placed 41st. The dismal score for his combat proficiency felt like a boulder, dragging his overall rank into the lower tier. Lei Hao stood at 28th, claiming a vial. Shan ranked 52nd, missing out. The faces of those who received the supplements were marked with unabashed joy. In Longyuan camp, resources equated to strength, and strength signified life. Dismissed. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Fan made his way to a corner of the training hall, placing his hands on the ground to commence push-ups. 1, 2, 3. The old injury in his left arm throbbed, yet he pressed on. The instructor's words hammered into his heart like nails. The foundation was cracked. No amount of water could fill it. He must mend this board. By the 50th, his sweat had soaked through his combat uniform. By the 100th, his arms trembled violently, nearly collapsing under his weight. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him. It was Lei Hao. The stoic youth observed him for a few seconds, uttered nothing, and turned away. Minutes later, he returned, tossing 2 black weighted wristbands before Lin Fan. Thud. Put them on. Lei Hao spoke in a low voice, offering only 2 words. Each weighed 5 kilograms. After delivering his command, he turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing at the door. Lin Fan gazed at the wristbands on the ground, then at the direction where Lei Hao had disappeared, silently picking them up and fastening them around his wrists. A heavy weight pulled him down. He resumed his stance and continued doing push-ups. This time, each movement became exceedingly arduous yet undeniably solid. The lights of the training hall remained bright, while outside, the night deepened. For Lin Fan, the night at Longyuan camp was just beginning. Chapter 22, Breaking Limits, Illuminating the Star Map. At 11 o'clock at night, the lights in the corner of the training hall still shone brightly. Lin Fan donned Lei Hao's weighted wristbands. Each weighed 20 kilograms, summing up to 40 kilograms pressing down on his arms. Each lift of his hands was a dual torment of muscle and will. The inner layer of the wristbands was crafted from a special soft material, gentle on the skin. Yet the oppressive weight constantly reminded him of one undeniable truth. He was still not strong enough. He practiced only the most fundamental straight punches. Not a shred of spiritual energy was utilized, nor were there any flashy techniques. He sought the purest form of power transmitted through each punch. Energy surged from the ground, through his waist and hips, along his spine, reaching his shoulders and arms, finally exploding from his fist. This was the technique Lei Hao had imparted during the day. Initially, out of 10 punches, he misfired 7 times, the force scattering during transmission. With every mistake, Lin Fan paused, closed his eyes to recall Lei Hao's demonstration, adjusted his breath and stance, and then resumed. By the 20th punch, he had aired 5 times. By the 50th, 3 times. By the 100th, only once. Sweat trickled down from his forehead, stinging his eyes. His combat uniform was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his skin, with each breath accompanied by the friction of fabric against flesh. His arm muscles burned, and his shoulder joints cried out. Yet he did not stop. He could feel that with each correct execution, his body was forming an indelible memory. Muscles adapted, nerves restructured, and the sensation of consolidating all his strength into a single point became increasingly vivid. Turn your waist another half inch. A cold voice drifted from behind him. Lin Fan faltered, retracted his fist, and turned around. Lei Hao had silently appeared at the entrance of the training hall, arms crossed, expression impassive against the doorframe. Your punches lack sufficient waist and hip rotation. Lei Hao approached and stood before him. Watch me. He assumed a straight punch stance, then executed a punch in slow motion. Lin Fan observed intently. From the moment his foot pushed against the ground, a surge of power erupted like a dragon, traveling up his calves and thighs, instantly penetrating his waist and hips. With a sudden twist of his waist, his shoulders followed, and his entire arm seemed to be lashed forward by this force, crashing explosively ahead. Throughout the entire process, Lei Hao's body resembled a taut bow, drawing power, then releasing it. Your issue lies in your reliance on your arms. Lei Hao retracted his fist, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Your arms are merely conduits, not the source. The source lies beneath your feet, in your waist and hips. Remember? Lin Fan nodded earnestly. He reset his stance, this time closing his eyes. He no longer relied on sight, but rather on the entirety of his being to feel, to sense the reaction force from his feet pressing against the ground, to feel the explosive torque generated during the rotation of his waist and hips, to feel the tumultuous trajectory of power ascending along his spine. Then he punched. Bang! The punch cleaved through the air, producing a sound louder than any before. A flicker of motion seemed to pass across Lei Hao's lips, yet he said nothing. Turning to the nearby equipment area to commence his own training, one-handed handstand push-ups. With one hand behind his back, his body moved with a stability reminiscent of a finely tuned machine. Lin Fan continued to practice his punches. After another half hour, the training hall door swung open once more. Qin Shan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, entered and, upon seeing Lin Fan drenched in sweat and Lei Hao standing still, paused momentarily before breaking into a grin. Fan Gu, Lei Gu, you two have gone mad. He walked over to Lin Fan, slapping his robust chest like a fan, producing a dull thud. Fan Gu, what's the point of hitting air? Hit me here. I'm tough and can take it. Lin Fan halted, gazing at Qin Shan's earnest face, then at his arms, which were thicker than most people's thighs. Really hit. Really hit. Qin Shan puffed out his chest even higher. Fan Gu, you have to use all your strength, otherwise it'll feel like a tickle. My gravity manipulation can be broken with bare hands below the 5th star of awakening. Lin Fan nodded. He took 2 steps back, assuming his stance. This time, he did not punch immediately, but instead regulated his breathing, channeling the recently familiar flow of power within. His muscles relaxed, yet his mind remained intensely focused. He stepped forward, twisted his waist, and punched. Bang! His fist landed solidly against Qin Shan's chest. The latter's formidable physique merely swayed slightly, retreating half a step. He touched his chest, his eyes suddenly brightening. Hey, Fan Gu, your punch has some flavor now. It's more than doubled since the day. Come again. Lin Fan, undeterred, delivered punch after punch. Qin Shan stood firm, a veritable mountain of muscle, eagerly offering feedback with each blow. This punch engaged your waist and hips, but your shoulders didn't follow. The power dissipated. The punch was executed correctly, yet your breathing was erratic, compromising the purity of your strength. Yes, that was an excellent punch. Once more. In the corner, Lei Hao concluded his set of push-ups, occasionally casting a scrutinizing glance. The clock in the training hall ticked away silently. 11:30, 12, 1 in the morning. Lin Fan had lost count of how many punches he had thrown. Every fiber in his arms was lamenting its impending collapse. Each lift of his hands demanded the utmost of his willpower. Beneath his feet, a small pool of sweat gathered. He could feel a wondrous transformation occurring within his body. It was not merely an increase in strength, but rather an elevation of control. The pathway of power transmission for each punch had become crystal clear, with diminishing waste and heightened efficiency. More importantly, under this extreme strain, the star chart deep within his consciousness was activated. After yet another full-force straight punch, Lin Fan's awareness jolted. The previously dormant star chart erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The 2 primary stars, the silver space star and the golden flame star, began to spin at an accelerated pace. Around them, 2 formerly dim points of light were suddenly ignited, emitting a faint yet resolute glow. One flickered alongside the space star, radiating silvery brilliance. The other revolved around the flame star, swirling with golden luminescence. The entire territory of the star chart expanded outward, and the circulation of energy became smoother and more abundant. He halted his movements, closing his eyes to introspect. The overall brightness of the star chart had risen by at least 30%. Had he truly broken through? Lin Fan opened his eyes and flexed his arms. The overwhelming fatigue and soreness still lingered within him, yet a surge of newfound strength began to rise from the depths of his being. Awakening stage 5 stars. In just 3 days of training, he had ascended from awakening stage 3 to 5. Such a pace would be deemed extraordinary in the outside world. Yet, within the Longyuan camp, this was insufficient. He glanced at Qin Shan, the earnest boy whose chest was now marked with a large patch of redness. Yet his face still bore an expression of eagerness for another punch. He then turned his gaze to Lei Hao, who was performing stretches with textbook precision. Almost there. Lin Fan spoke, his voice hoarse from dehydration. If he continued to train, he would truly be unable to rise tomorrow. Qin Shan scratched his head, finally becoming aware of the fiery pain in his chest, grimacing as he rubbed it. Brother Fan, those last few punches of yours were quite powerful. The 3 of them gathered their belongings and exited the training hall. The camp was utterly silent in the deep of night, with only the rhythmic footsteps of the patrol team echoing in the distance. The yellow streetlights cast long halos on the road, and the training grounds were shrouded in darkness, the oppressive aura still lingering in the air. As they walked back to the dormitory, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Thank you. Qin Shan was taken aback. For what? Thank you for being the target. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Lei Hao. And thank you for your wristband and for correcting my movements. Lei Hao remained silent for a few seconds, his tone as cold as ever. I don't want to be dragged down by you during missions. The words were blunt, even harsh. Yet Lin Fan understood the underlying message. I acknowledge you, hence I assist you. Qin Shan chuckled, breaking the brief silence. Brother Fan, if you really want to thank me, just treat me to meat tomorrow. I heard the cafeteria has beast meat available on Wednesdays, enough to fill you up. All right. Lin Fan smiled, enough to fill you up. The 3 arrived at the dormitory building, treading lightly up the stairs before opening the door. Inside, the other 5 roommates were already fast asleep. The faint sounds of snoring and the creaking of bed frames intertwined in the quiet room. At that moment, the boy who had been resting by the window unexpectedly opened his eyes. He glanced at the 3 who had quietly entered, his gaze briefly lingering on Lin Fan before slowly closing again. The trio washed up nonchalantly, changing out of their soaked combat uniforms and climbing into their respective beds. The instant Lin Fan lay down, it felt as though every bone in his body had been extracted, longing to sink into the endless darkness. However, he did not succumb to sleep immediately. He closed his eyes, once again delving into the starry sky that belonged to him. The silver and golden twin stars orbited slowly, while the two newly emerged auxiliary stars emitted a steady and unwavering glow. The energy circulation of the entire star chart felt rejuvenated. Awakening stage 5 stars. This was merely the beginning. He silently recited in his heart as his consciousness finally sank into a deep slumber. Outside, the night in Lonyuan camp was still long. And when dawn arrived, new training and fresh challenges awaited. Chapter 23. My husband died in that battle 3 years ago. The theoretical classroom is located in the northwest corner of the camp, housed in a building that appears relatively civilized. At the very least, it has windows, desks, and a projector. This provided a semblance of familiarity for the newcomers who had spent an entire day grappling in the mud and training hall. Yet this sense of familiarity evaporated the moment the instructor entered. The woman, in her 30s, wore a deep gray uniform of the Spirit Control Division, impeccably tailored. With her white shirt collar fastidiously buttoned, she sported a pair of rimless glasses, her long hair neatly arranged in a bun, and cradled a stack of documents, exuding the aura of a meticulous university professor. However, as she ascended the podium and her gaze swept across the entire classroom, an inexplicable tension gripped every heart. Behind those lenses lay eyes devoid of malice, yet emanating a chilling coldness far more terrifying than any threat of violence, an emotionless scrutiny belonging to a scholar. More importantly, the energy fluctuations radiating from her were dense and profound, akin to the pressure of the deep sea, silent yet suffocating. Mastery stage 9 stars. Just a hair's breadth away from the transcendent stage. My name is K, and I will be responsible for your theoretical courses. Her voice was calm, yet each word pierced like a steel needle, precisely embedding itself in every ear. The first lesson, common beasts in the beast compendium. Open the tablets on your desks. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. Lin Fan followed her instructions, inputting the password as the screen illuminated, revealing a dense array of entries that listed at least 300 types of beasts. In the 62 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity's understanding of these creatures had been inscribed in blood. When K activated the projector, and a high-definition image filled the screen. Ghost-faced spider, a common D-grade spiritual disaster beast. Social creatures, average level awakening stage, with leaders reaching low-tier transcendence. The hardness of their exoskeletons is equivalent to 5 millimeters of steel plate, and their mandibles can spray corrosive acid that can dissolve an ordinary security door within 30 seconds. The image magnified, revealing every detail, twisted human-like patterns on the exoskeleton, those crimson compound eyes, and the remnants of unknown biological flesh around the edges of their mandibles. Lin Fan instinctively tightened his fingers. The image of the 3 spiders from the night market fire, with acid sizzling against the walls, resurfaced vividly in his mind. Weakness, fear of fire. When K switched the image, a video displayed a Spirit Control Division team using a flamethrower to incinerate a spider's nest. The ghost-faced spider writhed in agony amidst the flames, its exoskeleton rapidly carbonizing. The flame's temperature reached above 800 degrees, effectively lethal. However, caution was advised. The acid of a transcendent-level ghost-faced spider leader could extinguish conventional flames, necessitating the use of psychic flames or specially crafted incendiary devices. The image changed again. Shadow Wolf. A common low-tier transcendence beast, adept at shadow stealth, incredibly swift, with claws capable of tearing through alloy armor and teeth imbued with neurotoxin. In the night vision footage, a shadow darted through the forest, so fast that it left only an afterimage. In the next moment, it lunged at a Spirit Control Division soldier. Bullets whizzed past the shadow, yet its claws had already ripped open the soldier's throat. Weakness, fear of bright light and lightning. When K's gaze subtly shifted towards Lei Hao, a lightning ability user, inherently countering the Shadow Wolf. Lei Hao remained expressionless, yet Lin Fan caught a fleeting spark of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Iron Claw Lynx. Awakening stage, agile type. Weakness, relatively fragile skull. On the screen, the surveillance footage of Qin Shan knocking out a mountain cat during the camp assessment unfolded dramatically. When K methodically elucidated the habits, weaknesses, and counter-strategies for each ferocious beast, the miasma python, the armored earth dragon, and the rift hawk, all accompanied by grisly real-world case studies. This was not merely knowledge, it was a survival guide forged from the lives of countless individuals. Upon concluding the 37th species, when K abruptly halted, she switched off the projector, plunging the classroom into darkness. Subsequently, she opened another encrypted folder, revealing a line of cold white text. Year 59 of the new calendar, Southwest 7th War Zone, operational record of the subterranean demon spider extermination battle. The ensuing footage was not for instructional purposes. When K's voice grew slightly more somber, it was a warning. She clicked play. The image wobbled as a 6-member team swiftly advanced through a shadowy tunnel. Target acquired. The camera jerked towards the depths of the tunnel, where a gigantic spider, comparable in size to a heavy truck, loomed at the center of its web, its body an obsidian hue, with 8 compound eyes glinting ominously under the spotlight. Its 3 pairs of mandibles opened and closed simultaneously, dripping dark green slime onto the ground, which sizzled and emitted acrid white smoke. The monarch-level beast, the subterranean demon spider. The battle erupted instantaneously. Bullets and abilities collided with the spider's carapace, igniting futile sparks. In the 10th second, calamity struck. The demon spider unleashed a torrent of webbing. Not in a straight line, but as an overwhelming net. One team member was ensnared, instantly yanked and cocooned into a white chrysalis. Rescue him. As another team member rushed forward, the demon spider's second wave of assault commenced. Dark green acidic liquid cascaded like a torrential downpour. Sizzle. The combat suit dissolved upon contact, followed by skin, flesh, and bone. Amidst the harrowing screams, that team member convulsed, transforming into a charred skeleton. Retreat! Retreat! The captain bellowed in anguish. It was too late. The demon spider's third pair of legs shot out like black lightning, piercing through a distant shooter's chest with precision. The scene depicted a young soldier bowing his head, gazing at the grotesque limb that had penetrated his body. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged, as he crumpled to the ground. 20 seconds. The 6-member team had lost 3 of its members. The captain's eyes burned with fury. He ordered the remaining personnel to evacuate with the injured while he turned, defying the flow of retreat towards the monstrous creature. He weaved through the web and acidic rain, his figure as swift as a wraith. Finally, he reached the underside of the demon spider's abdomen. Then, he performed an act that rendered the entire classroom speechless. He removed the core from his chest. That was the final honor and resolute glory of every spirit guardian warrior. In the footage, the captain's expression bore no fear, only a frenzied sense of liberation. He forcefully pressed the luminescent core into the gap of the spider's carapace. Then, he detonated it. Boom! A blinding white light obliterated everything. The image distorted violently, tearing apart, ultimately transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, succumbing to silence. The video concluded. The classroom fell into a deathly hush. Some faces turned pale as parchment. Others covered their mouths, desperately suppressing the tumult within their throats. Many were in a state of shock. The raw, unvarnished brutality of death struck with a force far exceeding any horror film. Lin Fan's pupils constricted slightly. He rapidly replayed the scenario in his mind. If it were me, could spatial slicing sever its legs? Could the inferno flames incinerate its web and acid? Could spatial marking allow me to escape with the captain? The answer remained elusive. His SSS-level ability was formidable, yet he himself was still too weak. Clap. The lights flickered back on. When Kay stood behind the podium, her expression still inscrutable. Yet Lin Fan noticed the laser pointer in her grasp, her knuckles drained of color from excessive pressure. The footage was recorded 3 years ago. When Kay began, her voice chillingly calm. Of the 6-member combat team, 4 were killed, and 2 were severely injured. Among the fallen was my husband, the captain who detonated the core. A profound silence enveloped the room. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. I present this to you not to evoke sorrow or to frighten you. I want you to remember, if you do not wish to become a part of that footage, if you do not want your family to someday receive a cold notification of your demise, then from this moment forth, commit yourselves to learning with all your might. Remember the habits, weaknesses, and attack patterns of every ferocious beast. Remember the lessons, experiences, and costs of each battle. Knowledge cannot guarantee your survival, but ignorance will assuredly lead to a swifter demise. She reignited her tablet, bringing up the assignment page. Post-class task. Memorize the first 100 entries of the Bestiary Common Edition. A surprise check will be conducted tomorrow morning. 3 or more errors will result in consequences. She paused, her icy gaze sweeping over each individual. Carry a 50-kilogram load and traverse 10 kilometers. A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the classroom. One night, 100 species? This was hardly a punishment. It was a forceful imposition to etch knowledge into their very bones. No one dared voice dissent. When Kay gathered her materials and exited the classroom. As she reached the door, she paused and turned back. Her gaze scanned the crowd, no longer the sternness of an instructor, but a deep-seated, almost pleading fatigue. Study well, she uttered. Surviving is more important than anything. The door closed. After a few seconds of silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of turning pages, discussions, and stifled cries of despair. Lin Fan did not participate. He opened the Beast Data Repository, his focus unwavering as he began to memorize. Ghostface Spider, Shadow Wolf. Iron-Clawed Mountain Cat. Miasma Python, Armored Earth Dragon, Rift Hawk. The blood-soaked cases within the repository instilled in him a profound sense of respect. Beside him, Lei Hao closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, employing his own method of retention. Qin Shan, meanwhile, tugged at his hair, muttering to himself. His brow furrowed in concentration. Outside the window, the sounds of roars and impacts from the training ground faintly echoed. The veteran trainees were utilizing their sweat and blood to accumulate the capital for survival in the next battle. Meanwhile, within the classroom, the newcomers buried themselves in their studies, adding value to their lives through a different means. As Lin Fan reached the 37th beast, he lifted his gaze towards the window. The dying rays of the setting sun cast a grim, blood-soaked hue over Longyuan camp. He recalled the man who had detonated the core in the footage. 1K's calm declaration that he was my husband, and the horrifying entities he might one day face, far more terrifying than the subterranean demon spider. Then, he lowered his head and resumed his recitation. Not a single word could be wrong, for every word could represent a life. Chapter 24. The God of Micromanipulation. The ability training ground was one of the few civilized areas within Longyuan camp. At the very least, the floor was covered with non-slip tiles, operational protocols adorned the walls, and orderly rows of training tables filled the space. However, as Lin Fan entered the arena and beheld the training equipment, he realized he may have underestimated the situation. At the center of the arena stood an instructor in his 40s, facing away from the crowd. Dressed in ordinary training attire, his physique was unremarkable. Yet when he turned around, his gaze swept over all the new trainees, casting an invisible pressure over the entire space. This pressure was unlike the imposing weight of the mountain demon or the sharpness of 1K. It was more restrained, more intricate, a feeling of absolute control over all things. Mastery level 5-star, specializing in micromanipulation of abilities. I am Wei Chun. The instructor spoke, his voice gentle, yet every word resonated precisely within the ears of the audience. I am responsible for your foundational training in ability control. Before we begin, I will first demonstrate what is meant by control. He approached the first training table, upon which lay an ordinary A4 sheet of printed paper. Instructor Wei Chun extended his right index finger, and a flicker of orange-red flame ignited at the tip. The flame, no larger than that of a lighter, burned with an unsettling stability, devoid of any flicker. With this fiery digit, he inscribed characters upon the paper. No, it was not merely writing, it was burning the letters into existence. As his fingertip made contact with the surface, the flame did not ignite the paper, but instead left behind charred marks. With deliberate slowness and unwavering steadiness, he crafted each stroke. The flame's temperature was meticulously restrained beneath the ignition point of the paper, sufficient to char its surface without incinerating it. After 20 seconds, 2 neatly formed characters appeared on the page. Longyuan. The paper remained intact, save for the darkened inscriptions. A collective gasp echoed through the training ground, a testament to one of the fundamental applications of flame manipulation. Instructor Wei Chun extinguished the fire and proceeded to the second training station. There, a set of precise metallic apparatuses was affixed, featuring 9 copper rings of varying sizes suspended by fine threads, arranged in a decreasing sequence, with the smallest resembling a pinhole. Raising his left hand, a stream of clear water surged forth from his palm. The water coalesced in mid-air into a straight line, flawlessly passing through the first copper ring, then the second and the third. It navigated the first 8 rings with remarkable ease, but upon reaching the 9th, the pinhole-sized ring, the water line trembled noticeably. Instructor Wei Chun closed his eyes, and the rhythm of his breathing subtly shifted. In an instant, the quivering water stabilized. Following that, it traversed the minuscule ring with an almost impossible angle and precision. All 9 rings successfully passed, and the water remained undispersed. Mastery over water manipulation, too, was foundational. The instructor retracted the water stream and regarded the now stupefied newcomers. Do you comprehend now? Abilities are not a matter of brute strength, nor is victory determined by sheer energy. It is the finesse of control that distinguishes novices from veterans. He stepped to the podium, resting his hands upon the table, his gaze sweeping over each individual. Rough execution is wasteful. A unit of energy can yield but half a unit of effect. In contrast, refined control is an art. A unit of energy can produce 10 or even 20 units of effect. In the wilderness, on the battlefield, your psychic reserves are finite. Every increment of control enhances your odds of survival and your likelihood of vanquishing foes. Today's fundamental training is straightforward. Each of you is to demonstrate your precise control over your abilities in the manner you are most familiar with. Complexity is not required, but precision is essential. As the training commenced, the trainees dispersed to various stations, and chaos soon ensued. Some attempted to use wind blades to peel apples, resulting in the fruit being reduced to several uneven pieces. Others sought to mold a sandcastle with earth abilities, only to produce a shapeless puddle of mud. Yet others endeavored to replicate the instructor's water manipulation, but the moment the water left their hands, it erupted into a shower of droplets. Lin Fan did not rush to act. After observing for a moment, he walked directly to the materials area in the corner of the training ground. Retrieving 2 items, a raw egg and a sewing kit. Lei Hao glanced at him but remained silent, pulling out a cigarette and a coin from his pocket. Qin Shan, meanwhile, approached the weight area, bringing over a standard training iron ingot, a solid cube measuring 10 centimeters per side and weighing approximately 8 kilograms. Upon returning to his training station, Lin Fan placed the egg on the surface. He extended his left hand, palm upward. A wisp of golden flame silently ascended. The blazing inferno, when unleashed to its full potential, could vaporize steel in an instant. However, what Lin Fan sought to accomplish was the exact opposite. He aimed to suppress and contain this destructive flame, cooling it down to merely cook an egg. On his first attempt, as the flame made contact with the eggshell, a puff of black smoke erupted, the surface immediately carbonizing while the egg's contents were rendered into char failure. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. His sensitivity to temperature remained too coarse, for that brief moment undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 degrees. On his second attempt, he was more cautious. The flame was reduced to its minimum, enveloping the egg in a thin, golden film. This time, the shell did not carbonize, but the temperature was too low. Half a minute passed, and the egg remained raw. On the third attempt, he tried dynamically adjusting the temperature. He began with low heat, waiting for the shell to slightly crack before elevating it slightly. The egg white began to set, yet the yolk remained liquid, and the edges of the shell turned dark. Fourth, fifth, sixth attempts followed. With each failure, Lin Fan mentally reviewed the process. The flame's temperature gradient, the uniformity of heating, the thermal conductivity of the eggshell. The theories from the training space were being validated and refuted in real time. On the ninth attempt, the egg was cooked, but the edges were charred, the yolk fully solidified, yielding a dry texture. On the 10th attempt, Lin Fan closed his eyes, immersing all his perceptions into the palm of his left hand. The system's reward of flame-shaping insight flowed through his mind, an experience derived from the magical cosmos elucidating the essence of flame. Flame is not a chaotic mass of energy. It possesses layers, structure, and breath. He allowed the golden flame to slowly rotate in his palm, forming a miniature vortex of fire. The center of the vortex reached the highest temperature, with the edges gradually cooling. He continuously adjusted the structure of the vortex, ensuring the entire temperature field approached absolute uniformity. Opening his eyes, he gently pressed his left hand upon the final egg. The golden flame enveloped it like a gentle stream. The temperature firmly locked at 80 degrees Celsius, the optimal temperature for protein coagulation. The eggshell slightly cracked under even heating, the egg white oozing out, spreading on the surface into a perfect circle. The egg white solidified first, transforming into a creamy white. Subsequently, the yolk's center began to thicken, yet remained uncoagulated, presenting an enticing amber-hued runny center. 20 seconds later, Lin Fan retracted the flame. On the surface lay a perfectly cooked fried egg, its edges golden and slightly charred. The egg white as jade, and the yolk a semi-solid amber. It was as flawless as a work of art. Skill acquired. Flame temperature gradient control, beginner. Current precision, 5 degrees Celsius. Application scenarios, cooking, medical hemostasis, material heat treatment, etc. Note: the host has successfully mastered basic flame control techniques through practice. Reward: training time and inheritance space, 1 hour. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Only then did Lin Fan realize that his training uniform was soaked with cold sweat. Next, he turned his attention to his right hand. He retrieved the thinnest sewing needle from the kit. Its eye so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He then drew out a length of cotton thread, its end somewhat frayed, which he meticulously twisted with his fingertips to sharpen it. The intricate training of spatial manipulation through threading seemed simpler than cooking an egg, yet the challenge was magnitudes greater. The essence of spatial abilities lies in the macro, folding, cutting, and displacing with great force. In contrast, threading requires the micro, exquisite spatial fluctuations guiding the thread to pass through an eye barely larger than itself, with negligible error. Lin Fan secured the needle on the surface of the table, his right index finger poised above the thread's end. He concentrated, channeling a minuscule, almost imperceptible thread of spatial energy from the core of his mind. This energy manifested as an invisible hand, enveloping the thread's end and guiding it toward the needle's eye. On the first attempt, the thread veered off by 0.5 millimeter, colliding with the needle's tip. The second attempt saw the thread align, but the spatial energy's fluctuation was too strong, causing the thread to disintegrate into fluff. On the third, fourth, and fifth attempts, each failure revealed a faint repulsion emanating from the needle's eye. This was a micro-twist in the surrounding space, naturally formed by the presence of the metal, instinctively resisting the intrusion of external spatial fluctuations. To penetrate, one must employ an even finer and gentler approach. On the 20th attempt, the thread grazed the needle's edge and slipped aside. By the 25th attempt, a third of the thread had entered, but it became lodged. On the 30th attempt, Lin Fan closed his eyes once more. He no longer relied on sight, but instead perceived the world purely through spatial awareness. Within his perception, the eye of the needle transformed from merely a hole into a diminutive spatial conduit. The structure of the surrounding space was subtly distorted by the presence of metal, forming an invisible barrier. He adjusted the frequency of the spatial energy he emitted, gradually synchronizing it with the spatial fluctuations around the needle's eye, achieving a form of resonance. Then, like a precise key unlocking a miniature lock, he gently and slowly pushed the thread through. The thread traversed the eye of the needle, emerging on the other side. Success. Although it was only a single triumph, and the thread had passed through in a rather crooked manner, it had indeed penetrated. Skill acquired. Micro spatial manipulation, beginner. Current precision, millimeter level. Application scenarios, precision instrument operation, trap setting, energy node connections, etc. Note: the host has initially grasped micro spatial manipulation. Mental energy consumption is substantial. Gradual enhancement is advised. Lin Fan set down the needle and thread, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This was not due to muscle fatigue, but rather the exhaustion following the depletion of mental energy. The burden of such delicate manipulation on the mind far surpassed that of a fierce battle. He turned to glance at his teammates. On Lei Hao's side, the cigarette had already been lit. He had ignited the tobacco with a miniature lightning bolt, generating intense heat within the tip, yet the outer paper and filter remained intact, and even his fingers gripping the cigarette felt no hint of scorching. At this moment, he was undertaking a more challenging task, etching patterns onto a coin with delicate electric arcs. Qin Shan, meanwhile, was sweating profusely as he stared intently at the iron ingot. He pressed his hands above the ingot, evenly applying a gravitational field to each atom within it. The ingot was silently and slowly deforming, transforming from a cube into a flattened disc. The thickness of the disc was remarkably uniform, with a variance of no more than 1 millimeter. However, Qin Shan's complexion grew increasingly pale, clearly indicating immense strain. At 4 in the afternoon, the whistle signaling the end of training sounded. Instructor Wei Chun descended from the platform, inspecting each individual's results. Upon seeing Lin Fan's fried egg, he raised an eyebrow. Temperature control is commendable, but remember, on the battlefield, what you need to control is not an egg. It may be a teammate's blood vessel or an enemy's armor weakness. When he observed the threading success, he nodded. Achieving this level with spatial manipulation is considered beginner's proficiency. Continue practicing. You will only be deemed qualified when you can thread 100 needles in one go. After inspecting everyone, the instructor announced the end of class. During dinner, the mess hall was abuzz with chatter. Lin Fan took a seat with his tray, soon joined by Qin Shan and Lei Hao. Lin Fan pulled a small oil paper bag from his pocket, opening it to reveal 3 perfectly cooked fried eggs. After training, he had returned to the materials area to borrow eggs and had swiftly prepared them. Give it a try, Lin Fan urged, offering one to each of Qin Shan and Lei Hao. Qin Shan's eyes instantly lit up as he seized the fried egg with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling in delight. Delicious. Brother Fan, your skills are incredible. Lei Hao, gazing at the artistic creation of a fried egg, remained silent for 2 seconds. He picked it up with chopsticks, savoring small bites. Though he spoke not a word, he consumed it more thoroughly than anyone else. Lin Fan took a bite himself. The aroma of the egg, harmonized with a perfect degree of crispness, melted in his mouth, and the satisfaction derived from mastering his own power eclipsed any delicacy. Outside, the lights of the training ground gradually illuminated the night sky. Their journey had only just begun. Chapter 25, Q Jumping, the Rules of Fist and Silence. In the Dragon Abyss Camp Mess Hall during dinner, the atmosphere was taut, reminiscent of a bowstring drawn to its limit. This was a vast single-story building, with dozens of cold, long metal dining tables arranged in neat rows. There were only 5 food supply windows, and the winding queue stretched all the way to the door, with every pair of eyes aflame with a desire for energy. The source of the tension was not merely the crowd, but the absolute scarcity of food, offered on a first-come, first-served basis. Tonight's main dish was the meat patties from the Earth Dragon, sourced from the Lord-level ferocious beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon. Each patty contained enough spiritual energy to sustain an awakened realm practitioner for an entire day. The side dish was spirit grain rice, nurtured by spiritual energy, its grains translucent and exuding an enticing aroma. The rules were harsh. Each person was entitled to only 1 meat patty, 1 bowl of rice, and a spoonful of bland vegetable soup. No more, no less. Lin Fan stood silently in the middle of the line, holding his tray. He could distinctly sense the gazes surrounding him, as palpable as physical thorns. There was a wariness among the new recruits, but more than that, there were the scrutinizing stares from the older students lurking in the corners of the mess hall. They wore battle uniforms heavily worn and stained with darkened blood, their eyes like those of seasoned hunters, assessing every newcomer's worth and weighing their value. Qin Shan stood in front of Lin Fan, his throat bobbing as he fixated on the sizzling meat patties at the window, resembling a wolf that had gone 3 days without food. Lei Hao stood behind Lin Fan, his expression impassive, yet his fingers subtly moved beneath the tray, delicate arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, practicing his instinctive control over lightning. The line moved slowly in the oppressive silence. Just as only 3 individuals remained ahead of Lin Fan, heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed at the entrance of the mess hall. 5 older students strode in. Their battle uniforms were tattered, reeking of mud and dried blood, and a potent aura of menace enveloped them. The leader, a young man in his early 20s with a buzz cut, bore a fresh claw mark on his left cheek, rendering him particularly menacing. His gaze was fierce, akin to a beast that had wallowed in a sea of corpses and blood. The insignia on his shoulder did not denote instructor status. Yet Lin Fan's spatial awareness informed him that the energy fluctuations emanating from this individual were denser and more violent than those of the Iron Fist instructor from earlier. He was at the third star of the control realm. The buzzcut youth and his companions ignored the long queue, heading straight for the window Lin Fan occupied. His gaze swept over the several newcomers before finally resting on the one at the front, his lips curling into a grin that revealed teeth yellowed from tobacco. "Step aside." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable command. The new recruit at the front, a bespectacled boy at the fifth star of the awakening realm, was considered a promising candidate among the newcomers. He stiffened, instinctively glancing back at his companions, then darting a look towards the area where the instructors were dining. The instructors were deeply engrossed in their meals, oblivious to the unfolding scene. "We were here first." The bespectacled boy mustered all his courage, yet his voice trembled. The buzzcut youth's smile widened. He took a bold step forward, his large hand seizing the bespectacled boy by the collar. Lifting him as one might a chicken destined for slaughter, and with a swift motion, flung him aside. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as the bespectacled boy collided with a dining table, trays, food, and soup splattering everywhere. He curled up on the ground, clutching his chest and coughing violently, his complexion pale as paper. The queue erupted into chaos. "What the hell are you doing?" A burly new recruit shouted as he stepped forward. He was a 6-star awakening realm enhancer, his muscles bulging with veins, demanding to know why one would jump the queue and resort to violence. The buzzcut youth regarded him with interest, his expression dripping with disdain, as though observing an ant that dared to make a fuss. "Why?" he echoed playfully, laughing. "Just because." Before his words had fully dissipated, he sprang into action. A shadow enveloped in scorching heat rushed past. The burly recruit's pupils dilated, and he was unable to react before a solid punch landed squarely in his abdomen. Crimson flames erupted at the moment of impact. The newcomer emitted a suppressed grunt, his body curling into a shrimp-like form before being propelled backward like a cannonball. Crashing heavily against the wall and sliding to the ground, blood mixed with internal fragments seeping from the corner of his mouth. The young man with a buzz cut shook his hand, a wisp of dark crimson flame slowly extinguishing at the edge of his fist. In a tone reminiscent of a declaration, he proclaimed his name, Lava Fist, Zhao Kuan. His icy gaze swept over each pallid face of the newcomers in the lineup. "Now, who else wishes to reason with me?" Silence enveloped the room. The cafeteria was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was petrified by the sheer violence contained within that single punch. The chasm between the awakening realm and the controlling realm loomed insurmountably. Zhao Kuan nodded in satisfaction and approached the window, issuing a command to the equally expressionless cook inside. 5 portions of meat, double servings. 10 bowls of rice. The cook, accustomed to such orders, mechanically complied. Zhao Kuan and his companions, laden with plates piled high, settled into a conspicuous spot, devouring their meals with utter disregard for the awestruck gazes directed at them. The 2 fallen newcomers, struggling to rise from the floor, retrieved their mangled, empty plates and wordlessly shuffled to the end of the line to rejoin the queue. As the line moved again, the atmosphere grew stiflingly oppressive. Qin Shan clenched his fists, his knuckles widening, veins pulsating at his temples. Lei Hao placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, speaking in a low voice. "Don't act rashly. You can't win." Qin Shan bit down on his steel teeth, his chest heaving violently, but ultimately, in the face of overwhelming strength, he slowly unclenched his fists. Lin Fan remained silent throughout, merely observing, taking in Zhao Kuan's arrogant silhouette, the humiliation of the 2 newcomers, and the indifferent faces of the instructors. He understood. This was no accident. It was a deliberate rule set by the Longyuan camp, a bloody initiation ceremony. Here, survival of the fittest was not merely a slogan, but the sole law of existence. When their turn arrived, only a few scraps of meat remained at the window. The cook, adhering to protocol, served each of them a basic portion. The trio found a secluded corner to sit. Qin Shan seized a meat portion and bit down fiercely, as if gnawing on the flesh of an enemy. Lei Hao ate slowly, savoring each morsel meticulously, as if striving to extract every ounce of energy from the food. Lin Fan took small bites of rice, occasionally glancing over at Zhao Kuan's table. His calm eyes held no rage, only a cold analysis and calculation. Halfway through their meal, Zhao Kuan approached with an empty plate, a mocking grin plastered across his face. He loomed over Lin Fan, his tone dripping with derision. "You are the one with double S rank, right? Lin Fan, I believe. I've reviewed your dossier. S rank in psychic testing. Knocked down 3 times in combat class by the Iron Fist instructor, overall ranking 41. The already oppressive atmosphere in the cafeteria thickened, all eyes converging on this confrontation. Lin Fan slowly set down his chopsticks, lifting his gaze to meet Zhao Kuan's. His expression was serene, reminiscent of a bottomless ancient well. "Young man, potential does not equate to strength." Zhao Kuan smirked, his yellowed teeth glinting under the light. "In Longyuan camp, many S-rank prodigies have perished. You are not exceptional. First, you must learn how to survive like a dog before you can speak of a future." He leaned closer, whispering maliciously into Lin Fan's ear. I heard you fried a few eggs with your SSS-level flames, and that you possess a fine blade? What was it called? Flame silence. A fine blade wasted on a master who can only fry eggs. Take good care of it, lest one day it finds a master who truly understands its worth. With that, he straightened up, erupting into a raucous laugh as he returned to his seat. Lin Fan remained seated, unmoving. His expression remained as placid as ever. Yet the fingers gripping his chopsticks had turned pale from excessive pressure. Countless gazes in the cafeteria, sympathy, curiosity, schadenfreude, anticipation, mingled and fell upon him. Everyone was eager to witness how this legendary double S-rank genius would respond. Would he erupt in fury, or continue to endure in silence? Lin Fan refused to grant them the spectacle they craved. He picked up his chopsticks once more and methodically consumed every morsel on his plate, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Then, he rose and carried his plate to the disposal area. Qinshan and Lei Hao silently followed in his wake. As they exited the cafeteria, the night had deepened. From the direction of the training grounds came the sounds of beast-like roars and dull thuds, evidence of senior students undergoing night training. Fangu, Qinshan finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse with frustration. Let us go back. Lin Fan interrupted him, his voice devoid of any ripple. Sleep. Back in the dormitory, Lin Fan climbed to his upper bunk and retrieved the flame's silence blade from his canvas bag. He unwrapped it, the cold blade resting beside him, the pulsation connecting to his soul resonating distinctly. In the darkness, he lay with his eyes wide open. Zhao Kuan's words echoing in his mind. Potential does not equate to strength. S-rank prodigies die frequently. A master who can only fry eggs. Slowly, he turned over, his palm gripping the icy hilt of the blade. Moments later, he silently rose, donned his combat uniform, strapped on weighted wristbands, and took up the flame's silence blade, departing the dormitory like a specter. The training hall lay empty in the dead of night, illuminated only by a solitary light in the corner. Lin Fan stepped into the center of the arena and stood still. He did not engage in any physical training. Instead, he closed his eyes. In the next instant, an almost imperceptible flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. Not the violent, tainted crimson of Zhao Kuan's flames, but a pure, resplendent gold akin to the dawn's first light. The flame was no larger than a grain of rice, yet it emanated an aura capable of incinerating all things. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his entire focus channeling into controlling this golden flame as it began to intricately carve a single character into the air before him, one that was extraordinarily complex. Death. Chapter 26. Kill me 9 times, and I shall slay you. At 11:30 that night, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory after additional training, where the sound of snoring filled the air. Lying flat on his bed, his consciousness did not succumb to sleep, but instead plunged into an infinite darkness. He silently intoned, "System, I need to grow stronger." No sound, no text. An icy, colossal stream of information surged into his mind like a torrent breaching a dam. Permission confirmed, commencing comprehensive analysis. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, Awakening Realm 5 stars. Superpower, Master of Space, SSS-level, sealed. Blazing Flame of Heaven, SSS-level, sealed. Skills, Basic 3 styles of Star C Blade Technique. Theoretical Mastery 72. Tracking Flame Explosion Prototype, 31. Physical Profile, Strength and Speed exceed the same level. Endurance is a weak point. Combat Instinct, severely inadequate. Practical Assessment, narrowly defeating a 1-star Extraordinary Realm Shadow Wolf, heavily reliant on luck. Comprehensive Combat Power, mid-tier in Awakening Realm 5 stars. Conclusion, unstable foundation, severely lacking in practical experience, possessing treasures without knowing how to excavate them. This assessment report sliced through Lin Fan's flesh with surgical precision, laying bare his strengths and weaknesses before him. Harsh, yet undeniably truthful. Based on the analysis, generating optimization suggestions. 1. Strengthen the physical vessel to compensate for shortcomings in endurance and technique. 2. Deepen the synergy of superpowers, exploring further combinations of space and flame. 3. Transform blade technique theory into a killing instinct. Immediate high-intensity combat training is essential. Should a customized training plan be generated? Generate. Lin Fan's resolve remained unshaken. The darkness before him was instantly replaced by pure white. In this instance, at the very heart of the pristine white space, there floated a training regimen ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Customized training Phase 1, 7 days. Reality anchor points. Daily weighted long-distance running of 10 kilometers. Single-arm load of 20 kilograms. Daily core strength training for 1 hour. Engage in practical combat against Lei Hao and Qinshan no fewer than 3 times each week. Consciousness space. Challenge the virtual shadow wolf. Transcendent realm 1 star, 10 times daily. Death pain synchronization rate, 100. Death penalty, mild psychological shock. Phase objective. Survive at least once in 10 challenges. Lin Fan's gaze was riveted upon the words proclaiming a death pain synchronization rate of 100. The sensation of being torn apart by the wolf's claws, the dull crack of broken bones, echoed hauntingly at his nerve endings. Yet, he merely curled the corners of his mouth. Commence. Buzz. The spatial scene underwent a dramatic transformation. The pure white faded, and he was engulfed by the cold, damp darkness of a forest. The odor of decaying leaves invaded his nostrils, and the distant roars of an unknown beast rendered this virtual realm suffocatingly real. Lin Fan lowered his gaze, feeling the chilling touch of the Yinji blade in his hand, its internal energy pulsating in a manner indistinguishable from reality. He heard it. 10 meters to his left, behind a thicket, came an almost imperceptible snapping sound. The claws had broken a dry twig. His spatial awareness instinctively unfurled. Although this virtual environment simulated the effects of spatial abilities as accurately as reality, he could sense that a dangerous creature was stealthily approaching from behind that thicket. It was here, the Shadow Wolf. Lin Fan lowered his center of gravity, adopting a defensive stance of the Starry Sea Blade technique. This time, he would confront the Reaper of the Night alone. The thicket erupted. A shadow, so swift it was nearly untraceable, tore through the night. Lin Fan's pupils barely had time to constrict before he felt a chilling dampness at his neck. Following that was a cataclysmic surge of pain. Lin Fan could distinctly feel his trachea being crushed and torn by sharp teeth, hot blood choking off his ability to utter a sound. His vision rapidly dimmed, and his strength ebbed away like a receding tide. First round, death. Survival time, 17 seconds. Cause of death analysis. Carotid artery and trachea severed instantaneously. Pain feedback 100 complete. The pure white space re-emerged, and Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, violently retching. He clutched his neck tightly, though smooth and intact. The horrific phantom pain of being bitten felt like countless steel needles thrashing through his nerves. The system offered no mercy. Second round, commence. The forest reappeared. Prepared this time, Lin Fan executed a perfect sidestep the moment the shadow lunged, wielding his blade in a horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the air, yet the wolf's claws merely grazed his abdomen. The sensation of warm intestines spilling out was more maddening than any pain could convey. Second round, death. Survival time, 32 seconds. Third round, death. Survival time, 28 seconds. 9 consecutive deaths ensued. His heart was ripped out, his skull crushed, his body severed in half. The system efficiently forced him to experience the 9 most brutal methods of demise from a repertoire of over 100. Each death was a tormenting ordeal for his psyche. Lin Fan knelt in the pure white space, his body drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. Yet, in his crimson eyes, there was no fear, only a frenzied calm born from being pushed to the brink. He was learning through death, the angles of each attack from the Shadow Wolf, the signs of muscle exertion, even the rhythm of its breathing while hunting. All these details were being indelibly etched into the depths of his soul in a gruesome manner. The 10th round, commence. Lin Fan stood in the forest, his breathing more stable than ever. He resembled a statue melded into the night. Yet every muscle within him was coiled and ready to strike. The Shadow Wolf lunged. This time, Lin Fan did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. The blade arced like a cold moon in reverse, precisely aimed at a pivotal point in the wolf's trajectory. The Starry Sea Blade technique's lifting strike. This was a preemptive strike. The Shadow Wolf let out an enraged growl, forcibly twisting its body, momentarily stiffening. Now was the moment. In Lin Fan's left palm, a sphere of compressed golden flame erupted. This was not an attack, but the purest form of light. The blinding brilliance rendered the wolf's singular eye instantly blind. Even a mere 0.1 seconds was enough to determine life or death. The Yinji blade emitted a yearning hum, transforming into a streak of dark lightning, piercing toward the wolf's throat. The Shadow Wolf, driven by instinct, howled and swiped, its claws creating a piercing shriek. Yet, Lin Fan's blade inexplicably altered course mid-strike, shifting from stabbing to slashing, the edge gliding past the wolf's claw, opening a horrific wound deep enough to expose bone on the wolf's chest. The golden flame surged like maggots, burrowing frantically into the flesh through the injury. A harrowing scream reverberated through the forest. However, the ferocity of the transcendent realm beast was ignited. It forsook all defense, disregarding its wounds and flames, transforming into a black line of death. Launching a suicide charge at Lin Fan. Speed and strength transcended all limits. Lin Fan knew he could not evade, nor did he wish to. He faced the gale of death, sinking his waist, pivoting his body, gripping the blade with both hands, pouring every ounce of strength, every shred of resentment and determination accumulated from those 9 deaths, into the blade. Starry Sea Blade techniques, cleaving strike. The blade and claw collided fiercely in midair. There was no deafening crash, only a sharp, agonizing wail as metal was torn apart. Lin Fan's palms burst open, the bones in his right arm seemingly crying out in agony. Yet, he gritted his teeth, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, channeling his final willpower into the strike. Crack. The wolf's claw shattered upon impact. The blade surged through bone and flesh, cleaving from the wolf's scapula downward, nearly splitting its chest wide open. Blood exploded forth like a fountain. The wolf's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, using his blade to prop up his faltering form, his lungs gasping like a bellows. His right arm was dislocated, his left shoulder torn, and at least 3 ribs were fractured. Yet he was still alive. Moreover, he had triumphed. 10th round, victory. Survival time, 2 minutes 17 seconds. Number of deaths, 9. Transcendence blade technique practical conversion rate increased, 35 to 40. Combat data recorded. Shadow Wolf, Transcendent Realm 1 star. Attack mode analysis complete. Next combat survival rate estimated to increase by 15. Recommendation, return, assimilate combat experiences. The pure white space receded like a tide. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself back in his dormitory bed. The moonlight outside was cold, and the sheets were drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his body. His right arm throbbed with a clear ache, and though his left shoulder bore no wound, the phantom agony of being torn apart still blazed within his nerves. He sat up, gently moving his arm. Then, he sensed a transformation. No longer was it mere perception. The very manner in which the world presented itself to his senses had altered. The dust floating in the air, the faint snoring from the neighboring bed, even the rhythm of his own heartbeat, all became astonishingly clear. In his mind, every detail about the Shadow Wolf, each breath it took, each tremor of its muscles, replayed like a slow-motion film, ripe for dissection and analysis. This was not merely an increase in power. This was flesh and blood forcibly gnawed from the beast of battle through 9 deaths. This was his own path. Lin Fan rose from his bed, moving soundlessly to wash up, changing out of his soaked garments. He reclined once more, closing his eyes to delve into the astral map. The luminescence of the 2 principal stars intensified, becoming more substantial and refined, their energy flowing with the grace of a maestro guiding an orchestra. Encircling them, 2 diminutive auxiliary stars flickered to life, radiating with the nascent glow of existence. The boundary remained unchanged, still at the 5th star of the awakening realm. Yet, Lin Fan understood that he had transformed into a different being compared to just a few hours prior. At 5 in the morning, the sky still cloaked in darkness. Lin Fan rose, deftly donning his weighted wristbands before stepping out of the dormitory. On the training grounds track, several silhouettes were already racing through the morning mist, those seasoned trainees. They regarded Lin Fan with a hint of scrutiny, yet remained silent. Unperturbed, Lin Fan established his own rhythm. 10 kilometers, with each wrist bearing 20 kilograms. By the 5th kilometer, his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, and his breath blazed like fire. Upon reaching the 8th kilometer, each lift of his leg felt like a battle against his own corporeal instincts. Still, he pressed on. He had witnessed the visage of death. This level of fatigue was trivial in comparison. As he entered the 9th kilometer, a steady footfall approached from behind, matching his pace. It was Lei Hao, the stoic youth. Also clad in weights, his breathing deep and measured, his gaze sharp. After another lap, Qin Shan's robust figure caught up, panting heavily, sweat cascading down him. Yet each step remained resolutely firm. The trio exchanged no words. Only the sound of labored breaths and synchronized footfalls echoed in the vast training ground. As the eastern skyline began to brighten, a streak of dawn pierced the darkness. Golden light illuminated the stark outlines of Longyuan camp and revealed the 3 young figures running side by side on the track. Sweat dripped. Footfalls were heavy, yet none faltered, for they all grasped a singular truth in their own way. In this purgatory known as Longyuan, to stop equated to death, and they all wished to survive. Chapter 27. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Today's training subject was team tactics. The training ground, nestled in the northeast corner of the camp, was an isolated area surrounded by towering walls. Beneath their feet, the unique resilience of specialized cushioning materials could be felt. The walls were adorned with a profusion of energy absorption runes, designed to mitigate uncontrolled psychic shocks to the bare minimum. 83 newcomers stood arrayed on either side, their breaths distinctly audible, all eyes fixed on the central circular combat zone. 50 meters in diameter. The red line stood out starkly. Today's instructors, in addition to the mountain demon, included a new face. A woman in her 30s with short hair. Her epaulets adorned with 3 silver stars, signifying her terrifying power at the 9th star of the control realm. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and each individual felt as though they were being scrutinized in isolation. I am called Falcon, specializing in team tactics. Her voice rang through the loudspeaker, devoid of emotion, only conveying the rules. Today, we shall engage in 3v3 team combat. The rules are as follows. Use training rubber weapons, with psychic strength suppressed to the awakening realm. Strikes to vital areas are deemed fatal. Loss of combat capability results in disqualification. Victory is achieved through the total defeat of the opposing team or surrender. Falcon paused, her gaze shifting to the large gate at the opposite end of the training ground. Your opponents are your senior trainees. They include 1st to 3rd cohort members, all at the 1st star of the control realm, voluntarily serving as sparring partners. Therefore, do not hold back. They will not either. The heavy metal doors slid open. 9 figures strode in, clad in worn, outdated combat uniforms, faded yet impeccably clean. Their ages ranged from 20 to 25, their faces expressionless. In their eyes lay no emotions. Only a chilling indifference honed through countless brushes with death. An invisible aura of menace seemed to lower the temperature of the entire training ground. The gulf between the first star of the control realm and the awakening realm was a chasm named Real Combat. Randomly assigned groups. Falcon began calling names. First group, Lin Fan, Lei Hao, Qinshan. You will face the 7th group of senior trainees. The 3 exchanged glances before stepping into the designated area marked by the red line. Opposite them, 3 senior trainees stood casually, lacking any formation. Yet, it was a stance ingrained through rigorous training, instinctual and precise. Distance, angles, and visibility formed an invisible web. Code name? Falcon inquired. Xian. Lin Fan replied in a low voice. Opposite them, a youth with a scarred face and a crew-cut grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Butcher. The 2 words emanated a palpable aura of menace. Prepare. Begin. The whistle pierced the air with a sharpness that stung. Execute the plan. Lin Fan bellowed. The plan had been devised the previous night, along with their team name. Qinshan thrust his hands downward, silently unleashing a gravity field. The full force of the 5th star of the awakening realm enveloped a 15-meter radius in tripled gravity, firmly pinning the dust to the ground. At that very moment, Lei Hao's arms crackled with electric light, dozens of lightning arrows weaving into a net that surged toward their foes. A standard fire suppression tactic aimed to disrupt formations and create an opportunity for Lin Fan to deliver a decisive blow. Lin Fan sprang into action. Like a cheetah, he gripped his rubber knife tightly, slicing through the air as he lunged toward the enemy's core. The Butcher. Control the field, suppress, decapitate. This was their optimal strategy as rehearsed. However, the battlefield's unpredictable nature shattered all theoretical plans. The instant gravity descended, the 3 adversaries reacted simultaneously. To the left, the slight frame of an old trainee tensed. And under the tripled gravity, he darted forward, leaving a distorted afterimage aimed directly at Qinshan. His ability was pure speed enhancement. To the right, a bespectacled female trainee merely raised a hand, and a semi-transparent energy barrier coalesced before her. Lei Hao's lightning arrows collided against it, erupting into a flurry of futile electric sparks, yet the barrier remained unscathed, not even rippling. Meanwhile, the Butcher, faced with Lin Fan's assault, did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. He advanced toward Lin Fan. In a crude yet remarkably efficient manner, he raised his rubber knife. His gaze was not fixed on Lin Fan's blade, but rather on Lin Fan's throat. Clang! A tremendous sound reverberated, sending shockwaves through Lin Fan's grip. The rubber knife nearly slipped from his hands. Despite the adversary's power being restrained within the awakening realm, the explosive force transmitted through waist, hips, arms, and wrists was seasoned and formidable. The smile at the Butcher's lips widened, the knife's edge pivoting, curving dangerously close to Lin Fan's blade, aiming straight for his wrist. Swift and cunning, Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he hastily retreated to evade, yet the Butcher's blade clung to him like a relentless parasite, each strike targeting the most sensitive points of his body. Meanwhile, Qinshan found himself in absolute passivity. The speedster trainee refused to engage directly, instead darting around with the agility of an elusive eel, always finding gaps at the fringes of the gravity field's weakest points. Qinshan's control of the battlefield had become a mockery. Qinshan, watch out! Lin Fan attempted to shout a warning, but the Butcher's blade lunged toward his face like a venomous serpent. He could only clumsily defend, the immense force sending his blood surging. On Lei Hao's end, he faced a similarly dire predicament. Every lightning attack he unleashed was absorbed by the barrier. Beyond it, the female trainee's palm began to coalesce a dangerous pale blue energy sphere. Lei Hao attempted to disrupt her concentration with lightning, but it was a futile endeavor. The 3v3 team battle, within 10 seconds of commencement, had been forcibly fragmented into 3 one-sided instructional matches. Lin Fan was thoroughly dominated by the Butcher. The intricate techniques of the Star Sea knife art seemed frivolous and ineffective against the opponent's straightforward, yet lethal Butcher's style. His rhythm was completely thrown into disarray. Lei Hao, help Lin Fan first, Qinshan shouted in desperation, disregarding everything as he attempted to expand the gravity field to encompass the Butcher as well. He moved. The speedster trainee moved too. An opportunity. A fleeting shadow surged from the flank, its hand striking like a razor-sharp blade, directly aimed at the side of Qinshan's neck. In a moment of panic, Qinshan attempted to defend himself, but the blow forced him to stagger back repeatedly, causing the gravity field he had desperately maintained to collapse in an instant. Observing this, Lei Hao promptly abandoned his futile standoff with the barrier-wielding female student and turned to assist Lin Fan. However, the moment he pivoted, the energy sphere in the female studentess' palm reached its full charge. Whoosh! A pale blue beam of energy shot forth. Its target was not Lei Hao himself, but rather the ground beneath his feet. Upon impact, the energy beam exploded, releasing a viscous blue gel that instantly solidified, ensnaring Lei Hao's feet and pinning him in place. This is bad. Lei Hao's expression changed dramatically as the power of lightning surged chaotically within him, yet he could not immediately break free. Meanwhile, the pressure on Lin Fan intensified. The Butcher's blade swung with increasing ferocity, each strike generating a heavy gust of wind. Lin Fan had already sustained several cuts, and the cumulative force of the blows rendered his movements sluggish. Once more, he barely managed to block an attack, but his rubber knife was violently knocked aside, leaving his midsection wide open. The butcher's blade lunged directly for his chest, with no retreat available. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as his left palm shot forward, igniting with golden flames. Tracking Inferno. This sudden, desperate display of power finally caused the butcher's smirking visage to betray a flicker of surprise. He withdrew his blade and retreated hastily. The golden flames grazed his chest, leaving a glaring scorch mark on his combat attire. He was pushed back. However, Lin Fan had reached his limit. The forced surge of psychic energy left him feeling hollow, incapable of summoning further combat strength in the immediate aftermath. The butcher regained his footing, glanced down at the scorch mark on his chest, then raised his gaze to Lin Fan, smiling. Rookie, your determination in a desperate struggle is commendable. He flicked his rubber knife. But in a team battle, it is not merely a game of individual desperation. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward once more. This time, Lin Fan found himself engulfed by a flurry of blades. The first strike severed his wrist. The second shattered his stance. The third disarmed him entirely. The rubber knife flew from Lin Fan's grasp, tracing a feeble arc through the air. The butcher's blade halted just before Lin Fan's throat, less than an inch from his skin. The icy sensation seemed to slice through flesh. You are dead, the butcher declared calmly. Almost simultaneously, the battles in the other two directions came to a close. Qin Shan was brought down by a swift leg sweep from a seasoned speedster. A rubber knife pressed against his temple. Lei Hao incinerated the gel beneath him with a surge of lightning, but the moment he extricated himself, he was struck squarely in the chest by the female student's energy beam. Simulation verdict: serious injury, combat capability lost. 3 against 3. A complete defeat. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. Instructor Eagle's whistle pierced the stillness, devoid of any emotion. The battle concluded, the senior students emerged victorious. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 47 seconds. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Those 5 words struck Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan like a resounding slap. Lin Fan stood frozen, the blade that had hovered at his throat withdrawn, yet the chilling sensation of death remained etched into his nerves. He glanced at Lei Hao, whose chest bore the charred marks of simulated burns. He turned to Qin Shan, who rose from the ground, fists clenched, sweat glistening on his brow, filled with indignation. The 3 senior students sheathed their weapons, their expressions unwavering throughout. The butcher approached Lin Fan, retrieved the rubber knife from the ground, and returned it to him. Here you go. He paused, pointing at Lin Fan. You did well in the duel. That last move was quite ruthless. If it had been someone less experienced, they might have truly been dragged down with you. But a team battle is not merely a sum of individual efforts. The butcher turned, joining his teammates as they walked towards the edge of the arena. Just as he stepped beyond the red line, he looked back and uttered one final remark. Rookie, practice hard. If you fight like this again, the casualties will not be limited to just the 3 of you. The trio departed. Instructor Eagle approached, her gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of Lin Fan and his companions. Any reflections? Silence reigned. Then I shall speak. Eagle's voice was as cold as ice, utterly lacking in synergy. Each fought for themselves. Signals? Absent. Rhythm? Absent. Cover? Absent. You were like 3 headless flies, flailing about, awaiting your opponents to dispatch you with ease. She stepped into the center of the arena, pointing to the ground. Qin Shan, your gravity field was excessively expansive, a sheer waste of psychic energy, utterly ineffective. Lei Hao, your eagerness to assist led you to overlook the true intentions of your adversaries, turning yourself into a living target. Lin Fan, you advanced too deeply, completely disconnecting from your teammates. Did you believe you could single-handedly breach their defenses? Each word from Eagle pierced the hearts of the 3 like needles. If this had been a real battle, she articulated each word deliberately, her voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the training ground, rendering it silent. You would have perished. Moreover, you would have endangered all your comrades who placed their trust in you. All the eyes of the newcomers were fixated on Lin Fan and his companions, their expressions a complex mixture of emotions. A team with S-level potential had been dispatched by seasoned students in a mere 1 minute and 47 seconds. As effortlessly as one would slaughter a chicken. This truth held more impact than any lecture. That will be all for today. Eagle waved her hand. Return and reflect thoroughly. We will resume tomorrow at the same time. The team disbanded. Lin Fan silently retrieved the rubber knife, and, alongside Lei Hao and Qin Shan, exited the training ground. The setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. An unspoken silence enveloped them. This silence felt different from all previous encounters. It was heavy, oppressive, akin to a boulder lodged in their chests. Upon reaching the dormitory, Lin Fan halted. Later that night, he spoke, his voice hoarse. Let us talk. Lei Hao nodded vigorously. Qin Shan gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. Let us. The 3 exchanged a glance, each witnessing the same unyielding spirit and a spark of ignited determination in the depths of one another's eyes. They ascended the stairs and entered the dormitory. Behind them, the training ground lights flickered to life, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 28. After this night, there shall be no more defeats. At 11 o'clock that night, atop the dormitory, the rusty iron door creaked open, releasing a sharp groan. The wild wind rushed onto the rooftop, mingling with the scents of grass, earth, and the ever-present aroma of sweat wafting from the training ground. Leaning against a discarded water tank, Lei crossed his arms, silently gazing at the contours defined by the campfire's glow. Qin Shan sat atop the water tank lid, his massive frame resembling a statue, absent-mindedly tracing patterns in the rough concrete beneath him. Lin Fan entered, closing the iron door behind him, cutting off the light from the hallway. The rooftop remained illuminated only by the pale moonlight. My question. Lin Fan's voice shattered the silence, as sharp as a knife. Qin Shan lifted his head, and Lei turned his gaze toward him. I charged too deeply. Lin Fan spoke rapidly, as if judging himself. The plan was to conduct a surprise attack. But the moment the butcher engaged, I forgot about you. I got too caught up in the heat of battle, completely disconnected. Upon finishing, he met their eyes with unwavering intensity. Qin Shan rubbed the back of his neck, his face filled with regret. Fan Gu, I'm in the same boat. I expanded the gravity field too much, trying to cover all three opponents at once, nearly exhausting my psychic energy, to no avail. That speedy bastard circled around, and I was left dazed. Lei waited for them to finish before stepping from the shadows into the moonlight. Communication. He uttered 2 words, cold and precise. 3 individuals. 3 minds, 3 directions, yet not a single effective communication. Qin Shan, you failed to announce when you retracted the gravity field. Lin Fan, you didn't call for help when you were suppressed. I wanted to provide support, but I had no idea what your next move was. Lei's gaze swept over them. On the battlefield, do you rely on shouting? He shook his head. Noise, distance, and psychic interference sound constitute the least efficient form of communication. As the words left his lips, he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist with a sudden force. A simple yet potent gesture. We require hand signals. Lin Fan's pupils narrowed slightly. Is it the tactical gestures used by veterans? Indeed. Lei nodded. Simplicity is key. 4 or 5 will suffice. But they must be practiced. Practiced until they become instinctual, ingrained within the muscles. Qin Shan abruptly leaped down from the water tank, the heavy sound of his landing reverberating across the rooftop. What are we waiting for? Let us decide now. Under the moonlight, the 3 formed a tight triangle. The first, focus fire. Lin Fan extended his right hand, forming a fist, upon seeing this gesture. All their attacks converged on the same target. The second, pointing. Lei extended his index finger, directing it towards a distant lightning rod. My finger signifies the direction of the threat and our path of movement. The third, suppression. Qin Shan spread his arms wide, forcefully pressing downwards. Seeing this indicated that I needed to control a specific area with the gravity field. The fourth, retreat. Lin Fan traced a circle in the air with his index finger, signaling the need to fall back and regroup. These 4 gestures were simple to the point of being almost crude, yet the ensuing practice was akin to hell. Assuming the role of a butcher, Lin Fan stood at the center, his aura suddenly becoming perilous. Qin Shan, upon seeing my clenched fist, immediately locked onto me with the gravity field. Lei, your lightning. Follow Qin Shan's gravity with a strike. The drill commenced. The first time, Qin Shan's gravity field was half a second too slow, and Lei's simulated lightning struck empty air. The second time, Lei was quicker, but Qin Shan's field had yet to take shape. The third time, the fourth, the 10th time, the moment Lin Fan clenched his fist, buzz, an invisible force field suddenly contracted beneath Qin Shan's feet, precisely locking onto Lin Fan. Zing. Arcs of electricity leaped along Lei's arm, pointing to the same location. Lin Fan, in turn, lunged forward, adopting a stance as if to slash with a blade. The trio's movements synchronized in that singular instant. Though merely a practice drill, the seamless coordination left their breaths heavy and labored. Again, Qin Shan roared, sweat cascading down his rugged cheeks, his eyes shining like searchlights. Another 10 repetitions. 20. Their training uniforms soaked with perspiration, muscles began to protest with fatigue. Until the final attempt, Lin Fan's figure shifted without warning, his right hand defiantly forming a fist beneath the moonlight. In that fleeting moment, there was no thought, no hesitation. Qin Shan's body instinctively sank, activating the gravity. Lei's arm was already raised, electricity poised to strike. Instinct. That will suffice. Lin Fan exhaled a cloud of vapor, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, signaling the end of gestures. Next, the division of roles. The trio once again sat down, forming a circle. Lei spoke first, his voice regaining its customary calm. My lightning serves as a mid to long-range artillery, a sniper. This afternoon, I should not have impulsively sought to support you in close quarters. He glanced at Lin Fan. I ought to remain in the rear, observing, identifying the critical weaknesses in their formation. His gaze then shifted to Qin Shan. Your gravity field excels in point strength rather than area coverage. Rather than employing 3 times the gravity to blanket 15 meters, It is far more effective to apply 5 times the gravity to eliminate a single individual within 5 meters. Qin Shan nodded vigorously, etching each word into his mind. I understand. Lin Fan continued, picking up from where he left off. I will engage in close combat. My spatial abilities will penetrate, while my fire powers will explode. My role is that of a dagger. The moment you create an opportunity, I will thrust in and deliver a fatal blow. But you cannot charge in without a way out. Lei Hao fixed his sharp gaze on him. Your every advance must be at the edge of Qin Shan's gravity field, or within the protective path of my lightning. And there's the finishing blow. Qin Shan added in his deep voice. If Brother Fan doesn't take them down with a single strike, then it's up to me and Brother Lei to clean up. The division of roles was unprecedentedly clear. Qin Shan serves as the shield, the wall, the cornerstone of the team. He ensnares enemies with chains of gravity to protect his comrades. Lei Hao is the eye, the arrow, the eagle of the team. He delivers pinpoint strikes with lightning, maintaining a calm overview of the battlefield. Lin Fan is the blade, the spear, the sharp edge of the team. He pierces with dual abilities, slashing with a technique akin to the Sea of Stars. But we still lack a commander. Lin Fan stated, in battle, a hesitation of even 1/100th of a second can prove fatal. There must be someone to issue the final command. 3 gazes converged in the air. You take the lead, Lei Hao said. Qin Shan nodded in agreement. Brother Fan, you are the most suitable. Lin Fan was taken aback. Why? Lei Hao interjected. You are calmer than I am, yet you are also more decisive. This afternoon's reckless tracking fireball was a gamble, but it was the only chance of victory at that moment. In dire situations, those who dare to stake their lives are far more crucial than a cool-headed analyst who only knows how to calculate. Qin Shan chuckled heartily. Besides, Brother Fan, you are S-rank, destined to be the strongest. It is only fitting for the commander to be the mightiest. A wave of searing emotion erupted within Lin Fan's chest. It was pressure, it was responsibility. More importantly, it was a trust bestowed upon him by his comrades, completely entrusting their backs to him. His chest heaved as he ultimately nodded firmly. All right, I will take command. However, Lei Hao, you will be the deputy commander. If I act impulsively, or if you see a better opportunity, you have the right to override my command. Lei Hao nodded, understood. Roles defined, tactics established, command assigned. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the 3 stretched long and straight. Lin Fan extended his hand, palm facing upwards. Lei Hao's hand covered it, tinged with a cool electric tingle. Qin Shan's large, warm, and rough hand enveloped them last. 3 hands, 3 temperatures, layered together. The Shiyan squad. Lin Fan's voice was low, yet it struck the stillness of the night like a nail. Next time, we will not lose. We will not lose. Qin Shan erupted with a beast-like roar from his throat. Lei Hao remained silent, yet his grip tightened abruptly. The 3 hands released simultaneously. Then, they struck their palms together with force. Crack. The sharp sound shattered the night sky, like a declaration, a vow. The wind swept through, carrying the anguished roars of the older cadets from afar. They were growing stronger. Yet Lin Fan and the others understood that from this moment forth, they too had changed. No longer 3 independent individuals, but rather a cohesive whole. A team. Its name, Shiyan. Chapter 29, 41st Place and Supply Agents. On the evening of the 7th day of camp, the central square gathered once more. This time, the 83 newcomers stood in far better formation than they had 7 days prior. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood tall, their backs straight, gazes fiercely fixed on the instructor's platform ahead. There lay a long table, upon which rested 2 items, a tactical tablet and dozens of palm-sized silver metal cans. Psychic supply agents. Each canister contained concentrated psychic essence, derived from the cores of fierce beasts and various spiritual plants. One can hasten training by 3 days. This is equivalent to the results of painstaking training for half a month under normal circumstances. In Longyuan camp, this is life, a hard currency that widens the gap. Shan Xiao stood before the long table, his single eye sharp and sweeping across the crowd. The first week of camp has concluded. His voice, amplified through the speakers, resonated with metallic coldness. Now, I will announce the overall rankings. Criteria: psychic tests 30, classroom performance 30, training attitude 40. He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over each individual. The top 30. Each will receive 1 canister of supply agents. From the 31st place onward, there shall be nothing. A heavy silence fell over the square. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the line, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, fingertips curling unconsciously. He felt the tautness of Qin Shan's muscles beside him and sensed the concealed sharpness in Lei Hao's steady breath. Now, I will announce the rankings. Shan Xiao picked up the tactical tablet and began to read the names. First place, Wang Teng. The psychic assessment concluded with an A grade, classroom performance deemed exemplary, and training attitude rated as outstanding. A slender young man stepped out of the ranks, his expression impassive, and approached the long table to receive the supplies handed to him by the mountain ape. As he turned, his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately fixing with precision upon Lin Fan. In his eyes lay scrutiny and evaluation, a silent declaration from a formidable contender to a potential rival. The names of the second and third place candidates were announced, echoing like a solemn judgment. Some beamed with delight, others feigned calm, while a few exhaled long sighs of relief. Making it into the top 30 meant the week's hardships were not in vain. 20th place, Leihao. He stepped out of the line, his expression unchanged. When receiving the supplies, he merely nodded slightly at the mountain ape before returning to his position. Yet, Lin Fan noticed that the fingers gripping the metal canister were unervingly steady, a calm born from extreme restraint. 29th place. 30th place, Zhao Kuan. A wave of barely contained excitement rippled through the ranks. Zhao Kuan swaggered out, his face alight with unabashed arrogance and pride. He approached the long table, not immediately taking the supplies, but instead casually picked up a can, weighing it in his hand. With a sharp sound, the pull tab snapped open, resounding across the square. In full view of everyone, he tilted his head back, gulping it down in one go. The sound of swallows echoed, and upon finishing, he carelessly discarded the empty can onto the ground, where it clattered and rolled to a stop at Lin Fan's feet. Zhao Kuan wiped his mouth, grinning broadly. And instead of returning to his place, he marched directly towards Lin Fan. The distance was alarmingly close. Close enough to detect the pungent odor of cheap gunpowder mingled with sweat. S-grade, Zhao Kuan tilted his head, eyeing Lin Fan up and down as if assessing livestock. His voice deliberately amplified for the entire square to hear. 41st place? TSK. Potential, indeed, is merely potential. Surrounding him were unmasked snickers, some reveling in the misfortune, others observing with curiosity, and a few frowning in silence. Yet, no one stepped forward. Qin Shan's fist tightened, knuckles whitening, veins bulging at his temple. Ready to take a step forward when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Leihao. Lin Fan regarded Zhao Kuan with an unflinching gaze, devoid of any tumult. This calmness, in fact, pricked at Zhao Kuan like a needle. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. Audible only to the two of them. Kid, don't think being S-grade makes you exceptional. In the Longyuan camp, the number of dead geniuses far exceeds the living failures. Just last week, one was carried out, and the body was barely intact. I heard he was a dual-element A-grade, not much different from your S-grade. Lin Fan's eyelids flickered for the first time. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing Zhao Kuan with an almost dispassionate scrutiny, akin to examining a snarling wild dog. Assessing which bone was the hardest, where it would be easiest to strike. This gaze sent a chill down Zhao Kuan's spine, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. He regained his normal volume, his voice a feeble roar. What? Not satisfied? If you're so good, why don't you make it into the top 30? Don't end up failing to even secure a spot in the top 50. That would truly be embarrassing. Laughter erupted around them, louder than before. Finally, Lin Fan spoke. His voice was soft yet remarkably clear, piercing through the ears of everyone present. A week from now, the rankings will change. Zhao Kuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into an even louder laugh. Huh? Fine. I'll wait for you. I'm eager to see how far you, the 41st, can climb in a week. He laughed heartily as he returned to his place, deliberately stepping on the empty can as he left. The harsh sound of metal scraping signaling the end of this humiliation. The rankings continued to be announced until the last name was revealed. Qin Shan, 52nd place. His earnest face was filled with disappointment as he received his sheet and silently returned to Lin Fan's side. Brother Fan, Qin Shan spoke softly, laden with guilt. It's all right, Lin Fan interrupted. It's only the first week. After the dismissal, the newcomers made their way to the cafeteria. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Those who had received supplies moved briskly, while those who had not walked with heavy steps, as if burdened by invisible shackles. During dinner, the three found a corner. Qin Shan poked at his food, finding it tasteless. Leihao ate quietly, his pace half from usual. Lin Fan, however, acted as if nothing had transpired, savoring each bite thoughtfully. Halfway through, Leihao pulled a thick notebook from his pocket and tossed it in front of Lin Fan. What is this? Lin Fan inquired. Weaknesses of ferocious beasts, Leihao replied flatly. I've compiled it based on Instructor Wang's lessons and combat records. It includes 97 common ferocious beasts, detailing their weaknesses, habits, and counter-strategies. The notebook was substantial, with neat handwriting and detailed illustrations, clearly the result of considerable effort. Lin Fan flipped through a few pages, then looked up at Leihao. Thank you. Leihao said nothing, continuing to eat. Qin Shan glanced back and forth between them before suddenly standing up. I'm going to practice, he declared, carrying his tray away. Minutes later, he returned with two specially designed weights strapped to his shoulders, each weighing 25 kilograms. Altogether, that made 100 pounds. His steps were noticeably heavier, yet his eyes shone with determination. I'll join you, Lin Fan stated, finishing his last bite and rising to his feet. Leihao remained silent, but followed suit. Instead of heading to the bustling training hall, the trio ventured to the mountainous obstacle training area on the west side of the camp. At night, this place was deserted, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights. Qin Shan, burdened with 100 pounds, began to ascend the steep slopes repeatedly. Leihao found an open space, his fingertips crackling with electricity as he practiced the precise control of lightning. not as a violent strike, but weaving intricate patterns in the air with delicate electric threads. Honing his terrifying micromanipulation skills, Lin Fan, meanwhile, sought a secluded corner, sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness within. System, enter the inheritance space. A pure white light engulfed him in an instant. In the boundless expanse of space, the flow of time was at a ratio of 172. 1 hour in the outside world equated to 3 full days here. Lin Fan summoned the operational panel, directly adjusting his training plan. Training time adjusted. Outside 1 hour, inside 72 hours. Training content added. Basic swordsmanship combat, fine control of flames, spatial marking linkage. Confirmed. The scene shifted. Forest, night, shadow wolf. This time, Lin Fan did not rush headlong into battle. He stood still, gripping his sword, eyes closed, employing spatial perception to observe. He noted the tightening of the shadow wolf's muscles, the rise and fall of its breath, the subtle premonition before its claws were raised. In his first bout, he endured for 5 minutes, not through brute force or reckless effort, but by keen observation, anticipation, and ingraining the shadow wolf's attack patterns into his very bones. After 5 minutes, he finally moved. One strike severed the shadow wolf's foreclaw. A finishing blow, a lethal kill. First match, victory. Survival time, 5 minutes 12 seconds. Combat experience accumulated. Mastery of shadow wolf's attack patterns increased to 65. In the accelerated realm of time, Lin Fan found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of combat and demise, the second, third, and fourth rounds blending into an unbroken sequence. Each death inflicted upon him a heart-wrenching agony, while bestowing upon him a wealth of experience. With every victory, his swordsmanship became increasingly intricate, and his mastery over his extraordinary abilities grew ever more precise. After 3 days and nights, 30 grueling battles culminated, his win rate soaring from an initial 10 to an impressive 40. More significantly, his comprehension of the Star C sword technique transcended mere theoretical understanding. Those moves had come to life. Today, as training concludes, practical conversion rate of the Star C sword technique increased to 48. Precision of flame control improved to 3 degrees Celsius. Speed of spatial marking enhanced. Marking time reduced by 0.2 seconds. Recommendation: rest and assimilate training results. Lin Fan's consciousness returned to reality, where only an hour had passed. He opened his eyes, stretched his body, and felt the muscle memory synchronizing, allowing him to wield his sword with newfound finesse. In the distance, Qin Shan, drenched to the bone, continued his ascent, his steps unwavering. Meanwhile, Lei Hao's fingertips crackled with electric threads, weaving intricate geometric patterns in the air. Lin Fan rose, unsheathing the flame of silence. Beneath the moonlight, he began to practice the 9 forms of the Star C sword technique. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. The blade sliced through the air with a clean, crisp sound, resonating with an undeniable aura of lethal intent. In the distance, the lights of the Longyuan camp flickered in the night, yet the glaring number on the ranking board had, at this moment, lost its significance. What mattered was the transformation that awaited in a week's time. It would undoubtedly change. Chapter 30, The Storm Tempering the Blade. On the 3rd day following the announcement of rankings, a torrential downpour ensued. This was not the gentle drizzle of Jiangnan, but rather the furious rain of the wilderness. Imbued with the earthy scent and raw force of nature, torrential raindrops pelted the earth, splattering up to half a foot of mud. The training ground lay desolate, save for one solitary figure standing at its center. Lin Fan allowed the rain to wash over him, his black training attire clinging to his form, outlining the muscular contours that had begun to take shape over the past week. Grasping the flame of silence with both hands, water streamed along the spine of the blade, cascading from its tip, only to evaporate instantaneously. Golden flames ignited defiantly amidst the deluge, enveloping the blade with a sizzling sound. Though modest in size, the flames were remarkably dense, resembling a flowing molten layer that encased the edge, undeterred by the relentless rain. Exhaling a breath of mist, visible against the cold curtain of rain, Lin Fan moved, not with wild, sweeping cuts, but with an agonizingly slow and steady lateral shift of the blade. The first form of the Star C sword technique, the chop. In the training space, he had practiced this form 100,000 times. Yet, reality and the virtual realm were fundamentally distinct. In the virtual space, there was no such tempest, no oppressive humidity, nor the subtle shifts in force from the rain striking the blade. As the blade traversed the rain curtain, Lin Fan closed his eyes, not to forsake his vision, but to immerse his entire being into an alternate realm of perception. Since awakening his spatial dominion ability, he had developed an acute sensitivity to the minute fluctuations in the surrounding space. At this moment, he pushed that perception to its utmost limits. Within his mind, darkness faded, revealing a 3-dimensional image constructed from the trajectories of countless raindrops. The angle, velocity, and minuscule turbulence created by air friction of each droplet were vividly clear. The blade continued its movement, targeting every raindrop that fell directly in its path. This seemed an outrageous endeavor. In such a downpour, The number of raindrops striking the blade each second surely numbered in the dozens or even hundreds. Yet Lin Fan's blade remained unerringly steady. It was not speed he sought, but the utmost precision. The blade adjusted its angle and speed in a peculiar rhythm, each adjustment perfectly timed to meet a falling droplet. The nearly inaudible sounds of evaporation echoed softly, a testament to the raindrops being instantaneously vaporized by the heated edge. Where the blade passed, a transient vacuum devoid of rain emerged. This was not brute strength. It was the zenith of control, a profound application of spatial perception, alongside a meticulous regulation of the blade's fiery temperature. If the temperature were too high, the raindrops would vaporize too rapidly, generating recoil that would disrupt the blade's momentum. Conversely, if it were too low, the droplets would cling to the blade, increasing weight and resistance. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Fan's forehead, only to be washed away by the rain. His spiritual energy was being severely taxed. Maintaining such heightened spatial perception while stabilizing the flame upon the blade placed an immense burden on him, especially as he stood at the pinnacle of awakening realm 5 stars. Yet, his hands remained as steady as a rock, his gaze even steadier. 41st place? Zhao Kuan's arrogant smile and the jarring sound of an empty can rolling through his mind flickered briefly before being swept away by the cold rain and an even colder focus. None of that mattered. What mattered was the blade in his hand, the flowing energy within him, and whether his next strike could achieve an accuracy 1,000th of a degree better than the last. Boom. In the distance, a blinding flash of lightning rent the dark clouds asunder, followed by the rumble of thunder. At the edge of the training ground stood a specially arranged area for attracting lightning, where another figure stood resolute amidst the storm, Lei Hao. His bare torso revealed a sculpted physique, rain cascading over him, mingling with the old and new scars that marked his skin. With arms outstretched, he gazed skyward, azure serpents of electricity dancing around him. He was summoning the lightning. This was no jest. His ability, Heavenly Thunder Prison, fundamentally allowed him to manipulate lightning. In such extreme stormy weather, the concentration of stray electrical particles in the air was exceedingly high. He was using his body as a conduit, carefully guiding and absorbing the violent natural energy to refine his own lightning spiritual energy. Hoping to break through the bottleneck he had reached at the pinnacle of awakening realm 9 stars. With each flash of lightning, the electric serpents surrounding him surged to life. This process was perilous. A moment's inattention could result in a backlash from the natural lightning. Yet he remained focused and stable. 20th place? The supply canister remained untouched. He sought to transcend that threshold solely through his own strength. Further afield, in the weighted training zone, Qin Shan bore specially crafted alloy weights, each weighing 25 kilograms, totaling 100 pounds. He was performing deep squats. With each descent and ascent, his thigh muscles tightened like taut strings. Rain pelted his sun-kissed skin, causing tiny splashes to rise. His movements were not rapid, but they were unwavering. With each squatting motion to its limit, he exerted himself fully to stand again, repeating the cycle. Curiously, within a 3-meter radius of him, the rain seemed to grow heavier, the trajectory of the droplets bending, and the force with which they struck the ground increased. The splashes reached heights that could touch a person's knees. This was his gravitational field. Though only at awakening realm 8 stars, his gravitational ability had undergone a subtle transformation through intense training and insights gleaned from Lei Hao's notes over the past week. No longer merely a simple area of pressure, it began to exhibit signs of localized weighting and concentration. His expression remained earnest, yet his gaze bore an indomitable fierceness. 52nd place? He could not accept such a ranking. Fan Gu and Rat were pushing themselves. He, Qin Shan, would not lag behind. 3 corners, 3 styles of training, yet all imbued with a shared, silent resolve. At the edge of the training ground, atop an observation tower, a tall figure clad in a raincoat stood silently. It was Instructor Shan Xiao, his solitary eye piercing through the rain, precisely locking onto the 3 youths in the training arena. The tactical tablet in his hand displayed an array of real-time data. Lin Fan's spatial perception accuracy threshold has surpassed the norm of 37, maintaining this state for over 15 minutes. The fluctuation range of flame temperature control is restricted to 4 degrees Celsius, demonstrating remarkable performance even in torrential downpours. Lei Hao's natural lightning particle absorption efficiency stands at 0.3, with a body load critical value of 85. This lad is truly risking his life. Qin Shan has enhanced gravity field intensity by 12, with a marked improvement in control precision. The tendency towards mutation persists. He murmurs to himself, fingers swiftly recording on the tablet. Raindrops cascade from the brim of his raincoat, dampening one corner of the screen, oblivious to him. The Lonyuan camp does not require flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. What is needed are resilient wild grasses and towering trees that can still take root and absorb nutrients fiercely in the midst of a storm, in the mire, and under dire circumstances. These 3 seedlings are more to his liking than he had anticipated, particularly Lin Fan. The gaze of the mountain demon refocuses on the youth wielding a blade in the arena, with an S-class potential rating and dual abilities. He ranks only 41st in the first week due to noticeable imbalances in his skills, suffering public humiliation. At this moment, his face bears no signs of resentment or impatience. Only an almost cold, profound focus. This tenacity is far more valued by the mountain demon than mere high potential. With a swift motion, the blade is swung once more. The golden flames flickering dangerously as a sudden surge of rain nearly extinguishes them. Lin Fan furrows his brow. His spiritual energy is running low. Simultaneously maintaining two high-precision operations consumes far more than anticipated. His lungs burn, and his muscles begin to signal fatigue. Should he stop? He glances at the murky water at his feet, where the reflection of a fallen canister is barely visible. His gaze returns to the blade. Stop? Not a chance. He inhales deeply, the earthy scent mingled with moisture filling his lungs, chest rising and falling violently. Within him, the core representing the pinnacle of awakening at 5 stars begins to spin and tremble at an unprecedented speed. The normally gentle flow of spiritual energy is now being squeezed for its final potential, surging fiercely towards his arms, flowing into his palms, and infusing into the flame of Silence Blade. The previously listless golden flames erupt with renewed vigor, not only returning to their former glory, but also revealing a hint of pale white at their core. The temperature rises once more. The surrounding rain vaporizes into a denser mist just inches from the blade, creating a brief cavity around it. With a shift in thought, Lin Fan no longer attempts to slice each raindrop. Instead, he compresses his spatial perception, concentrating on the 3 feet ahead of the blade's edge, predicting the densest path of the rain. Simultaneously, he adjusts the flame's temperature and output frequency to synchronize with the rhythm of his blade's movement and the intensity of the rain's impact, achieving a dynamic equilibrium. Flash. This strike is swifter and heavier than any preceding ones. The blade rends the curtain of rain, leaving behind a fan-shaped trail of golden flames and a lingering vaporous pathway. A low hum emanates from the flame of silence, its body vibrating in resonance with its master's current state. Lin Fan maintains the posture of his final strike, breathing heavily. Deep within his nearly exhausted spiritual energy reservoir, a new, purer surge of heat is being squeezed out from various parts of his body as the core spins rapidly. It slowly gathers, a sign of feedback after breaking through limits, solidifying his realm and preparing to surge towards the next stage. The threshold of awakening at 6 stars is now within reach. Unbeknownst to him, the rain has begun to lighten. A crack in the oppressive clouds allows a sliver of pale daylight to struggle through, illuminating the training ground and casting Lin Fan, his blade, and the stubbornly burning golden flames into a blurred, yet upright silhouette. In the distance, the electric serpents surrounding Lei Hao gradually recede. He opens his eyes, a flash of lightning evident within. Qin Shan sets down his weights, stretching his sore shoulders. He gazes in Lin Fan's direction, offering a hearty grin. On the observation tower, the mountain demon instructor closes the tactical tablet, turning to step into the shadows of the tower. Data update. Lin Fan's combat conversion rate has been raised to 28. With a will rating of A. He casts one last glance at the youth, who stands alone, sheathing his blade amidst the thinning rain. Will the ranking change in a week? I find myself somewhat eager for it. At the center of the training ground, Lin Fan sheaths his blade. As the torrential rain begins to subside, the air is filled with the fresh scent of damp earth. He lifts his gaze towards the gradually clearing sky beyond the cloud gap. His wet black hair clings to his forehead, but his eyes pierce through the post-rain expanse. Looking further ahead, there lies the training of the coming week, the impending reshuffling of rankings, Zhao Kuan's loathsome face, and the prospects of greater heights. He tightens his grip on the hilt, his fingertips steady and resolute. Chapter 31. The Inheritance of Spatial Folding Steps. Night deepens. The dormitory is filled with only 2 sounds, the relentless wind from the wilds outside, and the muffled snoring from the adjacent bed, where Qin Shan lies. Lei Hao sits cross-legged on his bed, faint arcs of electricity dancing about him as he digests the day's experiences. Lin Fan, however, is wide awake, staring intently at the dark ceiling. His body is fatigued. The rigorous training in the downpour had drained the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, and his muscles still ache with residual soreness. Yet his mind is remarkably clear. Ranking 41st. That number pierces his heart like a needle. Zhao Kuan's arrogant grin lingers in his mind, along with the crisp snap of the supply ring being pulled in public. That was no mere humiliation. It was a verdict, a contempt for the weak, a crushing of resources. Lin Fan's heart bears no flames of anger, only a chilling frost. He assesses, evaluating his weaknesses, the strength of his adversaries, and how to utterly shatter that repugnant face in the shortest possible time with the most effective means. His use of spatial perception to slice through raindrops had elevated his microscopic control to a new level, but it is insufficient. Far from enough. Faced with an opponent like Zhao Kuan, who possesses rich combat experience in a higher realm, mere precision is merely a target. He needs speed, ghostly maneuverability, unconventional angles of attack, and an unpredictable rhythm that his enemies cannot anticipate. With this resolve, Lin Fan hesitates no longer. His consciousness plunges into the deepest recesses of his mind, touching that flickering speck of light. System. Buzz. A pure white radiance envelopes everything, and his consciousness is instantly drawn from his weary shell. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in an endless expanse of pure white. Universal skill inheritance system. At your service. Detecting host consciousness actively connecting. Spiritual energy recovery rate, 72. Please state your requirements. The system's voice remains flat, devoid of any emotion. Standing in this expanse of pure white, Lin Fan gets straight to the point. I need to enhance my combat maneuverability. My current speed and movement methods can be anticipated and suppressed by opponents of higher realms. I require a mobility skill that can be quickly mastered and immediately effective. He understands that he does not seek a miraculous teleportation technique. He needs something he can wield to kill. The system falls silent for several seconds, as if searching through the vast starry sea. Needs analysis complete. Skill match successful. Detected that the host has mastered the basic abilities of spatial dominion, spatial perception, beginner. Microscopic spatial manipulation, beginner, fulfilling the prerequisites. Granting inheritance, basic spatial displacement techniques. Source, analysis and simplified application model of the underlying rules of the spatial compression technique. Document no. GH 7742. Note, this is a skill, not a supernatural ability. The degree of mastery depends on the host's inherent talent, effort, and affinity for the rules of space. Here it comes. Lin Fan's spirit surged. The system indeed provided the most precise answer based on his existing capabilities. It was not an enlightenment, but a methodology. In the pure white space, light coalesced, and a constantly shifting three-dimensional geometric image materialized, accompanied by a torrent of runes and text. Lin Fan held his breath, immersing himself entirely in this intricate tapestry of knowledge. Skill name, spatial folding step, basic. Core principle, to fold or compress the space between 2 points over a short distance, enabling the host to leap across physical distances in a single step. It can be understood as temporarily bringing point A and point B closer together on the fabric of space before stepping over them. Initial effective distance, theoretical limit of 10 meters. Consumption, substantial. Each execution consumes 520 units of the current spiritual energy. Prerequisites, accurate spatial coordinate positioning, stable spiritual energy output, and a robust physique capable of withstanding the pressures of spatial distortion. Warning, errors in coordinate computation or unstable spiritual energy output may lead to limbs becoming trapped in spatial interstices, being cast into unstable rifts, or severe bodily harm from spatial pressure. Inheritance content, coordinate calculation model, spiritual energy output diagram, folding stability techniques. A torrent of complex information surged through his mental core, inducing a wave of intense pain. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, akin to a parched sponge, ravenously absorbing the crystallized wisdom of another universe. System, load training scenario. Set time flow rate to maximum. Confirmed. Training scenario loaded. Interference-free, stable spatial environment. Time flow rate adjustment. 1:72. 1 hour in the external world equals 72 hours in the training space. Alert. Injuries during training will simulate pain at 100. Mental fatigue will reflect reality. The pure white faded, transforming into a gray square clearly marked with a grid. Lin Fan stood at point A. 10 meters away lay point B. The first task, to traverse from A to B. Lin Fan closed his eyes, extending his mental prowess. His spatial perception achieving unprecedented accuracy as he locked onto the coordinates of points A and B, along with the subtle curvature and tension of the surrounding space. Calculation complete. Channeling spiritual energy. He infused the surrounding space with energy from within, following the special frequency outlined in the diagram. It felt as if he were using 2 invisible hands to push 2 unseen mountains closer together. Spiritual energy surged forth like a raging flood. Now, Lin Fan roared internally, stepping forward with his left foot, leaning his body forward into a charged position. But then, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The moment his left leg moved, an indescribable agony erupted from the root of his thigh. It was not mere tearing. It was misalignment. Compression. The sensation of bones being wrenched from flesh. His left calf, from the knee down, had mysteriously vanished. The spatial folding calculation had deviated. Part of his limb became ensnared in an unstable spatial interstice during the traversal. The 100 pain simulation activated instantaneously. The pain felt as if 1,000 steel needles pierced his marrow, akin to his entire lower leg being thrust into a colossal closing gear. Lin Fan's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat enveloping him, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to maintain focus, promptly severing the output of spiritual energy, and with every ounce of strength. He executed the emergency withdrawal maneuver to extricate his leg from the spatial interstice. With a soft pop, his left leg returned to its original state. But the aftershocks of pain caused it to tremble violently, dark, horrific bruises blooming beneath his skin. First attempt, failure. Error analysis. Coordinate calculation deviation of 0, 7 degrees. Spiritual energy output peak occurring 0, 5 seconds prior to physical action. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, gasping like a wounded beast. One attempt had drained 15 units of spiritual energy. Yet, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes, only a chilling focus. A deviation of 0, 7 degrees and a synchronization error of 0, 5 seconds. He chewed on the data of his failure, enduring the pain as he stood, dragging his injured leg back to point A. He did not immediately commence a second attempt. Instead, he frantically replayed the scenario in his mind, once, 10 times, 100 times, simulating calculations, simulating energy output, simulating every movement of his body. After half an hour, the pain subsided somewhat. Second attempt. Failure. His right elbow became ensnared in space, agonizing pain. Third attempt. Failure. His body was incompletely thrown, crashing 5 meters away, spiritual energy depleted. Fourth attempt. Fifth attempt. In this elongated gray space, Lin Fan forgot everything. He forgot the rankings, forgot Zhao Kuan, forgot fatigue. His world was reduced to points A and B. Only coordinates, diagrams. Movements remained, alongside repeated failures and the excruciating pain capable of shattering one's will. The 72-fold acceleration of time was both a lavish boon and a brutal torment. Unsure how long had passed, during his 37th attempt, calculation, output, stepping, synchronization, all in one fluid motion. The space surrounding his body rippled slightly, visible ripples forming. In the next instant, Lin Fan's figure blurred at point A. Almost simultaneously, he appeared before point B. Though he stumbled upon landing, his posture disheveled. And the distance was off by half a meter. He had succeeded. 37th attempt, partial success. Movement distance, 4, 5 meters. Error, 0, 5 meters. Spiritual energy consumption, 12. Lin Fan leaned on his knee, his chest heaving violently. For the first time a smile graced his face. That smile, twisted by extreme fatigue and residual nerve pain, radiated the thrill of conquest. With the first success, 1,000 more awaited. 40th attempt, moved 5 meters, error reduced to 0, 3 meters. 51st attempt, moved 6 meters, success. Yet, spiritual energy consumption surged, leaving him dizzy. 100th attempt, 200th attempt. He became the most obsessive of craftsmen, honing this skill with his body and will. Again and again. Failure, excruciating pain, adjustments, and retry. Calculations accelerated, gradually becoming instinctual. The synchronization of energy output and bodily movements transitioned from deliberate control to a fluid, effortless dance. When the system prompted, this training session is nearing its end. Lin Fan had trained in this gray space for what equated to approximately 3 hours in the outside world, but inside, a staggering 9 days had elapsed. Final data, crystallized. Current mastery, spatial folding step, basic. Stable movement distance, 5 meters, limit 58 meters. Error margin, 0, 2 meters. Pre-execution time, approximately 1 second, can be shortened. Spiritual energy consumption, 1012, 5 meters of movement. Stability, 85. White light surged, and consciousness returned. After a slight dizziness, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. He still lay on the hard bed in the dormitory. Outside the window, darkness reigned. Lei Hao was still in meditation, and Qin Shan's snoring persisted. It was as if the 9 days of hellish torment had merely been a dream. Yet, the sensations in his body were undeniable. His legs throbbed with a deep, penetrating ache, the tangible aftermath of countless simulated spatial traumas. Deep within his psyche lay an overwhelming fatigue. Lin Fan slowly sat up, gently moving his sore legs. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes, though shrouded in darkness, shone with an unnerving brilliance. This was no dream. He raised his right hand. Fingers splayed wide, directed towards the dark void ahead. In his heart, he silently recited the coordinates. A subtle flicker of psychic energy responding to the rhythm engraved deep within his bones, gently nudging forward. The air ahead shimmered ever so slightly, as an almost imperceptible ripple silently spread, marking the distortion of space wrought by his will. Lin Fan lowered his hand, a sharp and cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Zhao Kuan, the rankings in a week? He reclined gently, closed his eyes, and buried the boiling intent to kill and thrill deep within, transforming it into the utmost tranquility of anticipation. Waiting. The wind outside grew more urgent. Chapter 32, Morning Run and Undercurrents. On the 5th day following the announcement of the rankings, dawn broke. The sky was overcast, and the damp, chill air of the wilderness seeped into the camp. The sharp sound of the assembly whistle shattered the silence. 83 newcomers swiftly gathered in the central square, none daring to be late. The icy gaze of the mountain troll instructor swept across the assembly, more awakening than the morning breeze. Carrying a 30-kilogram load, they would traverse a 10-kilometer route through the wild. The last 5 would run an additional 5 kilometers. Go. The command was succinct, devoid of any warmth. The pre-prepared weighted vests were swiftly distributed, pressing heavily against their bodies, constricting their chests. The inert metal mixed within the vests not only weighed down their flesh, but also slowed the circulation of their psychic energy. The formation resembled a long gray serpent as they surged out of the camp, stepping onto the dirt path shrouded in morning mist. The heavy sound of footsteps soon intertwined with the hurried breaths of the runners. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing, controlling his running rhythm. The 30-kilogram load was inconsequential for his peak, 5th-star awakened body. However, the sense of suppression on his psychic energy indeed required some acclimatization. Lei Hao ran ahead to his left, his steps steady and breath long, showcasing the foundation of a 9th-star awakened individual. Qin Shan was on his right, his posture erect. Though his steps seemed slightly labored, as a pure strength type, he was more sensitive to the suppression of psychic energy. The three formed a triangular formation, maintaining a moderate pace within the middle of the group. After 2 kilometers, the formation elongated, and the teams became distinct. Lin Fan and his companions occupied the forefront of the second echelon. At that moment, a malicious sound of footsteps rapidly approached from the side and rear. Lin Fan's spatial awareness detected a fervent and ostentatious aura. Zhao Kuan. He surged forward with 2 lackeys, quickly aligning with Lin Fan's trio. Zhao Kuan wore a feigned smile, his 1st-star physical prowess allowing him to breathe steadily. "Oh, isn't this our S-class genius?" His voice was not loud, yet it precisely penetrated the ears of everyone nearby. "Ranked 41, running quite steadily, I see. Not lagging behind, huh?" His companions snickered derisively. Qin Shan's expression instantly darkened, his steps faltering as if to retaliate. But Lin Fan's gaze held him back. Lei Hao did not even flinch, as if the nearby figures were merely buzzing flies. Lin Fan chose to ignore them, focusing intently on his own rhythm. Engaging in a war of words was the most primitive form of response. Observing Lin Fan's complete disregard, Zhao Kuan's irritation flickered momentarily. Yet his smile deepened. "What's the matter? Is our genius too proud to converse with us mere rankers?" He emphasized the phrase mere rankers. After all, being potential S-class. What was a little setback for a future big shot? The sarcasm in his words was palpable. The gazes of the surrounding students turned towards them, filled with curiosity. Lin Fan remained silent. Zhao Kuan's composure began to fray. He craved humiliation, the fury of his opponent, rather than this suffocating disregard. His eyes darted, and as he ran, he subtly edged closer to Lin Fan. A subtle wave of scorching heat emanated from him, not fire, but an invisible dry heat wave generated by his mastery over the surrounding environmental elements, precisely enveloping Lin Fan's breathing area. Such a sinister tactic. During weighted runs, if the rhythm of breathing were disrupted, one's stamina would plummet. Zhao Kuan's smirk had already anticipated this. He envisioned Lin Fan coughing violently, stumbling in disarray. However, just before the heat wave reached him, Lin Fan naturally sidestepped half a step to the right. This minor displacement perfectly evaded the core of the heat wave. The air he inhaled was merely warm, having no impact on his breathing rhythm. His expression, his gaze, remained unchanged. Zhao Kuan's grin faltered. Coincidence? He refused to believe it. Again channeling his psychic energy, amplifying the intensity and range of the heat wave, even ensnaring Qin Shan beside him. Lin Fan's brow furrowed minutely. This time, he did not evade. While running, he seemingly casually raised his left hand, gently pinching his thumb and index finger together. A small cluster of golden flames ignited at his fingertips. Though no larger than a soybean, it radiated an intensely concentrated heat. Strangely, the moment it appeared, the surrounding air did not warm. Rather, it generated a terrifying force field that devoured heat, centered around him. As Zhao Kuan's released heat collided with this invisible force field, it was as if ice had plunged into lava, instantaneously neutralized, dispersed, and even consumed. This was an absolute suppression of flame quality. Zhao Kuan's expression finally shifted. The heat wave he had unleashed dissipated like a cow in the ocean, while that minuscule golden flame contained an aura that made even his core tremble. His crimson flames, in the face of this golden flame, resembled a beggar before an emperor. Zhao Kuan stared incredulously at the fleeting golden flame at Lin Fan's fingertip. The lingering resonance in the air still made his psychic core tremble slightly. It was no illusion. Lin Fan continued to ignore him, softly advising the fuming Qin Shan beside him. "Adjust your breathing, ignore him." Qin Shan nodded vigorously, suppressing his anger. Zhao Kuan's face shifted between red and white, a mixture of humiliation and an indescribable fear intertwining. Some perceptive students around noticed this silent confrontation, their eyes on Lin Fan now filled with astonishment and inquiry, the disdain evaporating. Just then, a relatively straight and flat dirt road appeared ahead. Lin Fan's mind stirred. The spatial folding step, something he had yet to attempt in reality. Although his body felt fatigued, his psychic energy, under extreme strain, had become extraordinarily refined and obedient. An uncontrollable thought arose. Should I give it a try? His spirit instantaneously sharpened. While his footfalls remained steady, at one pivotal step, his consciousness locked onto a point 3 meters ahead. His entire psychic energy surged into his legs at a peculiar frequency, causing his muscles to make the most precise adjustments. The next moment, as Lin Fan ran, his figure briefly blurred, akin to a reflection in water disturbed by a stone, shaking violently. In the next heartbeat, he found himself 3 meters beyond his previous location. He had created a significant distance between himself and Lei Hao and Qin Shan behind him. Upon landing, his steps were slightly unsteady, and his breathing momentarily faltered. Clearly, this sudden burst of energy had drained him considerably, and his control was far from perfect. Yet, this unexpected, unannounced short-distance flicker still caused the pupils of all the students watching him to constrict in astonishment. Wow, did I just see that? Wasn't he teleporting? What kind of movement technique is that? Low murmurs of surprise spread like a tide. The gazes directed at Lin Fan transformed entirely. What had once been mere curiosity had morphed into genuine shock and respect. This enigmatic and unpredictable movement held immense implications in real combat. No one failed to grasp that. Zhao Kuan trembled throughout, his gaze locked onto Lin Fan's rapidly vanishing figure, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. What was that? It is far from a mere explosion of speed. This young man has such a hidden trump card? The two lackeys beside him turned ashen, no longer daring to utter a single sound. Lin Fan paid no mind to the commotion behind him. A successful demonstration instilled confidence in his heart, allowing him to clearly recognize the greater resistance and consumption in reality compared to the training space. Yet, it was feasible. He steadied his breath and maintained his speed. While Lei Hao and Qin Shan quickly caught up, Lei Hao cast a deep glance at Lin Fan, saying nothing. Qin Shan, however, lowered his voice, his tone brimming with excitement. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Lin Fan shook his head, signaling him to be silent. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Zhao Kuan did not approach again, merely trailing behind with his lackeys at a distance. That venomous gaze, however, remained fixed on Lin Fan's back like a venomous snake. Upon reaching the end of the 10 kilometers, the last 5 were punished with extra laps, while the rest dragged their weary bodies toward the cafeteria. In a corner, Qin Shan bit into a steamed bun, mumbling incoherently. That bastard Zhao Kuan is really annoying. Lei Hao, leisurely sipping his porridge, replied coldly. Just the fury of the incompetent. True strength never wastes energy on bluster. Lin Fan broke open a bun, offering it to Qin Shan before taking a bite himself, smiling. He wishes to see us in disarray, yet we shall remain composed. Strength is the best response. Qin Shan nodded vigorously as he took the bun. Not far away, Zhao Kuan, indifferent to the taste of his meal, occasionally cast furtive glances in Lin Fan's direction. Kuan, that lackey of his just spoke up. Shut your mouth. Zhao Kuan interrupted, his demeanor darkening. He lifted his soup bowl, unconsciously rubbing his fingers along its rim. After a moment, he lowered his voice, his words seeping out like venom from between clenched teeth, carrying an icy chill. Let him revel for a few days. The final joint combat exercise is not as simple as running. The wilderness is fraught with unforeseen dangers. The two lackeys exchanged glances, shivering in unison, hastily lowering their heads to eat. Zhao Kuan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan's silhouette as he drained his bowl of soup. It was less a sip of soup and more akin to swallowing a toxic oath. Outside, the morning light shone brightly, dispelling the last remnants of fog. A new day dawned, and training had only just begun. Meanwhile, the undercurrents beneath the surface had already begun to stir. Chapter 33, The True Terror of S Rank. You too. Dare to call yourself a genius? In the vast indoor training facility, the air was thick with the mingling scents of sweat and rubber flooring. 83 newcomers donned identical gray combat uniforms, their bare feet making contact with the icy floor, feeling the chill creep from their soles to the nape of their necks. The instructor, Iron Fist, stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular form resembling a giant constructed from solid granite. It was said that his ability was pure physical enhancement, having already entered the realm of the extraordinary, capable of shattering half a concrete wall with a single punch. The rules were simple. Iron Fist's voice resonated like 2 anvils colliding, causing the eardrums of those present to thrum. Random pairings, ascend the arena. No large-scale or long-range abilities allowed. And attacks to the back of the head, throat, or groin are prohibited. All else is unrestricted. A party that remains down for 10 seconds or voluntarily concedes will be deemed the loser. He paused, his copper bell-like eyes sweeping across the crowd, exuding an oppressive force reminiscent of mountains. This is real combat, not child's play. Injuries are inevitable, but should anyone dare to seriously harm another, I will personally break their neck. A chilling aura of menace enveloped the newcomers. Now, let the pairings commence. Iron Fist pressed a button on his tablet, and the holographic screen in the center of the training hall began to scroll through names at a frantic pace. Lin Fan stood in line, his expression composed. After the morning's initial trials with spatial folding steps and days of relentless training, he had gained a renewed understanding of his physical control and the nuanced manipulation of his abilities. Though his realm remained at awakening level 6 star, his combat prowess had undergone a complete transformation. As names leapt from the screen, a moment of profound silence enveloped the training hall when it finally settled on a particular line. Group 7, Lin Fan versus Zhao Kuan. Iron Fist announced. From the far side, the stoic gorilla-like instructor, arms crossed, allowed a slight narrowing of his single eye. Instantly, the surrounding trainees erupted into hushed, excited murmurs. Wow, they actually crossed paths? This is going to be entertaining. Rank 41 against 30, but Zhao Kun is at the mastery level. Lin Fan is doomed. Didn't he fail the last combat class? Zhao Kun was initially taken aback, but quickly donned an unabashedly sinister grin. He twisted his neck, the joints cracking ominously, casting a malevolent gaze at Lin Fan before leaping onto ring 3. Lin Fan remained silent, shedding his outer jacket to reveal a lean torso marked with faint scars, and calmly approached the arena. The two stood 5 meters apart. Begin. Before Iron Fist's voice faded, Zhao Kun's figure had already vanished from sight. The physical prowess of a mastery level 1 star erupted forth as he lunged like a predator, his speed leaving an afterimage in its wake. Clenching his right fist, a layer of dark red flames enveloped it instantaneously, resembling a molten lava gauntlet, radiating searing heat as he launched a punch directly at Lin Fan's face. Flame Fist. The simplest of techniques, when combined with the overwhelming advantage of realm and attributes, became the most lethal of strikes. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. It was too fast. Even before the fist arrived, the wind from it stung his cheek. He dared not take it head-on, instinctively sliding backward, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Lin Fan felt as if his arms had been struck by a battering ram, a wave of scorching, domineering force penetrating his guard and surging through his chest. He stumbled back 3 paces, his arms burning with pain, nearly losing sensation. This is how you retreat? An S-rank genius? Zhao Kun, relishing his advantage, grinned maliciously as he charged forward again, his fists becoming a blur of fiery punches, raining down like a torrential storm, completely sealing off Lin Fan's avenues of escape. Lin Fan found himself utterly on the defensive. The chasm of disparity in realms was starkly revealed in this raw physical conflict. He could only rely on the battle instincts honed through countless deaths in the inheritance space, combined with his spatial awareness to vaguely predict the trajectories of the incoming attacks, desperately seeking survival within the gaps of the flurrying fists. Yet he still could not evade entirely. Bang! A hook grazed Lin Fan's jaw, causing his head to jerk violently, his lips splitting open, blood seeping forth. Thud! Another punch landed mercilessly on his raised forearm, the bone groaning under the strain. The murmurs from the audience below ceased. All breaths held in anticipation. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Lin Fan was akin to a sandbag bound to a post, passively enduring a tempest of blows. Qin Shan clenched his fists beneath the arena, his knuckles turning white, eyes bloodshot. Lei Hao remained expressionless, yet his tightly pressed lips betrayed the turmoil within. Is this all you're capable of? Zhao Kun's onslaught only escalated. Another heavy punch aimed straight at Lin Fan's solar plexus, the rank 41 waist. Just as the burning fist was about to make contact with his chest, the struggling Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened like a needle. His footwork shifted. No longer a desperate retreat, his steps morphed into shadows, accompanied by a peculiar rhythm, deftly sliding half a step to the side and backward, just brushing past Zhao Kun's punch. That was the foundational footwork of the Star Sea Blade technique, applied without a blade, but with intent. Simultaneously, his spatial awareness surged to its peak. The seemingly frenzied path of Zhao Kun's punches materialized into countless clear trajectories within Lin Fan's vision. He discerned the angle of the next punch, the force behind it, and the opening it presented. The pressure dissipated. Lin Fan began to maneuver. He was like a fish navigating through tumultuous waves, using minimal movements, executing precise evasions to sidestep or deflect Zhao Kun's heavy strikes. Though danger still lurked at every turn, he was no longer merely a punching bag. With a clash of palms, elbows, and knees, he commenced a series of sporadic counterattacks, skillfully disrupting Zhao Kun's assault rhythm. Frustrated by his inability to secure a decisive victory, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhao Kun's visage. Particularly the icy, unnerving gaze of Lin Fan ignited a surge of unbridled fury within him. Kneel before me, Zhao Kun bellowed, his right fist engulfed in flames. Launching a full-force straight punch aimed directly at Lin Fan's chest, compelling him to take the blow head-on. This time, Lin Fan did not evade. He raised his left arm in defiance, bracing for the impact. At the precise moment their arms collided, a glimmer of gold erupted at the wrist of Lin Fan's blocking arm. This minute flicker was so faint it seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment, resembling a candle's flame. Yet, in that instant, the surrounding air shrieked as if ignited. This was not merely a flame on the surface. It was the energy of infernal fire, highly compressed and concentrated to a singular point at his fingertip for an explosive release. There was no violent explosion, merely a sound akin to sizzling oil meeting ice water. The tumultuous dark red flames enveloping Zhao Kun's fist were instantly pierced by that small golden spark, dissipating as if encountering its nemesis. A piercing, searing pain shot through the veins of his wrist, a venomous strike surging upwards. Zhao Kun emitted a harrowing scream, instinctively retracting his fist as he beheld a tiny charred hole at his wrist, revealing bone beneath, the searing agony penetrating to his core. causing the flow of spiritual energy in his entire right arm to come to an abrupt halt. Anger and bewilderment flashed across his face as he glared at Lin Fan. What manner of flame is this? How could one manipulate energy with such exquisite precision? A collective gasp arose from the audience below. No one anticipated that Lin Fan, who had been on the defensive, could unleash such a masterful and ruthless counterattack. You seek death. The excruciating pain in his wrist and the humiliation of being publicly thwarted consumed Zhao Kuan's rationality entirely. No longer concerned about the depletion of his spiritual energy, he roared, striking the ground with both fists. Boom. A wave of dark red flames erupted violently, radiating outward in a circular shockwave from his center. The inferno swept across much of the arena. Watch out, came a startled cry from the crowd. The intense heat distorted the air, the flames rushing towards them. Everyone assumed Lin Fan would either endure grievous injury or be forced to clumsily leap off the arena. At that moment, Lin Fan moved, not backward, but forward. His figure vanished in the instant before the fiery shockwave would have engulfed him. Yes, he truly vanished. There were no blurs, no afterimages. One moment, he stood 5 meters away from the flames. The next, he was behind Zhao Kuan. The space-folding step, a 5-meter leap in a single stride. Zhao Kuan felt a chill brush against his back, and in a flash, the figure that should have been consumed by flames appeared hauntingly to his right. The distance was less than half a meter. This was the absolute blind spot, wide open after he had exhausted his previous power and had yet to regain new strength. The fury on Zhao Kuan's face froze instantaneously, morphing into sheer terror. He attempted to turn, but his body failed to respond at the speed of his thoughts. Lin Fan's gaze was devoid of emotion, icy as a winter's breath. He coiled his entire strength into a singular force, his right elbow, taut and poised, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing mercilessly into Zhao Kuan's unprotected right side beneath the ribcage. That shrill sound eclipsed even the roar of the flames. Crack. It was not merely a crisp sound of bone fracturing. It was the cacophony of countless ribs shattering in an instant, collapsing inward with a muffled explosion. Though the sound was subdued, it made every heart in the training hall skip a beat. Silence. Ugh. Zhao Kuan's eyes bulged, his body folding at an unnatural angle, resembling a crushed shrimp, spewing a mixture of blood and gastric fluid, hurtling away. He crashed against the edge of the arena, curling into a ball, unable to produce any sound beyond instinctual writhing in pain. The countdown from the Iron Fist instructor rang out, sounding eerily clear and utterly superfluous at that moment. 10, 9, 8. The faces of Zhao Kuan's entourage turned ashen, wanting to rush in, yet paralyzed by fear at the sight of the figure standing resolutely in the center of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Lin Fan, victorious. The Iron Fist's voice declared the outcome. In the wake of absolute silence, a volcanic eruption of astonishment ensued. He won. He truly won. An awakened realm had incapacitated a control realm? What was that earlier display? Was it teleportation? That last strike was undeniably beyond the realm of ordinary movement. All gazes converged upon the center of the arena. There stood the youth, blood at the corner of his mouth, chest heaving violently, yet standing tall. A myriad of emotions intertwined in the eyes of the onlookers: shock, disbelief, apprehension, fervor. Lin Fan's taut muscles began to relax. The stinging pain in his ribs and arms surged. The depletion of his spiritual energy evident. Yet, within him, clarity blossomed like never before. This battle was worthwhile. He descended from the arena. Lei Hao handed him a clean towel, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Qin Shan beamed with excitement, giving Lin Fan 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, wanting to shout something, yet only managing to fervently shake his fists. Not far away, Zhao Kuan was assisted up by 2 pallid-faced lackeys, his complexion ashen, blood still trickling from his lip, his gaze towards Lin Fan filled with resentment, fear, and a deeper humiliation. Rendered speechless, he was led away toward the infirmary in disgrace. At the edge of the arena, the instructor, a mountain-like figure, closed the tactical recording board in his hand. A fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in his singular eye as he opened a new page, drawing a heavy circle next to Lin Fan's name. Then, he wrote 2 characters, crossed them out, and inscribed 2 new ones. Beta upper, crossed out. Alpha lower. He lifted his gaze, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, murmuring softly to himself. A hint of inexplicable excitement lacing his voice. It seems that ordinary pressure tests are no longer sufficient for him. Chapter 34, The Blade Song. In the dead of night, the dormitory lay enveloped in silence. Qin Shan's snores resonated with a unique rhythm, while Lei Hao's breath was steady and prolonged. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, the pitch-black straight blade, Yanji, resting quietly on his lap. The coolness emanating from the blade seeped through his thin pants, chilling his skin. The matte black blade, under the faint starlight filtering through the window, resembled a black hole, devouring all light. His gaze fell upon the spine of the blade. The once presumed decorative dark patterns appeared clearer than they had just days prior, reminiscent of veins lying beneath the skin. The fervor of the day's arena had long since cooled, replaced by a fiery ache coursing through his body. Each deep breath tugged at his injured ribs. Yet, his spirit remained remarkably lucid. He retrieved a clean soft cloth, moving gently to wipe the blade's surface. This was not mere maintenance. It was a form of communion. As the soft cloth brushed against the dark patterns of the blade's spine, his fingertips detected an almost imperceptible rhythm, akin to a heart's weak pulse in slumber. Following his victory over Zhao Kuan, this sensation had intensified. Lin Fan shifted his thoughts, channeling a thread of spiritual energy, gradually infusing it into the hilt of the blade. This time, he refrained from his customary brute force. Instead, he directed the spiritual energy with precision. One stream carried the chilling sharpness of spatial dominion. The other bore the searing heat and ferocity of infernal flames. These two streams of energy, diametrically opposed in nature, carefully ventured into the depths of Yen-ji under his will. Buzz. The blade emitted a faint tremor. This was no mere illusion. The deep black patterns ignited as if infused with lifeblood, transforming from obsidian to a seething dark red, streaks of dark golden light racing through the depths of the patterns. An even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Lin Fan endeavored to summon a flicker of golden flame, attaching it to the blade's edge. The stability and duration of the flame inexplicably extended by nearly 50%. The golden flames no longer served as mere superficial embellishments. Rather, they harmoniously fused with the obsidian blade, as if the sword was destined to burn. Detection of special energy interaction. Analysis in progress. Target, spirit weapon Yen-ji, growth type. Host, Lin Fan, detected continuously infusing dual system advanced spiritual energy, spatial flame. Spirit weapon resonance degree steadily increasing. Current compatibility of the spirit weapon host, 42, originally 36. State, preliminary activation awakened. Recommendation, maintain the current nurturing mode. Once compatibility exceeds 50, deeper levels of spirit weapon skill linkage can be attempted. It is advised for the host to conduct foundational training in swordsmanship and supernatural fusion within the inheritance space to mitigate risks of energy backlash and spirit weapon damage in reality. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, cold and precise. Compatibility, 42. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. The secrets of the spirit weapon skill and its deeper integration with the sword extended far beyond mere sharpness. Without hesitation, he commanded, System, enter the inheritance space. Load the swordsmanship supernatural linkage training scenario, maximum time flow rate. Confirmed. Scene loading, standard swordsmanship training ground. Time flow rate, 1:72. Training mode, free development and fusion attempts. Warning, this training involves a deep integration of energy and skill. Failure may result in energy backlash and collapse of the skill model. Please proceed with caution. A flash of white light swiftly engulfed his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an expansive training ground forged from limestone. The Yen-ji sword in his hand felt authentic in texture, weight, and even that faint resonance. Lin Fan exhaled and commenced. The first move. The first stance of the Starry Sea sword technique, cleave. Gripping the sword with both hands, he settled his stance, raising the blade high. At the moment of the downward strike, he refrained from allowing the flames to ignite directly, instead adhering to the energy compression technique passed down by the system. Attempting to condense the raging flame energy along the trajectory of the slash, compressing it further. This proved more arduous than taming a wild stallion. On his first attempt, the energy spiraled out of control half a foot from the blade, erupting violently. The shockwave shattered his grip, causing the Yen-ji sword to nearly slip from his hands. On the second attempt, overcompression resulted in energy stagnating within the blade, rendering the slash feeble and devoid of power. The third and fourth attempts ended in failure, and yet more failure. Under the accelerated time flow of 72 times, Lin Fan completely forgot his fatigue, his mind consumed by the cycle of repetition, adjustment, and reattempt. He maximized his spatial awareness, meticulously monitoring the flow of energy within the blade. On the 27th attempt, the blade cleaved through the air with ferocity. At the trajectory's terminus, a fist-sized sphere of intensely compressed white gold flame detonated abruptly, coinciding with the cessation of the sword's momentum. A fan-shaped shockwave, infused with searing heat capable of incinerating all, surged forth with wild abandon. Its might far surpassed that of a mere sword strike or flame projection. Preliminary fusion successful. Skill prototype generated. Naming suggestion, Yen-ji explosive slash, prototype. Status, power B, stability D, consumption A, extremely high control requirement. A fleeting smile graced Lin Fan's face before he forcefully suppressed it. The second attempt. The second stance of the Starry Sea sword technique, flick, rising from below, its intent cunning. This time, he sought to envelop the blade with spatial energy in the form of a cutting edge. However, he met with utter failure. The spatial energy, ethereal as mist, could not adhere to the physical form like flames. He endeavored to shape it into a thin blade, yet the moment it detached, it dissipated into the air. Forcing more energy into it only induced chaos within the spatial energy, further disrupting the sword's path. Simple attachment proved futile. The utilization of spatial energy demanded greater finesse. Lin Fan noted his conclusion and set it aside for the time being. The third attempt. The third stance of the Starry Sea sword technique, thrust. This time, he abandoned energy attachment and instead combined the newly learned spatial folding step with the thrust. This required seamless integration within a fraction of a second. Upon the conclusion of the spatial fold, as his body re-emerged into the material realm, the old balance was shattered, and a new equilibrium had yet to be established. He needed to seize that fleeting moment of weightlessness, unleashing all his strength. On the first try, the displacement succeeded, yet the thrust was weak and entirely misaligned. On the second attempt, he exerted force too early, abruptly interrupting the spatial fold, resulting in a sharp pain in his wrist. On the third attempt, after nearly 20 instances of sprains, falls, and loss of control, Lin Fan finally discerned a viable rhythm. The folding step initiated. The instant his body entered the spatial wrinkle, his core twisted in anticipation of power. His arm muscles tensed, preparing for the force. He landed. As the spatial fold completed, in the final moments before total loss of balance, the meticulously planned thrust erupted forth like a serpent from its lair. Whoosh! His form vanished from its original position, reappearing 5 meters away. A concentrated beam of sword light pierced directly toward an imagined foe's heart. Although Lin Fan staggered back a step after executing the strike, the force and precision only returned to 70%. Yet, the essence of a lethal ambush that disregarded distance had begun to take shape. Partial fusion successful. Skill prototype generated. Naming suggestion, flash strike, flawed version. Status, charge effect B, attack connection C, consumption B, success rate approximately 30. Outside, 3 hours had passed, within the realm of consciousness. 3 days and nights. The high-intensity, high-failure rate training drained every ounce of Lin Fan's spirit. As consciousness returned to his body, waves of pain surged from deep within his brain, and the weariness weighed heavily upon his eyelids. Yet, the hand gripping the Yinji sword felt more stable than ever. Silently, he slipped out of bed and made his way to the central open space of the dormitory. Clutching the sword tightly, he refrained from employing even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, relying solely on the muscle memory etched into his body through relentless training in the inherent space. He executed a single slash. Swish! The blade sliced through the stillness. A faint golden afterimage flickered alongside the obsidian blade, and the air parted with nearly imperceptible ripples before settling once more. This was the mark left by the initial fusion of energy and skill, now ingrained in his body's instincts. Lin Fan sheathed the sword and gazed down at the Yinji in his hands. His gaze fell upon the end of the hilt, where 7 inconspicuous specks, resembling inferior obsidian, were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. This ornament had been present since the sword's forging, yet he had never paid it heed. However, in this moment, under the faint starlight filtering through the window, he discerned that the dimmest of the 7 specks, at its very center, emanated a minuscule yet distinct dark golden radiance. It was no longer entirely devoid of life. It was a dormant star, imbued with the first glimmer of awakening light. Lin Fan's pupils constricted suddenly, and his fingertips gently brushed over that speck. The sensation remained icy, yet the radiance was undeniably real. He gazed intently for a long while, then slowly returned the sword to its sheath, cradling it close to his chest as he lay back down. Closing his eyes, an overwhelming weariness finally submerged him completely. Just before consciousness sank into darkness, he vaguely heard a sound, an echo from the ancient primordial past, transcending endless time and space, a song of the sword, like a dragon lurking in the depths, awaiting the tempest. Chapter 35, 8 seconds in a standoff. The next morning, another day of team training. The simulated ruins training ground. High-intensity composite materials and holographic projections intertwined to construct a suffocating battlefield. Collapsed walls jutted out like the serrated teeth of a beast. Exposed steel rebars resembling the ribs of a wild creature, while virtual flames licked at the remnants of shattered walls, burning silently. The acrid scent of simulated gunpowder pierced the air, invading his nostrils. Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan formed a triangular formation, standing upon a cracked floorboard. Clad in lightweight training attire, their weapons had undergone specialized modifications. Upon striking a vital point, they would unleash a potent paralyzing current, simulating a fatal outcome instantaneously. 30 meters away stood their adversaries, 3 seasoned veterans, a veritable battalion forged in the crucible of countless battles. The team leader, codenamed Rock Armor, sported a crew cut and an austere visage, commanding a mastery of the second realm. His unique ability, Rock Skin, was renowned for its formidable defensive prowess. To his left stood a lanky, bespectacled man, Wind Whisper, a first-realm adept whose power, airflow manipulation, rendered him the core of the team's tactical control. To the right was a stout figure, Iron Hammer, also a first-realm wielder, whose ability, metal solidification, endowed him with unyielding iron fists. The disparity in strength was stark. Not only did their opponents possess an overwhelming advantage in mastery, but the seasoned camaraderie forged through years of combat far surpassed that of the fledgling Shuyan squad. The Shuyan squad faced off against the Pancher squad. The voice of instructor Shan Yao echoed through the broadcast system, devoid of any warmth. Objective: annihilate the enemy or occupy the central stronghold for over 5 minutes. Rules: all means permitted, barring lethal attacks. Begin. Boom. No sooner had the command been issued than Qin Shan sprang into action. He emitted a suppressed roar, his feet stomping the ground with such force that the earth trembled. His arms spread wide. A formless force field erupted from his center, raging outward. A gravitational field. Its radius now extended to 12 meters, surpassing that of the previous day. The debris and dust within the arena were instantly compressed into the ground, the very air thickening as if ensnared in a quagmire. This was the fruit of his relentless practice through the night. Even at the 8th star of the awakening realm, his control over the battlefield was sufficient to hinder even a novice opponent in the mastery realm. The advancing rock armor suddenly sank in response. Yet, he merely snorted. His skin shimmering with a rocky gray sheen. His momentum slightly diminished, but his murderous intent intensified. Meanwhile, Wind Whisper swiftly retreated, hands outstretched in an effort to manipulate the airflow and tear apart Qin Shan's gravitational field. Leihao. Lin Fan's voice rang out, short and forceful. On the flank. Leihao had already gathered his spiritual energy to his fingertips. His gaze sharpened, and he raised his right hand, fingers splayed. There was no thunderous roar, only several slender, blindingly bright blue electric serpents slithered forth, deftly evading all obstacles, threading through the gaps in the airflow, aimed directly at Wind Whisper's face and limb joints. Precision targeting. This represented Leihao's newfound understanding of electrical manipulation. Minimal energy expenditure, with angles more cunningly devised, targeting weaknesses with deadly intent. Wind Whisper's complexion shifted dramatically, compelled to abandon his attempt to disrupt the gravitational field. His hands flailed in a chaotic dance, conjuring layers of swirling air currents to barely shield himself from the lethal electric serpents. His rhythm faltered. Now was the moment. Lin Fan's silhouette vanished from sight. He did not engage Rock Armor, who was being suppressed by Qin Shan, nor did he pay heed to Wind Whisper, who was entangled by Leihao. His target was Iron Hammer, who was attempting to flank from the side. With his spatial awareness fully activated, he instantaneously locked onto Iron Hammer's trajectory and visual blind spots. Spatial folding step. Lin Fan's form transformed into a faint golden afterimage, vanishing into the air. The next moment, he appeared like a phantom 5 meters behind Iron Hammer. Here, Iron Hammer was momentarily drained of strength, his new power yet to manifest, and his line of sight perfectly obscured by a broken wall, an absolute blind spot. A flawless entry. The Yinji knife, training version, cleaved through the air, emitting not a sound of wind but a sharp, piercing shriek. The blade zeroed in on the vital sensory area at Iron Hammer's lower back. This intricate combination flowed seamlessly, a veritable textbook example. Qin Shan controlled the field. Leihao provided suppression, and Lin Fan executed a surprise attack. Should they succeed, it would culminate in a 3-2 overwhelming advantage. Iron Hammer had not anticipated Lin Fan's method of movement to be so bizarre. By the time he sensed the chilling intent behind him, it was already too late. Victory? The hearts of the observing newcomers raced to their throats. However, an unforeseen twist occurred, just as Lin Fan's blade was about to make contact with the training attire. His otherwise fluid motion encountered an almost imperceptible, yet utterly lethal stutter. It was not an act of volition. Rather, his body betrayed his will. As the spatial force withdrew, the 0.8-second rigidity period of energy connection arrived as scheduled. Time seemed to stretch at that moment, yet his body felt as heavy as lead. 0.8 seconds. To an ordinary person, it was but the blink of an eye. Yet, to a true warrior, it represented the chasm between life and death. Iron Hammer, though startled, remained composed. His wealth of combat experience saved him in that instant. He did not ponder the events transpiring behind him, but, relying on instinct akin to a beast, seized that fleeting millisecond of opportunity. His abdomen surged with power, forcibly twisting his body. His left elbow, encased in his metallic ability, transformed into a battering ram, crashing backward with ferocious intent. At that precise moment, Rock Armor, previously suppressed by gravity, abruptly forsook Qin Shan. The ground beneath him erupted as he propelled himself forward, akin to a frenzied rhinoceros, heedless of all else as he barreled toward Lin Fan. Sacrificing a pawn to safeguard the king? No. It was a trap to lure the enemy in deeper, a maneuver to close the gates on the hound. Leihao's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to pivot for rescue, only to be ensnared by Wind Whisper, who had regained his momentum, ensnaring him with a flurry of rapidly rotating wind blades, leaving him no avenue for escape. Qin Shan bellowed, striving to redirect the entirety of the gravitational field toward Rock Armor, yet the latter's rock skin granted him exceptional resistance to gravitational forces. His charge merely slackened, not halted. Lin Fan's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His rigid body was beginning to regain control, but it was already too late. The elbow strike from Iron Hammer and the charge from Rock Armor sealed off all avenues of retreat from 2 directions. In a moment of dire urgency, he unleashed the full force of his willpower, forcibly commanding his recently regained control. The Yinji knife aligned before him. Bang! Thud! Two heavy, muffled sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The elbow strike collided with the blade, the terrifying force reverberating through Lin Fan's arm, causing excruciating pain, splitting his palm, nearly wrenching the training knife from his grasp. Meanwhile, Rock Armor's charge struck solidly against his right shoulder. Even with protective gear to cushion the impact, Lin Fan was still sent reeling. Darkness clouding his vision as his blood surged within him. He was thrown like a ragdoll struck by a truck, staggering as he rolled several times before barely managing to kneel on one knee. A tearing pain radiated from his right shoulder. The yellow warning light, signifying a minor injury, blared glaringly on his training attire. A flawlessly executed tactic unraveled in an instant due to a momentary lapse. Fangirl. Qin Shan's eyes bulged with rage. Lei Hao's gaze crackled with electricity. He no longer conserved energy, bringing his hands together as a thunderous serpent of lightning surged forth, forcefully driving wind whisper back. Yet, Rock Armor and Iron Hammer were already closing in once more, poised to finish off the injured Lin Fan. Stop. Instructor Shan Yao's voice fell like a bucket of icy water. The holographic projection froze, flames and smoke dissipating. The battle was halted. Lin Fan struggled to stand, leaning on his knife, each breath pulling at the injury in his right shoulder. Qin Shan and Lei Hao quickly surrounded him, their expressions fierce as they glared at their opponents. The trio from Panshir Squad halted, their demeanor calm as they regarded the instructor. Shan Yao approached, his singular eye first glancing at the yellow light on Lin Fan's shoulder, then sweeping over the three members of Shiyin Squad. Battle outcome: Lin Fan sustained a minor injury. In practical terms, combat effectiveness diminished by 20%. If the fight were to continue, the Shiyin Squad's probability of defeat would exceed 70%. He paused, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Fan. Within that singular eye, there resided no hint of human emotion. The tactical intent was clear, the execution, flawed. Qin Shan, your gravitational field initiation was commendable. However, your subsequent movement was too sluggish, granting Rock Armor the opportunity to counterattack. Lei Hao, your suppression was effective, yet you failed to anticipate the opponent's tactical trap, resulting in delayed rescue. Lastly, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, each word sharp as a blade. Lin Fan, your displacement skill was the most remarkable highlight. Indeed, the most significant flaw lies in the 0.8-second rigidity. On the battlefield, this is ample time for you to meet your demise thrice over. Compress it. By any means necessary, reduce it to below 0.3 seconds within a week. Otherwise, this technique will merely serve as a self-destructive facade in the presence of true masters. The words were icy, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Lin Fan's lips pressed into a straight line. The excruciating pain in his shoulder paled in comparison to the sting of these remarks. He nodded heavily, understanding the gravity of the situation. Shan Xiao ceased to elaborate further, turning to briefly comment on the Yin Jia team before announcing the dissolution of their gathering. As the senior students departed, Yin Jia paused beside Lin Fan, his footsteps momentarily faltering. In a tone only audible to the two of them, he remarked, teleportation is a valuable asset. Yet, when you employ it next, ensure either a guaranteed kill or that your teammates can provide you with a second of protection. With that, he patted Lin Fan's uninjured left shoulder and walked away with the others. This was the council of a senior. At the edge of the training ground, the three sat atop a crumbling wall, the atmosphere as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Qin Shan bowed his head, his voice muffled. It's my fault. If only my gravity field could be a bit faster. Lei Hao shook his head. It's not entirely your fault. I should have retained a reserve of lightning instead of unleashing it all at once. Lin Fan, flexing his painfully injured right shoulder, interjected, the instructor is correct. The issue lies with me. I relied too heavily on an immature skill, dragging the entire team into a pitfall. 0.8 seconds is undeniably excessive. He lifted his gaze to his two brothers, the gloom in his eyes dissipating as a new fire ignited within him. But this is not a bad thing. It is far better to expel the pus early than to have it burst on the battlefield. The instructor has given us a week. Let us use this week to eradicate the problem entirely. How do we resolve it? Qin Shan raised his head. Firstly, I will practice intensively, Lin Fan declared decisively. Secondly, our cooperation must be tailored to serve this 0.8 seconds. If I must utilize the space folding step, then in the second before and after I strike, you must create an absolute safe zone for me. Alternatively, be prepared to extract me from within. Lei Hao's eyes flickered, clearly engaged in rapid contemplation. Are you suggesting we treat the space folding step as a nuclear weapon rather than a conventional one? Prior to its use, we need to ensure that all preliminary preparations and cover are completed by our teammates? Precisely. Lin Fan nodded, his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. For instance, Qin Shan, can your gravity field transition from area suppression to pinpoint confinement the moment I make my move, ensuring the target is immobilized? Lei Hao, can your lightning create a blinding flash or a high-frequency electromagnetic pulse before I strike, granting me that precious 0.1 seconds? Or, once I succeed, can your assaults immediately follow an indiscriminate coverage to shield my retreat? The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the trio. In the corners of the ruins, The despair of failure was gradually dispelled by their focused discussion, from the peculiarities of their abilities to tactical plans, and even simplified communication gestures. They realized that a team is not merely about charging forward together. It is also about collectively bearing the weight of failure, and then, together, finding a path forward from it. As night descended, the three stood, their minds imbued with a clear blueprint. Qin Shan brushed the dust from his pants, a renewed light shining on his honest face. Let us get to work. Starting tomorrow, we'll train relentlessly. Lei Hao glanced at Lin Fan's shoulder and inquired, "Can you endure your injury?" Lin Fan smiled. He gripped the hilt of the Yin Ji knife with his left hand, the blade shimmering with a cold light in the night. "It's just a minor injury. I'll survive. Compared to this, that 0.8 seconds is far more lethal." He gazed towards the distant lights beyond the training ground. There lay the dormitories and dining hall of Lonyuan camp, the site of the hellish training awaiting them in the coming week. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of steadiness within, knowing where his weaknesses lie. The path to strength was laid beneath his feet. Only through the emergence of cracks within the team could they forge a more resilient bond to rebind themselves. The road ahead remains long, yet they have already embarked on the most correct path. Chapter 36, Flame Step. The issues revealed during the team combat class pierced Lin Fan's heart like a thorn. The 0.8 seconds of rigidity presents a critical vulnerability in life and death struggles. After the dissolution, he did not head to the dining hall, but instead returned to the training ground alone. As the sun set, it bathed the barren expanse in a hue of dark gold. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the field, closing his eyes. System. Enter the inheritance space with maximum time flow rate. Confirmation. Scene loading. Interference-free stable space. Time flow rate. 1:72. Training objective. Analyze and compress the rigidity period of the space folding step skill. In the pure white space, Lin Fan did not rush to practice. He called up the playback of combat data, fixating his gaze on the detailed energy monitoring diagram from when he executed the space folding step. The curves depicting the flow of spiritual energy were crystal clear. During the skill's execution, spatial energy fluctuated violently, yet between the three critical nodes of folding, traversing, and restoring, there were evident energy discontinuities and turbulence. It was these factors that necessitated additional time for his body to resynchronize spiritual energy with his physical form, resulting in rigidity, discontinuities, and turbulence. Lin Fan stared at the diagram, his mind racing. System. Can you simulate filling the discontinuities with other properties of spiritual energy during the folding process to stabilize the turbulence? Theoretically feasible. Suggestion. Use spiritual energy with a high affinity for spatial energy or possessing stabilizing and buffering characteristics. Warning. Mixing different properties of spiritual energy may yield unknown reactions, increasing risk. Stabilizing, buffering. A glint sparkled in his eyes. Celestial flame? No, the energy of fire is ferocious, seemingly the antithesis of stability. But what if it is controlled properly? The essence of fire is energy release, but before release, it can be compressed and shaped. If the energy of fire is compressed to the extreme, forming a dense, high-temperature energy sheath enveloping himself, could this sheath act as a temporary medium during spatial traversal, filling the discontinuities and buffering the impact? The idea was bold, bordering on madness. Yet, Lin Fan's dual abilities indeed coalesce, making such synergy plausible. System. Establish a simulation. When executing the space folding step, form a highly compressed layer of flame energy on the surface of my body to attempt stabilizing the traversal process. Simulation establishing. Derivation result. Theoretical success rate 37. Possible failures include uncontrolled fire energy causing burns, energy conflict leading to folding collapse, etc. As long as there is a path, there is hope. Commence training. The scene shifted to a gray square, points A and B. Lin Fan did not immediately fold, but first summoned the celestial flame's energy, not to release it, but to compress it to the utmost, constraining it to form an invisible, yet perceptibly substantial flame energy membrane on his body's surface. This demanded utmost concentration and control. The membrane formed and stabilized, calculating the spatial folding, outputting spiritual energy. Initiate. In the moment of spatial distortion, Lin Fan directed the flame energy membrane to flow precisely towards the anticipated energy discontinuity. Hiss. The initial sensation was one of searing pain. The moment the flame energy made contact with the spatial discontinuity, a violent friction of energies erupted. A wave of agony seared through his innards, instantly engulfing his nerves. The folding process shook violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to traverse. Puff. His figure appeared 2 meters before point B. His posture distorted, landing with a stumble. The rigidity period was 0.7 seconds. Progress was minimal. Yet the cost was a tremendous expenditure of energy and the simulated pain of burns. A failure, yet it validated the direction taken. Adjusting the density and output rhythm of the flame energy membrane, Lin Fan endured the pain as he reviewed the experience. On his second attempt, he reduced the density. Result. Insufficient buffering, rigidity, at 0. 75 seconds. On the third attempt, he altered the energy structure, trying a more flexible form of flame. The outcome, the structure is unstable, collapsing prematurely, and a rigidity of 0. 8 seconds ensues, resulting in his left arm being grazed by chaotic spatial energy. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth attempts. In the elongated stretch of time, Lin Fan transforms into the most tenacious of madmen, using his own body as an experimental ground. Thickness, density, structural strength, timing of output, resonance frequency. He continually adjusts every parameter of the fiery energy membrane. This is an exceedingly meticulous and agonizing process. With each failure comes the searing or tearing pain from energy backlash. During the most severe incident, the simulated flames erupted uncontrollably amidst spatial folding, scorching his entire right side to char, nearly causing him to faint, as he lay in the simulation for an entire day. Yet he did not yield. The cold words of instructor Shansho echoed in his ears. 0. 8 seconds of rigidity is enough for you to die thrice. The resentment from Zhao Kuan, the scrutiny from Wang Tong, and the deep-seated yearning to follow in his grandfather's footsteps all coalesced into the most resilient fuel. The 73rd attempt. Lin Fan stood at point A, his gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. The consecutive failures and pain had bestowed upon him an almost instinctive intuition regarding the interplay of the two energies. With a mere thought, a gossamer, yet astonishingly stable, golden flame energy membrane silently enveloped his entire being. This time, the flames were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were docile and restrained, subtly resonating with the spatial energy. The calculations for folding complete. Spiritual energy output, spatial distortion. The flame energy membrane transformed from a crude filler into the most precise lubricant. At the moment of spatial folding, it seamlessly permeated every energy fracture, smoothing out the violent wrinkles and stabilizing the nascent passage. Transcendence. The sensation was worlds apart. No longer was there violent conflict and turbulence. Only a smooth, warm enveloping sensation, as if his body had passed through a warm curtain of water. His figure materialized at point B, landing precisely. A distance of 5 meters, without a hint of error. The moment he touched down, his form stabilized, with hardly any detectable lag. 73rd attempt, success. Distance moved, 5 meters. Landing error, 0, 1 meters. Estimated skill aftershock, rigidity 0, 38 seconds. 0, 38 seconds. More than halved from 0, 8 seconds. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth finally lifted into a slight arc, though it had yet to meet Shansho's demand of 0, 3 seconds. This was undeniably a qualitative leap. The direction was right. He did not pause, seizing the momentum. The 80th attempt, rigidity of 0, 36 seconds. The 90th attempt, rigidity of 0, 35 seconds. The 100th attempt. In optimal condition, rigidity of 0, 32 seconds. The stable state maintained around 0, 35 seconds. Comprehensive assessment, mastery of the spatial folding step, improved version, significantly enhanced. Rigidity time stabilized and compressed to 0, 35 seconds. Optimal 0, 32 seconds. Stability increased to 95. Spiritual energy consumption slightly reduced. New feature. The flame energy buffer layer can provide slight defense and inflict minor burning effects on contact targets. Suggestion to name this to distinguish from the original. Lin Fan reigned in his aura, solidifying his stance. The high-intensity 72 hours within the realm of consciousness not only brought about a breakthrough in skills, but also a profound understanding of the synergy between the dual energies. Let us call it Flame Step, he silently mused. The golden flame mark would serve as its unique insignia. As his consciousness returned, Lin Fan opened his eyes in the training ground, night having fallen, with stars twinkling overhead. His body felt the familiar ache and faint burn. Yet his spirit was unprecedentedly invigorated. He rose, stretched his limbs, and made his way towards the dormitory area. Passing an open space, a thought flickered through his mind. His steps suddenly transformed. Whoosh. His figure left behind a barely perceptible golden flame trace, instantly shifting nearly 5 meters. He landed steadily, soundlessly. It worked. The reality of consumption and pressure was somewhat greater, yet the rigidity of 0, 35 seconds was firmly within his grasp. In the dormitory, Qin Shan and Lei Hao were present. Upon seeing him return, Qin Shan rushed over. Fan Go, how did it go? Any insights? Lin Fan nodded, his visage weary. Yet his eyes gleamed with astonishing brightness, his lips curling into a sharp arc. Insights? No, I have resolved it. Chapter 37. Your pressure is worthy of subservience. 3 days after the combat training, noon. The cafeteria was bustling, the aroma of food mingling with the scent of sweat, fermenting in the stifling air. Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan stood in line at the third window, with Qin Shan's stomach growling louder than anyone else's, fixated on a large bowl of quivering braised pork. Just as they were about to be served, an incongruous voice rang out from the side. Zhao Kuan, flanked by 2 cronies, brazenly cut in front of Lin Fan, slamming his tray down heavily on the serving counter. 3 meal sets, meat piled high. His tone was languid. carrying an air of assumed superiority. Behind him, one lackey bore a bruise on his face, while the other had his arm in a sling. Clearly the same fellows who had been taught a lesson by Qin Shan and Lei Hao last time. At this moment, both were glaring at Lin Fan's trio with venomous eyes, brimming with a false sense of authority. The new students who had been cut in line dared not voice their anger, quietly stepping back. Qin Shan's face turned a deep shade of purple, his knuckles cracking audibly, veins bulging on his neck. Zhao Kuan, you're courting death, he roared, reaching for the back of Zhao Kuan's collar. Qin Shan. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet chilling. He placed a steadying hand on Qin Shan's shoulder, the weight of it undeniable. Qin Shan's chest heaved violently, meeting Lin Fan's calm gaze, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth. Swallowing his rage, though his eyes still blazed with fury, Lei Hao stood with arms crossed, his expression impassive, but fine arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. Zhao Kuan leisurely finished serving himself, turning with his tray, feigning surprise as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a coincidence. Still in line, he deliberately stepped closer, wearing a phony smile, and whispered in a tone barely audible to a few. Last time in the arena, I was careless. Kid, don't think that winning once makes you a big deal. His cold gaze swept over the scar on Lin Fan's mouth, already healed. I've noted the grudge from the combat class. The wilderness and training ground are not the same concept. A blatant threat, laced with intense malice. Lin Fan regarded him, his eyes devoid of any ripples, a pure, emotionless scrutiny. This gaze stirred within Zhao Kuan a wave of inexplicable irritation and humiliation. Finished? Lin Fan inquired, his tone flat. Then get lost, you're blocking the people behind. Zhao Kuan's smile froze instantly, morphing into a furious scowl. He was thoroughly incensed. You're looking for death. Zhao Kuan growled, no longer wasting words. Boom. A scorching, domineering pressure erupted from within him. This was not flame, but the spiritual energy pressure that only a master of the realm could condense, a comprehensive suppression of lower-tier opponents, from spirit to flesh. The surrounding air suddenly thickened, becoming searing hot. The queuing students' expressions changed dramatically, retreating hastily, as several weaker ones felt an intense pressure on their chests, struggling to breathe, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. The wave of pressure bore down precisely upon Lin Fan. A cruel glint flickered in Zhao Kuan's eyes. He intended to crush this presumptuous boy under the weight of their disparity in realms, forcing him to kneel. The searing pressure crashed into Lin Fan. The corners of his clothing flapped wildly, and his hair danced in the wind. He indeed felt the pressure. That force attempted to invade his body, pressing against his core of spiritual energy. Yet he did not retreat, not even a flutter of his eyelids, just as that domineering pressure was about to reach his body. An area merely an inch beyond Lin Fan's physical form experienced an exceedingly subtle distortion of space. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, colliding with this invisible barrier, only to be instantly torn apart, filtered, and diminished layer by layer. Simultaneously, within Lin Fan, the golden flame essence, as tranquil as the core of a cosmic star, was provoked by this inferior external energy and finally stirred from its dormant state. A low hum resonated, silent yet imbued with an indescribable force that radiated outward from Lin Fan's core. It was neither tyrannical nor searing. Instead, it carried an ancient serenity and nobility. It was the essence of authority, an absolute disdain of the primordial fire for the mundane flames. Zhao Kuan's dark red flame pressure, in the presence of this golden force, was rendered utterly insignificant, lacking even the qualification to tremble. It disintegrated and dissolved, with a portion consumed by that golden might on the spot. Zhao Kuan's complexion shifted dramatically, his body trembled violently, and a metallic taste surged in his throat, causing a stream of blood to uncontrollably spill from the corner of his mouth. He staggered back 3 steps, each leaving a deep imprint on the hard ground, his face etched with horror and disbelief. Impossible. He felt it. He sensed his spiritual core quaking in fear and yearning. It was his flame ability bowing in submission to the other's fire. It was the ultimate dread of a life essence being targeted by a natural enemy. How could a mere awakening realm brat possess such divine flame quality? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was dumbstruck, gazing at this spectacle. They could not comprehend the invisible clash, but they certainly understood the outcome. Zhao Kuan, a senior student of the Mastery Realm, had actively unleashed his pressure only to find himself spitting blood and retreating. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained rooted in place, unfazed and nonchalant, not having moved an inch. The hierarchy had been established. Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria. Exuding spiritual energy and provoking trouble. A chilling voice erupted, as the mountain monkey instructor appeared at the doorway, his singular eye coldly locking onto the two. A terrifying pressure swept across the area, the absolute power of the extraordinary realm swiftly quelling all disturbances. Zhao Kuan felt the weight of that pressure, his body weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Fan, however, felt a lightness in his body, as the mountain monkey's pressure deftly circumvented him, merely dispelling the residual energy fluctuations around him. The spatial distortion surrounding him gradually smoothed out, and the golden force returned to its tranquil state. Zhao Kun, you disregarded the rules and provoked first, deducting 10 points. The mountain monkey's voice was devoid of any emotion. A tremor coursed through Zhao Kun's body. His lips quivered, yet he could utter not a single word. Humbly bowing his head in acknowledgement, yes. Lin Fan, the mountain monkey's gaze shifted to him. Control your power. Should there be a next time, both will be punished. Understood. Lin Fan nodded. Dismissed. Time to eat. The mountain monkey scoffed, turning to leave. The previously tense atmosphere in the cafeteria finally dissipated, erupting into chaos. Countless gazes, filled with awe, curiosity, and shock, were fixated on Lin Fan. Zhao Kun wiped the blood from his mouth, holding his tray, his face ashen, his eyes clouded with resentment and malice. He cast a withering glare at Lin Fan. Let us see how it goes in the final task. He squeezed the words through clenched teeth, accompanied by his lackeys, retreating embarrassingly to a corner of the cafeteria under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Serves him right. Qin Shan spat vehemently, feeling a surge of relief. Lei Hao regarded Lin Fan intently. What you did was more than mere defense. Lin Fan accepted the 3 meals handed to him by the cafeteria uncle, his demeanor composed. Let us eat first. The 3 found a place to sit. Qin Shan eagerly dug into his meal, mumbling, Brother Fan, that was so satisfying. But that bastard will surely try to sabotage us in the final task. We must be cautious. Lei Hao nodded, coolly analyzing. He emphasized outdoor conditions. The final task's joint combat rules will likely have many loopholes. And unexpected events are bound to occur. Lin Fan picked up a piece of braised meat, chewing slowly. After swallowing, he gazed at his brothers. His voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. We shall meet any challenge head-on. What we need to focus on now is not worrying about his schemes. His eyes swept across the curious gazes in the cafeteria before settling back on his tray. Instead, we must grow stronger. Strong enough that any conspiracy or trickery would merely be a farce in the face of absolute power. Chapter 38. Ranking Surge. Your grandfather, Lin Zhan. On the 20th day? In the evening, the setting sun poured molten gold across the central square. The silhouettes of 83 students stretched long, resembling silent statues. The air was thick, almost viscous like mercury, pressing down on them, far heavier than the atmosphere during the last ranking announcement 2 weeks prior. All were acutely aware that this ranking held implications beyond mere resources. It was directly tied to the grouping for the final practical task a week later, which concerned life and death. The mountain monkey instructor, his solitary eye foreboding, scanned the tense faces. Entering the 3rd week of camp, this is the 2nd comprehensive ranking. The voice from the loudspeaker lacked any warmth. Evaluation criteria: 25 for spiritual energy control, 35 for combat effectiveness, 25 for teamwork, and 15 for overall performance. The top 30 will receive intermediate spiritual energy supplies. Announcing begins. The holographic screen above the long table flickered to life, characters scrolling. First place, Wang Tong. The lean youth stepped forward, his stride steady, as if measuring the earth itself. His entire aura was sharp like a drawn blade. Just a step away from the threshold, known as the Mastery Realm. As he took the supplies, his gaze precisely locked onto Lin Fan within the crowd. In his eyes, scrutiny faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Second place, Liamo. Third place, Suyu. The list of the top 10 remained largely unchanged, still held firmly by the most gifted prodigies. As the rankings descended, the breaths of those in line grew heavier. Students hovering on the edge of 30 were already breaking out in cold sweat. 18th place, Lei Hao. He stepped forward, having jumped 10 positions from 28. His aura was restrained, yet the occasional flicker of blue arcs from his fingertips was exponentially more potent, emanating a lethal intensity. The arduous training on Thundercliff had yielded significant results. He received his supplies and exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Fan, nodding affirmatively. 22nd place, Lin Fan. The instant the announcement concluded, all noise in the square vanished. 1 second, 2 seconds. Following the silence was an uncontrollable uproar, akin to ignited wild grass, spreading rapidly. 22? From 41 to 22? What did he do? He defeated Zhao Kun in combat class. I heard his teamwork score was maxed out too. Is this what S-grade potential looks like? The talent is finally manifesting. A mixture of astonishment, jealousy, disbelief, and deep-seated apprehension interwove into a vast web of gazes that ensnared Lin Fan completely. Even Lin Fan himself was somewhat taken aback. 22. This leap was even more dramatic than he had anticipated. It appeared that battle had earned him a scoring weight far beyond his expectations. He stepped out of the queue, his expression serene. The mountain monkey instructor handed him the supplies and the detailed report. At the moment of exchange, the instructor's solitary eye lingered on Lin Fan's face for a moment, his gaze laden with significance. Lin Fan accepted it, nodding in acknowledgement before returning to the line. He could sense the burning gazes behind him, as if they might ignite his uniform. Among them, one was laced with venomous resentment. 31st place, Zhao Kun. This name instantly chilled the previously fervent atmosphere, rendering it eerie. Zhao Kun's face drained of color, rapidly turning an angry shade of purple. He stood frozen in place like a nail, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. 31st. I've been pushed out of the top 30. I've lost this week's supplies. The razor-thin margin separated heaven from hell. His gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Fan's retreating figure. A venomous hatred swirling in his eyes that seemed almost tangible. It was him. This very individual had humiliated him during the combat class. Now, he had also seized the resources upon which he relied for survival. Zhao Kuan remained motionless, ranked 31st, utterly devoid of hope. He stood rigidly amidst countless looks of sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude, until the cold voice of the mountain demon echoed, prompting him to shuffle back into the ranks like a soulless husk. His face was ominously dark. 35th place, Qinshan. Qinshan nearly leapt from the ranks, his simple face ablaze with joy. He had surged from 52 to 35, a remarkable leap of 17 positions. As he took the form, he clenched his fist triumphantly. The rankings continued. Some rejoiced while others fell into despondency. The brutality of Longyuan camp was vividly illustrated in this moment. Dismissed. The command was issued, and the crowd surged towards the cafeteria, buzzing with conversation, where Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan became the unequivocal focal point. Fangu, 22. You're simply extraordinary, Qin Shan exclaimed, slapping Lin Fan on the shoulder. His face flushed with excitement. Lei Hao also wore a slight smile. Quite impressive. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, the mountain demon appeared before him like a specter. His single eye swept over Lei Hao and Qin Shan. You two, leave first. The two were taken aback. Lin Fan nodded at them. Wait for me in the cafeteria. Watching them walk away, the mountain demon turned to Lin Fan, his voice devoid of inflection. The camp leader wishes to see you. Come with me, Lanya. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The highest authority of Longyuan camp summoned him at this hour. And it was undoubtedly not merely concerning a ranking. He silently followed the mountain demon, traversing the clamor and entering the silence, ultimately halting before a gray two-story building. 3rd floor, ascend yourself. The mountain demon uttered this and turned to leave. Lin Fan gazed up at the building and pushed open the heavy iron door. The interior was dimly lit, the scent of aged wood mingling with ink. He climbed to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor, a wooden door stood ajar. Enter. A voice resonated from behind the door, steady yet imbued with the weight of mountains. Lin Fan stepped inside. The furnishings were as unadorned as ever. Camp leader Lanya stood with his back to him, facing a massive, yellowing map of Huaxiao on the wall. Clad in simple training attire, he was not imposing in stature. Yet an aura of profound authority enveloped the room, thickening the very air. It transcended the realm of the extraordinary, even surpassing that of a lord. He slowly turned around. His gaze settled on Lin Fan, calm yet seemingly capable of seeing through him completely. Sit. Lanya gestured to the chair before the desk. Lin Fan complied, sitting upright with the Yenji knife resting beside his leg. 22nd. Lanya spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. Rapid progress. Thank you, camp leader. Your fire step is quite intriguing. Lanya's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze fleetingly brushing over the Yenji knife, which did not belong to any known spatial technique, but bore an ancient essence. Lin Fan's heart lurched. He had indeed discerned its nature. It was a product of practical exploration combined with some family heritage. He explained, half-truthfully. Family heritage. Lanya pondered this term, his eyes deepening. Lin Zhan, is that your grandfather? The question struck Lin Fan like a thunderclap, jolting him upright as he met Lanya's fathomless gaze. Camp leader, do you know my grandfather? Lanya did not respond. He walked to the window, watching the last sliver of twilight on the horizon. Lin Zhan, the top student of the 3rd batch in Longyuan camp. A master of fire techniques, his temperament fierce as flames, yet steady as a mountain. His voice carried the dust of time. Later, he went to the Spirit Regulation Department. Codenamed Flameblade. 17 A-level missions, 3 S-level missions. 15 years ago, he vanished during an S-level top-secret mission, with no signal and no remains. The file concluded, suspected to have perished in service, though it remains uncertain. S-level missions. Missing. 15 years. Each word struck Lin Fan's heart like a hammer. He had only known of his grandfather's early demise, yet he had never fathomed the truth was so harrowing and grand. This knife, Yenji. Lanya turned, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the black blade. It was one of your grandfather's weapons. Non-standard, material unknown, origins a mystery. But he once said, the knife has a spirit, it chooses its master and grows. A growth-type spirit weapon. It chooses its abode. Lin Fan instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt. A surge of intense resonance flooded his palm, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Compatibility at 42, now it makes sense. This was not solely due to his dual abilities, but because this knife inherently flowed with the same blood as his. Your father, Lin Zhangwo, is an ordinary man. Lanya's gaze returned to Lin Fan's face, profoundly unsettling. He chose the mundane, sealed the blade, and buried the past. Yet your brilliance cannot be hidden. Lin Fan fell silent. His father, a barbecue stall owner, and his mother, a retired teacher, belonged to a family seemingly devoid of the extraordinary. Beneath that calm facade lay a weighty secret. Are you telling me this because of my grandfather? Or because of me? Lin Fan's voice was slightly hoarse. Both. Longya resumed his seat behind the desk, fingers interlaced. Revealing Lin Zhan's story is to enlighten you about what flows within your veins. To remind you that the combination of space and fire, as you advance, will lead you further down a path fraught with peril. The difficulty is tenfold, even 100-fold compared to single-element users. His gaze sharpened suddenly. Longyuan Camp will provide you with the utmost resources and the most grueling training, but it will not grant you any privileges, unless you reclaim them with absolute strength. Prove that you are worthy of this investment, worthy of this knife, worthy of the Lin Zhan surname. Lin Fan pressed his lips into a straight line, the confusion in his eyes replaced by flames of determination. I understand. The sea-level task at the end of the term will be your first sharpening stone. Longya leaned forward, the pressure in the room spiking dramatically. Show me, Lin Zhan's grandson, if you possess even a fraction of his spirit. Let me see if you, an S-level, are a dragon or a worm. Lin Fan stood slowly against the overwhelming pressure, devoid of grandiose proclamations. He merely tightened his grip on the Yinji knife, each word emerging as if forced through clenched teeth. I will prove it. Longya observed the burning, indomitable fire within his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Go. Lin Fan turned. As he grasped the doorknob, Longya's voice resounded once more, plain yet edged with sharpness. Be wary of Zhao Kun. His uncle is in the logistics department of the spirit regulation department. In the wild, the rules are rather vague. Lin Fan's actions paused for a brief moment. He did not look back. Thank you, camp leader. He opened the door, stepped out, and gently closed it behind him. The corridor lay in dimness. Leaning against the cold wall, Lin Fan's heart raced like a drum within his chest. The glory and enigma of his grandfather. The legacy and yearning of the Yinji knife. The thorns and throne of the dual-element path. The lethal undertow of the final task. And the shadow of Zhao Kun, backed by the spirit regulation department. All the information surged through his nerves, ultimately forging an unprecedented resolve instead of chaos. Family, legacy, responsibility. These ethereal terms solidified into a heavy reality. Pressing upon his shoulders that night, he looked down at the black knife in his hand. At the hilt's end, the dimmest star flickered, pulsating with a barely perceptible light in tune with his palm's warmth. Grandfather, Lin Fan whispered, his fingertips brushing against the cold spine of the knife. I will grow strong. Strong enough to unveil the mists of the abyss. Strong enough to make your knife roar once more with its rightful ferocity. He straightened, his gaze tranquil as an abyss, with flames burning fiercely at its depths. Pushing open the iron gate of the small building, night had already descended. The camp was aglow with bright lights, and the direction of the canteen was bustling with voices. His friend was still there waiting for him. With only a week left until the final task, Lin Fan tightened his grip on Yinji and stepped into the night, moving toward the brilliance, and toward an ordeal that was destined to be filled with blood and fire. Chapter 39. A thought breaks the realm, combat power source. In the late hours, within the dormitory, moonlight poured in like liquid mercury, pooling into a cold blot on the floor. Qin Shan slept soundly, his breaths even and deep. Lei Hao's bed was empty. He seemed to have applied for a nighttime training permit, often returning late. Lin Fan sat cross-legged at the edge of his bed, holding a silver metal canister. It contained a mid-tier spiritual energy supplement, the reward for ranking 22nd. The chill emanating from the canister seemed to remind him of the terrifying energy it housed. The amber, viscous liquid swirled inside, like a colossal energy beast imprisoned within. This small vial was sufficient to equate to half a month of arduous training for an ordinary awakener. Zhao Kun had fallen out of the top 30 and lacked any supplies. In a week, a sea-level practical task awaited. His grandfather's blade. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately leaving only one pure desire: to grow stronger. He twisted the pull tab, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. The liquid entered him, a strange sweetness dancing on his palate. But the moment it slipped into his stomach, boom! A small energy bomb exploded within him. The pure and violent torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, bursting through his limbs and every sinew, rushing into each meridian, every cell. Ugh! Lin Fan let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging like small snakes. His skin rapidly flushed an unnatural crimson, as if scorched by fire. The intensity of this power was overwhelming. It was several times more ferocious than the basic supplement. The pain of his meridians being stretched to their limits was excruciating, as the 5-star peak source core in his dantian spun wildly, emitting a sharp hum under the strain. Warning: high-intensity spiritual energy impact. Post-meridian load, 9195. Immediate absorption slowdown recommended. The system's alarm shrieked in his mind. No. Maximize absorption efficiency, break the bottleneck. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, roaring within. He was acutely aware that the golden absorption window for the potion lasted only a few minutes. To miss it would be a waste of opportunity. This pain was nothing. Command confirmed. Initiating maximum efficiency absorption guidance protocol. Energy diversion plan adjusted. Spatial spiritual energy meridians, 38. Flame spiritual energy meridians, 38. Source core expansion and physical tempering. 24. Warning. This plan raises risk factor to 45, potential for minor meridian damage. Execute. Lin Fan's will was unwavering. The system ceased its warnings and began to harness the nearly uncontrollable energy in the most aggressive manner. The first to be infused was the spiritual energy meridian of spatial dominion. That cool and precise energy received an immense replenishment, transforming the parched riverbed into a torrential flood. Lin Fan's perception expanded outward at an unprecedented rate. 60 meters. 70 meters. Finally, it came to a sudden halt at the boundary of 80 meters. The world within his perceptive range was magnified infinitely. He could even see the spiritual dust floating in the air and hear the murmurs of Qin Shan's dreams from the adjacent bed. Gravity no longer pulled downward but inward. Next came the core of the blazing flames. The searing and violent energy surged in, causing the golden fire shadow in his dantian to explode in size, its brilliance blinding. At the heart of the flames, a trace of white core, once elusive, solidified under the deluge of pure energy. It transformed into the heart of the flames, emanating a purer, more restrained, yet far more terrifying heat than before. The quality of the flames underwent a pivotal metamorphosis. At last, the most critical tempering commenced. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy was precisely guided by the system, transforming into countless invisible hammers, relentlessly pounding Lin Fan's bones and flesh. Intense sensations of acidity, burning, and stabbing alternated, and sweat instantly soaked through his training attire. He could hear the faint cracking of his bones, akin to the clash of gold and jade, as his muscle fibers tore and reformed, growing denser and more resilient. Meanwhile, the source core situated at the center of his dantian, resembling a miniature star, began to visibly swell under the fervent infusion of spiritual energy. Its surface shone brilliantly, its rotation reaching a dizzying limit. At the moment the energy accumulated to a critical point, crack. A delicate sound echoed, not from the outside world, but resonating from the depths of his soul. The shell cracked. The invisible barrier representing the six-star awakening realm shattered. In an instant, Lin Fan felt the world sharpen in clarity. The spiritual energy coursing through him suddenly became docile and magnificent. The once swollen meridians widened and strengthened, and the swirling source core gradually stabilized. Its volume having expanded by nearly 1/3, quietly suspended in the center of the dantian, radiating a stable and powerful energy wave. Six-star awakening realm achieved. The surprise did not end there. At the moment of his breakthrough, Lin Fan keenly sensed that the previously distinct separation between the spatial and flame spiritual energies within him had been breached slightly. Two vastly different high-tier energies began an exceedingly slow, yet initial fusion and self-circulation under the governance of a more powerful source core. This was undoubtedly a milestone beginning. It signified that in the future, when simultaneously calling upon dual system powers, consumption would diminish, transitions would be smoother, and even laid the first cornerstone for true fusion skills. As the echoes of the breakthrough gradually settled, Lin Fan opened his eyes, and within his dark irises, the trajectories of stars intertwined with the phantoms of flames flashed before fading into profound depth. He gently clenched his fist. Crackle. His knuckles exploded with a series of crisp sounds. A surging sense of power filled his limbs and bones. The speed and totality of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians had increased by nearly 40%. His body felt lighter, his perception sharper, and his manipulation of flames was now as effortless as extending a finger. Realm update. Six-star awakening, stable. Spatial perception range, 80 meters, originally 50 meters. Increased by 30 meters. Flame quality, stable enhancement, golden flame white core solidified, estimated temperature ceiling raised by approximately 810. Dual system spiritual energy coordination, 2. Initial self-circulation established. Projected enhancement of derived abilities. Flame step, maximum distance extended to 8 meters, rigidity time stabilized at 0.3 seconds. Optimal state can reach 0.28 seconds. Spiritual energy consumption reduced by approximately 5. Flame compression efficiency, approximately 50 increase. Comprehensive combat power assessment, system simulation approximately 38.45 improvement compared to pre-breakthrough. The system's cold data validated his current strength. A small breakthrough in realm had led to an all-encompassing leap. The breath he exhaled crystallized in the cold night air into a straight white arrow, carrying the lingering warmth and spatial fluctuations that refused to dissipate. Just as he prepared to solidify his new realm, the recently surging spatial perception captured a faint movement outside the dormitory. It was not the sound of Lei Hao returning, but rather the sound of him leaving, light and swift, heading toward the rear mountains of the camp. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. So late. And he was going to thunderstrike Cliff? The natural lightning at night was far more ferocious than during the day. He glanced at Qin Shan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Each member of their squad was striving to move forward in their own way. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, choosing not to rise. He respected Lei Hao's choices and trusted his judgment. The pressing matter was to fully harness this surging power within him. He closed his eyes once more, his mind sinking deep within, meticulously sorting through each increment of newly acquired spiritual energy, familiarizing himself with every inch of his expanded perception. In his mind, the words of the camp commander Long Ya, the silhouette of his grandfather Lin Zhan, and the looming unknown Class C mission a week hence flickered in succession. Awakening at 6 stars was insufficient, Lin Fan silently pondered. Before the mission, he must break through to 7 stars. At the very least, he needed to graze the threshold of the realm of mastery. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of newfound power coursing through him. His gaze sharp as a blade in the darkness. Outside the window, the night was deepening. From the direction of the back mountain, a muffled rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. In this silent, deep night, many corners of the Longyuan camp throbbed with the youthful hearts striving for strength. This yearning was akin to a wild fire. Once ignited, it would never be extinguished. Chapter 40, SS Class Talent, Thunder Prison. Lin Fan's figure melded seamlessly into the night, like a silent shadow quietly traversing the perimeter of the camp's security line. After breaking through to the awakening at 6 stars, his control over his body and abilities had reached a transcendent state. His spatial awareness extended to 80 meters, rendering the patrolling instructors and sentinels of the camp mere phantoms before him. At the edge of his perception, the familiar, violent fluctuations of lightning grew increasingly distinct. This power was like a lighthouse in the night, guiding him towards his destination. Deep within the back mountain lay a natural lightning-struck cliff, marked by the camp as a zone of moderate danger. The geological conditions here were unique, rich in a certain conductive mineral, making it a target for lightning during stormy weather. Over the years, the rocks had turned charred black, devoid of any life. As Lin Fan stealthily approached a pile of rubble 50 meters away from the lightning cliff, the sight before him caused his breath to catch. Atop the cliff, a muscular figure, bare-chested, was spreading his arms wide, facing the heavens. It was Lei Hao. The night sky was gloomy, heavy clouds piled up low, and rumbling thunder churned within the depths of the clouds. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would tear through the sky, casting a ghostly light upon the world and illuminating the frenzied figure atop the cliff. Within a 20 to 30 meter radius of Lei Hao, the air crackled with a sharp, electrifying sound. Countless slender blue electric serpents danced wildly around him. These electric serpents were not manifestations of his own spiritual energy, but were instead natural lightning drawn from the thin, violent particles in the atmosphere. Using his body as bait, he was employing his flesh and blood as a vessel to attract and endure the natural lightning. Boom! A brilliant, pale electric arc, far brighter than before, was irresistibly drawn to Lei Hao, violently tearing through the clouds and striking down. The target was none other than Lei Hao himself. Zing! The lightning struck precisely at Lei Hao's right shoulder. In an instant, he was enveloped by blinding electric light. His body convulsed violently, a suppressed howl of pain escaping his throat. His shoulder was instantly burned, charred black, and the pungent scent of scorched flesh filled the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lei Hao did not collapse. Instead, he grit his teeth, letting out a beast-like growl from deep within his throat. He forcefully activated his abilities, using the wild natural lightning that surged into his body as a brutal hammer to strike at the core of his powers, which had long reached the peak of awakening at 9 stars, but had yet to break through the bottleneck. He was employing a nearly self-destructive method, using excruciating pain and terrifying external forces to compel his potential to forcibly impact the realm of mastery. Lin Fan's heart raced. This method of cultivation was not dancing on the edge of a blade, but rather seizing power beneath the scythe of death. A moment's carelessness could lead to shattered meridians, a destroyed core, or even instant incineration to ash. System, analyze the success rate and risks of this behavior. Lin Fan urgently commanded internally. Target analysis in progress. Target, Lei Hao. Realm, awakening at the peak of 9 stars, lightning element. Ability potential, SS class, Thunder Prison. Current action, guiding and enduring natural lightning with his body, stimulating the origin of his powers, attempting to forcibly break through the bottleneck. Energy monitoring, the purity and intensity of the natural lightning energy far exceed his spiritual energy, possessing the potential to temper the core of his abilities and enhance their quality. Success rate assessment, current state. Approximately 12, successful breakthrough to the realm of mastery, or 28, permanent minor enhancement of ability quality. Risk factor, extremely high, 87. Risks include severe bodily harm, permanent damage to meridians, damage or collapse of the core, and death from uncontrolled lightning strikes. Note, the target's willpower is remarkably strong, which may slightly increase the success rate, but cannot alter the inherent high risk. A success rate of 12, with a risk of 87. Lin Fan's heart sank. Lei Hao was gambling with his life. Boom. Another bolt of lightning crashed down, striking his left arm. Lei Hao staggered, his left arm charred and limp, yet he remained firmly rooted in place, his eyes burning with an almost obsessive determination, desperately refining the lightning entering his body. He could not allow this to continue. Lin Fan suddenly burst forth from behind the rubble, leaping to the base of the lightning cliff, shouting upwards. Lei Hao, stop. It's too dangerous. Atop the cliff. Lei Hao's body jolted, and he looked down. Illuminated by the lightning, his face was pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity. Lin Fan. Lei Hao's voice was hoarse, crackling with static. What are you? Come back. You're going to die like this. Lin Fan shouted sternly. His spatial perception reaching its zenith, locking onto the lethal electric light that could strike down at any moment. Lei Hao looked at him in silence, then shook his head. He offered no explanation, merely raised his gaze to the sky once more, his body subtly adjusting to brace for the next bolt of heavenly lightning. Why? Lin Fan stepped forward, his voice filled with confusion and urgency. Even if you want to break through, there are safer methods. Why resort to this life-threatening approach? Lei Hao's body stiffened momentarily. The thunder rumbled ominously overhead, as if deities were whispering, preparing for a more terrifying onslaught. After a long pause, just as another bolt of lightning was about to cleave through the clouds, Lei Hao finally lowered his head to look at Lin Fan. His voice was soft, yet it pierced through the thunder, resonating in Lin Fan's ears. My sister, Lei Ling. She was born with a withered spiritual vein, and after 13, she has needed to consume thunder crystal essence each year to delay the deterioration of her condition. But this year, the doctor said she could last at most another 2 years. Unless an A-class thunder crystal can be obtained to restore her spiritual vein's foundation. His voice was eerily calm. But Lin Fan could sense the crushing weight of responsibility beneath that tranquility. An A-class resource, the thunder crystal, was something he could not obtain at present. Lei Hao's gaze returned to the roiling storm clouds, where lightning was gathering with wild intensity. I must grow stronger, strong enough to qualify for high-reward missions. Strong enough to accumulate sufficient points and authority to exchange for the thunder crystal. The realm of mastery is the first threshold and the minimum requirement for exchange eligibility. Safe methods are too slow. I cannot afford to wait. Linger cannot afford to wait. No sooner had he finished speaking than, crack, a bolt of lightning, thicker and more blinding than any before, descended like a spear of judgment from the heavens, aiming to annihilate Lei Hao atop the cliff. The power of this strike far exceeded all those prior. A glint of resolve flashed in Lei Hao's eyes, and he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged forward, channeling all his spiritual energy to attempt to guide and consume this terrifying heavenly lightning. Madman. Lin Fan's sight narrowed sharply. In that fleeting moment, he chose not to rush up the cliff, which would only result in both of them turning to ash. Instead, he made the only choice that could potentially be effective at this moment. The spatial perception meticulously fixed upon the trajectory of the celestial thunder, striking down just 3 feet above Lei Hao's head. The incinerating flames of spiritual energy were instantaneously mobilized, compressed, and further compressed, with a forceful sweep of his right hand. A sphere of pure, blazing white flame, no larger than a fist yet solidified to the utmost degree, surged upward, arriving before the thunder could reach Lei Hao's scalp. At the very moment the lightning was about to make contact, it erupted above him with a deafening roar. Lin Fan's intention was not to assault the thunder, but rather to create a fleeting, ultra-high temperature, high-pressure energy field to forcibly interfere with and diminish the energy and trajectory of the celestial strike. Boom! The heavens fell silent. The collision of golden flames and thunder unleashed a visible circular shockwave, as fire and lightning intertwined wildly, illuminating the entire cliffside as if it were broad daylight. Lei Hao was still struck, yet the power of the thunder had undeniably been significantly weakened. He was brought to one knee by the immense force, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his body scorched in multiple places. His breath momentarily diminished to its utmost limit, but he endured, and at the instant the lightning coursed through him, igniting the core of his abilities to an extreme. He let out a furious roar that seemed to squeeze the very essence of life. A sound akin to the shattering of shackles echoed from within him. A new, more solid, more ferocious aura of lightning began to awaken within him, like an ancient beast stirring from its slumber. Although he had yet to break through to the realm of mastery, his core abilities had evidently undergone a beneficial, profound metamorphosis during that life and death ordeal. What astonished Lin Fan even further was the fleeting vision that appeared behind Lei Hao amidst the intertwining light of lightning and fire. A hazy, vast star map shimmering momentarily. This star map was composed of countless lightning runes and celestial trajectories, exuding an aura of destruction and judgment. The mere glimpse of this ephemeral image sent shivers through Lin Fan's very soul. Warning: detection of a high-tier supernatural origin projection. Energy level assessment. SS grade, 10,000 June Thunder Prison. True form fragment manifestation. Target S supernatural quality has significantly improved. Potential development has increased. The system's notification confirmed Lin Fan's suspicions. Lei Hao's SS grade abilities, under the extreme provocation just witnessed, had finally revealed a glimpse of their true potential. The storm clouds above seemed to diminish in power due to the release of that ultimate strike, the thunderous roars fading away. Lei Hao knelt at the cliff's peak. Gasping for breath, arcs of electricity still dancing chaotically across his form, his injuries severe. Yet, his eyes shone brighter than any star in the night sky. He steadied his faltering body and slowly rose to his feet. Lin Fan regarded him silently, without uttering a word, as he quietly retrieved a first aid kit, energy bars, and a water bottle from his tactical pouch. He approached the cliff's edge, offering water and sustenance to Lei Hao, then wordlessly began to tend to the most grievous burn on his shoulder. Lei Hao accepted the water and food, consuming them in silence, allowing Lin Fan to treat his wounds. Between them, there were no superfluous words, yet an unspoken understanding flowed between them. As night faded, the horizon began to brighten with the pale light of dawn. When the first rays of morning pierced the darkness, illuminating the scorched cliff, Lei Hao's injuries stabilized under the influence of the emergency medication and his own indomitable vitality. Lin Fan finished organizing the first aid kit and stood up. Lei Hao also rose, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, pausing for a moment before swallowing hard and finally uttering 2 words, "Thank you." He understood that without Lin Fan's timely interference, he would not have withstood that most powerful strike of thunder. Lin Fan shook his head, his gaze shifting from the increasingly bright morning light back to Lei Hao's eyes, which, though weakened, sparkled with exceptional brilliance. Together, he spoke just those 2 words. Not as if to say he helped him, but that they faced this together. Those 2 words signified that regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, or what they must confront, they were a cohesive unit. Brothers, standing shoulder to shoulder. Lei Hao comprehended. He nodded vigorously. The 2 fell silent, walking one after the other, stepping upon the scorched rocks dampened by the morning dew, towards the rising sun, descending the cliff. Behind them, the thunderstrike cliff stood solemnly, bearing witness to a youth who, in a fierce struggle against fate, wagered his life to protect that which mattered most. Ahead, the outline of Longyuan camp gradually came into focus in the morning light. A new day of training was about to commence. The sea-level practical mission, set for a week later, was also drawing closer with each passing moment. Chapter 41. The true meaning of gravity breaks the shackles. S-class potential shocking all. The afternoon of the second day after returning to the camp from the back mountain. The gravity training room is located on the eastern side of the camp. A row of independent silver-gray metallic buildings exudes a chilling sense of technology. Access requires the expenditure of precious points. Typically, only those with considerable strength or an urgent need for breakthroughs would dare to enter. Lin Fan and Lei Hao accompanied Qinshan outside the door of room 3 of the gravity training facility. Lei Hao's complexion still bore a slight pallor. The adventure from the previous night had drained some of his spiritual energy. Yet, the sharpness in his gaze was more focused than ever before. Lin Fan's breath was tranquil. His cultivation at the 6th star of the awakening realm had been thoroughly solidified, akin to a deep pool. Qinshan stood before the card reader, somewhat pained as he scratched off the 200 points he had accumulated in his account. This sum was sufficient to redeem quite a few precious training resources. Nevertheless, there was no hint of hesitation on his darkened face. "Shanzi, are you certain you want to initiate triple gravity?" Lin Fan reconfirmed. The base multiplier for the gravity training room is 1, equivalent to standard Earth gravity. Each increment doubles the points consumed and exponentially increases the pressure endured. Triple gravity posed an extreme challenge for Qinshan, who was at the 8th star of the awakening realm. "Yes." Qinshan nodded firmly. A rare determination flickered in his eyes. "I feel I'm just a step away. There's something about the application of the gravity field that feels off. It lacks the force I need." The murmurs from his dreams the previous night seemed to have stirred something deep within his subconscious. The gate slid open silently. The 3 stepped into the training room. The interior space was modest, approximately 30 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all crafted from a special silver-gray alloy, adorned with dense energy conduction patterns. In the center lay a clear area. "Activate triple gravity," Qinshan commanded the control panel. Command confirmed. Loading triple gravity field in 3, 2, 1. Buzz. An invisible, suffocating weight descended instantaneously. It felt like a colossal hand descending from the heavens, attempting to grind everything into dust. Lin Fan and Lei Hao stood at the edges, only slightly impacted by the residual waves. Their bodies still felt a sudden heaviness, and their breathing became somewhat labored. Meanwhile, Qinshan, positioned at the center of the gravity field, plummeted downward. His knees creaked under the immense burden. Veins bulged on his forehead, coiling like a serpent. "Huh." Qinshan emitted a suppressed roar. Every muscle in his body tensed, forcing him to stand upright. He did not employ any extravagant maneuvers. Under this triple gravity, he commenced the most fundamental training, squats. Slow and arduous, each descent felt as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Each ascent felt like pushing against a 1,000-pound barrier. Sweat poured down from his bronzed skin, with bead-sized droplets striking the alloy floor, creating faint sizzling sounds before being instantly absorbed by the ground. His breath was as labored as an old bellows, his face crimson, veins pulsating at his neck. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on his reflection on the wall ahead. It was a fierce, unyielding persistence. Lin Fan and Lei Hao stood off to the side, quietly observing. His gravity field seems a bit different now, Lei Hao suddenly murmured. He keenly sensed the subtle fluctuations in the invisible force field surrounding Qin Shan. Lin Fan also took note of it. As Qin Shan exerted all his strength to combat the external gravity, his muscles and mind were stretched to their utmost limits. The gravitational field he emitted no longer spread uniformly and indiscriminately as before. Instead, it began to exhibit a remarkably delicate and unstable pulsation, as if his own gravitational influence was mimicking, adapting to, and learning from the tripled external gravity imposed upon him. As time ticked by, Qin Shan lost count of how many sets of squats he had completed. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, each rise and fall accompanied by the faint crack of bones and the tremble of muscles. Clearly, he was approaching his limits, yet he persisted, emitting unconscious, suppressed roars. In a daze, under the extreme fatigue and pressure, a distant, hazy memory suddenly flickered in Qin Shan's mind. It was from his childhood, before his father went missing. His father had once ruffled his hair, placing his calloused palm gently on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Xiao Shan, remember, gravity is not merely a force that pushes downwards." Young Qin Shan looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity. His father's gaze seemed to penetrate deeper, as if seeing a world far beyond their own. Gravity could push down, but it could also lift up. It could impose on others, but it could also lighten oneself. The essence lay not in force, but in control, mastering it rather than being mastered by it. In an instant, the vision shattered. His father's face had long since faded into the dust of memory. Yet those words reverberated at that moment, as both his body and spirit reached a certain limit. Resonating within him like a thunderous bell, gravity is not oppression, but mastery. Qin Shan's murky eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance. In a flash of insight, just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, the core of his gravitational power within him seemed to be illuminated by that very phrase. A peculiar resonance and tremor surged forth. A new understanding flooded his mind. All along, his gravitational field had unconsciously released power to impose and influence a certain area. While effective, it was too crude, too passive, overly reliant on brute force. Gravity, in essence, is a field, a set of rules. Why should he clumsily mimic pressure? He should seek to comprehend and manipulate the field itself. In the moment of this mental shift, a transformation unfolded, centered around Qin Shan. The previously chaotic and passive response to the tripled external gravity began to undergo an orderly contraction, adjustment, and reshaping. No longer a blanket coverage. Lin Fan and Lei Hao's gazes froze. They distinctly felt that the portion of tripled gravity exerted upon Qin Shan was being countered and distorted. No, it was not a complete negation. Rather, Qin Shan's own gravitational field had formed a structure of counteracting or negating forces in certain localized areas. This phenomenon caused the actual pressure he endured to plummet from threefold to 2.5, or even lower. Furthermore, Qin Shan's gravitational field, which had previously only expanded outward, began to operate with a newfound finesse, akin to invisible tendrils attempting more intricate maneuvers. No longer uniformly dispersed, it could concentrate on a single point, such as solely affecting an opponent's feet or attempting to slightly alleviate the weight on specific parts of his own body, like his legs. Although this manipulation was still extremely awkward and unstable, with a limited range, it undoubtedly marked a revolutionary change. This signified that Qin Shan's gravitational abilities were evolving from mere area suppression towards refined control and systematic interference. Detected high-intensity energy and rule resonance fluctuations. Target: Qin Shan, gravitational ability. Analyzing. Ability core undergoing structural optimization. Energy control mode shifting, evolving from area impact to directed manipulation. Affinity with rules significantly enhanced. Potential rating reassessed. Originally B class, excellent potential, now tentatively revised to suspected S class. Extraordinary potential, exhibiting characteristics of rule-based abilities. Note: this mutation is benign. Stability requires further observation. The target's transformative understanding of the essence of gravity is key to this evolution. The system's analysis echoed in Lin Fan's mind, affirming his observations. Qin Shan, the seemingly simple-minded giant devoted to relentless training, had remarkably taken a pivotal step along the path of gravitational abilities. His potential rating had skyrocketed from B to S. This placed him on par with Lei Hao's SS-level talent. In the center of the training room, Qin Shan let out a low, liberating roar. He had finally exhausted himself, collapsing onto the ground as the tripled gravitational field dissipated instantaneously. He gasped for breath as if emerging from water, yet his face bore no signs of fatigue. Instead, it was illuminated by a giddy, almost foolish smile of exhilaration. Have I succeeded? Lin Fan approached. Qin Shan lifted his sweat-drenched face, looking at Lin Fan and the approaching Lei Hao, his eyes sparkling. He attempted to raise his hand, a flicker of intent stirring within him. Lin Fan and Lei Hao immediately sensed their feet seemingly ensnared by invisible shackles, sinking slightly. Though the force was light, it was undeniably present. Moreover, it only affected their feet. Then, that pressure vanished, and Qin Shan unsteadily stood up, his movements appearing somewhat lighter than usual. He had reduced the weight on his own legs. Haha, Qin Shan scratched his damp hair, grinning foolishly as he said, Fan go lousy. I think I'm a bit different now. Lin Fan and Lei Hao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting amusement and satisfaction. Not just a bit different. Lin Fan patted Qin Shan's shoulder. Well done, Shanzi. Lei Hao subtly curved his lips, displaying rare emotion. Not bad. As the three exited the gravity training room. Dusk was approaching. Let us go. Dinner's on me, Qin Shan declared with exuberance, though he had spent most of his credits. The joy of his breakthrough made it all worthwhile. The trio used their remaining credits to order several hearty dishes in the cafeteria's small kitchen area, along with a few bottles of non-alcoholic energy drinks to celebrate modestly. At the table, Qin Shan's appetite surged as he devoured his meal, while Lin Fan and Lei Hao ate leisurely. They watched Qin Shan's comical feasting with smiles tugging at their lips. Each member of the team was growing at an astonishing pace. Lei Hao's lightning abilities became increasingly refined and fierce. Qin Shan began to grasp the nuances of gravity, and Lin Fan himself was seeing the first glimmers of hope in merging his dual abilities. Such a team would surely endure further in the perilous final tasks that lay ahead. In a corner of the cafeteria, Zhao Kuan and his two lackeys glared coldly at the trio, laughing joyously. Zhao Kuan's expression remained grim. The humiliation of being ranked 31st and missing out on supplies gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. He gazed at Lin Fan, a nefarious scheme brewing in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, in the instructor's monitoring room, Instructor Shan Xiao observed the data records from Room 3 of the gravity training session, along with the analysis of Qin Shan's ability fluctuations. A fleeting hint of surprise flickered in his remaining eye. He retrieved Qin Shan's file and, in the ability rating section, crossed out the original B, altering it to S, provisional, benign mutation, requires observation. In the remarks section, he quickly noted, Cadet Qin Shan has exhibited a benign and regular mutation of gravitational abilities through rigorous training, resulting in a significant elevation of his potential rating. His control is evolving towards refinement and specialization, endowing him with considerable tactical value. Recommendation: increase relevant tactical coordination, training, and monitor stability. The rating has been elevated to Grade B, previously Grade C. Record completed. The gaze of the mountain demon swept across the other two names on the screen, Lin Fan and Lei Hao. One, a dual system S rank, progressing rapidly while harboring secrets. The other, an SS rank lightning wielder, possessing an iron will, rising anew from adversity. Now, an unexpected ascension to S-rank gravitational abilities has occurred with Qin Shan. The mountain demon murmured the clandestine codename agreed upon by the trio of the Su Yin squad. A glimmer of light flickered in his singular eye. The upcoming mission in a week promised to be anything but mundane. Chapter 42, Overcoming the Odds. On the 23rd day of the camp, dawn broke. A colossal transport helicopter stirred up a whirlwind of dust as its rotors roared deafeningly. 83 cadets, fully armed and laden with survival supplies, boarded in sequence under the commander's directive. The inaugural 3-day, 2-night wilderness training exercise was officially underway. The destination lay 50 kilometers northeast of the camp, at the edge of a limestone hill. The mission was straightforward: survive, collect samples, familiarize themselves with the wilderness, and confront low-tier beasts. The atmosphere within the cabin was tense. The engine's roar drowned out all sounds, save for the cadets' slightly labored breaths echoing in unison. This marked their first genuine departure from the camp's sanctuary. Even the periphery of the wilderness was sufficient to put these newcomers on high alert. Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan sat closely together. Lin Fan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, yet his spatial awareness silently unfurled, scanning the energy fluctuations both inside and outside the cabin. Lei Hao polished his tactical dagger, his gaze sharp. Qin Shan, with a thick-set visage radiating earnestness, repeatedly checked his backpack and the newly exchanged alloy round shield. Half an hour later, the helicopter began its descent. Attention, everyone. The voice of the team leader, Rock Lizard, resonated over the comms. We are about to reach the drop zone. Descend by squad, according to your numbers. Establish defenses immediately upon landing. Remember, this is not a training ground. Any lapse in vigilance could cost you your life. The side door of the cabin slid open, and a fierce gust of wind surged inside. When it was Su Yin squad's turn, Lin Fan was the first to engage the lock, leaping from the door with agility. The rapid release of the rope echoed sharply in their ears. Below lay a desolate expanse of gray, bare rock, and low shrubs. The air was arid, mingled with dust and the sharp scent of certain vegetation. Lin Fan landed steadily, unfastening the lock and crouching low. The Yanji blade was already in hand, his spatial awareness extending outward. Within 80 meters, no large life forms were detected. Lei Hao and Qin Shan followed closely, swiftly forming a triangular formation. Safe. Safe. After a simple confirmation, the squad moved towards their designated coordinates. The first day's journey was uneventful, with the task being to collect a mineral known as gray iron crystal. The Su Yin squad's coordination was put to the test in the true wilderness. At 11 o'clock, 30 meters away on a rock face, A faint spiritual energy response was detected. Lin Fan's perception caught the subtle traces, and he immediately reported in a hushed tone. Qinshan stepped forward, using his refined gravitational field to shift several loose rocks aside, revealing a crevice. Lei Hao stood guard, fingers crackling with electricity. The collection process proceeded smoothly. Lin Fan's perception acted like the most precise radar, always able to detect potential dangers such as poisonous scorpions lurking within the crevice. In the afternoon, they encountered their first battle. A small group of ironclaw lynxes sprang from the underbrush. These creatures, wolf-sized, were common awakened predators in the wilderness. Qinshan, control the area. Lin Fan commanded sharply. Understood. Qinshan stepped forward, and an invisible gravitational field instantly spread, enveloping the advancing lynxes. Their movements abruptly slowed, agility hampered. Lei Hao, clear the area. With outstretched hands, Lei Hao unleashed a series of slender lightning chains, striking each lynx's joints with precision. As the electric arcs flickered, the lynxes howled in agony, collapsing and twitching, rendered powerless. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, clean and efficient. Lin Fan did not even have to engage. He was solely responsible for vigilance. Well coordinated, Lei Hao remarked, retracting the arcs with a calm demeanor. Qinshan scratched his head, grinning. Lin Fan pondered thoughtfully. In the wilderness, efficiency and safety hold equal importance. Rapidly resolving low-tier threats to avoid attracting greater trouble is the law of survival. Before sunset, the squad arrived at their designated campsite. A gentle slope backed by a rock face. Nightfall set in. The wilderness at night offered no illumination, merely the cold starlight and the howling wind. Distant beastly howls added a primal sense of danger. A campfire was kindled, dispelling some of the chill. The trio arranged their watch schedule. Qinshan for the first half of the night, Lin Fan for the middle, and Lei Hao for the latter half. As the night deepened, Lin Fan was roused by Qinshan, taking over the watch. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, maintaining a moderate intensity of spatial awareness that enveloped a 100-meter radius around the campsite. Silence reigned. At 2 a.m, the edge of Lin Fan's perception suddenly detected an exceedingly faint, yet rhythmic vibration. It was neither the wind nor the roar of beasts. Something heavy was stirring underground. Moreover, the source was moving towards the campsite. Lin Fan instantly became alert. Something is approaching from below. Wake them, he hissed, igniting golden flames in his left palm while gripping the yin-ji blade tightly in his right. Qinshan and Lei Hao sprang to their feet, instantly entering combat mode. The vibrations intensified, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It's here, 30 meters directly ahead, underground. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, his perception locking onto the target. The creature accelerated as it neared the surface. With a thunderous roar, the ground 20 meters in front of the campsite erupted. Amidst the flying dirt and stones, a massive shadow emerged. It was a creature the size of a small car. Its body was covered in rock-like, heavy armor, with purple-black spikes growing between the seams. Most striking were the densely packed sharp poisonous spines on its back, glimmering with a ghostly blue light in the fire's glow. Poisonous spine porcupine. Low tier extraordinary. Lei Hao's voice turned grave. This is a bona fide extraordinary beast. Its defense is astonishing, and it can shoot its spines. With a roar, the poisonous spine porcupine locked its crimson eyes on the trio, its hind legs scraping the ground. Qinshan, prepare gravitational suppression to prevent its charge and turning. Lin Fan commanded swiftly. This behemoth had tough skin and flesh. Striking its armor directly would yield little effect. The spines on its back posed a threat, but their roots were its weak point. Lei Hao, follow my signal and use lightning to paralyze it. A moment is all we need. Understood. Both replied in unison. The poisonous spine porcupine began its charge. Its massive form transformed into an out-of-control armored vehicle, barreling forward. Qinshan, gravitational mire. Qinshan bellowed, concentrating the gravitational force on the ground and limbs of the porcupine. Its momentum abruptly halted, as though it had crashed into an invisible mire. Now, Lin Fan waved his left hand, sending 3 exquisitely compressed golden fireballs, their white cores faintly visible, soaring towards the porcupine's face in a formation. Upgraded tracking flame explosion. The porcupine instinctively lowered its head, attempting to shield itself with its thick forehead armor. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fireballs detonated simultaneously. The extreme heat and impact failed to breach the armor, but succeeded in forcing it to pause and roar in rage, exposing its vulnerable neck. Lei Hao, Thunder Serpent. Lei Hao's hands formed a grasping motion, and a massive azure thunder serpent shot forth, expertly coiling around the porcupine's neck. Torrential lightning surged in, and the porcupine emitted a pained roar, its body convulsing violently, succumbing to a brief paralysis. Flame step. Lin Fan's figure suddenly blurred, leaving a trail of golden flames as he crossed several meters in an instant, appearing at the porcupine's flank. There lay the junction of its spines and armor. The yin-ji blade was raised high, its blade ablaze with golden flames. Flash. The blade sliced through the night, transforming into a brilliant arc of golden lightning. Striking down with ferocity, It penetrated with precision into the seam between the toxic quills and the armor. The blade sunk nearly halfway. Golden flames surged wildly through the wound. A howl of agony erupted from the venomous porcupine, thrashing in desperation, its quills standing erect, ready to unleash a barrage. Subdue it. Lin Fan swiftly withdrew his blade. The gravitational force collapsed. Qin Shan's eyes widened as he concentrated the gravity field fully upon the porcupine's back. The upright quills were forcefully pressed down by an invisible hand, interrupting the impending spray. Lei Hao's lightning intensified once more, firmly ensnaring the porcupine and restricting its movements. Lin Fan steadied himself, his chest rising and falling slightly. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he executed the flame step for a second advance. This time, the blade plunged directly into the previous wound. Die! The blade thrust without a hilt. Heaven's flames erupted from the blade with a thunderous explosion. The porcupine's struggles abruptly ceased, its massive body collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The battle concluded. Lin Fan panted, gazing at the fist-sized crystal core that slowly oozed from the porcupine's corpse, gleaming with earthy yellow and faint purple hues. A low-tier spiritual core of the extraordinary realm. The value of this core surpassed all their previous gains combined. Well done! Qin Shan exclaimed, excitedly waving his shield. Lei Hao also retracted the electric arcs and began inspecting the body. Both the quills and the armor remained intact, quality materials indeed. Hurry and clean up, the scent of blood will attract other creatures. The trio swiftly processed the spoils, masking the scent of blood. The campfire blazed once more. In the latter half of the night, Lei Hao took the watch. Lin Fan returned to his sleeping bag, but found it difficult to drift into slumber. The crackling of the campfire, the whispers of the wilderness wind, and the rhythmic breathing of his companions filled his ears. He gazed at the elongated starry sky carved out by the rock walls, reflecting on the battle just fought. Precaution, decision-making, cooperation, trust. In the life and death struggle, the term team bore a heavy weight. It signified a trust that allowed one to rely on another's back. It represented the strength to support each other in dire circumstances. He slowly closed his eyes. Within him, the source core of the sixth star of the awakening realm operated steadily, the energies of space and flames flowing gently. The flame's silent blade rested beside him, emanating a warm resonance. 2 more days of training, followed by the final mission. The path ahead remained uncertain. However, behind him stood companions he could rely upon, and he would become stronger. Chapter 43. Senior, do you think you deserve to be the Yellow Sparrow? On the second day of training, dawn broke. As the light of day pierced through the horizon, the Su Yan team had already made their preparations. Carefully burying the embers of the campfire, and the 3 set forth into the depths of the Su realm, embracing the cool morning breeze. Last night's battle not only yielded abundant rewards, but also enhanced the trio's synergy. Qin Shan stifled a yawn. The late-night watch had left him somewhat drowsy, yet his gaze remained sharp. According to the tactical tablet's map, their target for the day was a spirit plant known as flame grass. This plant typically thrived near warm water sources rich in fire attribute energy. After traversing 2 hills, a narrow and steep valley came into view. Heat rose at the valley's entrance, and a faint scent of sulfur wafted through the air. The map coordinates pinpointed this valley. Lin Fan stowed away the tablet. His gaze directed into the depths of the shadowy gorge. There is a heat source. A spark of electricity flickered at Lei Hao's fingertips, his voice lowered, cautioning against beasts. Let us go in and take a look, stay alert. Lin Fan uttered 3 words, the flame's silent blade silently unsheathed by half an inch. The spatial perception field quietly unfurling, seeping into the valley like mercury. Inside the valley, the light was dim, strewn with fragments of volcanic rock, and dark red moss grew in the crevices of the rock walls. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature rose, and the scent of sulfur intensified. After proceeding approximately 200 meters, their vision suddenly opened up. A modest clearing lay in the valley. At the center of the clearing was a hot spring pool nearly 10 meters in diameter, bubbling with murky yellow-green foam. On the moist rocks surrounding the pool, clusters of leaf-like crimson plants, resembling flickering flames, thrived vigorously. Flame grass. A quick scan revealed at least 20 specimens of exceptional quality. However, just as the trio was captivated by the flame grass, a voice laced with feigned friendliness emerged from the shadows of the rock wall. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't that our rising star Lin Fan? 3 figures stepped out from behind the rocks. The leader was none other than Zhao Kuan. He wore an exceedingly uncomfortable smile, his greedy gaze sweeping over the flame grass before fixating on Lin Fan, a fleeting glimmer of malice and calculation flickering in his eyes. Behind him were 2 lackeys, one with a bandage on his face and the other with an arm in a sling, both nursing old wounds, now glaring at Lin Fan and his companions with palpable hostility. A coincidence? A chill crept into Lin Fan's eyes. This valley entrance was so concealed, and they had just arrived, yet Zhao Kuan followed right after? They were either trailing them or had surreptitiously stolen their route. Senior Zhao. Lin Fan's voice remained calm and unruffled. What brings you here? Nothing major. Zhao Kuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance, and pointed at the flame grass. Both of us have set our sights on the same goods. Fine treasures indeed, but unfortunately, good things often have guardian beasts. Did you sense that? No sooner had he spoken than a massive bubble erupted in the center of the pool. A fierce, scorching aura surged from the depths. The water churned violently as a fierce head covered in dark red scales slowly emerged, its cold vertical pupils instantly locking onto both groups on the shore. Lava lizard. Mid-tier extraordinary realm. This beast measured over 4 meters in length, emanating a pressure far beyond that of the toxic porcupine from the previous night. Clearly the guardian of this hot spring and the flame grass. Qin Shan's expression darkened, gripping his heavy shield tightly. Lei Hao's eyes turned icy. Arcs of electricity coiling around him, ready to strike. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The lava lizard's resistance to flames would counter both his and Zhao Kuen's abilities. See that? Zhao Kuen spread his hands, his smile growing even more insincere. Just the 3 of you, and you think you can take it down? You might as well expect to lose a few teeth. Why don't we cooperate? Cooperate? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, cooperate. Zhao Kuen pointed at the lava lizard. Let us slay this beast together, and we'll divide the flame grass based on contribution. It's better than both sides suffering losses or being driven away by it. Right? The phrase based on contribution was emphasized heavily. Lin Fan saw through the calculation lurking in Zhao Kuen's gaze, yet the current situation was indeed precarious. The lava lizard had already crawled ashore, emitting a threatening growl. To abandon the flame grass was disheartening. To confront it alone, even if victorious, would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory, a loss outweighing the gain. Fan Ge? Qin Shan quietly inquired. Lei Hao also cast a questioning look, wariness etched in his expression. Lin Fan quickly weighed the pros and cons, turning to Zhao Kuen, his voice flat. All right. But let me make one thing clear. Anyone who dares to play tricks during the battle will not be treated kindly. Rest assured, I, Zhao Kuen, am a man of my word. Zhao Kuen patted his chest, the smile devoid of sincerity. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The lava lizard, enraged, struck first, unleashing a torrent of scorching dark red magma towards Lin Fan's larger group. Scatter. The trio had anticipated this, instantly leaping to the sides. The magma grazed Qin Shan's shield, scorching the ground with a hissing sound, plumes of white smoke rising. Qin Shan, gravity field suppression. Lei Hao, aim for its eyes and mouth. Its scale's fire resistance is too high. Lin Fan commanded calmly, his figure moving like a specter around the lava lizard, the spatial perception scanning with full force, searching for the nearly non-existent gaps in its armor. Qin Shan's gravity field descended immediately, yet the lava lizard's strength was formidable. The effect of the gravity suppression was limited, merely slowing its movements momentarily. Lei Hao's lightning strikes were precise, but most were deflected by the thick armor, only a few grazing its eyelids, thoroughly inciting the beast's wrath. As for Zhao Kuen's group, they were indeed attacking. The crimson flames unleashed by Zhao Kuen descended upon the magma lizard's form, akin to tepid water cascading over one's back, utterly ineffective. His 2 subordinates, one conjuring a feeble gust of wind blades and the other summoning impenetrable earth spikes, exerted minimal effort, their primary focus diverted toward evasion and self-preservation. They schemed to utilize Lin Fan and his companions as expendable pawns, hoping to deplete the enemy's strength first. Lin Fan, with unwavering clarity, remained resolute, undistracted by their machinations. The magma lizard's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. With a roar, as its ranged attacks proved futile, the creature violently swung its massive tail. The thick appendage, accompanied by a shrill cry that tore through the air, transformed into a black-red shadow, sweeping directly toward the nearest target, Qin Shan. With a furious shout, Qin Shan braced himself, raising his shield to absorb the blow. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated. Qin Shan, along with his shield, was flung several meters away, crashing against the rocky wall with a muffled groan. His alloy shield bore a noticeable dent from the impact. Qin Shan. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Fan's heart. He is fine. Qin Shan shook his dazed head, gritting his teeth as he rose, feeling as though his insides were churning. The magma lizard, seizing the advantage, swiftly turned its head, unleashing an even more formidable torrent of lava. This time, it spread in a fan-shaped arc. The vast coverage enveloped both Lin Fan and Lei Hao, leaving them with no avenue for escape. Spatial barrier. Lin Fan's voice rang out, his hands pressing forward. A transparent rhombus-shaped barrier materialized instantaneously before him and Lei Hao. Hiss! The searing torrent of lava collided violently with the barrier. The shield quaked violently, emitting a mournful wail under the strain, its surface rippling wildly. Lin Fan's complexion drained of color in an instant, the spiritual energy within him surging forth like a torrent unleashed. Enduring the full force of an extraordinary mid-tier beast strike was an utterly devastating drain. Yet, ultimately, it held firm. The lava cascaded down the sides of the barrier, scorching the ground into a charred wasteland. Now's the moment. Lei Hao seized the opportunity during the magma lizard's brief moment of vulnerability after its expulsion. A spear of azure lightning, honed to perfection, cleaved through the air, plunging deep into the gaping maw of the magma lizard. Ack! The creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its mouth, devoid of any protective scales, was instantly ravaged by the electric force. In agony, it writhed upon the ground, collapsing a section of rock wall, its breath rapidly waning, one eye marred by splintered stones. Blood streaming freely. An opportunity. Lin Fan's team had expended tremendous energy. The magma lizard was gravely injured, on the brink of death. Zhao Kun, who had been biding his time, suddenly ignited with suppressed brilliance. Make your move, he sneered, shedding any pretense. Charging alongside his two subordinates towards the wounded magma lizard with unrelenting fervor. Their target was clear. Seize the final blow and claim all the flame grass. Lin Fan, you've contributed significantly, but I, your senior, shall take the final strike and spoils for myself. Zhao Kuen's triumphant voice echoed throughout the valley. Lei Hao. Lin Fan's voice, however, was cold, devoid of any tremor, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Ever vigilant, Lei Hao acted the instant Zhao Kuen made his move. He didn't attempt to intercept Zhao Kuen, but instead swung his hands fiercely. A bolt of tumultuous lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from above, striking precisely upon a massive boulder in Zhao Kuen's path. Boom! The boulder shattered into countless pieces. The violent shockwave and flying debris instantly obstructed Zhao Kuen's advance, forcing him and his two subordinates to stumble awkwardly. Just that moment. Flame step. Lin Fan's figure trailed a brilliant golden flame, appearing in an instant above the gravely injured magma lizard. The golden flames upon his Yinji blade were compressed to their utmost, the core radiating an alarming white heat that distorted the surrounding air, targeting the lizard's bloodied eye, torn by debris. Swoosh! The blade penetrated precisely through the eye socket. The intensely compressed golden flame detonated within the lizard's skull. The colossal creature's body stiffened suddenly, its final mournful cry lodged in its throat, never to escape. It collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. Lin Fan withdrew his blade, a cascade of scalding red and white substance spilling forth, his body slightly heaving. The consecutive use of the spatial barrier and flame step had taken a toll on his energy. Yet, he did not pause for even a moment. Slowly, he turned around. The blade of the Yinji blade dripped with the magma lizard's blood and brain matter. The tip lifted slightly, pointing towards Zhao Kuen, who had just emerged from the dust. His face ashen as liver. Lin Fan's voice was icy, each word resonating clearly in the silent valley. Senior, do you wish to steal? Chapter 44. Blade edge against neck. Establishing authority beyond borders. The atmosphere in the valley was heavy. Lin Fan stood firm, blade pointed directly at Zhao Kuen, his chilling inquiry reverberating against the rock walls. The enormous carcass of the magma lizard still twitched feebly, emitting residual warmth and a metallic scent of blood. Zhao Kuen's complexion transitioned from ashen to crimson, ultimately contorting in rage. The humiliation of being confronted with a blade by a mere awakening realm youth pushed him to the brink of explosion. Good. Very good. Zhao Kuen, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively, his voice hoarse. Lin Fan, you refuse to drink the wine of respect, and instead choose the wine of punishment. Do you truly believe that winning a single arena match has made you forget your place? He took a forceful step forward. The oppressive energy of a first-star spirit control realm erupted forth without reservation. A searing, domineering aura surged towards Lin Fan and his companions like a tidal wave. This demonstrated that his cultivation was more solid than during their previous arena encounter. He had not been idle over the past week. Though he hadn't acquired any supply agents, he had fortified his foundation. His two subordinates immediately advanced, their expressions fierce. They each targeted Qinshan and Lei Hao. Despite their injuries, their realms stood firm, both at Awakening Realm 9 stars. The numbers were equal, and they deemed their chances favorable. Today, I shall teach you how to conduct oneself in the wilderness. The murderous intent in Zhao Kuen's eyes was unmasked, no longer concealed. Make your move. Disable them. The flame grass and spirit cores are all ours. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Kuen launched the first strike. He brought his hands together, rapidly condensing a dark red fireball that swelled ominously. The fireball whistled as it hurtled toward Lin Fan. This was no longer a mere test. It was a full-force assault. Almost simultaneously, his two subordinates acted. The one with a bandaged face, Wind Element, waved his hands in rapid succession. Several sharp wind blades sliced through the air, targeting Qinshan. The other, with an arm and a sling, Earth Element, let out a roar, causing the ground to erupt with several sharp earth spikes. Aiming to trip Lei Hao, a 3v3 melee erupted. Faced with Zhao Kuen's ferocious fireball, Lin Fan remained calm. His spatial perception had already discerned the fireball's trajectory, energy distribution, and even its unstable internal nodes with crystal clarity. He neither braced for impact nor awkwardly dodged. With a slight misstep, he shifted his body at the perfect angle. The blazing fireball grazed his clothing, crashing against the rocky wall behind him and exploding into a shower of sparks. Precise and unflustered. Meanwhile, Qinshan confronted the incoming wind blades with unruffled composure. He didn't even raise his shield. With a low shout, he invoked, gravity collapse, centered around him. A peculiar force field instantaneously acted upon the wind blades. The once swift wind blades suddenly sank into an invisible quagmire. Their speed drastically diminished, their trajectories distorted, and their power significantly reduced. Qinshan effortlessly swatted them away with his shield. His gravitational field had begun to exhibit the ability to interfere with energy attacks. Lei Hao was even more direct and brutal. The moment the earth spikes erupted, he deftly sidestepped with a light step. His figure glided like a specter, evading the spikes entirely. Simultaneously, he paid no heed to the earth element subordinate, merely raising his hand to point. ZZZ, a slender yet blinding blue electric serpent, like a living entity, twisted around to strike the earth subordinate's arm joint at an improbable angle. Ah! The subordinate shrieked in agony. His previously injured arm was subjected to a renewed electric shock. The excruciating pain pierced through him, instantly numbing his entire arm. The partially coalesced earth element's spiritual energy promptly dissipated. In the first round of confrontation, Zhao Kuen's team appeared to strike first, yet they were ensnared at every turn, gaining no advantage whatsoever. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhao Kuen. At this moment, the tension was palpable. With a thunderous roar, he ceased to hold back. His palm struck in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of crimson fire prints like meteors raining down, enveloping Lin Fan. Simultaneously, he advanced swiftly, his right hand morphing into a claw, fingertips radiating intense heat as they reached for Lin Fan's throat. The combination of close quarters and ranged attacks showcased his considerable combat experience. However, in the face of Lin Fan's spatial perception, every trajectory was laid bare, and every intent was transparently discernible. Lin Fan moved like a storm-tossed seabird, deftly weaving through the dense array of fiery palm prints. Each movement was executed with precision, evading attacks with minimal effort. Occasionally, when an attack was unavoidable, he would nimbly deflect it with his flame of silence blade. As the golden flame made contact with the crimson fire, the latter dissipated rapidly, akin to snow meeting boiling oil, thereby enhancing the brilliance of the golden flame. The absolute suppression of flame quality was vividly displayed at this moment. Is merely evading all you can do? Useless. Zhao Kuen, increasingly agitated by his inability to land a hit, suddenly clasped his hands together, causing crimson flames to surge violently around him. The flames coalesced into a whirlwind, engulfing him entirely. He then charged at Lin Fan like a fiery tornado, an area attack difficult to evade entirely. Yet, Lin Fan had no intention of retreating. With a flash of golden flame, he vanished from the front of the fiery cyclone. Zhao Kuen could only perceive a blur before Lin Fan reappeared 2 meters to his side, exploiting the gap created by Zhao Kuen's rotational momentum. The flame of silence blade, ablaze with fierce golden flames, slashed downwards. Startled, Zhao Kuen forced himself to turn, crossing his flame-enshrouded arms in a desperate block. The clash resounded with a thunderous clang. Zhao Kuen staggered backward, his arms flickering with crimson flames, almost on the verge of collapse. The searing pain and numbing sensation from the opponent's flames were excruciatingly intense. Lin Fan, seizing the advantage, executed another flame step, his figure darting left and right, advancing and retreating with remarkable speed. He circled Zhao Kuen, weaving a web of blade light and golden flames. Each attack was cunning and ruthless, aimed squarely at his opponent's vulnerabilities. Zhao Kuen found himself entirely on the defensive. His fiery assaults were either effortlessly dodged or devoured by Lin Fan's golden flames. He could not keep pace with Lin Fan's spectral movements, relegating him to an awkward state of defense and evasion. Soon, he bore several charred cuts, although shallow. They stung fiercely and further diminished his pride. Brother Kuen, his 2 lackeys, witnessing Zhao Kuen's total suppression, were frantic to assist. Your opponents are us, Qinshan bellowed, unleashing a gravitational field that ensnared the 2 subordinates. Under the weight of the gravitational influence, their movements became sluggish and stiff. Lei Hao's icy gaze flickered with electricity as arcs danced between his hands, locking onto the 2, deterred from any reckless actions. The situation had devolved into Lin Fan's unilateral domination over Zhao Kuen, while Qinshan and Lei Hao maintained control over the other 2. Zhao Kuen's anxiety grew with every passing moment. The more he fought, the more constrained he felt. Though he sensed that Lin Fan's spiritual energy was evidently inferior to his own, awakening stage 6 stars versus mastery stage 1 star, the latter's adept application of abilities, mastery of combat rhythm, and the bizarre capabilities stemming from his dual-type powers completely compensated for the disparity in realms, even exerting a counter-pressure. This could not continue. A flicker of resolve ignited in Zhao Kuen's eyes. He deliberately displayed a gap, leaving his chest vulnerable, as if fatigue from the prolonged battle had rendered him sluggish. Lin Fan's blade pivoted, aiming directly for his heart. Die! Zhao Kuen's heart twisted with malicious glee. The lethal strike he had long prepared erupted in an instant. Ignoring the incoming blade, he pulled all his spiritual energy into his palms, compressing the crimson flames into 2 elongated fiery spikes. One to the left and one to the right, like poisonous dragons emerging from their lairs, they lunged at Lin Fan's ribs, a gambit for mutual destruction. He wagered that Lin Fan would hesitate to perish alongside him and would inevitably retract his blade in defense. However, Lin Fan's gaze remained as serene as ice. The fiery spikes, aimed at his sides, were rendered starkly clear in his spatial perception. Trajectory, velocity, and energy intensity were all distinctly defined. As the fiery spikes approached, he executed the flame step. Lin Fan's advancing figure dissipated like a phantom, leaving Zhao Kuen's anticipated strikes to pierce through empty air. The immense disparity in force caused Zhao Kuen's blood to surge, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's true form materialized behind and to the side of Zhao Kuen. This time, the distance covered seemed even shorter than before, yet the angle was more cunning, and the timing was impeccably precise. The cold blade, imbued with flickering, soul-chilling golden flames, gently pressed against Zhao Kuen's carotid artery. A mere flick of pressure or a breath of golden flame, and Zhao Kuen would find himself separated from his head. Swallowing hard, Zhao Kuen felt the sharpness of the blade and the searing heat of the flames. The shadow of death had never loomed so close. The valley fell into a profound silence. Qinshan and Lei Hao ceased their suppression of the two subordinates, their cold gazes fixed upon this scene. The two lackeys, pale as ghosts, dared not move. In the distance, other student teams, drawn by the commotion of battle, held their breath, incredulous at the sight before them. Zhao Kuen, at Mastery Stage 1 star, had found himself at the mercy of Lin Fan, an awakening stage fighter. With a blade poised at his throat, the entire confrontation had been one-sided. With no opportunity for retaliation, Zhao Kuen managed to force a word from between clenched teeth. His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with humiliation and terror. Senior. Lin Fan's voice resonated in his ear, calm and unyielding. Will you continue? Zhao Kuen's body stiffened. He felt the sharpness and heat at his throat. All his unwillingness and anger ultimately transmuted into a chilling dread and resignation. He had no doubt that should he utter a single word of defiance or make any move, his adversary would unhesitatingly slice his throat open. In the wilderness, the instructors could not monitor every moment, and accidental deaths were not beyond the realm of possibility. I concede. Zhao Kuen closed his eyes, forcing the words out as if expending the last of his strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan slightly rotated his wrist. The flame of silence blade withdrew from Zhao Kuen's throat, yet the tip remained directed at him. According to their agreement, spoils would be allocated based on contribution. Lin Fan approached the corpse of the lava lizard, expertly extracting the radiant mid-tier extraordinary spiritual core. He also gathered approximately 70% of the fire herb, meticulously placing it in a specially crafted container. Then, he gestured towards the remaining 30% of fire herb and the lava lizard's corpse, which still held value in its scales, venom glands, etc. Addressing the two subordinates who remained frozen in place, these are yours. We understand the rules. This not only demonstrated absolute strength and dominance, securing the majority of the precious resources, but it also spared the opposition from total humiliation, allowing them a modicum of compensation and a semblance of dignity. This was the wilderness, and the unspoken rule of the Longyuan camp. Strength reigns supreme. However, unless life and death enmity existed, one would not typically pursue total annihilation. Zhao Kuen gazed at the 30% of fire herb and the lizard's remains, his complexion alternating between red and white. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely exchanging a glance with his two lackeys. The two rushed forward to collect the remnants, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Fan paid them no further attention. He secured the spiritual core and fire herb, nodding to Qinshan and Lei Hao. Let us depart. The three turned and walked towards the valley's exit with steady strides and upright postures. Only after their figures vanished from the valley's mouth did Zhao Kuen stagger, as if drained of strength, supported by his subordinates. He touched the faint red mark on his neck where the blade and golden flame had seared him. Watching Lin Fan and his companions retreat, his eyes brimmed with malice, trepidation, and a sliver of profound fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. This time, he was genuinely afraid. The opponent's astonishing growth in strength was only exacerbated by their chilling composure, ruthlessness, and precision in battle, which left him trembling. The surrounding students, who had been observing in silence, began to discreetly withdraw. Yet, the names of the Su Yen team and Lin Fan, alongside this decisive and overwhelming victory, were destined to spread rapidly among them. The wilderness training was not merely a trial against ferocious beasts, it was also a contest between individuals. From this day forth, none would dare to regard Lin Fan as merely the 41st ranked potential candidate. With the knife in his hand and the flames beneath his feet, he had drawn a clear and formidable line for himself and his teammates. Chapter 45, Ascendance. Qualification for the exclusive secret realm. The 3-day, 2-night wilderness training had finally come to an end. The roar of the transport helicopter's rotor blades tore through the air, enveloping the camp in a thunderous sound once more. The cabin door swung open, and the students filed out, each one appearing travel-worn, yet their gazes sharper than when they had departed. They bore the marks of battle, stains, scratches, and bleeding bandages. However, within many of their eyes sparkled the exhilaration of achievement and the contemplative weight of having survived. The true wilderness, even at its fringes, had imparted the most profound lesson to these newcomers in the harshest of ways. Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan stood in the ranks, their breaths steady and composed. Qin Shan's heavy shield bore several deep claw marks, while Lei Hao's expression was colder than ever, and Lin Fan's gaze was as deep as an abyss. Instructor Shan Yao and several other evaluators had long awaited in the square, ready to verify the results of each team. The collected samples, materials from the ferocious beasts, and combat data recorded in their devices were swiftly scanned and assessed. Half an hour later, a colossal holographic screen illuminated the square. The results of the training session were about to be announced. All breaths caught in anticipation. This score not only pertained to rewards, but also directly defined their worth in the real wilderness, serving as the highest reference for the final task groupings. Now announcing the training scores, Instructor Shan Yao's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. First place, Suyen Team. Members, Lin Fan, Lei Hao, Qin Shan. Major achievements. Confirmed kill of a low-tier extraordinary venomous porcupine. Confirmed kill of a mid-tier extraordinary lava lizard. Exceeded collection tasks for gray iron or crystals and flame grass. Team cooperation assessment. Excellent. Additional points. Efficient response to unexpected attacks and proper management of resource disputes among students. Total score, 2,850 points. At that moment, the square erupted with gasps of astonishment. First place, and by an overwhelming margin of nearly 3,000 points. 2 extraordinary beasts defeated, one of which was mid-tier. The value of this achievement was almost too hot to handle. Lin Fan and his companions remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. Their efforts deserved this first place. Second place, Wang Tung Team. Score, 2,450 points. Third place, Liamo Team. Score, 2,350 points. As the rankings continued to descend, an odd atmosphere settled when the fifth place was announced. Fifth place, Zhao Kuan Team. Major achievements. Assisted in the kill of a mid-tier extraordinary lava lizard. Contribution rated, minor. Completed basic collection tasks. Team cooperation assessment, satisfactory. Note, intentional underperformance and attempts to seize others' achievements noted, resulting in the deduction of cooperation and moral evaluation points. Total score, 1,650 points. In an instant, Zhao Kuan's face turned the color of liver. The fifth place ranking, coupled with that damning note, nailed him to the pillar of shame. He could feel the scornful and unabashedly gleeful gazes directed at him from all directions. Lin Fan. Zhao Kuan fixed his gaze on the distant, upright figure, his nails digging into his palm, resentment churning within his chest. Yet more than that, there was a sense of powerlessness, of dread. The searing heat and coldness of the long knife, ablaze with flames, still haunted his nightmares. With the rankings announced, it was time for the rewards to be distributed. Points had been credited to each team's account for self-allocation. Instructor Shan Yao's single eye swept across the crowd, ultimately settling on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, during this training, you demonstrated top-tier early warning, tactics, decisiveness, and combat contributions. Therefore, you are awarded 1 hour of access to the Junior Secret Realm training room. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The Secret Realm training room. Surely, I must be mistaken. The concentration of spiritual energy in that place is more than twice that of the outside world. An hour there equates to half a day of arduous cultivation. Only those who have made significant contributions are qualified to enter. Lin Fan had truly risen to prominence. Countless envious, jealous, and fervent gazes converged upon him, nearly igniting him with their intensity. The Secret Realm training room was an invaluable sanctuary for all students yearning to grow stronger. Lin Fan paused for a moment, the richness of this reward exceeding his expectations. He stepped forward, receiving a silver card from Instructor Shan Yao. The card felt pleasantly warm in his hand, the runes etched upon its surface seemingly flowing. Imbued with an extraordinary energy. After 1 hour, the card would become void. The training room was located underground in the central camp, accessible only with the card. Miss it, and the qualification would be forfeited. Instructor Shan Yao's voice was devoid of emotion. Yes, thank you, Instructor. Lin Fan solemnly accepted the access card. Once the rewards were distributed, the assembly was dismissed. The crowd surged toward the cafeteria and dormitories, parting ways as Lin Fan's team passed through. Fangirl, incredible. First place. And the Secret Realm. Qin Shan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he waved his fists. Lei Hao also turned to Lin Fan and simply said, you deserve it. It is our collective achievement. Lin Fan smiled, not taking credit for himself. Let us divide the points and then feast. First thing tomorrow morning, I will utilize it. The three of them arrived at the points exchange, where a staggering 2,850 points lay in their team account. How shall we divide it? Qin Shan inquired. Points are shared, but must be used wisely. Lin Fan had already devised a plan. Lei Hao, you need the Thunder Pattern Potion to break into the Mastery Realm. Qin Shan, the Strong Bone Compound and Gravity Stabilizing Capsule will solidify your new abilities. As for myself, I require some Meridian Nourishing Potions to prepare for entering the Secret Realm. We will first allocate 1,000 points to enhance the three of us. Then use 500 points to exchange for universal healing potions and energy recovery agents to prepare for the final mission. The remaining 1,350 points will serve as our team's reserve fund for emergencies. How does that sound? Lei Hao nodded in agreement. Reasonable. 2 Thunder Pattern potions will cost 600 points. Qin Shan grinned. I will follow Fan Ji's lead. Mine will total 400 points. The distribution plan was unanimously accepted. After the exchange, the three made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, they could distinctly feel the change in the gazes directed at them, filled with awe, curiosity, and unabashed intentions of friendship. Strength is always the fastest ticket to earn respect. In a corner, Zhao Kuan and his lackey sat with sullen faces, picking at their meals. Kuan Gu, are we just going to let this go? The lackey, still with bandages on his face, murmured in discontent. Zhao Kuan abruptly raised his head, his eyes flashing with menace, causing the lackey to fall silent instantly. The chopsticks in his hand creaked ominously as he squeezed them, his knuckles turning pale. Let it go? How could that be? Yet he was acutely aware that Lin Fan was riding high on his recent success, his strength unfathomable. Confronting him directly would only invite humiliation. The final task awaited. In the wilderness, life and death were uncertain, and opportunities abounded. It was time to reach out to his uncle. Zhao Kuan lowered his head, deeper schemes flickering in his eyes. Lin Fan paid no heed to the prying gazes. He swiftly finished his meal and told Lei Hao and Qin Shan, I will head back to adjust my state. You two should also consolidate your gains. Rest assured, Fangu, in the secret realm, don't be too greedy or reckless. Lei Hao cautioned. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on his bed and took out the silver secret realm access card. Under the luminous glow, the runes upon the card pulsated as if engaged in some arcane respiration. The concentration of spiritual energy in the novice secret realm training chamber had doubled. Lin Fan murmured to himself. Zhao Kuan had already become a mere remnant of the past, unable to stir any turbulence in the short term. The true test lay in the upcoming sea-level final combat mission a week hence, a genuine struggle for survival. This hour of training in the secret realm represented his greatest opportunity for a surge in strength before the task. It was imperative that he seized it. Achieving the 6-star awakening realm was insufficient. He aspired to touch the threshold of 7 stars, and even attempt to break through to a higher mastery. Lin Fan clenched the card tightly, his gaze piercing through the window towards the central structure of the camp leading underground. A fervent light ignited in his eyes. The path to strength was endless, and this hour within the secret realm would serve as a crucial accelerator for the next chapter of his journey. Chapter 46, Secret Realm Challenge. The emergence of void flames, a surge in combat power. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, Lin Fan stood at the center of the camp, before the unassuming gray structure. The building bore no insignia, only a heavy alloy door tightly sealed, guarded by a sentinel whose gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding a dense aura. He was a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the mastery realm. Lin Fan presented the silver access card. The guard accepted it, swiftly scanning it on a device. A green light illuminated, accompanied by a soft chime. Novice Secret Realm Room Number 3. Time limit, 1 hour. Upon entry, the door would close automatically and lock, reopening only when the time expired. During this period, any external interference could not disrupt the process, unless one crushed the emergency escape talisman, which would also immediately invalidate their qualifications. The guard's voice was steady as he returned the card, also handing Lin Fan a small jade talisman. Take this. Lin Fan accepted the talisman and tucked it away securely. It was a life-saving object, to be used only in dire straits. The guard stepped aside, and the alloy door slid silently inward, revealing a well-lit metallic passageway extending downward. Lin Fan's breath deepened as he stepped inside. The door behind him closed quietly, cutting off all external sounds. The passage was brief, approximately 20 meters long. Ahead loomed another door, inscribed with 3 characters. Lin Fan scanned the card again, and the door opened in response. The moment he stepped in, Lin Fan's spirit trembled. It was suffused with energy, an unimaginable density. The training chamber was modest in size, merely around 10 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor were constructed from smooth white jade, intricately engraved with complex runes for gathering spirit energy, stabilization, and tranquility. At that moment, the entire room was filled with a milky white spiritual mist that seemed almost tangible. This spiritual energy was extraordinarily pure, devoid of any impurities, effortlessly seeping through his pores with each breath, bringing waves of refreshing comfort. The concentration of spiritual energy was at least double, if not nearing triple, that of the outside world. This was the secret realm Lin Fan had come to realize. Training here would yield astonishing efficiency. Without further hesitation, he swiftly positioned himself on the central cushion, sitting cross-legged. The Yinji knife lay horizontally before him, and he inserted the silver access card into the slot beside the cushion. Initiating the countdown, 59:59. System, assist me in maximizing the absorption of the spiritual energy in this place, with the goal of breaking through to the 7-star awakening realm and simultaneously solidifying my dual-element foundation, Lin Fan silently intoned. Environment analysis in progress. High purity. High concentration of attribute-less spiritual energy detected, suitable for all-element training. Host current status. 6-star awakening realm, stable. Preliminary establishment of dual-element energy circulation. Absorption plan formulated. Balanced guidance. Spatial flame energy channels at 45 each. Physical meridian refinement at 10. Prioritize increasing total volume and qualitative change to breach the bottleneck. Initiating auxiliary absorption protocol. As the system's voice faded, Lin Fan felt his consciousness intertwine with the ocean of spiritual energy within the training chamber. The system's guidance was not a forceful plunder, but rather akin to a master helmsman, steering the operation of his own spiritual energy, creating an efficient and stable vortex that wildly yet orderly absorbed the surrounding mist. An immense influx of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, rapidly transforming into spiritual power, infusing his meridians and coalescing in his dantian. The Spatial Dominion's energy channels responded first. That cool and precise energy, receiving such bountiful replenishment, became extraordinarily vibrant, its operational speed dramatically increasing. Lin Fan distinctly felt his perception of space expanding outward at an unprecedented rate. 80 meters, 90 meters, he effortlessly surpassed the 100-meter threshold. The clarity, stability, and sensitivity to subtle spatial fluctuations had undergone a qualitative leap. He could even faintly perceive the subtle anchoring effects of the stable runes on the training chamber's walls upon space. Next came the core of the burning heavens' fiery flame energy. The golden flames phantom in his dantian, under the deluge of spiritual energy, blazed fiercely, swelling in size and radiating an even more brilliant light. At the heart of the flames, the stable white core became increasingly distinct and solid, akin to the heart of the fire, with each pulse elevating the qualitative transformation of the entire fiery energy. Lin Fan estimated that the maximum temperature of the flames had stabilized to over 3,000 degrees Celsius. This exceeded the limits of many fire element superhumans of the same rank. The dual-element spiritual energy coursed through his body, akin to two ever-expanding rivers, operating at high speeds within the preliminary circulatory channels, their barriers further blurring and their synergy quietly enhancing. Even more astonishingly, under the system's exquisite guidance and his heightened concentration, he naturally entered a remarkable state of multitasking. In his left palm, he could simultaneously condense and maintain a highly stable golden flame, practicing precise temperature gradient variations, while with his right hand, he could draw a thread of spatial energy with his fingertips, sketching simple spatial coordinate models before him, honing his speed and accuracy in spatial marking. Multitasking, simultaneously manipulating two vastly different properties, both requiring intense focus. This would provide a tremendous advantage in combat, allowing him to defend or maneuver spatially, while concurrently launching attacks, with flames, facilitating more intricate tactical combinations. As the spiritual energy surged and his control deepened, the bottleneck of the 6-star awakening realm began to loosen. When the concentration of mist in the training chamber slightly diminished due to his fervent absorption, and with 15 minutes remaining on the countdown, the energy accumulated within Lin Fan finally reached a critical point. There was no violent collision, no arduous struggle. In such a favorable environment, and with his solid foundation, the breakthrough unfolded effortlessly. With a soft pop, a sound resonated from the depths of his soul. Within the dantian, the core representing the 6-star awakening realm radiated brilliantly, expanding once more, its surface etched with increasingly intricate and profound patterns, emitting stronger and more stable energy fluctuations as it spun. The 7-star awakening realm was achieved. The afterglow of the breakthrough left Lin Fan feeling exhilarated, with both the total volume and purity of his spiritual energy ascending to a new height. Yet he did not cease his training. The countdown continued, and the spiritual energy remained abundant. He endeavored to immerse part of his consciousness into a deeper understanding of his dual-element energies. Space and flame, one intangible, one tangible. One cold, one hot, one still, one in motion. Were they truly only capable of independent application or simple cooperation? The Yinji knife left by his grandfather seemed to yearn for a form of fusion. A bold notion, like lightning piercing the silence, suddenly illuminated his mind. If the flame step could buffer spatial folding using fiery energy, could the reverse not be possible? Could a trace of spatial properties be integrated into the flame? With thought ignited, he immediately set to work. Lin Fan carefully extricated an exceedingly fine thread of spatial dominion energy. This thread was cool and empty, as if devoid of any attribute. Then, he summoned a strand of highly refined burning heaven's fiery flame energy, cautiously wrapping and permeating this thread of spatial energy, as if encasing a seed. The process was immensely challenging. Spatial energy struggled to adhere, while the fiery energy was too volatile. After numerous failed attempts, the spatial energy was either directly vaporized by the flames or induced minor energy disturbances. Yet Lin Fan did not relent. He reminisced about the subtle equilibrium achieved on the surface of his body while executing the flame step, where two distinct energies harmonized. adjusting their proportions, rhythm, and energy structure. At last, during yet another attempt, as the spatial ethereal energy embedded itself into the fiery energy structure at a specific frequency and form, a sudden transformation occurred. The golden flame, which had been steadily burning in Lin Fan's palm, abruptly changed. Its brilliance became erratic, flickering unpredictably, while the flame body itself seemed to shimmer and pulse, at times appearing distinctly solid, at others becoming hazy and translucent, as if existing simultaneously in the realm of reality and some delicate interstice of space. The high temperatures it emitted exhibited peculiar fluctuations, alternating between searing intensity and restrained warmth. This state was exceedingly unstable, lasting no more than 3 seconds before dissipating. Yet, the unique texture of the flame, infused with the ethereal and penetrative qualities of space, was indelibly etched in Lin Fan's consciousness. Detection of special energy combination attempt. Analyzing. Combination method. Spatial energy minutely embedded within the fiery energy structure. Manifestation. Unstable spatial interference phenomena in the physical properties of the flame, possessing potential traits such as visual deception and enhanced energy penetration. Stability, extremely low, E grade. Consumption, extremely high, A grade. Control requirements, extremely high, S grade. Recorded as the embryonic form of a self-created skill. Naming suggestion, void flame, tentative. Rating, potential unknown, theoretically possesses high tactical value and growth potential. Suggestion, the hostess' current realm and control capabilities are insufficient to stabilize its application, necessitating extensive practice and a deeper understanding of dual energy systems. Success. Though merely a rudimentary and unstable prototype, it indeed represented a preliminary and substantive fusion of spatial and fiery attributes. Just then, a beep signaled the countdown reaching 0. The dense spiritual mist in the training room began to be rapidly absorbed by the runes on the walls, circulating. The ceiling's gentle light illuminated. The silver access card, inserted in the slot, dimmed, emitting a soft click before ejecting automatically. The card's surface bore fine cracks, clearly indicating it was a one-time use item. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. In his deep gaze, star trails and fiery shadows flickered and vanished, only to gradually settle back into serene calm. His aura was now far more solid and restrained than before entering the secret realm. At this moment, he resembled a tempered blade, its edge concealed in its sheath, yet radiating an undeniable brilliance. Awakening realm, level 7, secured. Spatial perception extending 100 meters, flame temperature exceeding 3000, initial mastery of dual tasking. Coupled with that fleeting glimpse of the void flame, prototype, the gains were immense. He rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body from prolonged sitting, his joints releasing barely audible low sounds. Grasping the expired access card and the Yinji blade resting on his knee, Lin Fan cast one last glance at the training room that had bestowed him such significant assistance before turning towards the exit. The door slid open automatically. The corridor, the guards, followed by the refreshing air and the gradually brightening sky. The guard's gaze swept over Lin Fan, a flicker of surprise momentarily surfacing in his eyes. Yet no words were spoken. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the building. The morning sun poured down, warmth enveloping him. He spread his left hand. A thought stirring within. A flicker. A wisp of golden flame danced at his fingertips, steady and intense. Immediately, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Attempting to replicate that fleeting sensation from the secret realm, infusing a minuscule, nearly imperceptible spatial fluctuation into the golden flame. In an instant, the flame at his fingertips began to flicker at an extraordinarily high frequency, its edges blurring, as though it might vanish into the air at any moment, yet simultaneously appearing at several overlapping focal points. Though it lasted merely a moment before returning to normal, a sharp smile curved at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. He clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. Raising his gaze towards the training grounds, he could already hear the sound of the morning practice horn. The end-of-term sea-level mission was just 5 days away. Time was pressing, yet the power in his hands had only grown stronger. Chapter 47. Target Spider Matriarch. Where the blade points, victory shall follow. 3 days after the training in the secret realm, an announcement was dispatched through the camp's internal communication system to all cadets' tactical tablets. All cadets undergoing end-of-term assessments. Please proceed to your assigned team's tactical meeting room at 3 p.m. today to receive the end-of-term practical mission briefing. The notice struck like lightning, shattering the tranquility of the new cadet area in Longyuan camp. Instantly, a tremendous wave of excitement surged through the camp, stirring the hearts of all cadets. The end-of-term mission had finally arrived. At 3 p.m., Lin Fan, Qinshan, and Lei Hao of the Shuyan team timely pushed open the door to meeting room 7. The room was modest in size, featuring a rectangular metal conference table at its center, surrounded by 4 chairs. The wall's massive tactical display screen flickered to life, the camp's emblem glowing silently upon the screen. As the 3 seated themselves, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Qinshan, usually the most exuberant, now pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze focused and serious. After a brief moment, The door to the meeting room slid open silently, and Instructor Shanzhou entered. He maintained his characteristic icy demeanor. His single eye scanned the trio without uttering a word. He promptly connected the tactical tablet in his hand to the central screen. The display shifted. A three-dimensional map of a vast, desolate hilly terrain appeared before them. Gray rocks and deep ravines intermingled, creating a barren and oppressive atmosphere. At the center of the map, a vivid crimson stood out alarmingly. End-of-term practical mission. The voice of Instructor Shanzhou was cold and devoid of emotion. Location: core area of the limestone hills, codenamed Spider's Nest. The image magnified. At the crimson marker, a massive cave entrance emerged, resembling a scar gouged by a meteorite. Surrounding it, a dense network of pale, gigantic spider webs exuded an eerie aura on the screen. Mission objective: suppress or eliminate the high-tier ferocious beast, the cave spider matriarch, and its brood residing within this cave. The image shifted once more. A terrifying spider, comparable in size to a small truck, its abdomen swollen like a hill, and covered in thick, dark brown armor, materialized as a virtual model. It possessed 8 compound eyes and mandibles sharp as blades. Beside it, detailed data was clearly listed. Name: Cave Spider Matriarch. Level: High Tier, estimated. Characteristics: extremely strong shell defense, immense power, vulnerable abdomen during spawning period, though more ferocious. Capable of shooting high-intensity, sticky webs, and corrosive acid. Commands a multitude of spider species ranging from awakening to low-tier extraordinary. Weakness: low resistance to flames, relatively sluggish during spawning. And the joints connecting its compound eyes are particularly fragile. High-tier extraordinary. Spawning period. These terms pierced the meeting room like icicles. Even Lin Fan, having just entered the awakening realm, felt an overwhelming weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. The extraordinary realm was a chasm with each tier, and high-tier beings far surpassed their mid to low-tier counterparts. Moreover, this was merely the matriarch itself. Behind it loomed an entire ferocious brood. Mission format: joint extermination. Instructor Shanzhou continued. This mission will be executed collaboratively by 4 student teams. You are required to infiltrate the cave within the designated time frame, exterminate the spider horde, and ultimately deliver a fatal blow to the matriarch. The mission evaluation will be based on each team's contributions during the extermination process, the final kill contribution, teamwork, and damage ratio, among other criteria. He paused, casting a scrutinizing glance over the trio. The 4 teams will adopt a limited competition model. That is, initially cooperating to exterminate the spider horde, and later freely competing for the primary attacking qualification against the matriarch. The team granted primary attacking qualification will receive additional mission evaluation points and the right to prioritize loot selection. Competition and cooperation coexist. This is the hallmark of Longyuan Camp. What is tested here is not just individual strength. Furthermore, it encompasses tactics, temperament, and the capacity to achieve objectives amidst intricate interpersonal dynamics. Your 3 rival teams have been identified. Instructor Shanzhou has retrieved basic information on the other 3 squads. 1. Zhao Kuen's team. Captain Zhao Kuen, control level 1 star. Fire element. With 2 members, awakening level 9 stars, wind element, and earth element. Note: there is a significant record of conflict with your team. 2. Li Mo's team. Captain Li Mo, control level 2 stars, earth element. With 2 members, control level 1 star, metal element, and wood element. Note: a seasoned strong team. Well coordinated and composed, exhibiting no obvious biases. 3. Su Yu's team. Captain Su Yu, control level 1 star, ice element. With 2 members, awakening level 9 stars. Water element, and support element. Note: a standout among the newcomers, Captain Su Yu demonstrates both strength and potential, having publicly acknowledged the prowess of Lin Fan's team. As Lin Fan gazed at the roster of these 3 teams, his mind rapidly engaged in analysis. Zhao Kuen's team is the overt adversary, likely to create obstacles and possibly resort to underhanded tactics during combat. Li Mo's team possesses the greatest strength, yet their intentions remain ambiguous. They could either be collaborators or threats. Su Yu's team, having expressed a debt of gratitude to Lin Fan after their last training exercise, might serve as a potential ally worth pursuing. With the briefing concluded, Instructor Shanzhou stowed away the tablet. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, assemble at the hangar for a unified departure. You have 1 night to formulate your tactics. Remember, this is a genuine combat scenario, not a drill. The potential for casualties exists. Take heed. With that, he turned and exited, the door to the conference room closing silently behind him. Silence enveloped the room like a tide. The presence of formidable adversaries loomed large as Qin Shan swallowed hard. He felt his alloy shield was somewhat inadequate. Low fire resistance is our advantage, Leihao stated. His voice cold and resolute. But the egg-laying period may be relatively slow, which does not imply it is easy to confront. Its acidic secretion and webbing are troublesome. Lin Fan rose and approached the tactical screen. With a deft fingertip, detailed information regarding the burrowing spider matriarch and the topographical map of the limestone hills instantly graced the display. A gleam of determination flickered in his eyes as he swiftly analyzed. First and foremost, our objective is explicit: to vie for the primary assault qualification, secure the highest evaluation, and gain precedence over spoils. Lin Fan's voice resonated with the steadiness of a rock, each word imbued with undeniable resolve. This will be the most crucial cornerstone for our future resource exchange and strength enhancement. Secondly, we must analyze our opponents and devise our strategies. His fingers hovered over the screen. Zhao Kuan's team must be approached with utmost caution. They are likely to undermine our efforts during the purge, sowing discord, and may even strike from behind at a critical juncture of our battle with the matriarch. Qinshan, you must remain vigilant regarding their movements, particularly in curtailing the disruptions from the wind and earth element users. Lei Hao, your lightning strikes must be prepared to interrupt Zhao Kuan's charging attacks at any moment. Qinshan and Lei Hao nodded gravely. As for Li Mo's team, they are the strongest yet maintain a neutral stance. They will likely prioritize a cautious approach, clearing lesser foes before contending for the main assault. We could attempt limited tactical cooperation with them in the early stages, such as sharing information or delineating our respective purge zones to avoid conflict. However, do not expect them to assist us at critical moments. They will act solely in their interests. As Lin Fan's gaze flickered with a spark of insight regarding Su Yu's team, he noted that the ice element is highly effective in restricting the matriarch's movements, while the water and support elements can provide excellent crowd control and healing support. They are our natural allies. Given Su Yu's indebtedness to us, we could attempt to communicate with them early on to establish a cooperative purge agreement, subsequently dividing the spoils based on contributions. At the very least, we must ensure they do not side with Zhao Kuan. Next, we must focus on the tactical core. Lin Fan fixed the image on the analysis of the matriarch's weaknesses. The low fire resistance presents our greatest opportunity for a breakthrough. My Inferno Flame and Lei Hao's Lightning, high temperature, can inflict substantial damage. However, its carapace is too thick for conventional attacks to breach. Therefore, our assault must target its compound eyes, joint connections, and especially its relatively vulnerable abdomen during the egg-laying phase. He turned his gaze toward Qinshan. Can your gravity field concentrate its suppression on a few of its legs at a critical moment? Or perhaps force its abdomen closer to the ground, exposing its weak defenses? Qinshan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. I'll give it a try. I believe I can achieve short-term concentrated suppression. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded, and then turned to Lei Hao. Your lightning, besides its lethality, must also emphasize paralysis and control effects. We need you to restrict its movements during our decisive strike against the matriarch, even if only for a second or two. Leave it to me, Lei Hao replied succinctly. Finally, it is my task. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened like a blade. I will utilize the mobility of the flame step and the preemptive awareness from spatial perception to seek the optimal moment to strike decisively. Simultaneously, I must remain vigilant against Zhao Kuan's potential ambush and any unforeseen contingencies. He surveyed his two comrades. This mission is perilous, yet we must emerge victorious, and do so resplendently, not to prove anything to anyone, but for our own sake, to pave the way for our future endeavors. Do you all understand? Understood. Qinshan bellowed, his voice reverberating through the conference room. Lei Hao slowly nodded, his deep-set eyes ablaze with fervor. The tactical meeting spanned nearly 2 hours. The trio repeatedly simulated various scenarios, formulating multiple contingency plans, and even practicing simple cooperative gestures. When the meeting concluded, dusk had already set in. In the cafeteria, the three silently consumed their dinner. The immense influx of information and intangible pressure weighed heavily on their minds. The nearby students mirrored their sentiments, as the impending final task cast a silent tension over the entire camp. As night deepened, Qinshan soon succumbed to gentle snoring, his energy depleted from the day as stress and contemplation. Lei Hao sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Around him, delicate arcs of electricity occasionally flickered, clearly adjusting his state in preparation for the arduous battle ahead. Only Lin Fan remained wide awake. He sat at the edge of his bed, retrieving a clean soft cloth to meticulously polish his inferno blade, repeating the motion with care. The blade's surface was cool and dark, yet as his fingertips glided across it, a familiar warmth resonated instantly. At the end of the hilt, the previously dull star seemed to shine ever so faintly once more. 15 years ago, my grandfather Lin Zhan vanished during an S-level mission. The words of the camp's commander, Longya, echoed in his ears. Let me see how much of his fire has been inherited by Lin Zhan's grandson. The final C-level mission serves as your first crucible. Lin Fan's fingers paused as he gently traced the intricate dark patterns along the blade's spine. Grandfather, he murmured, his voice almost inaudible in the stillness of the dormitory. I know not what you encountered back then, nor the true essence of the abyss, but I shall return alive. I will grow stronger, strong enough to wield the blade you left behind and cut through all the veils of obscurity. He pressed his forehead against the cool blade. Closing his eyes, moments passed. When he lifted his head, his gaze had deepened, as profound as a tranquil pool. All tumultuous emotions were submerged within. leaving only the purest focus and resolve. Just then, a series of urgent alert tones emanated from the tactical tablet. A new notification had arrived. Tomorrow morning, the 30th day of enrollment, at precisely 6 o'clock, all students participating in the final task must gather at Hangar 1, equipped with their complete gear. Late arrivals will be deemed as forfeiting their qualification for the task. Lin Fan sheathed the inferno blade and slowly reclined. Outside, the moonlight shimmered like frost. Tomorrow, the limestone hills, burrowing spider matriarch. The true battle is about to commence. Chapter 48, the instructor's warning. Do not become fertilizer for the hills. At 5:50 in the early morning, before dawn breaks, Hangar 1 is already illuminated as if it were daylight. The massive transport helicopter's rotor blades rotate slowly, emitting a deep, resonant hum, the gusts of wind dispelling the last remnants of the night's chill within the hangar. For teams, comprising 12 trainees, are fully assembled. Lin Fan, Lei Hao, and Qin Shan stand quietly in their designated area. Behind Lin Fan is the Flame Reaper, swathed in light-absorbing cloth, while his tactical pack is stuffed to the brim with potions and supplies, bulging at the seams. Lei Hao wears specially designed tactical gloves, with subtle electric sparks flickering at his fingertips. Qin Shan positions the newly repaired alloy round shield before him, its surface adorned with fresh weld marks, resembling fierce medals of honor. The trio's breathing is steady and elongated, having adjusted their states to peak performance. The other three teams have also taken their respective positions. Zhao Kun arrives fashionably late, accompanied by his two lackeys. He immediately locks his gaze onto Lin Fan, his eyes filled with resentment. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitch slightly, but he merely emits a suppressed cold snort before leading his group to the farthest corner. His two companions do not conceal their hostility, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan and his companions. Team Liemo is the earliest to arrive. Captain Liemo, an unremarkable yet sturdy young man, exudes a repressed and weighty aura of mastery at the 2nd star level. He is quietly conversing with his two teammates, his expression focused, as if they are the only 3 individuals in the entire hangar. The 3 girls of Team Suyu stand together, forming an undeniable tableau. Captain Suyu, tall and possessing an ethereal grace, has her long black hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Her mastery of the 1st star level and ice energy imbues her with a faint chill that envelopes her. Her gaze rests upon Lin Fan, filled with unabashed scrutiny and inquiry. At 6 o'clock sharp, Instructor Shan Yao makes his punctual entrance at the hangar door, clad in a faded black combat uniform. His single eye sweeps across the assembly, confirming the count is accurate. Aboard the aircraft, his voice is low yet carries an undeniable air of command. The cabin is spacious, yet the presence of 4 teams in one room renders the atmosphere palpably tense. Lin Fan and his companions choose seats towards the left side near the tail of the cabin. Zhao Kuen's team occupies the right front, deliberately maintaining a distance, establishing clear boundaries. Team Liemo situates themselves in the middle left, closing their eyes to meditate, their demeanor aloof. Team Suyu sits in the middle right, separated from Lin Fan's group by an aisle. The engine's power surges abruptly as the helicopter ascends, flying towards the gray limestone hills in the northeast. The cabin is filled with the deafening roar of the engines. No one speaks, yet an invisible pressure burgeons in the hearts of all present. Lin Fan closes his eyes, but his spatial perception extends like an invisible net, enveloping the entire cabin. He senses Zhao Kuen's blatant malice, the steady breathing of Team Liemo like a solid rock. And across the aisle, the curious and evaluative gazes from Team Suyu. Everything is vividly clear. Approximately 10 minutes into the flight, Suyu suddenly rises and walks directly to the vacant seat beside Lin Fan. This action instantly becomes the focal point of the cabin. Zhao Kuen's eyes narrow sharply. Someone from Team Liemo stirs slightly, but quickly regains composure. Qin Shan leans forward, curiosity etched on his face, while Lei Hao remains with his eyes closed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Suyu turns her face toward Lin Fan, her voice cool yet distinctly clear. Lin Fan. Lin Fan opens his eyes and meets her gaze calmly. Captain Su, is there something you need? This mission's objective for you is the primary offensive qualification. Suyu states matter-of-factly, not phrasing it as a question. Lin Fan is somewhat taken aback by her directness, but readily concedes. All 4 teams share the same goal. During the last training, you saved one of my teammates. I owe you a favor. Suyu's ice blue eyes reveal no hint of emotional fluctuation. Lin Fan regards her, remaining silent, awaiting her next words. A favor is a favor, a mission is a mission. My assessment is that no single team can independently defeat the spider matriarch. Cooperation is the only viable option, at least during the eradication phase of the outer spider swarm. I agree. Lin Fan replies succinctly. On behalf of Team Suyu, I propose a temporary alliance with your Team Shiyan for the eradication phase. Suyu speaks rapidly and with clarity. We will share intelligence, delineate territories, and support each other as flanks. Our singular objective is to eliminate all small to medium-sized spiders with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. That is a reasonable proposal. Lin Fan nods. How will the primary offensive qualifications be determined? By merit. Suyu responds without hesitation. In the final confrontation with the spider matriarch, the individual with the highest contribution will claim the qualification. However, there are boundaries. During the competition, no underhanded tactics shall be employed against the cooperating party, nor shall there be any deliberate interference or sabotage. This is the foundation of our cooperation. She pauses, adding, this agreement is exclusive to our two teams. The other two teams are not within my considerations. Lin Fan understands. Suyu is strategically valuing Team Shuyan's capabilities, especially Lin Fan's fire abilities against spiders. She is a clever pragmatist, opting to band together in the early stages to minimize risk, before competing fairly on the ultimate stage. Agreed. Lin Fan extends his hand. To a fruitful collaboration, Captain Su. As for the primary offensive, let us see whose blade strikes faster. Suyu gazes at Lin Fan's outstretched hand, then offers her own slender, pale hand, which he grasps lightly. Her touch is cool, and the faint calluses on her fingertips and palms reveal that her hands are far from fragile as they appear. To a fruitful collaboration. With that, Suyu returns to her seat, closing her eyes once more, as though the entire exchange had never transpired. Yet the atmosphere within the cabin has grown increasingly peculiar due to this brief dialogue. Zhao Kuan's face is ashen. Suyu's voluntary alliance with Lin Fan not only signifies recognition of Team Shuyan, but also highlights her disregard and isolation of Zhao Kuan's team. Team Li Mo remains as silent as before, indifferent to their surroundings. Lin Fan recloses his eyes, his mind racing with calculations. The collaboration with Team Suyu presents more advantages than drawbacks. At the very least, during the outer eradication phase, he need not worry about ambushes from the side. As for the final offensive, he will let strength speak for itself. The helicopter glides beneath the clouds. Outside the window, the gentle wilderness has vanished, replaced by the rugged, jagged gray hills. Exposed rocks, crisscrossing ravines, and sparse vegetation form a desolate tableau. Soon, grayish-white objects, resembling tattered fishing nets, begin to appear among the crevices and shrubs. Spiderwebs. The deeper they venture, the denser and larger the webs become, some even connecting towering rock columns, shimmering with a ghastly pallor in the morning light. They have arrived at the gray limestone hills. The air within the cabin seems to drain of warmth, and even the typically boisterous Qin Shan instinctively tightens his grip on the shield's handle. At that moment, the instructor Shan Yao, seated beside the cockpit, suddenly opens his single eye. He stands up, unassisted by any amplification device, yet his icy voice effortlessly pierces through the roar of the engine, resonating in the ears of every trainee. We will land in 5 minutes. Lastly, I have a few words for you. His eye slowly scans the tense faces of the young trainees. This is not a drill. This is not some child's play. What you are about to face are genuine high-level extraordinary beasts, along with their hundreds of ravenous offspring that have been starving for over a century. Shan Yao's voice carries a palpable scent of blood. Here, casualties are permissible. In other words, every year there are those who do not return, becoming fertilizer for these hills. I do not wish to retrieve your corpses. That would be quite troublesome. Thus, summon forth all your prowess, widen your eyes, and entrust your backs to the comrades you hold in esteem. Bear in mind, the Longyuan camp demands either elites or corpses. There exists no middle ground. I fervently hope you do not become the new gravestones I count this year. The moment those words fell, it felt as though the cabin's pressure plummeted, leaving an oppressive weight upon the chest. Even the most composed Liamo opened his eyes, his pupils constricting. Suyu pressed her lips tightly together, her complexion paling. Zhao Kuan and his two companions drained of color, while Lin Fan exhaled a long breath. He reached for the Yinji knife resting upon his knee. The frigid hilt sent a familiar warmth resonating through his palm. The faintest star at the hilt's end began to glow with a gentle heat. Grandfather, what dire straits did you face in your time? The aircraft suddenly lurched, a powerful sensation of weightlessness washing over them. The helicopter was plunging rapidly downward. Below, a gray cavern entrance, half shrouded in a colossal web, loomed ever larger in their sight. That opening resembled a gaping maw of a malevolent demon, eager to consume all. Prepare to descend. The pilot's shout pierced the air. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze from the window, his mind now devoid of distractions, leaving only a razor-sharp focus. The hunt had commenced. Chapter 49, The Heartbeat of the Abyss, the Arachnid Matriarch's Pulse. SSS. The sharp sound of ropes being released at high speed drowned out the helicopter's rotor noise. Lin Fan was the first to exit the cabin, his form plummeting straight down, taking in the entire terrain below. The rugged landscape of limestone hills was laid bare before him. Between the jagged gray-white rocks lay a thin layer of dull lichen. Most striking were the gray-white webs connecting the stones and withered trees, layered and ubiquitous. Some were as fine as gossamer, while others were robust as cables, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The air was thick with a metallic tang and dust, infiltrating his nostrils and constricting his chest. Lin Fan landed silently, merely stirring a small cloud of dust. He unclasped his buckle with one hand, crouching slightly as the Yinji knife slid out half an inch from its sheath. An invisible sense of spatial awareness radiated outward from him, revealing everything within 100 meters. The textures of the rocks, the wriggling limbs in the crevices, the floating strands of silk in the air, even the faint echoes of shallow underground cavities. Additionally, he could sense the psychic waves and life forces emanating from several directions belonging to other human squads. Behind him, Lei Hao and Qin Shan landed in quick succession, their movements swift as they formed a solid triangular defensive formation. Safe. Safe. After a brief confirmation, Lin Fan's gaze shifted 200 meters ahead. There. A massive pit with a diameter exceeding 10 meters had torn apart the earth. The edges of the opening were jagged and irregular, leading into an abyss of pure darkness. Surrounding the entrance were thick, ghastly webs and scattered animal bones, an eerie aura wafting forth. All squads heed this. The cold voice of Instructor Shansho echoed through the individual communication devices in each ear. You now have 30 minutes to select an entrance for preliminary reconnaissance, assess risks, and formulate a plan. After 30 minutes, regardless of whether reconnaissance is complete, you must enter the cavern and commence extermination. Remember, the entities below will not wait for you. With the order given, the 4 squads sprang into action. Limo's team was the most decisive, heading straight for the nearest northern entrance beside the main opening, their figures flickering as they seamlessly melded into the shadows. Suyu's squad opted for a relatively narrow entrance on the southwestern side, where webs were sparse. Before entering, Suyu cast a glance back at Lin Fan, giving a gentle nod before leading her team into the depths. Zhao Kuen's squad hesitated momentarily before ultimately choosing the northwestern entrance. He glanced back, his cold gaze lingering on Lin Fan for a brief moment. Brother Fan, which way should we go? Qin Shan whispered. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his spatial awareness heightened to its utmost. An invisible net delicately brushed over every inch of the terrain surrounding the cavern entrance for hundreds of meters. The subterranean hollow structures, traces of energy flow, and the distribution of life forces formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed towards a narrow gap partially obscured by several boulders to the southeast. There, though the entrance was small, the passage below was relatively shallow, with few forks, minimizing the probability of encountering a large swarm of spiders at the outset. It is suitable for us to rapidly establish a foothold and probe deeper into the main nest. As you say, Lei Hao replied succinctly. His fingertips already flickered with subtle blue arcs of electricity, not for attack, but to sense the stray bioelectric signals in the air using the unique properties of his lightning psychic energy. This was a new technique he had mastered. Qin Shan knelt down, gently pressing his palm against the ground, closing his eyes. A minuscule yet concentrated gravity wave emanated from his palm, silently penetrating the earth. This was his newly evolved ability. Gravity wave detection. Below is indeed not deep. The passage twists and turns like a labyrinth. There are many spiders, quite dispersed. But the area near the entrance is clean. Qin Shan opened his eyes, his honest face filled with seriousness. All right, let's move. Lin Fan took the lead, the 3 of them gliding silently towards the southeastern entrance. The opening was narrower than anticipated, barely allowing one to pass through while hunched over. Inside, darkness and dampness enveloped them, the stench almost palpable. Lin Fan summoned a fist-sized golden flame in his palm, its core a brilliant white, radiating a stable light. The fire illuminated the path forward, incinerating any webs or venomous creatures that approached in silence under the intense heat. His mastery over the flaming heaven blaze had reached perfection. Lei Hao followed closely, his body surrounded by fine arcs of electricity, preemptively warning of any lurking bioelectric signals. Qin Shan brought up the rear, one hand wielding a shield, the other poised to unleash the gravitational field at a moment's notice. In less than 50 meters, they entered a vast natural chamber the size of a basketball court, adorned with stalactites and stalagmites. Countless gray-white webs hung from the ceiling, connecting to various points on the ground. The instant they stepped into the chamber, both Lin Fan's spatial perception and Lei Hao's electrical sensing simultaneously detected a potent threat. Shoo! The chilling sound of delicate frictions crackled from every shadowy corner and crevice of the rock walls. Pairs of ghostly green, frigid eyes, filled with hunger, ignited in the darkness. A multitude of over 20 pairs. Rock-armored spiders. Awakening level. Prepare for battle. Lin Fan shouted. Before his words could fully resonate, a tide of spiders surged forth. Some as small as basins, others nearly the size of grinding wheels, their bodies encased in gray-black rocky shells, 8 limbs moving with the swiftness of blades. Their mandibles snapping as corrosive saliva dripped to the ground, creating hissing clouds of smoke. Qin Shan, understand. Gravity field mire. Qin Shan roared, the invisible force field suddenly expanding from him, enveloping a significant portion of the chamber. The first 7 or 8 rock-armored spiders charging forward suddenly faltered, their bodies crashing down under an unbearable weight, emitting creaks as their bones protested, their speed drastically reduced, movements becoming clumsy and slow. Lei Hao, electric net clear out. Lei Hao thrust his hands forward with great force, countless fine blue arcs materializing, weaving into a massive electric net that descended upon their foes. Zzz. The arcs surged violently, precisely striking the fragile joints of the rock-armored spiders, the connections between their compound eyes and abdomens. The intense paralysis and burning pain elicited piercing shrieks from them, rendering their movements utterly incapacitated, writhing in agony upon the ground. The rest is up to me. Lin Fan's figure suddenly blurred. Flame step. A trail of golden flames streaked through the chamber, carving a lethal path as he sliced through the edges of the force field and electric net, plunging into the ranks of the spiders that had not been entirely subdued. The blade flashed in a fleeting moment. Puff, puff, puff. Precise, efficient. Each strike deftly evaded the formidable carapace, plunging directly into the arachnid's multifaceted eyes, beneath its mandibles, or into the ganglia of its abdomen. Golden flames surged along the blade's edge, instantaneously incinerating its insides to charred remains. In a mere span of seconds, all remaining spiders lay lifeless upon the ground. Engagement, crowd control, extermination, and finishing blows. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, a seamless orchestration of skill. Qin Shan retracted the gravitational field, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he gasped lightly. Lei Hao withdrew the electric net, his demeanor unchanged. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, yet his gaze remained vigilant, his spatial awareness probing every crevice of the cavernous hall. As the clamor of battle receded, the chamber returned to an eerie silence, permeated only by the nauseating stench of charred remains mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Well done, Qin Shan exclaimed, his voice subdued yet brimming with excitement as he punched the air. Do not let your guard down, Lin Fan cautioned, his brow slightly furrowed as he strained to listen. Do you hear that? Lei Hao and Qin Shan instantly held their breath, their focus sharpening. From the depths of the cavern, a low, rhythmic vibration resonated through the dark, sloping passage. Thud, 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 slow and heavy. The sound seemed to emanate not from the passage itself, but from the very bowels of the earth, reverberating within each heart. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's spatial perception had locked onto the source. Approximately 50 meters down the passage, within a vast void, a colossal, chaotic, yet strangely nurturing life energy pulsed rhythmically in sync with the heartbeat. It is the spider matriarch, Lin Fan intoned gravely, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The distinctive vibrations of the spawning season. The main nest lies directly below, at a depth of 50 meters. Judging by the structure of the passage, at least 3 routes lead there. Other teams have likely discovered it from different directions. As if to validate his assessment, muffled explosions and shouts faintly echoed from other directions through the communicator. The air began to mix with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the foul odor of burnt energy. The mission had only truly begun the moment they stepped into the cavern. Lin Fan cast another sharp glance at the dark passage leading into the unknown abyss. Let us proceed, he declared, taking the lead as golden flames surged in his palm, illuminating the unsettling darkness ahead. Stay alert. Chapter 50, a single thread, igniting the 1,000-spider killing formation. As they delved deeper into the sloping, dark passage, the air's texture shifted, becoming increasingly humid and viscous. Each breath felt as though they were inhaling a mass of fetid cotton soaked in blood. The scent was complex. A blend of the searing sulfur from deep within the rocks, the lingering mustiness of decay, and an odor uniquely characteristic of arachnid predators, tinged with rust and the sweetness of rotting flesh. Slimy, dark green moss oozed from the rock walls, while soft earth underfoot emitted a soft squelch, mingling with the crisp sounds of crushed insect shells. The passage varied in width, with numerous forks that could easily lead to confusion. Were it not for Lin Fan's spatial perception, akin to an invisible, precise radar constantly scanning the ahead structures and life waves, the trio would have long been lost in this subterranean labyrinth. The golden flames in Lin Fan's palm burned steadily, the core glowing white-hot, dispelling the darkness, casting shadows that danced like phantoms upon the layers of gray-white webs. There is a web ahead, Lin Fan halted, noting a thick spider silk blocking their path, the size of a door panel. The web glistened with a greasy sheen under the firelight, ensnaring several unknown beetles that twitched helplessly. Charging through would alert the weaver. Lin Fan raised his left hand, the light of the golden flames retracting inward, yet the temperature silently climbed to its zenith. He refrained from incinerating it, as that would produce smoke and scent, betraying their presence. A slender, arc-shaped blade of fire was delicately carved from the golden flames, and, with a flick of his wrist, he thrust it forward. The fire blade silently adhered to the web. Sizzle. The faint sound of proteins being severed by intense heat resonated, akin to piercing raw meat with a heated needle. The resilient web snapped apart, melting to the sides, revealing a passageway sufficient for passage. The edges were charred black. Yet no flame flickered, nor smoke wafted. His mastery over energy and temperature had reached an extraordinary level. The trio passed through in succession and continued onward. The passage grew increasingly narrow. At its tightest point, even the robust Qin Shan had to sidle through. An oppressive darkness enveloped them, a stifling silence broken only by their footsteps, breaths, and the faint crackling sounds emitted by the burning golden flames. Qin Shan, bearing a massive shield, walked in the center, the edge of his shield scraping against the rock wall, producing a jarring noise that set his nerves on edge. Just as he squeezed through a narrow crevice, the edge of his shield brushed against something, an almost invisible, hair-thin, transparent thread that blended seamlessly with the rock. It was so discreet that even Lin Fan's spatial perception had merely registered it as an inconsequential natural stone pattern. Bang! A subtle, yet piercing high-frequency tremor erupted, igniting a simultaneous alarm in both the physical web and the spiritual layer. It was not a sound of breaking. It was a warning. A trap. Lin Fan's pupils dilated, and in his spatial perception, hundreds of minuscule life signals on either side of the rock walls and from above ignited in an instant. The rustling cacophony surged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless holes the size of fingernails erupted on the rock walls and from the crevices above, unleashing a torrent of dark purple spiders akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Each spider, the size of a fist, bore grotesque purple markings on its shell, their abdomens swollen as if on the verge of bursting. They moved with such speed that they left only afterimages, hissing and shrieking as they surged forth. Toxic exploding spiders. Do not let them close in. Lei Hao's voice rang out sharply, knowing these creatures were troublesome due to their numbers and self-destructive tendencies that polluted the battlefield. The assault arrived too swiftly, too abruptly. In the constricted passage, evasion was impossible. In a split second, Lin Fan's reaction transcended thought. The golden flames he had been cradling in his left hand erupted violently, transforming into a scorching fan of fire that surged towards the most ferocious wave of spiders. Heavenly Inferno Fan. Boom. The temperature of the golden flames soared beyond 3,000 degrees, instantly engulfing dozens of the foremost toxic exploding spiders. Their shells crackled under the intense heat, reducing to carbonized remnants. The purple venom and acidic mist within them evaporated and decomposed before they could even splatter. Concurrently, Lin Fan's right hand shot backward and upward, pressing against the air. Spatial barrier shield. A transparent, diamond-shaped barrier materialized out of thin air, pulsating with the unique stabilizing energy of space, precisely shielding the trio's rear and overhead. Bang, bang, bang. The toxic exploding spiders collided violently against the barrier, creating a sound akin to smashing rotten fruit. Some were instantly knocked unconscious, while many others detonated. Purple venom and highly corrosive acid splattered against the barrier's surface, emitting a sharp hissing sound, sending ripples coursing through it, causing it to shudder violently, yet remain unyielding. Lei Hao, Qin Shan, clear the flanks. Lin Fan bellowed, simultaneously maintaining the flame spray and spatial barrier, his internal energy depleting at an unprecedented rate. Electric net scatter. Lei Hao's fingers danced rapidly, unleashing countless fine, azure electric needles that accurately pierced the compound eyes or vital joints of the spiders surging from the sides. The struck spiders froze, paralyzed or dead, plummeting like dumplings. Gravitational collapse. Qin Shan roared, relinquishing broad control to compress the gravitational field to its utmost, forcefully pressing down upon the ground and the walls on either side. The gravity in that area surged exponentially. The oncoming swarm of spiders slammed into an invisible wall, as if ensnared in a gravitational mire, their speed drastically reduced. Movement rendered laborious. Lei Hao's electric needles followed suit, effortlessly reaping the remaining threats. Moreover, under the terrifying pressure of gravity, the exoskeleton burst apart, and the venom within detonated, transforming into a puddle of purple sludge. The trio's coordination, in that moment of life and death, flowed as smoothly as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. Lin Fan engaged in frontline clearing with absolute defense. Lei Hao executed precise kills, and Qin Shan exerted localized control. The narrow passageway had instead become a graveyard for the venomous, exploding spiders. The battle ignited in an instant and concluded just as swiftly. Mere seconds later, the corridor returned to an eerie silence. The ground was strewn with charred, shattered, and desiccated spider carcasses, while purple venom and acidic liquid flowed freely, corroding the rocks into a pockmarked surface, emanating a noxious, acrid mist. Lin Fan dispelled the spatial barrier, revealing a hint of pallor on his face, while the golden flame in his palm dimmed considerably. Simultaneously maintaining 2 high-intensity area skills drained him significantly. Lei Hao and Qin Shan were also slightly breathless, for that brief burst of energy had similarly exhausted much of their strength. Are we all fine? Lin Fan's gaze swiftly swept over the two. All good, not touched. Qin Shan replied, glancing at his shield, where the acidic liquid was slowly neutralized by the anti-corrosive coating, leaving mottled marks. Lei Hao shook his head. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the faintly purple toxic mist permeating the air, the acrid scent penetrating his nostrils, inducing discomfort. The air is toxic. Let's shield our mouths and noses with spiritual energy and not linger. The trio promptly summoned their spiritual energy. Qin Shan and Lei Hao formed a layer of spiritual membrane over their mouths and noses, while Lin Fan utilized an exceedingly thin layer of spatial energy for filtration, ensuring greater precision. This trap, Qin Shan said, glancing at the spider's silk he had severed, a chill running down his spine. How sinister. It was the spider's alarm system. Lin Fan delicately flicked a remnant strand with the tip of his blade. The alert level for this route is higher than we anticipated. Stay alert. More troublesome entities lie ahead. He reactivated his spiritual energy, reigniting the golden flame in his palm. His gaze pierced through the darkness, probing deeper into the passage. The source of that rhythmic, low-frequency vibration had become strikingly clear. It was no longer merely sound but a palpable sense of oppression. With each heartbeat, the air quivered, causing their spiritual energies to exhibit a barely perceptible stagnation. It was as if a colossal, slumbering heart resided deep beneath the earth, each pulsation declaring its presence and majesty to the entire lair. Let's go, stay close to me. Lin Fan's voice was low, laced with an imperceptible gravity. My perception has locked onto several passages leading to the main nest, avoiding some congregation areas. We are about to meet this underground emperor. Chapter 51. The sunlit scheme of an S-class talent. 3 parties bowing down. Following the path guided by Lin Fan's spatial perception, the trio descended nearly 100 meters. Along the way, they evaded several forks and lurking small spider nests. The deeper they ventured, the clearer the heavy, rhythmic pulsation from the depths became. The air was thick with a complex odor, fishy, sour, and a peculiar sweetness that mingled, invading their nostrils and stirring their stomachs. Finally, after traversing through the last narrow natural crevice, adorned with sticky spider silk, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. The ceiling soared several meters high, adorned with bizarre stalactites. Many of these formations bore large, pale egg sacs that twitched slightly. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of debris, a mixture of spider silk, soil, bones, and the remains of unknown creatures, producing a soft, slippery sound underfoot. The focal point of the entire hall lay in the central area, where a behemoth comparable to a small truck sprawled. The mother spider. Its core was an enormous spider, magnified countless times, its body covered in a dark brown exoskeleton gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, adorned with menacing spikes and eerie dark red patterns. 8 limbs supported its mountainous form, each ending in sharp, spear-like appendages. Most unsettling was its abdomen, swollen to the limits, occupying nearly 2/3 of its body. Translucent and dark red, revealing countless tiny shadows writhing within, spider eggs in gestation. The abdomen pulsed rhythmically with its labored breathing and the thudding of egg-laying, rising and falling in a steady cadence. The spider's head was relatively small, yet densely populated with dozens of compound eyes, each glimmering with an eerie green light, exuding pure coldness, cruelty, and greed. Its massive mandibles opened and closed, revealing sharp pincers, corrosive saliva dripping continuously, etching small smoking craters into the ground. Its mere presence, radiating an innate life pressure, left Lin Fan and his companions, who had just entered the hall, breathless. Lin Fan's dual elemental energies surged within him, intertwining the coolness of spatial dominion with the scorching intensity of infernal flames, forming a layer of intrinsic protection that mitigated much of the oppressive force. Yet beads of cold sweat still formed at his temples. Leihao's body involuntarily crackled with uncontrolled arcs of electricity, his complexion paling. Qin Shan grunted softly, his feet sinking slightly as the gravitational field instinctively opened, barely maintaining his footing. Surrounding the mother spider was a dark ocean of spiders, varying in forms and numbering over 100. Among them, 4 or 5 particularly large individuals, with darker exoskeletons, flanked the mother spider, exuding an aura far surpassing that of ordinary spiders, evidently elite guardians of the extraordinary realm. However, the trouble did not end there. Almost as soon as Lin Fan's team steadied themselves, movements echoed from the darkness in 3 other directions of the hall. From the northeastern entrance emerged Li Mo's team of 3. Team leader Li Mo, at control level 2 star, exuded a calm, collected aura as his gaze swept across the scene, briefly pausing on the mother spider before signaling his teammates to take defensive positions in a corner. From the northwestern entrance burst Zhao Kuan and 2 flustered followers. A fresh gash marred his face, his combat suit was tattered in several places, and his companions were panting heavily, visibly wounded. Upon sighting the mother spider, his pupils constricted, but in the next moment, his resentful gaze zeroed in on Lin Fan, a twisted smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. From the southwestern entrance, Suyu's team of 3 girls quietly appeared. Suyu, with her control level 1 star's icy aura, caused the surrounding air to grow thick and sluggish. Her cold gaze swiftly swept over the mother spider and the swarm, ultimately landing on Lin Fan, giving a slight nod before leading her team to occupy a corner, maintaining vigilance. For factions converged simultaneously from 4 different entrances into the final nest hall, each claiming a corner, forming a daunting triangle. In the center stood the terrifying mother spider and her horde. The oppressive silence of their standoff rendered every second excruciatingly long. The mother spider, seemingly enraged by the sudden intrusion of these hostile little insects, slowly rotated its multitude of compound eyes, scanning the 4 corners filled with humans, emitting a low, hissing growl. The surrounding 100 spiders stirred restlessly, their movements creating a cacophony of rustling, their fangs snapping, venom glands dripping. Just then, Zhao Kuan's sarcastic voice shattered the silence. "Oh, isn't this the ambitious Su Yin team aiming to take the lead? You've certainly run fast. The Spider King is right here, S-class talent Lin Fan. Aren't you eager to prove yourself? Come on, show everyone what you're capable of." His voice echoed throughout the hall, malice unabashedly evident. He aimed to provoke Lin Fan, hoping to incite an impulsive move that would make him the primary target of the mother spider. He sought to label Lin Fan as reckless and power-hungry before all present. On Li Mo's side, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Kuan before returning his focus, continuing to observe the mother spider and the surrounding environment with a calm demeanor. Su Yu furrowed her brow, turning her gaze towards Lin Fan. Facing provocation, Lin Fan exhibited not the slightest flicker of emotion on his countenance, not even deigning to bestow Zhao Kuan with a glance. His gaze transcended the cluster of spiders in the center, directing itself towards Su Yu and Li Mo, his voice resonant, composed, and authoritative. "Captain Su, Captain Li, we are all acutely aware of the situation at hand. The spider matriarch is of high transcendent rank, and in her oviposition phase, her oppressive might is evident to all. Additionally, there are over 100 lesser minions and at least 4 low-tier transcendent sentinels. The likelihood of any single squad successfully subduing the matriarch under these circumstances is 0. Internal strife would merely serve to provide the matriarch with a list of targets. None would emerge alive." He paused, his gaze slicing through Zhao Kuan like a blade before returning to Su Yu and Li Mo. "My proposal is this. Before we eliminate all the smaller spiders and elite sentinels, let us momentarily cooperate to clear the field. During this process, each squad shall oversee their respective sectors, refraining from interference but remaining vigilant for unexpected developments. Once we have dispatched the minions and only the matriarch remains, we shall then compete based on our individual capabilities for the main assault." At this juncture, Lin Fan's tone shifted abruptly, imbued with an unassailable resolve. Should anyone dare to betray this cooperation by striking from behind, disrupting, or assaulting any allied faction, the remaining 3 shall unite against them. They shall be deemed as saboteurs of our mission and be prioritized for elimination. This proposition was clear, pragmatic, and maximized the fundamental interests and safety of all involved. First, we clear the battlefield, then we vie for the boss, all while instituting the most stringent punitive measures. Su Yu, with scarcely a moment's hesitation, responded in her icy tone, "Agreed. I speak on behalf of the Su Yu squad." Li Mo scrutinized Lin Fan, then glanced at the menacing spider matriarch at the center. After a brief contemplation, he slowly nodded. The Li Mo squad concurs. With 3 votes in favor, the pressure suddenly bore down upon Zhao Kuan. His complexion darkened significantly. He had intended to incite chaos for his advantage, but Lin Fan's overt strategy had laid him bare. To dissent would render him the target of scorn, isolating him in this perilous situation a sure path to demise. To acquiesce would mean relinquishing his opportunity to sow discord and undermine Lin Fan. "Senior Zhao?" Lin Fan's gaze finally settled upon Zhao Kuan, his tone unremarkable, as if merely fulfilling a procedural inquiry. Zhao Kuan's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, his teeth grinding audibly. Ultimately, he forced the words through clenched jaws. "Agreed." Thus, the temporary alliance among the 4 parties was begrudgingly forged under the watchful gaze of the spider matriarch. A piercing shriek erupted from the matriarch, seemingly sensing the consensus reached among the lesser insects, amplifying the threat level. With this cry, the surrounding horde of spiders erupted into a frenzy, like a deluge unleashed. They surged from all directions towards the human squads entrenched in the corners. The battle had commenced. Chapter 52, a slice to sever the divine, a kick to send flying. The matriarch's eardrum-shattering screech served as the clarion call of war. In an instant, the black tide surged. Hundreds of spiders, each a grotesque variation of the other, lunged from the hall's center towards the human squads in the corners. Countless appendages pounded against the ground, the sound coalescing into a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. "Hold your positions and eradicate." Lin Fan's voice cut through the chaos, crystal clear in every ear. The combat ignited simultaneously in all 4 corners. In the southeastern corner, where the Su Yin squad stood, Qin Shan stepped forth, his presence akin to a mountain, standing at the forefront of the tide. He thrust his arms wide, a deep growl resonating from his chest. Gravitational mire, a wave of invisible force, 100-fold more potent than before, erupted from him, enveloping the area. The air thickened instantaneously. Akin to mercury, the leading spiders collided with an unseen wall, their momentum plummeting to a crawl. Their limbs scraped the ground with great effort, their exoskeletons creaking under the strain, pinned firmly to the earth. Even the 2 low-tier transcendent sentinels faltered, their advance visibly hindered. A perfect control of the battlefield. "Lei Hao." Lin Fan's voice rang out. Already poised for action, Lei Hao conjured intricate patterns with his fingers as arcs of cerulean lightning danced around him, coalescing. Thunder prison of 1,000 serpents. Countless slender yet lethal blue serpents surged forth from his palms, weaving through the gravity-enshrouded area, striking at the slow-moving spiders. Each serpent targeted the spider's vulnerable compound eyes, joints, and nerve nodes. The sound of flesh being pierced by superheated currents echoed ominously. Those spiders struck by the electric serpents turned instantly charred, convulsing before disintegrating into nothingness. Leihao's meticulous manipulation of the lightning resulted in maximum carnage with minimal expenditure. Meanwhile, Lin Fan emerged as the most lethal harbinger of death on the battlefield. His form flickered between the edges of the gravity field and the network of electric serpents. Flame step. A golden streak tore through the air, leaving a trail of searing heat in its wake. With each flash, his infernal blade produced a fierce arc of light. His targets were the two resilient transcendent sentinels still struggling within the gravity field, as well as any stragglers attempting to breach their defenses. His spatial awareness enveloped the entirety of the battlefield. He perceived the muscle contractions of the sentinels, anticipating their claw strikes. He noticed the poisonous spider stealthily descending from above, sidestepping to meet the blade's edge. He even discerned the weak points in Qinshan's gravitational field and the gaps in Leihao's electric net, thus selecting the most efficient path for slaughter. With a flash of his blade, one sentinel's claw was severed, green ichor sprang forth. The tip of his blade pierced between the eyes of another sentinel, golden flames engulfing it, instantly incinerating its brain. A poisonous spider leaping from the shadows met its demise in midair, reduced to a pulpy mass by a swift counterstrike. Concise, precise, and lethal, the Su Yin squad functioned like a well-oiled machine of death, carving out an absolute safe zone amidst the surging tide of spiders. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged in other directions. The Li Mo squad conjured rocky barricades and pits to segment the spider horde, executing their kills with ease. The Su Yu squad exhaled icy breath, frost spreading forth to encase large groups of spiders in ice, which their teammates subsequently shattered. Only on Zhao Kuan's side did flames dance chaotically, their formation in disarray. As they faced the tide of spiders, each member sustaining wounds and appearing utterly beleaguered. Just as the battle seemed to stabilize, an unforeseen twist occurred. From the shadows of two colossal stone stalagmites on the flank of the Su Yu squad, something stirred. Two elite sentinel spiders, previously lying in wait, their shells glimmering a dark gold, which radiated an aura approaching the peak of the transcendent realm, lunged forth silently. Their target was none other than Su Yu, who had just expended her energies on a wide-ranging ice spell, her strength depleted and yet to be replenished. 8 sharp, spear-like appendages tore through the air, carrying a foul wind, encircling her from both sides and cutting off all avenues of retreat. Too close, too fast. Her teammates were ensnared by the horde, utterly unable to assist. The color drained from Su Yu's face, the ice shield she hastily conjured as thin as gossamer, wholly inadequate to thwart this lethal pincer attack. Captain Su. A desperate scream erupted from the support girl in her squad. Just then, a low voice resonated. Flame step. Buzz. In the air, a golden line was ruthlessly burned through. The 30-meter gap vanished in an instant. Lin Fan's figure, imbued with a ferocious aura that tore through space, forcibly wedged itself between the two sentinels and Su Yu. His spatial awareness had locked onto these lurking reapers from the very start. The moment he emerged, the infernal blade was already unsheathed. The blinding golden flames blazed upon the blade, tracing a magnificent and domineering arc as it collided head-on with the iron-like pincers of the left-side guardian spider. Clang! The piercing sound of metal striking metal was accompanied by the brittle crack of shattered exoskeleton. That seemingly indestructible pincer was severed with a single stroke of the flame blade. Green bodily fluid gushed forth like a fountain. The tremendous recoil left Lin Fan's arm tingling. Yet, instead of retreating, he pressed forward, twisting his waist, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow. With his left leg already coiled with concentrated, dazzling golden flames, akin to a colossal axe, he executed a sweeping kick. Bam! A sidekick of unparalleled weight slammed into the junction of the right guardian spider's thorax and abdomen. A howl of agony emanated from its massive form, propelled off the ground by the terrifying force and scorching heat, crashing violently against the distant rock wall. With a muffled thud, its exoskeleton caved in, rendering it utterly incapacitated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the emergence to the severed limb, to the incapacitated spider, merely a second had passed. Su Yu seized the precious moment to catch her breath. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, yet her battle instincts compelled her to complete her spell without delay. With a push of her hands forward, a chilling torrent surged forth, enveloping the two wounded guardian spiders in an instant. Crack! Crack! The frost spread rapidly, encasing them in complete ice, transforming them into two colossal ice sculptures. Lin Fan steadied himself, stepping forward to stand before the frozen statues. The tip of his blade lightly touched. PFF, PFF. Two soft sounds echoed as the searing golden flames surged from the blade's tip into the core of the ice sculptures, evaporating their life force from within. Golden fissures spread across the icy surface like a spider's web. The life essence of the two elite guardian spiders vanished entirely. Only at this moment did Tsuyu truly exhale in relief. She gazed at the figure standing with the sheathed blade, his back turned to her, as if he had merely swatted 2 flies. Her cool, piercing gaze flickered with a blend of fear, gratitude, and frustration, all culminating in a profound stare. She offered a slight nod towards Lin Fan's silhouette. Everything was conveyed without words. Lin Fan did not turn back, with a flash of fiery steps. He returned to his battle zone, continuing to purge the remaining foes. From that point onward, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The Xian team swiftly cleared their designated area. Qin Shan even charged into the beleaguered Zhao Kuen's team, a gravitational field descending to extricate them from their predicament. This silent assistance struck Zhao Kuen like a resounding slap, causing his complexion to alternate between shades of green and white. Soon, the cacophony of growls and explosions within the hall began to subside. When the last ordinary spider was pierced by Lei Hao's electric serpent, the entire nest chamber fell into a profound silence. The ground was strewn with spider carcasses, green bodily fluids mingling with ice shards and scorch marks, creating a scene of utter disarray. Except for Zhao Kuen's team, which bore injuries, the remaining 3 teams were largely intact. All eyes converged on the center of the hall. There, the massive burrow mother spider remained crouched. However, the radiance in its numerous compound eyes had shifted from greed to an impending, volatile rage. The clearing had concluded. What lay ahead was the true boss battle. Chapter 53, The Edge of Fire and Ice. The silence following the clearing was heavy, like a tangible weight. Within the hall, the mingled stench of blood and charred flesh permeated the air as the 4 teams caught their breath, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the colossal creature at the center. The burrow mother spider scanned the ground littered with the corpses of its offspring, ultimately focusing on the humans in the 4 corners. Its abdomen heaved violently. As its mandibles opened and closed, a low, thunderous hissing sound emerged, a clear sign of its irate state. Beside it, 4 mid-tier extraordinary guardian spiders simultaneously lowered their bodies, their exoskeletons scraping and producing a clicking sound of warning. A fierce aura radiated like a tangible wave. During this brief respite, no one dared to relax. Everyone. Limo's steady voice shattered the silence. He stepped forward, earthy yellow energy swirling around his form, causing the gravel beneath his feet to tremble slightly. The spiders have been eradicated. Next, we face the mother spider. According to our previous agreement, the main attack qualification will be determined by strength. He surveyed the group, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Fan and Zhao Kuen. I propose that we decide based on the effective damage dealt to the mother spider in the upcoming battle. Whoever inflicts the most critical and lethal damage will gain priority over the spoils. Any objections? This proposal was straightforward and direct, appearing fair on the surface at least. Zhao Kuen was the first to speak, his tone laced with an eagerness to redeem himself. Agreed. Let us proceed based on damage. The flames of energy surrounding him began to surge, clearly preparing for a full frontal assault. Tsuyu nodded coolly. Agreed. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Reasonable. Good. A spark of determination ignited in Limo's eyes. Then let us commence. Almost instantaneously, Zhao Kuen charged ahead, raging flames of inferno. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the full might of his fire energy at mastery level 1 star. The crimson flames surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the mother spider as if a dam had burst. The air warped where the flames passed, igniting the corpses of spiders on the ground with overwhelming ferocity. However, the mother spider merely tilted its massive body slightly, presenting its relatively thick carapace to the flames. The crimson inferno struck against its dark exoskeleton, crackling and producing smoke, yet it evidently failed to breach its defenses. The mother spider even swatted at the flames with an air of annoyance, dispersing part of the conflagration. Zhao Kuen's face drained of color. This strike had consumed a significant amount of energy, but yielded minimal results. Clearly, having thrived in the high-temperature environment of the burrow, the mother spider's exoskeleton had been specially reinforced, granting it considerable resistance to fire. Foolish, Tsuyu's cold voice interjected. Unlike Zhao Kuen's impatience, she gracefully brought her hands together in front of her chest, ice blue energy swirling like a vortex. The temperature in the hall plummeted, moisture in the air crystallizing into fine ice shards. 3 long, translucent ice spears, each 2 meters in length and shimmering with a cold light at their tips, swiftly formed before her. Ice-piercing spear. With a gentle wave of her hand, the 3 ice spears hurtled through the air. There was no grand display, only the sharp sound of slicing through the air and an icy chill. The targets of the ice spears were not the mother spider's thick carapace, but rather the joints connecting its limbs, the areas surrounding its compound eyes, and the junction between its abdomen and thorax, regions where the armor was relatively thin. PFF. PFF. Hiss. 2 ice spears struck precisely at the joints of the mother spider's left foreleg and body, the power of the frost erupting forth, instantly freezing large areas of exoskeleton and muscle tissue. The movement of the mother spider's left foreleg became noticeably sluggish. The 3rd ice spear grazed one of its compound eyes, leaving a deep trail of ice upon its shell, the cold mist enveloping it and slowing its movements. Effective, and the results were significant. The mother spider emitted a pained hiss, its left foreleg struggling to break free from the ice, its movements now much clumsier than before. Great opportunity. Liam's eyes glimmered. Rather than attacking from a distance, he slammed both palms down onto the ground. Rock spike eruption. The rocky ground beneath the mother spider suddenly trembled violently. Following that, 7 or 8 massive rock spikes, as thick as an adult's waist and sharpened at the tips, erupted unexpectedly from the ground. They struck from various angles, brutally assaulting the relatively soft underbelly of the mother spider. Clang, clang, crack. The dull sounds of impact and shattering exoskeleton filled the air. The force of the rock spikes made the mother spider's colossal body sway. Although most of the spikes were blocked by its hardened breastplate and shattered, 2 still managed to penetrate deep into the gaps of its armor, green bodily fluid seeping forth. The formidable damage of the earth-based abilities is vividly manifested. This is a true breach of defenses. The spider matriarch is utterly infuriated. It violently rears up its upper body, unleashing a torrent of viscous, dark green venom from its mandibles, showering down towards Liam. Simultaneously, 2 of the 4 mid-tier guardian spiders, which had been steadfastly protecting its side, charged toward Liam's squad with a shriek. Shield, Liam commanded, and a massive rock wall surged up instantaneously, blocking most of the venom and emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. He and his teammates immediately engaged the 2 guardian spiders, unable to continue their assault on the matriarch for the time being. The battlefield was effectively segmented. At that moment, the Suyin squad sprang into action. Leihao, Lin Fan shouted. Understood. Leihao had long been poised for action. He raised his hands high above his head. The azure lightning danced wildly between his fingers, coalescing into a lightning sphere the size of a human head, with electric serpents writhing within. The violent surge of electric energy caught the attention of both Su Yu and Liam from afar. Heavenly thunder pierces evil. The lightning sphere was hurled forth, not in a straight line, but tracing a bizarre arc through the air, deftly avoiding the matriarch's flailing forelimbs, and striking precisely at its grotesque head, riddled with compound eyes. Boom! The lightning sphere detonated at the side of the matriarch's head. Countless electric serpents violently surged into the crevices between its compound eyes, burrowing into the joints of its exoskeleton. Blinding blue light instantly engulfed a significant portion of the matriarch's head. A chilling scream erupted from the matriarch, the most anguished cry since the battle began. Its massive head thrashed wildly, several compound eyes exploding under the onslaught of the electricity, oozing murky fluid. More importantly, the powerful current penetrated its exoskeleton, inflicting substantial internal damage and a lingering paralysis effect. Its movements were noticeably stiffened, momentarily losing control. In that fleeting moment, Qinshan, Lin Fan's voice sliced through the air like a drawn blade. Gravity field, Mount Tai presses down. Qinshan bellowed, his muscular arms bulging. The gravitational ability at the first star of the control realm was no longer expanding, but was forcefully compressed and concentrated, resembling an invisible mountain, crashing down upon the matriarch's sturdy supporting legs. Creak! The rocky ground beneath the matriarch suddenly caved in. It was already unbalanced due to the paralysis from the lightning. And now, with the sudden surge of gravity pressing down on its legs, it could no longer maintain its stance. Its colossal body sank down, its forelimbs nearly collapsing to the ground. Though it immediately thrashed in a desperate attempt to rise, its mobility was severely restricted. A perfect chain of control. Leihao's paralysis created an opening, and Qinshan's suppression fixed the target. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had not rushed to attack. His eyes shimmered with a faint silver light. Spatial perception fully unfurled, meticulously scanning the matriarch's enormous body like the most precise of scanners. The heavy carapace exhibited dense and uniform energy flow, providing formidable defense. The abdomen's armored plates, despite having gaps, were still shielded by muscle and bone. The joints had been encased in ice by Su Yu, but it was insufficient to be fatal. Although the head had been severely injured by Lei Hao, the exoskeleton remained thick and distanced from the core. Ultimately, his perception locked onto the matriarch's constantly heaving, bulging abdomen. There, the exoskeleton was markedly thinner than in other areas, displaying a semi-transparent texture. One could faintly see the viscous egg liquid and myriad spider embryos taking shape within. Crucially, the energy fluctuations there were exceptionally chaotic. The egg-laying process consumed a significant amount of the matriarch's life essence and spiritual energy, rendering this area both a womb for offspring and the most vulnerable. Unstable energy node in its entire body at this moment. A weakness. A fatal weakness. At the instant the matriarch was paralyzed by lightning, suppressed by gravity, and its body sank, exposing its abdomen further due to the change in position. Lin Fan sprang into action. Flame step. Golden flame traces erupted beneath his feet, causing his figure to vanish from his original spot in an instant. Not a straightforward charge, but a series of 3 agile turns in midair. The second-tier advanced technique of flame step, flame shadow leap. 3 golden afterimages lingered in the air, yet his true form, like a specter, surged beneath the right side of the matriarch's bulging abdomen. This angle deftly avoided the matriarch's still movable forelimbs and the potential onslaught of venom. Targeting the area where the exoskeleton was thinnest, the Yin-Ji blade was already unsheathed, gripped tightly in both hands, raised above his head. Upon the blade, the golden flames of destruction were no longer flamboyantly burning, but instead compressed and coalesced by an invisible force. The color of the flames transitioned from gold to a brilliant gold-white, ultimately transforming into a near-pure white, blindingly radiant. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air, causing the rocky ground nearby to begin to melt slightly. Lin Fan compressed the destructive power of his spiritual energy and flames to the utmost limit achievable at the 7th star of the awakening realm. This strike gathered all his vitality and spirit. No roar, no flashy techniques. Only the simplest, most direct, and the most lethal of strikes. A direct stab. The blazing white tip of the blade pierced through the matriarch's semi-transparent, fragile abdomen as effortlessly as a hot knife through solidified grease. Chapter 54. 3 seconds betting everything. The blade entered the body. Time froze for a moment. Lin Fan could distinctly perceive the entire process of the Yin-Ji blade breaching the matriarch's abdominal exoskeleton. First, there was the resilient resistance. Then, the exoskeleton emitted a brittle sound as it was instantaneously softened by the golden flame's intense heat. Finally, a dull sensation as the blade pierced through flesh and blood. The highly compressed golden flames erupted violently within the matriarch's body, blinding golden red light bursting forth from the wound. Screech. The matriarch's agonized wail tore through the air, vibrating the entire underground lair. This was no ordinary screech. It was a destruction declaration. A cacophony of excruciating pain, fury, and the madness of impending death. The crimson glow in all its compound eyes surged dramatically. Retreat. Lin Fan instinctively withdrew the blade. Activating Flame Step, his figure folding back 10 meters. His retreat was perfectly timed. The wound on the matriarch's abdomen did not spurt blood. Instead, a vast amount of viscous, dark green luminescent liquid flowed forth. Upon contact with the air, the liquid rapidly expanded and stretched, transforming into corrosive spider webs over 3 meters in diameter. Spraying wildly in all directions, its 8 limbs began to thrash wildly, each strike causing fissures in the ground. From its mandibles, the acidic liquid that typically required charging now fell as acid rain, indiscriminately drenching everything below. The frenzied rampage of a high-tier extraordinary beast on the brink of death. Rockwall. Liam reacted swiftly, slamming his hands against the ground. The 2 teammates behind him exerted their strength simultaneously, merging 3 streams of earth-based abilities. And a rock barrier half a meter thick erupted from the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The acid rain fell, instantly corroding countless pits into the rock wall. The sticky webs began to cover it, further eroding the barrier. More critically, one of the matriarch's limbs swept across. Bang! The rock barrier shattered. Liam let out a muffled groan, stumbling back with his teammates, acid splattering onto his face, the searing pain of burning skin enveloping him. On the other side, Suyu's ice barrier was also rapidly thinning and darkening. Captain, our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. A ponytailed female teammate exclaimed, her face pale. Suyu gritted her teeth, the blue light of her ice powers flickering erratically around her. Hold on for another 10 seconds. Wait for this wave of explosion to pass. Before her words could fully resonate, a maniacal laughter abruptly erupted. Ha! The final blow is mine. It was Zhao Kuan, the very individual Lin Fan had once defeated. Now consumed by greed and madness. Seeing the matriarch heavily injured, he disregarded the acid rain and webs, enveloping himself in crimson flames as he charged forward. He sought to claim the kill. He sought to redeem himself from the humiliation of being vanquished by Lin Fan. Fool! Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. The arachnid matriarch's multifaceted eyes instantaneously fixated upon the approaching insect. Despite its grievous injuries, its ferocity remained undiminished. In fact, its rage only augmented its combat prowess. The appendage that had previously swept through Li Mo's team now struck with accelerated speed and a more cunning angle, delivering a fierce blow towards Zhao Kuan from the side. Zhao Kuan's manic laughter froze on his face. He sought to evade, but all his strength was devoted to the charge, leaving him no time to alter his trajectory. Thud! A dull impact resounded. Zhao Kuan was sent hurtling like a ragged sack, spewing forth a copious amount of blood mixed with internal organs midair. His combat suit, along with the inner light armor, was entirely crushed inward. His body collided violently with the rock face 20 meters away, sliding down softly, devoid of any further sound. Captain! His 2 teammates were paralyzed with horror, yet were ensnared by the acidic rain and spider silk, unable to make a move. The matriarch's attention had already shifted to another side. The ice barrier of Suyu's team shattered. Crack! The ice layer collapsed. A stream of acidic liquid, resembling a venomous serpent, surged through the fissures, aiming directly at the psychic energy-drenched ponytailed teammate. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu positioned herself in front of her comrade. Hiss. The acid grazed her left arm. The combat suit was instantly corroded through, with steam rising from her flesh as excruciating pain rendered her entire left arm powerless, hanging limply. Suyu stifled a groan, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Captain, Sister Suyu. Amidst their cries of alarm, another appendage of the matriarch was raised high, casting the shadow of death as it descended. Flame step. Lin Fan's figure carved out an afterimage amidst the acidic rain. The sensation of spatial distortion was compressed to its utmost limit. In a mere 10-meter distance, he leaped forward. He appeared before Suyu, turning his back to the descending colossal limb, and thrust his hands forward. The spatial barrier unfurled. The spatial energy of a 7-star awakening surged forth without reservation. A semi-transparent barrier, more solid and expansive than any previous manifestation, abruptly expanded, its surface even revealing subtle spatial wrinkles. Boom! The thunderous sound was not of metal clashing, but rather the resounding thump of a heavy hammer striking a drum. The spatial barrier vibrated violently, its surface wrinkling in a chaotic ripple, cracks emerging at the edges. Lin Fan's entire body trembled violently, a sweet taste rising in his throat, which he clamped down upon fiercely. His feet gouged deep trenches into the ground, forcibly pushed back 3 meters. Lin Fan. Suyu gazed at the silhouette shielding her, her voice trembling. No time for words. Lin Fan shouted without looking back, his voice resonating through the vibrations of psychic energy, piercing through all noise. Lei Hao. Qin Shan. Control it for me. Just 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. There was no room for further exchange. A glint of determination flashed in Lei Hao's eyes as the frenzied arcs of electricity surrounding him contracted inward, coalescing. Veins bulged on his forehead as he formed a peculiar hand seal before his chest. This was not the spell of the Spirit Suppression Division. It was something he had devised during his time at Thunderstrike Cliff. Thunder Prison Lock. Crackle. 3 almost liquid-like deep blue lightning chains erupted from his palms. The chains twisted like dragons, expertly ensnaring the 3 primary supporting appendages of the matriarch. The electric sparks exploded. The matriarch emitted a pained shriek, her ensnared limbs trembling violently. Her movements instantly slowed. Yet, Lei Hao's complexion paled in that instant. These 3 chains consumed his foundational psychic energy. Shanzi. Lei Hao's voice was strained to the breaking point. Here it comes. Qin Shan's roar rumbled like a muffled thunderclap. The robust man, his eyes now a fierce crimson, had every muscle tensed. He did not expand a wide gravitational field. Instead, he compressed and concentrated all his gravitational abilities without reservation, then slammed them down upon the matriarch's head. This was not an imperceptible pressure. It was a visible distortion of space. The matriarch's head, which had begun to rise, was forcefully driven back toward the ground by a terrifying force. She struggled frantically, her mandibles scraping against the earth, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Yet her head lowered inch by inch. 3 seconds. Qin Shan gritted out through clenched teeth, his arms trembling violently from overexertion. Fan, go, hurry. 3 seconds. Lei Hao's lightning chains were on the verge of snapping. Qin Shan's gravitational force could rebound at any moment. For Lin Fan, this was sufficient. He released his grip on the spatial barrier, and it shattered instantaneously. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping the yin-ji knife tightly, channeling the majority of his remaining psychic energy into the blade. The blade hummed. No, it was caught in a struggle between lament and desire. The dark patterns on the blade illuminated, the star patterns radiating a searing glow. Golden flames erupted from the hilt, leaping violently, twisting, and contorting. Lin Fan closed his eyes. In his mind, scenes flashed back. The secret training chamber, the moment spatial energy was infused into the golden flames, the flicker of flames. In his consciousness, the system exhibited countless trajectories of energy operation. In his grandfather's notes, that hastily scribbled line, fire ignites all things. Space accommodates all as if fire can remain eternal in space. The system, Lin Fan roared within. Ding. Host detected to be in a state of extreme pressure. Dual psychic energies fluctuating violently, meeting the conditions for skill creation. Analyzing current energy coupling possibilities. Warning, host current realm is insufficient. Forced fusion has an 87% failure rate, with extremely high backlash risks. Recommended course of action, abandon fusion. Silence. Lin Fan bellowed in his mind. Tell me how to make them resonate. A brief silence ensued. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Not specific skills, but rather fundamental principles. Fragments of theoretical knowledge from an obliterated civilization. Energy is complementary. Space is the medium. Fire is a form of energy oscillation. Understood. Yet, it felt as though he hadn't fully grasped it. But it was enough. Lin Fan opened his eyes. The golden flames on the yin-ji knife danced even more wildly. At the core of the flames, thin, silver-gray, crack-like patterns began to emerge. They were not mere cracks. They represented the form taken by spatial energy when subjected to extreme compression. The golden flames enveloped the spatial rupture. The spatial rupture bore the vibrations of the golden flames. 2 utterly distinct high-tier energies, under Lin Fan's desperate will, commenced the most primal, most brutal, and most unstable forced coupling. Around the blade, the air began to distort. It was not a heat wave, but rather ripples of space itself. The golden flames leapt within the ripples, flickering in and out, ready to explode at any moment. Cough. Lei Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, a lightning chain snapping. Qin Shan's trembling arms had reached their limit, and the matriarch's head began to rise incrementally. 3 seconds were up. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with intensity. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly again, slowly rising to his full height. The Yenji knife, entwined with golden flames and spatial ripples, was raised high, its tip locked onto the matriarch's neck, which was restrained by gravity. Sensing the imminent threat, the matriarch struggled even more frantically. Blood oozed from the corners of Lei Hao and Qin Shan's mouths. Lei Hao let out a low grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he channeled the remnants of his spiritual energy into the last 2 chains. Bind them. Qin Shan's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he intensified the gravitational field. Yet, he himself coughed up a mouthful of blood mist. Now was the moment. The blade finally made contact with the dark brown exoskeleton of the spider matriarch. There was no clash of metal, only an excruciating hissing sound. The instant the blade touched the shell, a searing white flame seeped directly inside. It disregarded physical defenses, infiltrating through the most minute fissures of matter, incinerating its structure from within. Following closely were the silvery gray strands of spatial energy, silently flooding into the microscopic tunnel created by the golden flames. Wherever the force of space traversed, the links of matter were forcibly severed, existence warped, and even partially exiled to unobservable dimensions. This was not merely cutting. It was an erasure at the level of existence. The neck of the spider matriarch displayed an incomprehensible and bizarre sight. The outer layer was charred and carbonized, while the inner layer flickered with silvery gray microcracks, deep within which lay a pure void that devoured all. The blade encountered no significant resistance. It sliced through with a slow yet unstoppable momentum. Lin Fan appeared on the other side of the spider matriarch, maintaining his stance with the blade. His back turned to the mountain-like beast. The skin between his thumbs had burst open, blood trickling down the hilt, only to be instantly evaporated by the blade's high temperature. His complexion was as pale as parchment. The spider matriarch's frantically thrashing limbs suddenly froze. Its cruel compound eyes flickered with a rapid crimson light, then extinguished entirely, fading into a lifeless gray. Crack! A charred silver mark encircled its neck, beginning to expand. With a splatter, dark green slime erupted, only to be abruptly severed mid-flow by an invisible force, obliterating it. Boom! The menacing head finally separated from the massive body, crashing heavily to the ground. The headless body stood motionless for several seconds, its 8 limbs drooping helplessly, completely silent. The entire underground hall was enveloped in a profound stillness, punctuated only by the hissing of rocks corroded by acidic liquid and the weighty breaths of the onlookers. Lei Hao was the first to kneel, hands pressed to the ground, gasping for breath, overwhelmed to the point of darkness clouding his vision. Qin Shan collapsed onto the ground, the backlash of gravity causing excruciating pain in his organs, blood frothing from his mouth. Suyu leaned against the rock wall, clutching the wound on her left arm tightly, her usually cold eyes revealing a flicker of shock for the first time. He truly accomplished it. Flames in space? The teammates beside her gazed at Lin Fan's back, then at the dismembered spider matriarch, their throats dry, unable to utter a word. Limo's Adam's apple bobbed. The teammates behind him wore expressions filled with the relief of survival. They recalled the conflict at the camp not long ago. If Lin Fan had wielded this blade then, cold sweat would have instantly drenched their backs. Captain, wake up. Zhao Kuan's teammate rushed over, staring at the indentation in his chest, utterly at a loss. And the architect of all this. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing tore at Lin Fan's chest, and he could no longer hold on, half kneeling on the ground. Each breath brought searing pain. His body felt utterly empty. Within his meridians, 2 chaotic energies clashed violently, a tearing sensation radiating from every inch of his flesh. This strike had drained him of everything. Ding! Detected that the host completed the preliminary fusion application of high-level energy under extreme pressure. Original skill record completed. Skill name, Void Flame / Prototype. Rating, C. Power assessment, B. Combining the penetrating burn of the blazing heaven flame and the structural destruction of spatial energy, severing vitality. Inflicting nearly rule-based lethal damage on high-tier extraordinary targets. Stability assessment, D. The energy coupling method is exceedingly crude and dangerous. Backlash is severe, and continued forced use may result in permanent damage to the meridians. Consumption assessment, A. Under the Awakening Realm 7-star state, a single use consumes approximately 8,892 of total spiritual energy. Potential assessment, A. Verified the feasibility of dual SSS-level ability fusion, correct direction, and extremely high power ceiling upon deep development. Warning, host meridians are moderately burned. The degree of dual energy chaos has reached a high level. Immediate cessation of any extraordinary energy operation is advised. and prompt replenishment of homogeneous energy for recovery is recommended. Specialized training program Dual Energy Coupling Basics, first stage, has been generated, available for the host to claim upon stabilization of condition. The system's urgent warnings echoed in his mind. Lin Fan managed a faint, pained smile. It was accomplished. The cost was immense, but it was worth it. This blade did not merely sever the spider matriarch's neck. It cleaved through the fog of impossibility before him. Step, step, step. The steady sound of military boots approached. Instructor Shan Yao emerged from the shadows, his stern face as unyielding as ever. Yet his gaze lingered on the blood Lin Fan had coughed up and the fallen flame blade for a half-second longer. He strode to the center of the hall, his voice authoritative yet calm. Mission accomplished. His gaze swept across the entire area, finally settling upon Lin Fan. Primary assailant qualification, Lin Fan's team. Kill contribution, Lin Fan personally accounts for approximately 40, team total approximately 65. Verified according to combat record data. Any objections? Liamo shook his head. Suyu suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and also shook her head. No objections. No one dared to voice dissent, nor could anyone do so. Shan Yao nodded. 1 hour later, assemble at the evacuation point. Now, tend to the wounded and clean the battlefield. With the command issued, the stagnant air began to flow again. Lei Hao and Qin Shan supported each other, staggering toward Lin Fan's side. Fan go, Qin Shan said, observing Lin Fan's pallor, his voice hoarse and filled with concern. He won't die? Lin Fan grasped Lei Hao's outstretched arm, and with their assistance, he struggled to stand. He bent down, fingers trembling as he picked up the flame blade. The blade remained warm. The star-patterned glow had dimmed, yet it emitted a faint and distinct sense of exhilaration. Its connection with him had deepened. Lin Fan turned to gaze at the corpse of the spider matriarch, at the intertwining marks of charred black and silvery gray that symbolized death. They had won. His body teetered on the brink of collapse, his spiritual energy completely depleted. Yet, the fire in Lin Fan's eyes burned brighter and more fervently than ever before. Void flame slash. This was merely the beginning. He had finally taken the most crucial first step on his path. Chapter 56. Forfeit 8,000 points. He chose 5 pieces of broken stone. After announcing the mission results, Instructor Shan Yao retreated to the shadow's edge, arms crossed. He resembled a silent statue. Yet he embodied the highest authority in this realm. The bloodshed and chaos in the hall had not yet subsided. Zhao Kuen's teammate frantically administered a second dose of emergency medicine, stabilizing his chest wound with a portable healing device, managing to keep him alive. However, he remained unconscious. His complexion as gray as that of a corpse. With assistance from her teammates, Suyu gritted her teeth as she treated the corrosive injury on her left arm, disinfecting, applying anti-corrosive gel, and bandaging. Each step made her forehead bead with cold sweat. Limo's team of 3 also tended to their superficial injuries from the acidic liquid. Only on Lin Fan's side did the 3 support each other as they leaned against the wall, capable of little more than breathing heavily. Lei Hao and Qin Shan were drained of spiritual energy, while Lin Fan found even raising a finger to be a Herculean task. The searing pain in his meridians and the void of spiritual energy crashed against his nerves in waves. Warning: host spiritual energy recovery rate is below 1. Meridian burn recovery is slow. Immediate intake of homogeneous energy for guided repair is advised. The system's cold voice resounded in his mind. Lin Fan knew it was right. Yet now, he could not muster even the energy to operate his storage equipment. 10 minutes later, each team had barely stabilized their condition. Instructor Shan Xiao strode back to the center of the hall, his voice cold and resolute. Inventory and allocate the spoils. The rules remain unchanged. The main assault team has the priority to select 1 core trophy and has the first choice of materials. The rest will be distributed according to contribution. Approaching the colossal carcass of the spider matriarch, he began to dissect it with precision and efficiency akin to that of a butcher. The first item extracted was a fist-sized spirit core, its exterior a dark yellow hue. Yet within it coiled tendrils of emerald green venom, emanating a heavy and perilous aura. This was the spirit core of the cave spider matriarch, boasting both earth and poison attributes. At an extraordinary high tier, Shan Xiao placed it upon a sterile cloth. The camp appraised its value at 500 points. This figure invigorated the weary crowd. 500 points represented a substantial fortune for any student team. Next, he unveiled 6 relatively intact gigantic carapaces, each resembling a door and exceeding 20 centimeters in thickness. Following this were 24 sleek, black appendage spines, sharp and endowed with a natural curve for lethality. Finally, 5 crimson crystals, the size of eggs, were extracted from the remnants of the matriarch's gastric sac. These were flame crystals, warm to the touch, formed from the energy of underground fire minerals consumed by the spider matriarch, containing pure fire energy. Shan Xiao picked one up. The 5 crystals were of medium quality. Lin Fan's gaze immediately locked onto the 5 crystals. Detected high-purity fire attribute energy source, can be directly absorbed for repair and cultivation. The system prompted. Lin Fan's team, as the main assault force, had the priority to choose. Shanxiao's eyes turned toward Lin Fan, and all gazes converged upon him, filled with envy, curiosity, and speculation. Li Mo and Su Yu both believed he would opt for the 500-point spirit core. With the support of Qin Shan and Lei Hao, Lin Fan struggled to stand. His throat parched, his voice hoarse yet clear. For the core trophy, we select the 5 flame crystals. Additionally, we require the 2 largest carapaces and 10 spines. This choice left Li Mo and Su Yu momentarily dumbfounded. A flicker of surprise crossed Shanxiao's eyes, but he did not inquire further, merely nodding. Accepted. He allocated the 5 warm crystals, 2 carapaces, and 10 spines to Lin Fan's team. Though Lei Hao and Qin Shan were also taken aback, they held unwavering trust in Lin Fan's decision. Lei Hao stepped forward, carefully placing the flame crystals into an insulated box. Qin Shan, lacking the strength to transport the heavy carapaces, could only leave them in place for the time being. Lin Fan, so you couldn't help but speak, her voice somewhat weak. The spirit core holds greater value. Lin Fan turned to her, a faint smile breaking through his pallid visage. I am aware. However, what is appropriate is what is best. He offered no further explanation. While the spirit core was indeed enticing, its attributes were incompatible, and forcibly absorbing it posed significant risks. Points could be earned again, but such items that could directly translate into immediate combat power were priceless. Su Yu's eyes flickered with thought, and she fell silent. Li Mo cast a deep look at Lin Fan. Subsequently, the remaining spoils were distributed according to contributions. Li Mo's team, with a contribution of 22, received the most valuable spider matriarch spirit core, along with 3 carapaces. Su Yu's team, with a contribution of 18, acquired 3 carapaces, 8 spines, and the majority of the venom gland materials. Zhao Kuan's team, with a mere contribution of 5, ended up with 6 spines and some scraps. Once the distribution concluded, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Li Mo's team had reaped the greatest economic value. Su Yu's team gathered practical materials, while Xu Yin's team obtained items of immeasurable worth to Lin Fan. An hour later, the ground assembly commenced. After Shanxiao spoke, he stepped back once more, supported by her teammates. Su Yu approached Lin Fan. Her left arm was bandaged, her complexion still pale, though her gaze had regained its icy clarity, now tinged with complexity as she regarded Lin Fan. Lin Fan, thank you for earlier. I, Su Yu, owe you a favor. If you ever need assistance, feel free to contact me. She raised her right-hand terminal. Lin Fan understood, lifting his arm to lightly tap, exchanging temporary communication privileges. We merely fought side by side. Lin Fan replied. Su Yu nodded and turned to leave. Li Mo approached next, more direct, extending his hand. Lin Fan, regarding the incident at the camp. It was my team that did not understand the rules. You are quite formidable. This collaboration was pleasant. I hope we can work together again in the future. Lin Fan grasped his hand, feeling the firm strength in his palm. You flatter me, Captain Li. Li Mo smiled, departing with his team. In a corner, Zhao Kuan stirred awake just in time to witness this exchange. His expression instantly turned ashen, a mixture of resentment, fear, and unwillingness clouding his gaze, ultimately leading him to shut his eyes tightly as his teammates carried him away. In the hall, only Xu Yin's team and Shanxiao remained. These carapaces are remarkably robust. Qin Shan, having regained some strength, crouched beside the carapaces, reluctant to part with them. We should have the craftsman make 2 shields, one for Brother Fan and one for myself. Lei Hao examined the insulated box. The energy of the crystals is quite stable. The spines possess excellent hardness and toughness. They could be fashioned into poisoned throwing weapons. Lin Fan sat on the ground, holding a flame crystal. The warmth radiated from it. A stream of pure, tranquil fire energy seeped into his palm, soothing the parched and painful meridians within him. Absorbing trace amounts of pure fire energy, the repair speed of meridians increases by 5, and the activity of the celestial flame spirit energy slightly elevates. As he absorbed the energy, he began to contemplate. This mission was perilous yet worthwhile. Suppressing the sea-level spirit disaster validated the potential of the void flame slash, secured the urgently needed flame crystals, and acquired top-tier materials. More critically, it established a preliminary positive relationship with powerful teams like Su Yu's and Li Mo's. Strength is fundamental, yet reliable allies are equally vital for survival. It was worth it. Lin Fan murmured, tightening his grip on the crystal. 50 minutes later, the 3 followed Shanxiao back to the surface. Qin Shan used the little gravity ability he had just recovered to awkwardly reduce the size of a carapace, while he and Lei Hao each carried one. Lin Fan walked on his own, his steps somewhat unsteady, but he did not release the crystal, continually absorbing its energy to nurture himself. At the surface evacuation point, the transport aircraft's rotors roared. They boarded, and the cabin door sealed shut. The dimly lit cabin was suffused with the mingled scents of disinfectant and blood. Li Mo's and Su Yu's teammates were resting with closed eyes. Zhao Kuan lay on a stretcher in the corner, unconscious. Lin Fan and his companions found seats, utterly exhausted. Qin Shan leaned against the carapace and quickly fell asleep, his snores soon echoing. Lei Hao, cradling the box, also succumbed to slumber against the cabin wall. However, Lin Fan remained awake. Leaning against the back of his seat, he gazed out the window. The transport aircraft ascended, revealing the vast wilderness shrouded in night below. Occasionally, lights flickered on the distant horizon, uncertain whether they belonged to human outposts or the eyes of ferocious beasts. In his hand, the flame crystal retained its warmth. He withdrew his gaze and opened his left hand. With a subtle mental effort, a faint, nearly imperceptible golden spark ignited at his fingertips, flickering momentarily before extinguishing. His body remained drained and prickling with pain, yet a seed named possibility had begun to sprout amidst adversity. He clenched the crystal tightly, closed his eyes, and focused intently on guiding the gentle energy to repair himself and nurture that fragile yet resilient spark of fire. The transport aircraft roared, carrying a cabin full of weariness, harvests, and newfound possibilities, slicing through the night sky toward the camp. The night in the wilderness was still long, yet some lights, once ignited, would not easily extinguish again. Chapter 57. One Battle to Ascend to Divinity. 6,000 points, permission upgrade. The roar of the transport aircraft's engines gradually subsided over Longyuan camp, ultimately settling into a steady hover. The cabin doors slid open, and the unique, cold air of dawn, laced with metallic and earthy scents, rushed in, instantly dispelling the fatigue within the cabin. Lin Fan followed behind Qin Shan and lay how down the gangway, his steps slightly unsteady, yet his spine remained straight. The burning sensation in his lungs had not fully dissipated, and each breath was accompanied by a slight sting. The medical team, already waiting on the tarmac, swiftly approached, scanning each individual with portable scanners. When it was Lin Fan's turn, the instrument's screen flashed several lines of red warnings. Moderate energy burns in the meridians. Dual energy disturbances. A medical officer scrutinized Lin Fan with a few glances before presenting him with a vial of pale green elixir. Ingest this to alleviate the energy backlash. However, for complete recovery, you must rely on your own nurturing. Thank you. Lin Fan accepted the vial, decisively pocketing it. The cold, stern voice of Instructor Shansho echoed across the expansive helipad. Everyone, assemble. Submit your mission reports in 1 hour. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, dragging their weary bodies away. Yet many gazes subtly lingered on the 3 members of Team Shiyan, mingled with surprise, scrutiny, and even a hint of reverence. Clearly, the events that transpired in the Greystone Hills had somehow been relayed back to the camp in advance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Shan leaned the 2 massive Spider Queen shells against the corner with a resounding thud, collapsing onto his bed, snoring almost instantly. Lei Hao secured the heat-insulated box containing the flame crystals into his locker before rubbing his temples and settling down to recuperate. Lin Fan sat at the edge of his bed, closing his eyes, and his consciousness swiftly descended into the familiar expanse of pure white. Injuries detected. Immediate simulation repair is advised. Commence, he thought. The energy from the flame crystal he held in reality seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming within his consciousness into the purest warmth, beginning to untangle the chaotic and volatile energies within his body. Dual energy coupling basic training has been unlocked. Based on combat data analysis, the embryonic form of the void flame possesses immense power, yet its consumption and backlash far exceed the host's current limits. It is classified as a forbidden technique. Current primary objective: repair injuries, solidify realm, and strive for mastery. The system's cold notification resonated with Lin Fan's thoughts. He did not rush for immediate results, but opted for the most fundamental simulation of flame steps optimization. Outside, dawn broke. When Lin Fan was pulled back to reality by the clamor outside his dormitory, he had already completed several hours of intense training on a mental level. Brother Fan, are you awake? Lei Hao opened his eyes, a flicker of electricity flashing through them, his breath significantly steadier. It's quite lively outside. The 3 quickly washed up, changed into clean uniforms, and headed straight to the mission hall. Along the way, they became the absolute center of attention. The new recruits cast unabashed glances of admiration and curiosity, their hushed whispers filling the air. That's him, Lin Fan, the captain of Team Shiyan. I heard he took down a high-level extraordinary Spider Queen in one strike. Is that true? Double SSS rank, a monster. The older students, however, bore more complex expressions. The previously condescending scrutiny had vanished, replaced by a level gaze, with some even nodding in acknowledgement. Inside Longyuan camp, strength is the hardest currency. Upon entering the mission hall, the illuminated announcement at the top of the massive circular screen instantly captivated everyone's attention. Commendation order. Team Shiyan, Lin Fan, Lei Hao, Qin Shan. Mission: C-Class Spirit Calamity Suppression of the Spider Queen in Greystone Hills. Evaluation: excellent. Explanation: this team successfully led the elimination of a high-level extraordinary threat, demonstrating outstanding performance. Reward: team points 5,000. Captain Lin Fan receives an additional personal point reward of 1,000. Beneath the screen, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Did I see that correctly? 6,000 points for one mission. An excellent evaluation. This is the highest rating. I've never seen a rookie team achieve such a score in over a year. Lin Fan's individual contribution is immense. The name Team Shuyan will no longer be looked down upon from this day forward. Ignoring the overwhelming discussions behind them, the trio proceeded directly to the submission window. Mission report and Spirit Core vouchers were submitted. Verification complete. Beep. The personal terminals of the three vibrated simultaneously. Lin Fan glanced at his terminal, noting his personal point balance surged to nearly 1,500 points, while the team account boasted a glaring figure of 5,000. Let's go? Shan, eyeing the terminal, was nearly drooling. Celebration time. The cafeteria's special exotic beast meat steaks. Here I come. In the cafeteria, the trio ordered a lavish feast far exceeding the usual standards with their team points. Just as Shan was indulging heartily, Lin Fan's personal terminal buzzed again, revealing an encrypted notification. Student Lin Fan, your resource exchange authority has been upgraded to level 2. Level 2 resource library. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. This meant access to higher purity attribute crystals, advanced training rooms, and even rare potions and equipment blueprints not typically found in the market. This was a direct acknowledgement of their achievements by the camp's higher-ups. At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from the central broadcast of the camp, commanding the attention of every student. Attention, all students. In 7 days, the quarterly ranking competition will be held. The top 10 will gain access to the Spirit Essence Pool for training. The Spirit Essence Pool, formed by the convergence of high-level spiritual essence, significantly enhances the success rate of breakthroughs to mastery and solidifies early-stage realms. All students, prepare diligently. The announcement repeated thrice, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. The bustling cafeteria fell into a sudden silence. A second later, it erupted into a volcanic uproar. The Spirit Essence Pool, the one that can increase breakthrough rates by 30%. Top 10. I'll risk everything to get in this time. A month. Damn it. Even sleeping is a waste of time. Lin Fan slowly set down his meat steak, locking eyes with Lei Hao and Shan. In their gazes burned a shared flame, ambition, desire, and an unwavering determination. The Spirit Essence Pool. This was precisely what they needed at this moment. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the camp's command center, Instructor Shansho concluded his report. In summary, this Lin Fan possesses exceptional potential, temperament, and strength. Behind the desk, the imposing Lanya, the camp leader, lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, his gaze penetrating through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entire camp. Grant him level 2 resource library access. Lanya's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He paused before continuing. Additionally, place the qualification for that item on the observation list. After the ranking competition, we will see if he can secure a spot in the Spirit Essence Pool. The other instructor, momentarily taken aback, could not resist asking, Commander, are you referring to that item? Lanya waved his hand, interrupting him. His eyes were as deep as the night sky. Some things cannot be exchanged merely with points. They require qualifications and the resilience to bear their weight. The office fell into silence once more. In the cafeteria, Lin Fan drained the last drop of nutrient liquid, the energy derived from the food gradually restoring his fatigued body. He looked at his two brothers, his voice low yet filled with unwavering determination. We must secure a spot in the Spirit Essence Pool. Lei Hao nodded emphatically, his eyes sparking with electricity. Shan clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. Yes. Damn it. The new goal of Team Shuyan had been firmly established. Chapter 58, The Thunder Spirit Crystal, secured. As night enveloped the Lonyuan camp like ink, the distant wilderness echoed with the roars of unknown beasts, adding a touch of menace to the hazy light surrounding the camp. Inside the dormitory of Team Shuyan, the lights shone brightly. A low table was laden with food just exchanged from logistics, the aroma of roasted wind rabbit meat mingling with the steam of energy stew, dispelling the fatigue and bloodshed of battle. Shan cradled a bowl larger than his face, gulping down the last mouthful with a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is the life. Lei Hao rapidly consumed his meal, his internal lightning energy requiring urgent replenishment, while his fingers flew across the screen of his personal terminal. Lin Fan, however, ate at a leisurely pace. The energy of food flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing the veins within him that burned from wielding the void flame slash. He could distinctly perceive that with each breath, the dimly glowing flame crystal to his left was delivering the final vestiges of pure fire energy into his being. This was a celebratory feast, celebrating their survival upon returning from the underground lair, as well as the substantial points amassed in their team account. With a satisfied sigh, Shan set down his empty bowl and patted his iron-like belly. The jovial smile on his face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Fan go, how's he what is next? The ranking match and the Spirit Essence Pool, we should focus on this first. Lei Hao halted his actions, turning the terminal screen towards the two. On the screen appeared a brand new exchange list, titled Secondary Resource Pool. The items within the Secondary Resource Pool were entirely different. Lei Hao's voice was deep and resonant. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the list. Spirit Gathering Pill, second tier. Accelerates spirit energy absorption efficiency by 30, lasting for 3 hours. Exchange, 300 points each. Body Refinement Potion, Enhanced. In conjunction with extreme training, enhances physical strength and cellular resilience. Exchange, 500 points each. Void Stone Powder, Trace. A high-dimensional substance sourced from spatial rifts. Remarkably stabilizing perception for spatial-type ability users. Exchange, 1,200 points per portion. Each item's price was astonishing. Yet their effects were far superior to the basic supplies of the first-tier resource pool. Our team has 6,500 points, and I personally have nearly 1,500. Lin Fan quickly assessed. The spirit-gathering pill must be exchanged. It's crucial for breaking through at this pivotal moment. The Body Refinement Potion is for Shanzi. Your combat style needs enhanced physical strength. Lei Hao shook his head, rejecting the Thunder Pattern Iron item on the list intended for Lei-type ability users. The natural lightning from Thunderstrike Cliff suits me better than these external items. He paused, raising his gaze, where his eyes, typically alight with electricity, now bore a rare, almost pleading seriousness. What I need is a spot in the top 10 of the ranking match, along with more points. Lin Fan and Qin Shan both turned to him, taken aback. This was the first time Lei Hao had so candidly expressed his needs. He grasped his cup, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He stared into the clear water within, as if he could see a pale yet tenacious smile reflected back. My sister, Xiaoyu. His voice was barely above a whisper. Yet it struck Lin Fan and Qin Shan like a bolt of lightning to their hearts. Congenital heart vein atrophy. To treat it fundamentally, a recipe centered around Thunder Spirit Crystal is needed. The Thunder Spirit Crystal was an A-grade strategic resource. Its exchange required either immense authority and contributions or astronomical points. Lei Hao raised his head, his gaze resolute, devoid of weakness, as solid as rock. Securing a top 10 ranking is the fastest route to obtaining the potential seed identity, which will directly elevate our authority. Gaining access to the spirit essence pool and breaking through to the mastery realm is the only way I can undertake high-risk tasks that yield substantial points. This is the only path I can see. In the dormitory, silence reigned. Qin Shan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found any comforting words to be utterly inadequate. He suddenly reached out, slapping Lei Hao's shoulder with a resounding thud. Lin Fan said nothing. He simply lifted his cup and raised it toward Lei Hao. Seeing this, Qin Shan immediately understood and raised his own large bowl. The three containers clinked softly under the light, producing a clear, melodious sound. To the spirit essence pool, we enter together. Lin Fan's voice, though not loud, carried a sharpness that seemed capable of shattering all obstacles. We will earn the Thunder Spirit Crystal together. Indeed. Qin Shan nodded vigorously, his eyes reddening. As Lei Hao looked at his two brothers, the expression on his typically icy face softened, revealing a faint yet genuine smile. He tilted his head back and drained the water from his cup. Some bonds of brotherhood require no words, forged in the simple act of clinking cups and shared drinks. Soon, the trio finalized their distribution plan. 3 spirit gathering pills, 900 points, 2 body refinement potions, 1,000 points, and 1 portion of void stone powder, 1,200 points. The remaining 3,400 points would serve as the Team's strategic reserve, while Lin Fan's personal points would act as emergency funds. As for the exoskeleton and spines of the extraordinary high-tier beast, Qin Shan would visit the camp's finest craftsmen the following day to see what potent weaponry could be fashioned for the team. As night deepened, Lei Hao and Qin Shan fell into a deep slumber, their exhausted bodies yearning for restoration. Yet Lin Fan found no respite from sleep. Grasping the Yenji blade, he stepped out onto the small balcony outside the dormitory. The untainted night sky, devoid of light pollution, shimmered with stars like a diamond-paved celestial pathway, distant and cold. The wild winds swept in, carrying the scent of decaying flora and hints of lurking dangers, invading his nostrils. Leaning against the frigid wall, Lin Fan's fingertips brushed over the hilt of the Yenji blade. A faint hum resonated from the blade, harmonizing with the fiery spirit energy coursing through him, while simultaneously soothing another restless force of spatial power within. He closed his eyes, and images from his time in the camp flickered in his mind. From a struggling high school senior to now, a Dragon Abyss student wielding blades against the extraordinary. Was it fast? Very much so. Was it enough? Far from it. With a surge of determination, he sank his consciousness deep into the recesses of his mind. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, Awakening Stage 7 stars, stable. Vein burn healing progress, 65. Void flame slash, prototype, analysis, next training focus, refine spatial folding precision, and stabilize energy bridging models. A stream of data flowed past, precise and cold. The system had mapped out the most flawless path, yet each step demanded his blood and sweat in execution. The spirit essence pool. That was the astonishing leap from awakening to mastery. Only by stepping into the mastery realm could he truly command this SSS grade ability, transforming the void flame slash from a gamble of life into a reliable card. Only then would he be worthy to unravel the mysteries left by his grandfather and father. Grandfather Lin Zhan, a high-ranking member of the Spirit Guardian Division, had mysteriously vanished during an S-grade mission. Father Lin Guodong, content with mediocrity, had left him the Yenji blade, a weapon shrouded in secrets. Two vastly different paths seemed to converge upon the same unfathomable vortex. Lin Fan gripped the hilt tightly, his nails digging into his palm. My path. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through the encroaching darkness. He looked towards the towering mountain silhouettes in the distance, toward the endless wilderness that had claimed countless lives, and finally, his vision seemed to pierce the atmosphere, aiming for the resplendent, yet frigid sea of stars. I will go further than you. Moonlight cascaded like mercury, casting his upright silhouette into a sharp profile. Though still youthful, that figure had already begun to forge the backbone capable of supporting an entire realm. The Yen-Ji blade in his hand remained silent, yet within its darkened depths, a flicker of golden flame entwined with a distorted space awaited the next opportunity to rend the long night asunder. Turning, he re-entered the room, the lights extinguished, plunging the dormitory into darkness. Yet a spark known as the void flame had been ignited at the very edge of this wilderness. Its light would ultimately pierce through the unending night, illuminating a legendary era that belonged to them. Chapter 59, New Insights into Space. The morning light sliced through the thick energy shield above the Dragon Abyss camp, like a sword. Inside the dormitory, the cold notification chime rang punctually. Lin Fan opened his eyes, the tactical terminal on his wrist flashing a green light, resembling a deep-hued luminous stone. Mission settlement complete. Void Flame Team. Base points 5,500. Overlevel kill bonus 20. Excellent cooperation evaluation bonus 10. Total points earned 6,500. Personal contribution distribution. Lin Fan 1,500. Lei Hao 800. Qin Shan 700. Team public account balance 6,500 points. A string of cold digits, yet it felt like a warm current, instantly dispersing the lingering fatigue deep within Lin Fan's bones. He could distinctly sense the lingering searing pain in his left arm's meridians, a remnant of the violent energy backlash sustained while forcibly wielding the extreme powers of space and fire during the execution of the embryonic form of the Void Flame Slash. These 6,500 points were earned at the cost of his life. Wow, we struck gold. Qin Shan, on the opposite bed, suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, his robust frame causing the specially crafted alloy bed frame to emit a pained groan. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the terminal screen, his honest face brimming with ecstasy. 6,005. How many body enhancement potions can I exchange for this? This should be enough to soften my bones. 2. Came Lei Hao's calm voice from the washroom, devoid of any ripple of excitement, accompanied only by the sound of rushing water. He emerged, his wet black hair flinging droplets, and his eyes, always crackling with electricity, gleamed with clarity. The potent body enhancement potions cost 500 each, spirit gathering pills are 300, and the void stone powder that Lin Fan needs is 1,200. This guy must have thoroughly scoured the exchange list last night. Lin Fan rose from his bed and casually rolled his shoulders. The psychic energy of the seven-star awakening realm flowed quietly within him like a gentle stream. The warmth of the celestial flame radiated from his core. Yet whenever it coursed through his left arm, it was invariably obstructed by several congested nodes, sending jarring pangs of pain through him. His meridians were severely injured. Let us proceed to exchange. Lin Fan grabbed his combat jacket from the bedside, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Wounds must be healed, and power must be enhanced. We have no time to waste. The resource repository, the very heart of the camp. A 3-story silver-gray structure stood before them, where 2 guards clad in standard spirit control department armor stood sentinel, their formidable presence thickening the air around them. Mid-tier in the mastery realm. The trio swiped their cards to enter, and the internal space opened up before them. Rows of translucent light screens floated in the air, cascading information on a plethora of supplies like a waterfall, radiating enticing spiritual light. Here, there were no cheap energy bars or ordinary healing potions typical of a first-tier resource repository. Each item was enough to incite fierce competition among outside rogue practitioners. Good grief. This is what true depth looks like. Qin Shan tilted his head back, akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, his mouth making sounds of awe. Second-tier spirit gathering pills, essence of bone refinement. What on earth is this gravity crystal fragment? Stop gawking, it's 8,000 points. Even if sold, you couldn't afford it. Lei Hao doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, swiftly bringing up the exchange interface, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Lin Fan stood before the main screen, his gaze sharp as a knife, swiftly slicing through the irrelevant information. His eyes ultimately fixed on the line that read voidstone powder. Harvested from the edges of stable spatial rifts, it contains faint high-dimensional matter, significantly enhancing the perception accuracy and stability of space-type practitioners. Price, 1,200 points. This was nearly 1/5 of the team's total reserves. Exchange. Lin Fan uttered a single word without a hint of hesitation. He understood well that while the celestial flame possessed formidable destructive power, the true trump card enabling him to challenge above his level was the unpredictable nature of the mastery of space. This foundation must be solidified. Lei Hao nodded. Selecting 3 spirit gathering pills, second tier, adding, for breaking through bottlenecks, they can enhance absorption efficiency by 30%, potentially saving your life in critical moments. Qin Shan gazed longingly at the icon for the potent body enhancement potion, saliva nearly pooling at his lips. Can I have 2 of those? I feel like my physical bottleneck is about to crack. With a little extra effort, I'm sure I can break through. 2, for 1,000 points. Lin Fan decisively concluded. The remaining 3,400 points were deposited into the public account for unforeseen needs. Exchange confirmed, points cleared. Moments later, 3 sealed boxes gleaming with a metallic sheen slid out from the transfer port. Split up, Lin Fan instructed, taking the box containing the voidstone powder, which felt remarkably heavy, as if he were holding a small compressed fragment of space. I'll focus on healing and familiarizing myself with this. Sean, head to the gravity chamber and push yourself to the limit. How? You know what to do. Thunderstrike Cliff, Lehao tightened his grip on the jade vial. A fleeting flash of purple lightning igniting deep within his gaze, imbued with a sense of urgent determination. Last night, he had grazed the threshold of something monumental. Lin Fan regarded his 2 brothers, opting not to utter any cliched words of encouragement, simply stating gravely, "Don't die." The trio exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement. Turning to embark in 3 different directions, their silhouettes remained steadfast as ever. In the exclusive training chamber, the door sealed shut, the soundproofing runes activating. Enveloping the world in instant tranquility, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, positioning the flame silence blade across his knees, gripping the hilt. He felt a barely audible hum emanating from the depths of the scabbard, as if resonating with the celestial flame energy coursing within him. He did not rush to open the lead gray box, but instead retrieved the dimly glowing remnants of the flame crystal. The surface of the crystal was riddled with web-like fractures, and the internal golden-red glow had dwindled to a mere ember, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This was the essence extracted from the core of the cave spider matriarch, and it was with its aid that he had forcibly broken through the barrier of the 7-star realm last night. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan began to channel the golden celestial flame energy as it surged through his body, deep within his chest. That core teetering between reality and illusion began to slowly rotate, with 7 distinct star patterns shimmering brightly. Though the halo at the edges still appeared somewhat unstable, a sign of a shaky foundation, the psychic energy surged towards his left arm, and the searing pain assaulted him once more. Lin Fan turned his focus inward. He could see charred remnants across several primary meridians in his left arm, scars born from the violent fusion of extreme powers of space and fire. Were it not for the high essence of the celestial flame, and had the system not simulated countless times within the realm of consciousness, that strike last night would have severed not merely a few meridians, but his entire left arm. Commence. The golden psychic energy surged like a tide towards his palm, gently enveloping the crystal remnants. The last trace of fire attribute energy was drawn forth, transforming into an exquisitely pure golden red stream, penetrating through the Laogong point and into his body. This energy required no refinement. It seamlessly integrated into his psychic energy. Circulation commenced. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. The golden red warmth repeatedly washed over the damaged meridians, visibly dissolving the charred marks and peeling them away. New, sturdier meridian walls were reborn under the nurturing of the psychic energy, akin to fresh shoots breaking through scorched earth. 2 hours passed. When Lin Fan reopened his eyes, the fire crystal in his hand had transformed into a handful of gray-white powder, slipping through his fingers. He clenched his left fist. The sluggishness within his arm had dissipated by 90%, and the flow of psychic energy faced no further hindrance. Meridian burns, repair at 85. Next, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the lead gray metal box. He opened it. A small pinch of silver gray powder lay quietly on the black energy-absorbing velvet, no larger than half a fingernail. Yet at the moment the box was opened, the entire chamber space rippled with visible waves. It was not the air that stirred. It was the very fabric of space itself, breathing. Lin Fan held his breath, delicately pinching a small amount of powder between his fingertips. At the moment of contact, an icy sensation that pierced the soul surged through him. This was not a chill of temperature, but a high-dimensional void. As if what he touched was not material, but a solidified, absolute vacuum. He immediately activated his spatial abilities. Deep within his brow, the silver star map representing the mastery of space suddenly illuminated. As the energy of the void stone powder permeated, the few stars lit within the center of the star map flared with brilliance. Lin Fan's consciousness was abruptly extracted, drawn into an unprecedented peculiar perspective. He saw, not through his eyes, but rather with the very essence of his abilities. He perceived the world transforming into an immense, boundless membrane, intricately adorned with folds and ripples. The tables, chairs, walls, and cushions manifested deep, varying depressions upon this membrane. His own spiritual energy flowed like a golden stream, merrily coursing between these folds and indentations. Thus revealed was the true nature of space. Chapter 60, The Commencement of Involution. This is indeed the essence of space, Lin Fan murmured to himself. In the past, when he executed spatial displacement, it felt akin to groping through a murky quagmire, relying solely on sheer mental fortitude. However, now, the texture of space had become remarkably lucid. Where it was solid, where it was fragile, where it could be folded, and where energy nodes lay, everything was as clear as the patterns on one's palm. He raised his right hand toward the wall 5 meters away and grasped the void. The power of space surged forth. This time, it was not a crude compression but a precise identification of the weakest point in the spatial ripples, followed by a gentle prod. Buzz. The air before the wall manifested an almost imperceptible transparent wrinkle, akin to a sheet of glass being momentarily twisted and then released. Once again employing spatial manipulation, mental energy consumption plummeted by 30%, while precision soared to unprecedented heights. This 1,200 points were a genuine windfall. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He carefully stored the remaining powder. This quantity would sustain him through 3 more such profound insights. His gaze ultimately settled on the Yinji blade resting before him. Under this newfound spatial awareness, the black blade appeared exceedingly enigmatic. The surrounding spatial ripples exhibited a discordantly smooth state, as if a searing hot brand had flattened all nearby folds. The very existence of the Yinji blade warped the fabric of space itself. What manner of entity are you? Lin Fan gently caressed the scabbard, recalling his father's cryptic words. The blade left by his grandfather awakened after the resurgence of spiritual energy. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if in response. At that same moment, at Thunderstrike Cliff, the towering black rock face loomed like a colossal charred sword thrust into the heavens. Leihao stood naked from the waist up at the cliff summit. Faint blue lightning patterns coursed beneath his bronze skin, testament to countless lightning strikes that had tempered his body. He raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes ablaze with lightning. The peak of his 6th star in the awakening realm surged with electric energy, roaring within him like a tempestuous sea. On the source core star map, the star representing 10,000 June Thunder Prison blazed with brilliance, its edges beginning to emanate a peculiar purple hue. Half a step to the 7th star. Yet what he desired was not the 7th star, but the realm of mastery. Only by entering the realm of mastery could he become an official combatant of the Spirit Guardian Division and exchange his privileges for the Thunder Crystal needed to heal his sister. 2 million points, a 3-year deadline. He could not afford to wait even a single day longer. It was still insufficient, far from enough. With a low roar, Leihao retrieved a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it whole. The moment the pill touched his tongue, its potent essence erupted within him. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing his electric energy to the sky without reservation. Lightning summoning art. Boom. The storm clouds at the cliff's peak were violently disturbed, and a silver-white bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended with a cataclysmic force, targeting Leihao's crown. The blinding electric light engulfed him entirely, the lightning patterns on his skin glowing as brightly as magma. An indescribable agony tore through every nerve, yet he gritted his teeth, fervently channeling his cultivation technique to draw this violent lightning power into his body, cleansing his flesh and pounding against his source core. As the lightning dissipated, Leihao knelt on one knee, a wisp of blue smoke escaping from his mouth and nose, his form resembling charred coal. Yet he slowly lifted his head, and in his eyes, the lightning glimmered more solidly and explosively than the bolts in the sky. The 6th star in the awakening realm, his foundation as steadfast as rock. Only one final life or death push remained before reaching the pinnacle. In the 7th gravity chamber, Qin Shan stood bare-chested amidst a swirl of distorted light and shadow. Threefold gravity. Sweat emerged from his pores, instantly compressed into white steam by the overwhelming force swirling around him. He did not relent. A deep, resonant roar escaped Qin Shan as he grounded himself in stance, slowly extending his fist. The movement was as sluggish as a tortoise. Yet the muscles in his arm writhed like coiled steel cables, veins bulging beneath his skin like serpents. The potency of a powerful body-tempering elixir surged through him like a torrent, combined with the relentless pressure of threefold gravity. The effects were forcefully hammered into every cell of his body. He could sense the bottleneck of his 6th star in the awakening realm loosening and cracking, inch by inch. His father's note stated, in the gravity system, the body is everything. When you believe you have reached your limit, it is not your body's limit, but your limit in controlling gravity. Find control. Qin Shan gasped for breath, attempting to split his focus. While maintaining the threefold gravity throughout his body, he sought to instantaneously elevate the gravity of his right fist to 5-fold. Failure. His right fist suddenly plummeted, causing him to lose balance and stumble forward clumsily. Yet he felt no discouragement. Rising again, his gaze grew increasingly fierce. Again, once more, again and again. As dusk fell, Lin Fan emerged from the meditation chamber, the setting sun casting a tragic golden hue over the entire camp. He approached the task announcement board and flipped directly to the last page of the exchange list. There, only a handful of items represented the highest rewards of the Longyuan camp. Qualification for Spirit Essence Pool, one-time access. Effect, cleanses the body's source core, significantly enhances breakthrough success rate, with a small probability of inducing a beneficial mutation of abilities. Exchange conditions: top 10 in the ranking competition and payment of 10,000 points. Note: only 3 slots available each quarter. Lin Fan gazed at those words, his expression serene, yet deep within his pupils. 2 clusters of golden flames blazed fiercely. Top 10 in the ranking competition. 10,000 points. His current initial ranking was 8th, but this held no significance. True rankings must be seized from others, blow by blow. Behind him, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Lei Hao and Qin Shan flanked him, both bearing the exhaustion of being wrung dry, yet their eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Did you see? Lei Hao's voice was slightly hoarse. I saw, Lin Fan replied. Qin Shan scratched his head, grinning widely to reveal a set of white teeth, his smile tinged with a wild ferocity. What are we waiting for? Let us do this. The 3 exchanged glances, no further words needed. The sunset elongated their shadows, resembling 3 blades poised to be drawn, their sharpness unmistakable. As night descended, within the dormitory, Lin Fan lay on his bed, his consciousness sinking into his mind. The system interface unfolded, the combat data against the abyssal spider matriarch parsed into millions of energy trajectories. Timing for spatial slicing, ratios for flame attachment, stable curves for dual element coupling. Outside, the lights of Longyuan camp coalesced into a singular glow, resembling an island surrounded by the dark wilderness. And upon this island, a nascent flame was gathering strength, awaiting the day it would ignite an expansive conflagration. Chapter 61. When the flame learns to teleport. The night deepened. In the dormitory district of Longyuan camp, the lights gradually extinguished. Within the alloy corridor, only the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling guards echoed. The night winds of the wilderness collided with the spiritual energy shield, emitting a low wail, akin to a colossal beast imprisoned, groaning in its throat. In the dormitory, Qin Shan snored thunderously, reminiscent of a giant bear beating a drum in its dreams. After a day of extreme exertion in the gravity chamber, this robust youth had nearly collapsed onto his bed, losing consciousness instantly. The bruises from training still lingered on his bare arms, yet beneath his skin, a faint yellow glow pulsed subtly. The potency of the body-tempering elixir was forcefully being hammered deep into his very marrow. Across from him, Lei Hao sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes gently closed. Arcs of fine electricity flickering around him, briefly illuminating his tranquil face in the darkness. The pinnacle of 6-star awakening realm thunder energy surged through his body, coursing along a specific trajectory, each breath carrying a barely perceptible rumble of thunder. Lin Fan's bed was unoccupied. He sat cross-legged in the makeshift training area in the corner of the dormitory, a blanket inscribed with soundproofing runes isolating him from most of the noise. Before him, a lead gray metallic box lay open. A pinch of silvery gray voidstone powder emitted a faint glow in the darkness, reminiscent of crushed stardust. Lin Fan refrained from touching it immediately. His consciousness delved deep into his mind, summoning the system's review of the battle from the previous night. The skirmish with the cavernous spider matriarch was rendered into a dynamic holographic image, silently replaying in his thoughts. The timing of spatial slicing, the energy output ratio of the flame attachment, the fluctuation curves when forcibly coupling dual abilities. Millions of data streams surged by, being synthesized, analyzed, and ultimately distilled into 27 fatal nodes ripe for optimization. The stability of spatial folding could be enhanced by 17. The explosive compression of flames could be advanced by 0.3 seconds. The energy bridging of dual systems had a third node with a 0.5 second gap. Lines of cold conclusions materialized, yet Lin Fan's eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. The problem was the path. He extended his finger, pinching a small amount of voidstone powder. The moment the powder touched his fingertip, that unique, soul-freezing chill swept over him once more. This time, Lin Fan was well prepared. The spatial ability within the star map on his forehead activated proactively, like a vast net, welcoming the immersion of this higher-dimensional substance. Boom. His consciousness felt as if plunged into an unfathomably deep well of absolute zero cold. Vision vanished. Hearing ceased. Even the sensation of touch rapidly faded away. A new mode of perception took its place. He saw space, not through his eyes, but as the dominion of spatial abilities was forcibly activated, a response born from the instinct of life itself. The dormitory, this small cube, no longer existed as a tangible entity of walls and furniture. It transformed into an invisible three-dimensional web woven from countless threads. The walls, the bed, the tables and chairs, these heavy materials pressed into the web, creating indentations of varying depths. The flow of air became a colorful stream of light, silently traversing the folds and gaps of space. Qin Shan's snoring resonated as ripples spreading across the web, colliding with the soundproof blanket before rebounding, creating a complex interference pattern. Most fascinating were the arcs of electricity dancing on Lei Hao's body. Each flicker of pale blue lightning sparked a small, transient zone of paralysis in the surrounding space, akin to a drop of mercury disturbing a calm surface. only to be swiftly smoothed by the resilience of space itself. So this is how it is. Lin Fan murmured to himself. In the past, when he utilized spatial displacement, it felt like walking blindfolded in a familiar room, only able to vaguely sense obstacles through mental force. Now, the textures of space lay bare before him, where it was as tough as steel, where it was as fragile as paper, where it could be folded, where it required detours. Everything was as clear as the lines on his palm. Spatial perception accuracy improved. Current error range, 0.03 meters. Spatial folding stability assessment, 15. Effective perception radius, 12 to 20 meters. The system's data stream refreshed quietly. The voidstone powder was the key, briefly unlocking a door to a higher dimension for him. But this was merely the beginning. Lin Fan understood that such a state of deep perception could not be sustained. He must imprint this moment's sensations into his instincts before the energy was depleted. With a thought, he initiated a command. Would you like to enter the consciousness training space? Time flow rate, 1.72. Confirm. Perception was instantaneously withdrawn. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an infinitely vast space of pure white. An hour in the outside world equated to 3 days here. The training objective hovered before him, a plain sheet of white paper, marked with a red target circle of 1 centimeter diameter. 3 meters away was another identical target. Task: utilize spatial folding to instantaneously move the paper to the target, with an overlapping error not exceeding 1 millimeter. It sounded simple. Lin Fan concentrated the power of space, enveloping the paper, folding. The paper vanished. In the next moment, it appeared 3 meters away. However, it landed a full 20 centimeters off target, the paper violently tumbling as if caught in a tempest. Error: 203 centimeters. Posture out of control. Rating: F, cold and merciless. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive. Again, on the second attempt, the error was 15 centimeters. On the third, 11 centimeters. By the 10th attempt, it was down to 5 centimeters. On the 100th try, it was 2 centimeters. In the training space, the concept of time ceased to exist. Only the endless expanse of white and the unchanging target remained. Locking in, calculating, outputting, maintaining stability, so monotonous it could drive any ordinary person mad. Yet Lin Fan's eyes grew ever brighter. With each failure, the system provided precise error analyses down to 3 decimal places, deepening his understanding of spatial folding. Spatial curvature, dimensional anchor points, folding resonance frequencies. These ethereal concepts gradually became instinctual through countless practices. He began to attempt more refined operations, incorporating minute rotational compensations during the folding process to counteract the angular momentum brought about by spatial transitions. In the instant the paper appeared, he employed spatial power to construct a brief stability field. On the 1000th attempt, the paper vanished, reappeared, and settled perfectly atop the target. Error: 0.3 millimeters, posture stable. Rating: S. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of stale air, a habitual action within the consciousness space. He glanced at the system count. 247 attempts. 8 minutes had passed in the outside world. Continuing. The difficulty escalated. 3 sheets of paper, 3 distinct targets, folded simultaneously. Fail, analyze, adjust, retry. 30,000 times. 50,000 times. 80,000 times. By the time Lin Fan completed his 100,000th spatial folding training, his mastery over this fundamental operation had reached a pinnacle. At this moment, if he were to fold that sheet of paper again, he could even preset its appearance in any orientation, upright, inverted, at a 45-degree angle, with an error not exceeding 0.1 millimeters. Spatial folding micromanipulation proficiency, master level, basic phase. Reality mapping efficiency, 92. Lin Fan exited the consciousness space. Perception returned. The dimness of the dormitory, Qin Shan's snoring, Lei Hao's electric sounds, the howling wind outside, all remained as before. Yet something had fundamentally changed. He lifted his gaze toward the dormitory door 5 meters away. This time, he did not employ the enhancement of the void stone. He relied solely on his mastery over space. With a slight mental shift, in the next instant, his figure momentarily blurred at the spot. That moment was brief, so fleeting that others would merely think they were seeing things. Lin Fan's silhouette had already materialized before the dormitory door. He transitioned from sitting cross-legged to standing before the door in a single motion. Charge time, 0.7 seconds. Landing rigidity, 0.2 seconds. Overall efficiency improved by 30. The landing point was precise to the centimeter, no longer the embarrassing discrepancy of half a foot. Yet it was still insufficient. Lin Fan murmured. His opponents in the ranking matches would not grant him 0.7 seconds of charge time. In actual combat, it must be instantaneous. He returned to the training mat. Not to continue practicing displacement, but to lift his left hand, palm facing upward. A wisp of golden flame ignited from thin air, the size of a fist. It hovered steadily in the air, the terrifying high temperatures of the inferno tightly restrained, only radiating a hint of warmth. Subsequently, Lin Fan summoned his spatial abilities. It was neither a mere encapsulation nor a folding. Rather, he endeavored to construct a miniature spatial folding node within the flames. A reckless experiment indeed. Fire is an exceedingly unstable energy entity. Perturbing space within it is akin to striking a match in a powder keg. A slight miscalculation could reduce half the dormitory to ashes in an instant. Yet, Lin Fan had to try. The embryonic form of the void flame slash had ignited his inspiration. If he could enable the flames to leap a distance mid-attack, what an insurmountable killing move that would be. He held his breath, splitting his mental energy into two, one portion to maintain the flame's stability, while the other, as precise as the finest scalpel, penetrated the heart of the fire to commence the construction of that minuscule spatial node. On the first attempt, the node collapsed as soon as it formed, causing the flames to tremble violently. On the second, it stabilized for a mere 0.1 seconds. Yet the calculation of the folding direction was erroneous, resulting in a small burst of sparks scattering outward. The third attempt, the seventh, the golden flame flickered unexpectedly. Not a variation in brightness, but a shift in position. It instantaneously appeared half a meter ahead of Lin Fan's palm in midair. Although it dissipated after maintaining itself for only 0.3 seconds, and despite the target being off by a full half meter. With 70% of its power diminished in the folding process, it succeeded. The golden flames flickered. Lin Fan gazed at the slowly extinguishing sparks in the air, a smile curving his lips. This was merely a rough prototype. Yet, with a prototype in hand, a pathway to perfection emerged. He turned his attention to the lead gray box, within which lay enough powdered voidstone for 2 more profound insights. Before the ranking competition, he must attain a combat-ready level. Lin Fan closed his eyes, refraining from further squandering the precious powder, instead immersing himself in his mind, repeatedly savoring the muscle memory forged from countless training sessions of folding. Some things require time to ferment. Outside the window, the night deepened. At the other end of the dormitory, Qin Shan turned in his sleep, his arm moving unconsciously. In the air, there echoed a faint crackle, like popping beans, produced by the reinforcement of bones and muscle fibers. His physical strength had already brushed against the threshold of the 7th star of the awakening realm. The night was still young, yet every step forward resonated with certainty.